So why should we trust him?
Well, I just want.
You don't have
He
to trust
said that he's seen things
Robert,
before
I'm
that
just
aren't
listening.
real. But the problem with your mirage, I like your mirage analogy as well. But the thing is, if three of us if we're the same height and we're standing next to each other on a road, we're all going to see the mirage. No one is not going to see the mirage.
Correct.
Right. So it's not that you're not seeing anything that's not real. The mirage itself is real, and everyone that would be seeing it. It's that it just makes something else look different. Like if you're looking through water and you see a rock or a fish below the water, well, the fish is actually a little bit in a different location than exactly where it is through the water. That doesn't mean that the fish isn't real, and that doesn't mean that the water isn't real, and that doesn't mean nothing is real. It doesn't mean that the fish, is imaginary.
The mirage is also a bad example because we know what a mirage is. If we didn't know what a mirage was, we would assume that it would be.
So mirage is real.
But
if you just reflected a little bit, if you reflected a little bit on yourself, I think you would see that you had a very quick knee-jerk reaction to say, "Oh yeah, I've seen a lot of things that aren't real," and so I want you to tell me, what have you seen that isn't real?
Garbage up.
No, without joking, for real.
Okay, so
that was funny.
Now, so I guess by this line of questioning, you're of the opinion that there is nothing that you see that's not real. Like,
I don't know. I would if you could give me a good example, I would be like, "Oh shit, no, that's a good example." But how quickly you said and assuring you were, you said, "Well, yeah, I've seen things that aren't real." Just tell me.
I've seen things where I think they're one thing and it turns out to be there's something completely different.
Right, like you think the baseball stats, but maybe you were wrong.
Well, like what's it called when you look at the clouds and you create, you think it's a shape, pareidolia.
Yeah, like the phenomena where you put. Yeah, you create in your mind a face.
You create in your mind thing. Okay, yeah, I look at a cloud and I see a horse's head or whatever, but it's not really a horse's head. It's a cloud. I just in my mind I came up with an example. I came up with an explanation for what it looked like in the sky, but it's not. It's a cloud.
So would that be an example of like a soft hallucination?
No, that wouldn't be soft hallucination. It's pareidolia. It's we explain things that we don't understand. Like we see something
that's not there.
We make an explanation for it in our head, but then we find out later we were wrong. It was something else. That happens all the time. Okay,
and so
what I'm saying is, I experience just because I see a flat horizon. Now, my first knee-jerk reaction, if I didn't know anything else, would be, "Oh yeah, the Earth is flat," but that doesn't necessarily mean that it is. I would need other. There would need to be more.
So probably the easiest example, and the one that you probably know, is about the ships disappearing as they go over the curve, right?
Sure.
I believed that, when I was like, "Oh, well, that's blatantly obvious. I've watched a giant cruise ship go over the curve," right?
Sure.
Well, when you found out that you could zoom back in and bring that ship back that had gone over the curve, when you found out about that, what did you think?
Yeah, but only you can only bring it back to a certain point, and then you can't zoom in anymore.
Have you ever gone on a cruise? Have you ever gone on a cruise or stood next to a cruise ship?
I lived in Tampa, Florida. I saw many.
They're huge,
ships,
right? It's crazy how big they are, right?
I watched many ships go over the horizon.
Hundreds of feet tall, and it goes over the horizon. It's gone to your eye. Correct. And you can get a telescope or you can get a high-powered camera, and you can zoom in and bring it back
up to a certain point. Up to a
certain point, it's the limitation of your hardware.
Of course, the telescope. Yeah.
Can I just add something? Right. Let's take note that was always the claim, that watch a ship with your eyes go over the horizon. That was always the positive claim.
Right. But then and that's the easiest one. Hold on, Robert.
Yeah.
Slow down. Hold on. So as this giant cruise ship goes over the curve, your naked eye cannot see anymore. And then you can see you watch these videos, or maybe you've even done it yourself. You can bring that, you can bring it back into view. Well, you can't do that over a curve, right? It went over the curve. You can't see through the water. How did it make you feel when you saw that? Were you like, whoa?
But I don't know if we're talking about the same thing here, because Yes, I can watch a ship go out into the horizon and disappear because it's gone out of my field of vision, but it's still there, and I can bring it back with a telescope.
Mm-hmm.
But even in the telescope, the bottom of the ship is gone. You're only seeing half of the ship, even though you can see it now, but you can only see half of it.
You can see the whole ship.
No. I've done it many times. I've done it many times.
The bottom of the boat is the least angle you've got to view, so obviously that'll be obscured first.
No, the thing is
if you go up
perspective.
and increase your angle, you see further. So if you go down, you see less.
Okay, Robert. So are you saying that when you bring it back into view, that you're only seeing the part that still hasn't fully gone over the curve? The reason the bottom part is smaller is because it's still over the curve?
Did you say smaller? No, it's not smaller. It's under. Yeah, it's under the waves. It's under the water.
Oh, okay. So when you're watching the boat go over the curve and it's completely gone,
right?
Then when you
you're talking about with the naked eye,
with the naked eye, it's
what
completely
Glover's
gone.
Always claim.
Then when you bring it back into view, no matter what, it is still going over the curve at that moment. You're just bringing the top part into view.
Correct.
Yeah, but for that to be true,
you need to rewatch these things.
The thing is, I lived in Tampa. I watch this all the time. I've done this with a telescope.
You make constant excuses. You're the person who says that there's a geometric horizon that obstructs boats as they go out to sea, but then we show you, no geometric horizon here. In fact, we're seeing orders of magnitude beyond what the globe would allow us to. You go, oh, that's because of refraction, and then you, out of the next sentence out of your mouth, you tell us that we don't see that geometric horizon, the same thing that you say physically blocks things the further away from you that they get. So you're really full of contradictions, and you really need to look inward at yourself.
I didn't say that.
That is what you'll do. You just said that boats go over the geometric horizon. Yeah, you said boats go over the geometric horizon. Then you also told me in another conversation we had earlier that the geometric horizon can't be seen due to refraction, the effects of light in the atmosphere and stuff like that. So you're telling me that this thing that's invisible that we can't actually see, actually at the same time in another conversation physically blocks things the further away from us that they get. So you're incoherent.
Didn't say that either, but thanks for trying. I didn't say that, but thanks for trying.
That is what you're saying, buddy.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay. Are you saying that boats go over the physical Earth curve horizon?
I'm saying that goes out of your field of view. Are you
saying that boats go over the physical Earth curve horizon, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, are you also saying that refraction makes it so we can't see the physical Earth curve horizon where it actually is?
I'm saying refraction affects how far you can see past the
Are you saying that refraction makes it so we don't see the physical Earth curve horizon where it is?
Yes or no?
I don't know if it's a yes or that's a loaded question.
Okay, no, Robert.
Is the geometric horizon where it's supposed? Or sorry, actually, this question is the horizon where it's supposed to be for the geometric globe Earth to work. Is it where it is? Is that where it's?
It's always an apparent horizon, though.
Okay.
In the Black Swan picture, is the horizon where it has to be geometric?
Say no. Say no.
What I'm saying is that the horizon is always an apparent horizon.
Then say the word
the boats are going over an apparent horizon?
Correct.
Is it an actual boat? Is it an actual boat going over an apparent horizon?
Can I just talk to one person?
Is the horizon where it has to be? Is the horizon where it has to be in the Black Swan picture in order to be geometric?
Bring back Howard.
Robert, the problem
here, I'll calm it down. Hold on. We're definitely overwhelming Robert. I mean, ideally, all of us would like for Robert to be able to calmly answer our questions and maybe understand things. He's been coming back here. Well, he's been coming back here more and more, right? So clearly
he's not getting his own ideas. That's the issue.
Oh my God. You're not.
When you start to break
stories with another story.
I mean, he tells us that there's a physical Earth curve obstruction that blocks things the further away from him that they get, and then he tells us that we can't even see it. So what is this guy on?
What do you mean? When did I say you can't see it?
That's what you're saying when you argue refraction, Robert. That's what that means.
We
can't see it.
The horizon.
All refraction does. All refraction is it says that you can sometimes at certain when conditions are correct, you can see further than you could the day before.
Right, so we don't see the geometric horizon.
It's an apparent.
No one's ever measured it. It constantly fluctuates. No one's ever measured the geometry.
You can't measure it because it's just an apparent thing, just like
it's
Robert
apparent.
said.
Yes, it's an apparent horizon. I don't understand why is that hard to understand?
It's not hard to understand.
I think we have to get away from refraction. I think we should.
No one's measured the radius, and you're using refraction, which assumes the radius.
Yeah, I think we should step away from refraction just a little bit and calculating and whatnot. And I joined this. Sorry, I was having dinner and I might have missed the beginning of it, Robert. But back to what I was saying, where if you knew nothing, if no one told you anything, it'd start off flat, right?
Sure.
And you were like, okay, yeah, sure. So when you're thinking about it for yourself, what is the, and maybe you've already answered this, so I apologize in advance. But what is the most convincing thing that you have that the Earth is round? What would convince us? Like, what is your holy shit, how do these guys not see this?
Well, I would go into space, but I understand that's an off topic. We can't talk about
that. For you, though. For you. Yeah, Robert.
I know space doesn't exist, and I understand that. Every time because I'm no, hold on. Let me finish. Just let me finish. Just let me finish. Just let me, please. Let me finish. Please. Please.
Let him go ahead.
Please, just let me finish. I'm asked this question respectfully.
I want to know. Yeah,
a lot, many times. What is the one most important fact of evidence?
No. What convinces you?
Sure, exactly. And then I'll go into, there are videos and photos of space. And as soon as I say that, it's, you stupid idiot. It's all
okay.
CGI.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Retard.
That's fine, Robert.
That's what I'm saying. I can't ever bring it up.
I wanted to know, my question just was to you, what is the most convincing thing to you? And so your answer is, objectively, you're saying it is the videos that you've seen, correct?
Correct.
The videos of space is what has convinced you.
That is one of the most telling.
Okay, so which video, if you could point us to one, would you say this is the one that has me? I mean, there's no way out. This is definitive proof. Which video?
There's the one from the Lagrange. Now I understand. It's not really a video.
Could you link it to us?
It's what you call it. It's a bunch of photos all linked together, right? But it in sequential order. So it does show a round Earth globe spinning. Okay, and that is done on film. It's not digital. Whatever.
Would you be able to link us to it?
Okay.
Robert, is this an old photo, like from the Apollo era?
This is what
because maybe if we could work backwards from your point of reference,
sure,
and be like, okay, well, where is Robert starting off at, and what has him convinced, and we could take a look at that ourselves and be like, oh, okay, well, let's see what this is. I mean, maybe we've got it wrong,
Is this a recent or an old photo, Robert?
Well, the thing is, I know most of you guys have been doing this for years and years and years, and if you're telling me you've never seen this stuff, I have to doubt that.
Well,
maybe you've seen things that we haven't seen.
Bro, is it an Apollo photo or is it a recent photo?
Why does it have to be a recent photo?
Because I've probably seen both recent and the earlier ones. I'm just wondering what you should be able to roll it straight off your tongue if you know what the fuck you're talking about. You're probably Googling furiously.
I'm just typing in right now. I'm typing photos of Lagrange.
So hardcore.
Is it an old photo or is it new, bro? You should remember it's spellbinding.
I don't put that much thought into this because it's kind of second nature.
Now hold on, Robert. So you don't put that much thought into it, but you're going to come in here and tell us we're wrong.
Sure. Yeah, well, I'm not. I have never said you guys are wrong. I've never said that. I said this is what I believe, or this is my explanation. What is your explanation? I've never said that you were wrong.
We just tell you that your explanation doesn't hold because the Earth doesn't measure to be the thing that any of your explanations require it to be. Right? So even those videos that you're about to show us, those are falsified by the measurements that we're showing you. The Earth cannot be the thing that you're going to show us in those videos Because it
Okay,
doesn't
hold
matter.
on, hold on. Because I can't show curvature measurement right now. Any photo that I show is null and void. You don't even see. I would never. The thing is, I would never
let me
think that
clarify.
way.
Any
I would
photo
never think that
any
way.
photo or video that tries to show the Earth as a 39-59-mile radius globe is invalid because direct measurements of the surface show that that's not what it is.
So that's what I'm saying. So because of what you're saying, because of this, that has to be fake.
But I think what would
Right?
be interesting,
Is that what
Robert,
you're
is
saying?
if you did. What I
Yeah,
think would be
because the Earth
interesting is
doesn't
if you
measure.
did share with us the video or the photos that you have, and that is the most convincing thing for you. I would like to see them, and maybe there's something in there that we could show you where this might not be exactly legit. You might be manipulated with those photos or videos. Maybe it's a real photo and the Earth is round, but maybe it's not. And so that's why we need to start. If we're going to convince you, we can't start where we're at. We have to start where you're at and work up from there.
I gotcha. I'm going to post this right now. Now I don't know exactly where it starts. There, I just posted this video.
Okay, how long is it?
It's 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Now, where in here should we be looking?
Well, I mean, start right at 28 seconds, a little bit before 28 seconds.
It's beside the point that you have no way to verify the authenticity of the footage.
But you also don't have any way to tell me that you don't have any way to debunk the authenticity.
Yes, we do. You seem to have globnesia. I just did that for you. We measured the surface of the Earth
because it's not this. It can't be that. That doesn't work.
Well,
Evidence has to be measured on its own. Okay, you can't dismiss evidence just because
this is perfect.
Not evidence. You're showing us cartoons and movies.
But this
cartoons and movies?
Exactly. This is perfect. This is perfect. I love the video that you sent, Robert. Okay, so this is great. So I just fast forwarded through it. Yeah. I just fast forwarded through it a little bit here. But can you go to? It looks like we have several photos of the curve of the Earth from the ISS, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you could go to 2 minutes and 6 seconds, and it appears like that is a photo or a still of the coast of the United States. Is that right?
2 minutes and 6 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see. I see. Like a big city with like a lights.
Yeah, that's the whole East Coast. Yeah, you're pretty much looking at Florida to up to Maine there. Yeah.
Robert, did you DM this video, or can we view this? Like, where did you post this?
Right in
voice text.
Right in the what you call it? The main chat. Live stream.
Now there's only if we're looking at this photo or this video, right? Of the ISS at night going over the United States East Coast.
Correct.
What are some things that we know that could prove that this might be real? We could look at the height or the altitude that the ISS is orbiting, and we could then understand how high we are above the Earth. And then we can look at the angle of the Earth here. What is the curve that we're looking at? And do those two numbers match? So at that altitude, with the alleged size of the Earth, is this the correct shape that the Earth should be looking at this photo? You could calculate that, right?
Yeah, you could.
India's done it many times, actually, and it's not.
Exactly. And so when we look at this, when we see these photos, right, we look at people send up drones, people send up hot air balloons, people send up amateur rockets, and 9 times out of 10, what we have is a fisheye lens. And so this exact this exact curve, you would see 100 feet off the ground, you would see 1,000 feet off the ground. And so just because you see a curve that they're presenting to you here, now would it be weird if you looked at different ISS, like official NASA ISS videos, and the curve of the Earth from the ISS is different?
Take a look at live stream voice text, Robert.
Right. Yeah. So if you're looking at this this video now.
Oh yeah,
like,
that's
okay,
yeah, that's
you got
obvious.
a pretty good idea.
I understand
if you looked at
the obvious, the obvious fisheye. That's very
right.
obvious.
So if you're
That's
looking
very
at
obvious.
ISS video and some of it's curved, and some of it's got like a medium curve, some of it has an aggressive curve, and some of it's like, damn, that almost looks flat. Mm-hmm. Is the ISS changing altitude dramatically, or is the camera interpreting?
Yeah, just a different camera lenses or different cameras themselves.
So lens curvature is what we're looking at.
I'm sorry?
The lens curvature is what we're looking at.
Even Discord sent Wumpus to space, and look at the curvature that Wumpus caught.
Well, say that again.
Concave Earth confirmed.
Oh yeah, when you have a fisheye lens, but you can always tell what a fisheye lens looks like.
You can.
So I'm getting feedback off somebody.
Yeah, me too. It's making it difficult to hear what people are saying.
I think. What's the
now? See, like I'll draw your attention to the first GIF that someone posted up here, Flat Earth Buddha. You can obviously tell that's a fisheye lens because you can actually see the curvature in the solar panel or whatever that's coming out. You can see that curving around as well, so know that's fisheye. You know that's fisheye. But
Robert, we can model the globe Earth at that altitude. We can do a computer simulation, right, and look at the curvature that we should expect from that altitude and compare it to that video to see if there's a match. Yeah. Indio's done it many times. He's posted it many times in the server. It's not a match. I could search his comments and try to find it if you want.
Yeah,
okay.
Robert, if you were to do that yourself, if you were to get a 3D program, put in the size of the Earth, make a sphere that is the exact size of the Earth, and you were to then fly up to an altitude that the ISS is orbiting at, do you think that it would be the same curve that you're looking at in the video that you've provided, a smaller curve or a larger curve?
The ISS was like 220 miles up, correct?
Yeah, I'm just saying if you were to simulate the exact situation in a 3D program and you were orbiting your 3D sphere in your software, would you expect to see a larger curve, a more dramatic curve, the same exact curve, or a smaller curve?
Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't. I mean, I would have to know, the camera lens that they were using, the type of camera, because, like I said, different cameras give off different.
Okay, so if you could simulate the exact same camera.
If I could simulate the exact same camera, and it should, then it should be exactly the same.
Then it should be exactly the same. Okay.
Sure.
Well, I think that we can provide that for you. So I'm going to go hunting for you and see if I can find a simulation or a way that you could create that. Okay.
Sure. Now, like I've seen there's a guy, I believe his name is it's either Mr. Science or something. He did put up a hot air balloon that had 3 cameras on it. One camera, Mr. Invincible or Mr. something like that. Mr. Sensible. Have you guys seen the video where he has the gold straight?
Dude, did you watch the full video? He freaks out at the end about flat Earth. Okay, so let's say hypothetically, right? You've got a slam dunk. You just did boom shaka-la and just did like a 3-point slam dunk. Mm-hmm. Do you then talk about why you think the ball's not flat, or do you rejoice in your victory?
Okay, well, I'm not going to discount the video just because the creator went off on some kind of tangent. I'm going to base the value of the video itself. Okay, I really don't care what the creator said.
No, look at the source. The source of the information.
Okay, the source of the image. You mean the camera?
No, the content
creator.
Provider, the creator.
Okay, the content provider.
Yeah. He told you what was the purpose of this video.
Okay, but the thing is, like I said, I don't care about the opinion.
You're not following along, dude. Okay, how about this, right? Mm-hmm. If I tell you I'm going to come over to your house, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm doing this for peace. And then just abruptly just knee you in the nuts. Mm-hmm. Would you be like, what the fuck? Or would you be like, well, the source said peace, so therefore peace?
I don't think that analogy is
No, I'll tell you why it's an analogy. Because Nixon said he went to the moon for peace. Then he carpet bombed Cambodia because he was mad at Vietnam. The reason why people do things is just as important as the information they present to you, because it tells you why. If you want to know why, they'll tell you why.
They explain it. Look, I understand he made the video to debunk flat Earth. I understand that, but that was.
How about this? Right? Use that. Okay, hold on to that, like a monkey bar, right?
Yeah.
So here's his video to debunk flat Earth. Do you A, freak out about flat Earth after you debunked it, or B, move on with your life and be comfortable with your victory? Which one is the real? Which one?
I don't know. I don't know this guy.
Okay, how about you? How about if you, right? And if you are being rational, logical human being, you've just debunked X. Do you A, freak out about X, or B, move on to some different topic?
I probably would move on. I would probably move on because I'm not the type of person who rubs dirt in your face.
I'm telling you right now, if you went to Mr. Sensible's video, there's probably a video posted today about some flat Earth freakout. It didn't even convince him that the Earth is not flat.
Mr. Sensible doesn't sound very sensible.
No, but like I said, the thing is I don't care the views or the opinions or why the experiment was done. What I care about is what. Okay,
that's what the problem too. And there's also
what I care about is what was presented. Okay.
Okay, how about this? What if I told you someone did exactly the same thing without a bias towards flat Earth or globe Earth, and then reported exactly what they saw? Would you?
It's starting to lose the funny after 5 hours of it, but like Jesus Christ, I didn't know you guys could argue for so long.
Okay, thank you for that.
That was productive.
Yeah, that was really.
Guaco, this has been going on for years, so
none of this is productive. None of this is productive. Like you guys arguing is
no. You telling us that and coming in here and saying, "Wow, you've been going for 5 hours on this." What value does that add?
What value are you guys giving right now? No one's listening. It's just to sit still.
We're actually
and potentially you could learn something from this panel if you opened your mind. But the thing is, you don't think you have anything to learn from us, and that's the problem. Your cognitive dissonance has clouded your reality for you, and all you want to do is listen to authority instead of check the Earth for yourself, and that's sad.
Yeah. Guaco, you're 14 years old. You've got it figured out, right?
Hey, real quick. Hey, Panto. I did.
14 was the last time I had everything figured out.
Yeah, I mean, when I was 14, I pretty much I had a fix on pretty much everything.
Here, Panto, my bad. I didn't realize your new account. That's why I declined your friend request. I didn't realize.
I must have sent you ages ago, bro.
I know. I made a mistake. At the time, I was getting a lot of globalists that were freaking out at me. And I just went through and just hit decline on all the friend requests.
No worries, brother. No worries.
Okay. Just so you know that sometimes I didn't realize until today when I heard you talking. I'm like, oh shit, that's right. I forgot.
I came in last night. I came in for like half an hour and ended up sitting fucking here all night, man.
Yeah, I know.
You could have been here about 6 or 7 hours ago, man.
I was gonna actually
bullshit.
I was gonna mention it yesterday, but I forgot to, and that's why I brought it up right now.
No, I'm saying you should have been in here earlier to listen to the fucking bullshit we've been getting fed by Guaco and then New Roberts fucking noise.
Thank you. That makes me really happy.
Does it, mate? I kind of thought that was your plan, brother, to be honest.
Honestly, my friend just like typed in flat Earth. He was like, "This Discord is really sad." I'm like, "Okay, I'll just join it." And
really
I've just been sitting here forever.
He told you it was really sad. We've got one of the most open forums that of most intelligent people you'll find probably on Discord.
See, as you
the
get
fact
older,
that you don't have a father, that's really sad.
I think as you get older, you'll find that it can be comforting to seek people who are like-minded as you and will reinforce your views. But I think as you get older, you'll start to find that where value comes in your life will be finding people who have different views than you. things that you've never heard of, things that you can't believe, things that are seemingly ridiculous, but could quite possibly be the true. And you value those people when you find them. You don't ridicule them. You don't call them sad. You don't come in and say that what they've been talking about for X amount of hours isn't valuable.
Didn't you call Jake stupid or idiot 15,000 times though?
Nah, he just said that, man. He thinks
No. I just joined the server. I just joined the server.
A bunch of people were like,
today.
"Oh, this guy's stupid."
I didn't call anybody stupid.
That's not true, man. Jake thinks that we're calling him stupid when we dismantle.
No. I got called it. I think it was Flatty or something. Someone.
Flatty apologized
I get that, but if I wouldn't have said I was 14, they wouldn't have apologized. That's the thing.
Wacko, you came in here thinking you knew everything, brother, and you gave us some shit, and you insulted.
Dude, listen, I'm stupid as fuck. Okay, get over it.
Easy, man. You don't have to be a fucking brain surgeon to understand where you live.
Okay, Guaco, we're not perfect, okay, but that doesn't mean you should just follow what we do, right? You should, you should try to learn how to behave regardless of other people's imperfections.
I honestly, personally, my opinion, I think flat Earth is stupid. But you guys are really, you're really nice people. Even though I have a different opinion than you, you're really kind about it. You're really understanding.
Why do you think it's stupid?
Guaco, this is Robert, man. Let me just give you a little bit of advice.
No advice.
You're coming.
Okay, Guaco. If you think flat Earth is stupid, can you at least explain what you think flat Earth is? Let's hear. I want to hear this.
I think someone's like, "Hey, there's this thing, and I think I'm, so it's all a."
Okay, you sound stupid right now.
No, hold on. Why is flat Earth stupid? Just very simply.
What is it? No, don't worry about why it's stupid. Can he even?
Well, I think as he explains why it's stupid, we'll find out.
Does he even know what flat Earth is?
Chris, could you just let him know?
It's in the name.
Here, let's help him a little bit, Crit. Is it an observation?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Just in the name, it's stupid. Correct.
No, hold on.
Is flat Earth? Is flat Earth an observation? Yes or no? Do you observe the Earth is flat? Do we observe the Earth is flat?
Guaco, this is why people laugh at you, because you don't even understand your thinking.
Well, we should help him.
Don't answer
we should help him instead of laughing at him. We should help him. Let's help you understand.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So the next question after this is: do you think that an observation by itself, a simple observation, is stupid? Like observing that the Earth is flat. Is that stupid?
No.
Okay.
But
great.
Having facts to understand it and purposely pushing away those facts feels stupid to me.
Hold on, but if you yourself,
you got a feeling right now, Howard. Dude, relax, okay? So what you got here is you didn't know what flat Earth was, and you use this lack of knowledge to then make a claim, and your claim was flat Earth was stupid. So basically what you said was X is stupid, and then you're asked what is X, and you don't even know. You're bigoted. The problem is you've got some harmful stereotypes that you added for you that you didn't even know what they were. It's a cognitive dissonance problem that the only way to fix it is to try to understand what people are telling you. Do you think you can do that?
I'm a very open-minded person.
All right, Guaco, tell us. Can you tell us something that you're open-minded about? Like something that maybe you think we wouldn't be open-minded about?
A way that you've ever
have to know
changed your mind
what you're not open-minded about.
Guaco, no, just like you probably have a general idea, a general sense of something that you have a view on that is very open-minded that the general public isn't. Like you said, you're very open-minded. Can you tell us something that you're open-minded about?
Here, I got an idea. How about, hey, Guaco, instead of like going down that route, it's a random topic. Okay. Who do you think has the positive claim or burden of proof? Flat Earth or globe Earth?
What do you mean positive claim?
Like, who's making the claim? Is Flat Earth making the claim?
Flat Earth.
So Flat Earth.
No. Flat Earth is an observation. Remember?
Yeah. Hold on. I'll get there. Okay. Just bear with me for a second. So, do you know you've been listening?
Oh no, wait. Before I say something, would you consider a fact a claim or something completely different?
Yeah, a fact is a fact, and a claim is a claim.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, two separate things.
The thing is when you have
people can claim things that aren't facts.
Back to the question Crit asked you.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if you considered a claim just a proven fact. I mean, a fact just a proven claim or not.
No, you've got people claiming shit all day. I would say, from my point of view, most claims are probably not factual because of just numbers. The amount of people who say things that are not factual because they're speaking from a very subjective point of view.
Are you saying that your claim is unfactual? Like the flat Earth is unfactual?
No, that's not what I said at all. No, you missed it. Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Run it by me again.
So, next thing, I mean, you must have heard of Black Swan a few times, right? You said you've been listening for 4 days.
Me?
Yeah.
Are you talking to me?
No, I've been listening for 4 hours today.
Okay,
That's
4 hours.
Fucking sex.
Did you hear the Black Swan?
I've heard Black Swan about 50 times.
Okay.
So I have a pretty good
idea.
And
you know what it is, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the oil rig thing.
It's
here it goes. You ready?
Oil rigs.
It's an oil rig, yeah.
It's not.
It's
not
nothing
oil
to do
rig.
with oil rigs. You're told this as well, man.
You fucked it up. So is the Black Swan about the horizon or something else? And you think it's about oil rigs?
No. It's the I meant by that like the picture with the oil rigs in it.
Okay, so okay, there we go. That's better, right? So is the Black Swan about the horizon or something other than the horizon?
The horizon.
That's too. That might be too abstract. Okay. Sure,
yeah. How about, is gravity a constant or an average?
What he's trying to say is that if there's one piece of evidence that disproves...
Okay, Rhinoceros, just listen, dude.
Seriously. Let him go, man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Was I incorrect?
Yeah, no, you're kind of, you're freaking out a little bit, okay? Just take a breath.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. So, Graco, right? So, in your worldview, okay, you got this idea that gravity proves the Earth is a globe. Do you understand gravity as an average or a constant?
Can you describe what an average is? Like, I know what average is, but in that wording kind of confuses me.
Okay, so an average would be a bunch of numbers and then add them all together and then divide the subset.
Oh, okay, a constant. Yeah, I know.
A constant would be the same number always.
Oh, wait, no. Average.
Okay, so you understand gravity being average.
Yes. Well, I don't know if I'd call it an average. I'd call it a not constant.
That works.
Because
constant that can change.
Gravity's different at the poles than it is at the equator.
Yeah, it's a constant that can change.
Can you predict what year, where they will go, and who will do the next manned space flight?
What?
Okay, if you say you had a crystal ball in front of you.
Okay, yeah, I have
you
crystal
could determine when humans will return to space. What year will they do that? Where will they go?
How the hell would I know?
If you just guess, if a lottery ticket, right? Like say people here's a jar of jelly beans. Everyone at the office guesses how many jelly beans are in this jar. You would just guess, right? Because at least you got a chance at being right. It doesn't cost you anything, and if you're right, yay! Gakko wins the prize pool for how many jelly beans are in the jar.
So I don't know, 2050. 2050, they go to space.
Oh, 2050.
Yeah.
Okay. How about the U.S. federal government spends over $100 million every 39 hours on NASA? Do you think this figure is too much, too little, or just right?
It depends on what they're
I'm gonna
spending
fact check that. I'm gonna fact check that. That doesn't sound right. You said $100 million every 39 hours.
Every 39 hours.
We'll find out.
Okay.
68 million a day, Robert. So do the math.
Yeah.
That is freaking ridiculous.
Robert, I'm gonna put you on
There's
mute
no
and
way.
DM me when you get the answer.
There's no. It actually.
It is over. It is that much.
If it helps you put it into perspective, the national federal budget is yearly $4 trillion.
Yeah, that does give it a little bit of perspective. But in terms, they get 26 billion a year, and you can just factor that out. And they're not open every day, so that you can actually factor that out too. I like Flat Globe said, Google will be your friend on this one. The level of spending is outrageous. It's so outrageous that if you add up all the other space agencies, the other 6 space agencies, NASA costs more than all of them combined. So how about this, Guaco? Do you believe there's more than one?
This year it got Okay, so last year it got $23 billion annual.
26 billion.
No, 23 billion. Last year it got 23 billion annual.
Okay, yeah, but you also have to adjust that many of their sites are on DoD installations, and they also have high-ranking military officers who function as their employees. So they're pulling on DoD. They're double dipping on DoD at the same time.
No, so, I'm looking at a lot of things. It says like an average of 23 million. I mean billion.
So here, look what Flat Globe had said. Even if they're open every day, if they're open 365 days a year, that would be 62 million a day. They're not open on federal holidays, right? You know that for sure. And they're not open on weekends. Okay. Okay, is there more than one scientific method?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like they could just be spending that money on nothing.
Okay, don't worry about the money. How about these? How many scientific methods do you understand?
Wait, can you say that again?
How many scientific methods do you understand there is? Is there one scientific method or lots of scientific methods?
Do you mean like the process, that was taught in school method. Or whatever?
There you go.
I don't know. I've only heard of one, so I guess one.
Okay.
What is the scientific method involve, Guaco, that you remember?
You make like a hypothesis, do some research.
Okay, that's close enough.
What would you do? What would you do first, though, Guaco? What would be the first thing you would do before you do the hypothesis? You have to see something natural.
Yeah.
Right. You have to observe something, right? And when you observe the Earth, what do you see?
You're not fucking going back to this question. I see a locally flat, still Earth. I see flat still. It's flat and still.
And wait, you say locally flat as opposed to what?
If I'm in Earth, that's not local to me.
Have you flown in a plane? You have flown in a plane, right?
In my area of what I can see.
You've flown in a plane, right? Have you flown anywhere, Guaco?
It is flat.
Well, I'm just wondering why you're putting the local qualifier in that sentence. No, why don't you just say you see it as flat, not I see it as locally flat? Is there any time that you see it, like when you go to Mexico, does it look curved? I don't understand.
Well, if I went to space, but I'm not rich, so I can't do that.
Have you ever flown anywhere?
But you've never been to the vacuum of space. So since you've never been to the vacuum of space, you've only seen it's flat.
Hold on. Guaco, you've never been in a plane before, correct?
No.
Okay. So I think you have to, when we're discussing things with Guaco, one, I think understanding that you're 14, but two, also like, you gain a lot of information as you move forward in your life. I don't think I flew until maybe I was like 13 or something like that. So I understand, but if you've never been in a plane before and you're saying locally it appears flat, like you've never been in any other situation where it wouldn't be flat then, right?
How old are you, Howard?
Basically.
I'm 34 now, 33, 34. Yeah.
How many times have you flown in a plane?
Yeah, but this is subjective, guys. We're talking. We might as well talk about our favorite color, because you see, the thing you got to understand.
We're getting away from the topic.
500.
Let me explain something quickly to Guaco. So let's pretend for a second you and I did go up in an airplane together, and you looked out the window and you said, "Oh, I think I see the curvature of the Earth." And I look out the same window and I say, "I think it looks flat." You see, the problem is that's subjective reality. It's almost like your favorite color or your favorite song or something like that. It's not objective reality. It's subjective reality. So the way that you and I in that situation would actually figure out for sure if the Earth is flat or conforming to the shape of a sphere, we'd have to land the aircraft and find a way to measure it directly to figure out if it's flat or conforming to the shape of a sphere. So I'm just saying, any discussion with flat earthers or globers about what you see out the windows of an airplane, it's just meaningless words, purely meaningless words, just like talking about your favorite color.
Sure. To his point, though, of the scientific method, right? First, he would need to observe something and then making a hypothesis as to why that's what he's observing. And another part of the scientific method would be recreating or replicating the experiment, to get the same result. So, Guaco, if you're using the scientific method and someone tells you something and you're being scientific about it, you would need to recreate what they're telling you, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is part of Robert's problem as well, and I sent Robert some free online 3D software where he could recreate this. But essentially, if someone tells you that the Earth is curved and you want to be scientific about it, if you can't yourself replicate a photo, a video, or with your own eyes go and see the curve, then that is not a scientific belief of yours. That's just a belief of yours.
Well, you got to be a little more specific than that, dude. Like, even if the Earth was a ball, it still wouldn't technically be scientific. It would be a geometric question, not a scientific question.
Well, it would be running an experiment. It'd be a scientific conclusion that you came to if you ran an experiment and could recreate the curve yourself. I'm just, if you follow the scientific method.
It wouldn't be. It would just be measuring a geometric shape. There would be no science involved. Science has to do with cause and effect relationships only. We're talking about a geometric shape or geometric description of the surface of the Earth.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, that's fair.
And also, the scientific method means you make an observation when you create a hypothesis. The hypothesis can be whatever you want it to be. The hypothesis can be whatever, and then you test the hypothesis.
But if you can't observe a curve,
but you don't test the observation. You test your hypothesis. The observation is separate from the experiment.
But you don't observe the curve. So what hypothesis are you generating?
Well, what I would, I look at a flat plane, out of the ocean, it's flat. I say, okay, I see this flat. If I would just say, and that's your hypothesis can be anything. If it were flat, this would happen. If it were sphere, this would happen. Begging the question, whatever. I hear that all the time. You can beg the question in a hypothesis. Your hypothesis can be whatever you want it to be. You test that hypothesis, and if you find that your hypothesis was wrong, then you adjust your hypothesis.
I agree.
You make another hypothesis.
I agree. Let's test the idea that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 39.59 miles. If that's the case, there will be a horizon at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height. Do we have a horizon at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height?
Negative.
Okay, that's
okay. Globe's off the table.
There you go,
Moving
Robert. There you go.
Okay, but who says that's how you go? How do you know that's going to be my
Pythagorean
hypothesis?
theorem. If you want to tell us why that's wrong, I guess that might be enlightening.
No. I'm just saying that doesn't have to be the hypothesis. Yeah, if you made a hypothesis like that, then yes, then you are begging the question.
It's not really a hypothesis, but it's a logical syllogism.
What I'm saying is I see a flat plane. Is the plane flat really, or is it curved? I don't know. Let's see. I'll make a hypothesis that if it were flat, I would observe this phenomenon. If it were a globe, I would observe this phenomenon. And then you see what phenomenon you observe.
But that's not science.
No, you observe the phenomenon first.
I know.
So there's no experiments involved.
But the experiment tests the hypothesis, not the observation.
Experiments don't deal with establishing shapes. Merely cause and effect.
Yeah, exactly. See, in order for what you're saying to be science, you'd have to have two Earths, one that's flat and one that's spherical. You don't have two Earths, one that's each of like that.
Okay.
So no, this is not science. You're not talking about science.
No. You could do it like this. I see a flat plane. Is the Earth actually a flat plane, or is it a square? Because you would still have a flat plane on a square. On one side of it. So you would test. Is the Earth a flat square? Is it a flat plane or is it a square? So you'd make a hypothesis. If it were a flat plane, you make a prediction, and that's your hypothesis.
It doesn't matter if it's square or not.
So do you see how that's a geometric question and not a cause and effect question?
Right. But
it's not a scientific question. You realize that, right?
Yeah, but if you make your hypothesis scientific, cause and effect, then it becomes scientific. If you're just measuring the shape itself, then it's just a geometric question. Correct, a math problem. But if you're trying to invoke a cause and effect, if I see this, or if it is this, then this would happen. That has nothing to do with measuring the shape. You see what I'm saying? It would just be it's like there are certain things that can only happen if something is a certain way. You can't have a phenomenon happen on two completely different shaped planes of existence. Certain things. I know I can't come up with an example right now. I'm kind of tired, but I'm just saying. You can make it scientific.
Yeah, we would start seeing boats disappear over the horizon at 1.2 miles off the ground on the sphere of the radius of 3959. We obviously don't see that, so we're good to just rule out the sphere.
Yeah, okay. God.
Do you guys believe in Ohm's law? I mean, electricity isn't something we can observe, but
you can take that for
yeah, dude. Rhinoceros, dude, you're making me regret taking you off mute, dude. You're okay. Stay focused on the current topic, okay? If you want to talk about laws in electricity, bring it up after.
So I thought we were talking about observations and
I've
things.
been here for 5.5 hours.
Okay.
You guys are still going.
Good job, man.
Does this happen? Does this happen every day?
For you.
Hey, are you going to be talking to your teachers about this? You better.
24/7, dude. What part of 24/7?
I'm on summer break, dude. Like,
this is.
Do you guys have shifts or something?
You're still here. You're still going. Congrats.
Yeah.
But like, whenever one of you go to sleep, like another mod wakes up and gets on.
Of course, we've got USA, we've got Australia, we've got people in Holland, we've got people all over the world, man.
Guac, this is 24/7. This goes on. Yeah. This goes on 24/7.
We have fans all around the globe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
And
there's always some globalist who can't sleep at night because he's just worried that there's a person who thinks the Earth is flat on the internet.
Yeah, that was my point. That's what I don't understand. Is like coming into a server with something that you disagree about for 5 hours, and then telling them that you just disagree with them and that they're stupid and that this is a ridiculous thing, but like still staying here. That's confusing to me.
But
all right. Hold on. Wait,
just nothing about it. You've admitted it blatantly. You know nothing, but we're complete fools, and information is bullshit.
Just answer the Ohm's law question, all right? Imagine I didn't even interrupt.
You can manipulate electricity. We can see it. We can. You don't have
I don't know what it is, but someone was asking about it, and if I was in situation, I would probably want my question to be answered. So just answer that.
Guaco.
Guaco, if you think we're weird, there are people who will just constantly come here to troll, like Howard said. They're even weirder than us. Think about it.
Oh, that's me. I'm just not trolling the entire time.
I are, bro. Don't lie.
Hey, okay, how about
I
this?
just said I'm trolling.
I told you Guaco was trolling the whole time. He thinks this is hilarious.
Open your mouth, bro. Instantly
He's not trolling.
The first sentence that came out of your mouth, man. Bro, I've been here with him for 7 or 8 hours. Trust me, man. Fuck's sake.
I'm the one that asked the Ohm's Law question, so.
I'm trolling, but answer the Ohm's Law question.
Right?
Yes, sir. Guaco, the Ohm's Law question, I don't understand. Are you saying that because you can't see electricity that we wouldn't believe in it? Is that what you're saying?
I know nothing about it. Talk with Ryan with that.
No. I hear that. Is that what the question is? Is that if you can't see something, then you assume that we wouldn't think it was real?
Yeah, so my question was, if you're curious, my question was, is that like, okay, so like we're interested in what's observable. We can observe electricity, but we still, we think Ohm's law is still a law. So like, how do we reconcile that when it's something you cannot observe?
You can manipulate electricity.
First, I think something that should be discussed is when you say law, like there are things that we call laws, but humans have given that term. That doesn't mean it's absolute.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
We just say it is. Okay, so when you're talking about, is your question, if I'm understanding it correctly, your question is if something can be observed and measured but not seen with our own eyes, then it isn't real?
We can see electricity through lightning, though.
Yeah. That's kind of where I was going. But that's why I wanted to move away from that and just say, is your question is if I can't see something directly, it's not there. So, for instance, like infrared light, I can't see that with my eyes. Does that mean that I don't believe it's there?
Wait, does lightning count? Because wouldn't that be seeing light caused from plasma? Looking at plasma.
Right, but I think the bigger question. I think the bigger question that Ryan is asking is if we can't see things, if we can't literally just observe it with our raw eyes, does that mean that we wouldn't think it was there? Ryan, is that your question?
Right. So if something is not observable with our own eyes, like the curvature of the Earth.
Well, so to answer your question, I don't think anyone here thinks that, because I don't think anyone here would say, putting on infrared or thermal goggles to see in the light spectrum that our eyes can't see, to say, oh, then that's not real. Infrared light's definitely there, but we can't see it with our raw eyes.
Electromagnetism is definitely there, but we can manipulate it.
I can't see magnetism. I've got a magnet in front of me right now, but I believe in magnetism.
We can manipulate
and one way that you can see the magnetic fields is, break some iron shavings above a table, hold the magnet underneath it, and you can see the pattern of the fields.
But what you're seeing is the effects,
right, Ryan?
You can see the effects of electricity, and you can see the effects of magnetism. So those are completely observable.
Well, so that's not valid argument.
There are practical demonstrations for it, but there aren't for something like, say, gravity.
Hold on. Did Klaus Schwab say something? What was that?
I don't know.
He did. Yeah, I missed it. Sorry, what did you say?
He said you will eat the bugs. You will live in the posh.
You will eat the bugs and you will be happy.
He finally spoke.
I've spoken before.
Sorry. Well, Klaus, I still didn't hear what you said. You said something about something wasn't a fair argument?
Yes.
Well, I would like to see the practical demonstration where gravity is manipulated. All those other things we're talking about, we manipulate those on the daily. So where's the demonstration for the same with gravity?
I think we answered Ryan's question, though. And I don't know if that was like a got you question of like, you guys can't see this, so you probably don't believe in it. Everything needs to be seen with your eyes. But Ryan, did that answer your question?
I'm sorry. I'm back. I was gone for a moment. What was that?
I was just asking Ryan if our explanation of there are things that we can't see with our eyes that we do believe in, did that answer your question with infrared light and magnetism, for example?
Sure, absolutely. But that kind of leads me on to another question.
Great. Okay, what is that?
That's gravity.
Right.
And what about
that was my question.
So gravity is something we can't observe, but we see its effects. So why do you not believe in gravity?
Because you're just attributing those effects to this thing that you call gravity that you haven't actually substantiated.
Why do you not do the same thing with electricity? So that's weird. So
Well,
like
bro,
you say
but
that like
you
electricity
see an
is something you
effect.
can observe. Can I finish real quick? Electricity is something you cannot observe, right?
Yes, you
You
can.
don't know where the source of it comes from.
He just told
Yes,
you
you
that you can actually by
You can.
looking at different spectrums, different optical equipment, and you can manipulate it. We use it all the time in every, for all sorts of practical purposes every day.
You can absolutely look.
Well, let's follow your question though about gravity. So
Yeah,
your question is, why don't we believe in gravity? Is that what that's what your question? I don't know if everyone here necessarily. I don't think everyone probably agrees with that line of questioning. But I think the bigger question is
that science? Believing in shit.
Well, when you're talking about gravity, that you're applying a name, a word to a phenomena that we're experiencing, right?
Sure,
the
like
gravity,
electricity. Right.
Yeah. So I think everyone would probably agree that there's something happening where, say, if you hold a ball out in front of you and you let go of it, it would fall to the ground. And that is what you call gravity, and that's probably what we would call gravity as well, or something. But I think what the bigger question is what is causing that effect? It's not that do you believe in gravity or don't believe in gravity. It's that you might believe that what is causing that effect is different than what we would think is causing that effect.
So, Ryan, can you manipulate some gravity and make it do something? And no, I'm not talking about affirming the consequent by just like dropping something and then declaring, yeah, that was gravity. No, can you actually isolate it, manipulate it, and show its effects?
I can.
Can you show the cause? We've already got the effect, bro.
Right. Yeah.
We see an effect, but what's the big G? Where's
right. You probably have a position of what causes gravity, right? And we probably have a different description of what might cause gravity. It's not that. I think we all would agree that we believe in the thing that is happening in front of us when we hold the ball out and drop it. Well, right there it is. It's not that we don't believe in it, but it's that if we have a fundamental difference of opinion on what might be causing it.
Well, Robert, what your description is then. We're looking for proof for big G, but you've got little G, the effect.
Well, the thing is we observe the effects of gravity, but we don't know what that the force of gravity is just what we call it. It's just what we call it. We have no idea what causes the force. And
I think people do. I think people do definitely claim that we know what causes gravity.
Other than mass attracting mass, yes, but we don't understand.
It's not even the current claim, Robert. They claim space-time curvature. So we're asking if somebody can manipulate that and show us that that is the cause of all these things that they're attributing it to.
Well,
exactly. So Robert, instead of declaring what everybody knows and doesn't know, right? Why don't you ask Ryan what causes gravity?
Ryan, what causes gravity?
It's
what
the
causes
curvature.
gravity?
It's the curvature of space-time.
That's what we have a claim on the table.
Shouldn't you ask them the question, what causes the rock to fall down, not what causes gravity? What causes the rock to fall down? Isn't what you're trying to ask them?
The thing is that there's a difference between the Newtonian gravity and the Einsteinian gravity.
Radical.
The curving of space-time is only really thought of or even used in advanced physics for on a grand scale. Newtonian gravity is still what we focus on here on Earth.
We don't actually focus on gravity at all here on Earth. We don't use it for any practical purpose. It's omitted from the standard model.
And it's not
I'm extremely
scientific,
curious
Robert,
how you guys think what gravity is. Like,
how
what is your
it's not
explanation?
scientific, Robert. We don't need to believe in things.
Right. Exactly.
Verification, experiments. See, you've got two versions of gravity. Neither of them are scientific. None has got experiments.
So if we,
I have a more complete answer to his question.
Einsteinian gravity is blatantly just mathematics.
Okay, let's hear what Orion has to say.
So the answer to your question is unverified. So we all observe the same thing. I let go of the rock falls down in the medium of air. I let go of the helium balloon goes up in the medium of air. Now, what makes the helium balloon go up in the medium air and the rock fall down? We observe the same thing. As far as establishing what's causing this to happen in the medium of air, that's a whole different thing. And we don't have any evidence for anything. Nobody has any evidence for anything. So any claim so far, whether it's gravity, invisible unicorns, or invisible leprechauns, they're all, baseless claims, unless you have some experiment to demonstrate this.
It's just one thing. Talking about gravity or gravitational forces that have never been isolated here on Earth, talking about this kind of stuff is the same as if we would have a philosophical talk about how Superman is able to withstand certain heats or fly in a certain way. So
yeah,
it's just
Clay, I completely agree. So if we follow Ryan, I completely agree. So if we follow Ryan here, let's just say hypothetically we thought leprechauns are what create gravity. What is your next question? Where does that lead us?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, you said you want to know from us what we think causes gravity. If we were to tell you that leprechauns are these invisible creatures create gravity, what would that matter? How would that affect the shape of the Earth? How would that affect the shape of the Earth? How would it affect the shape of the Earth?
How would it affect the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, that's what the server is titled, right? Is flat Earth.
Absolutely.
So, right. So if we follow Orion, if we just say leprechauns create gravity, then what does that matter?
Oh, it wouldn't matter anything because it's a nonsensical explanation.
No, hold on, buddy. Don't say it like that. So if you were to say the rock fell down because of gravity, and I were to say no, the rock fell down because of invisible unicorns, do you see how both of these are equally valid? Because there's no scientific experiment to demonstrate that the cause of either. So gravity is the same as invisible unicorns. Gravity is the same as invisible leprechauns making the rock fall down, because it's just a baseless claim.
Right. Yeah. So we're all talking about things that aren't visible to the human eye, and I think
we're talking about things that are verified.
It's not visible. It's not demonstratable. It's not demonstratable to be the cause. It's about cause and effect relationship. We see the effect. The effect is we let go of the rock and the rock falls down. The effect is the rock falls down. Now, what's the cause of that? You might say gravity. It's like, okay, can you remove gravity from the situation and let the rock fall, and then have another situation over here where you leave gravity alone and then let the rock fall down? Like, can you turn off gravity and watch the rock not fall down, and then turn gravity back on and watch the rock fall down? No, you can't do that? Okay, well then that means that you can't prove that gravity made the rock fall down. So that's a baseless claim. I could just as logically say unicorns did it.
How do you turn off electricity?
Turn off electricity?
Yeah, I mean,
we can manipulate electricity, but we cannot manipulate
gravity.
Yeah, you can't turn off gravity. Yeah, so it cannot be demonstrated to be the cause.
Yeah, your original question was about Ohm's law, though, so I assume you're talking about resistance in electricity.
3 parts to Ohm's law. There's voltage, resistance, and current.
So if I wanted to prove resistance, though, wouldn't I be able to run an electric current and one without a resistor, and a resistor and one with a resistor, and be able to see, oh wow, this resistor is changing the electric flow through this current?
You could absolutely measure the different flow of current through a circuit.
And so can you do that? Can you do that with gravity?
Yeah, I absolutely can, because I can add a higher mass to a localized area.
That's begging the question.
That's not manipulating what you're claiming the cause is, though. You're claiming the cause is gravity. You have to manipulate gravity. So my question is, can you manipulate gravity?
When you say manipulate gravity, do you mean like do what I want to it, or like what are you asking?
Yeah, can you take it out? Can you take it out of a room so that I can let go of a rock and observe the rock just floating in the center of a room, and then put gravity back in the room so I can observe the rock falling down caused by gravity? Can you do that?
Could put you in a different localized area outside.
No, it's a yes or no question.
The answer is no.
The answer is no. So this is an unprovable claim. This is a claim that can be made, but it cannot be proven. So if I were to say, oh, invisible unicorns made the rock fall down, can I prove that? No. Can you prove that gravity made it go down? No. Okay, so that's a great, pretty word, but it's a pretty word that's that basically it has everything to do with a baseless claim. It's just a baseless claim.
But can we agree? We agree that things fall with an acceleration, correct?
Hold
like
on, Robert.
I'm
Real
sorry. Go
quick,
ahead.
dude. No. I was just gonna say you can't isolate electricity either. There's still like
you can manipulate it.
Yeah, manipulate.
I'll turn the light off or on.
Just told you I can.
You can store it in a battery.
Gravity.
You can store it in a capacitor.
You're begging the question with the mass thing. They claim in the standard model of physics that gravity is too weak of a force to affect anything they do here anyway, so they just forget about it. They omit it. They can't do anything with it here. And when it really gets down to it, they just say, oh, well, the only way it could be demonstrated are on scales that we can't demonstrate anything on. They're too big. Right. So we just have a story.
I fundamentally just disagree with you because we can't. But every time I bring up the Cavendish experiment, you guys tell me that's not a real scientific experiment because you can't completely isolate gravity. But
yeah, exactly.
No, that's great. That's perfect.
Exactly.
Ryan, hold on.
Because those forces,
to his point though about it being a story, this is excellent. So you bring up Cavendish, right?
Correct.
Okay, have you replicated that experiment?
No, I have not.
And I would like to ask, how did you exclude for the electrostatic and electromagnetic forces in it?
So until you have replicated that experiment, why would you hold that forward as your example that you repeatedly bring up if you yourself haven't replicated it?
Well, this is another issue I have, dude. It's like you have to perform every single scientific experiment. Have you?
It's
have
not
you
an experiment.
Have you tried to perform
This is the
Ryan. I'll take a citation.
I'm not in an electricity forum arguing Ohm's law.
I'll take a citation. It's cool.
It's actually a true thing. If you've never made an electric circuit before, have you actually got a breadboard?
Ryan, I feel you, Ryan. Yeah, I have one in front of me right now. But Ryan, I feel what you're saying. But the problem is that I am not on a Discord server arguing with other electricians about Ohm's law and how it works, and then referencing experiments that have been done. Right.
I'm an electrical
that's not where I'm currently at right now.
You're an electrician.
Where you're currently at right now is
not an electrician.
Discord server. You're here and you're arguing this, but you're putting forth an experiment that you yourself have not validated.
Have you? I mean, have you done?
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing that. Okay, you are.
But Ryan, you manipulate electricity as an electrician. Can you point me to a gravitrician?
Not an electrician.
Who manipulates gravity?
4 times. I'm not an electrician. I'm an electrical engineer.
Okay, then I just completely misheard you. I thought you said the opposite. My bad.
What would happen if you tried to replicate the Cavendish experiment and you couldn't replicate his result? How would that make you feel?
If I couldn't replicate his results, how would that make me feel?
Yes.
I don't know, confused, I guess.
Okay. Would you think maybe he was wrong? Maybe his conclusion was wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's put it on the reverse. What if you did Cavendish experiments and you found his conclusions to be true? How would you feel?
Well, I would feel like that was pretty amazing because then I could replicate it and I could publish it in a paper and we could settle this debate and we could shut the server down. No, I haven't tried it, but you're the one that just said every time I come in here and I bring this.
I don't understand what the debate is, dude.
Except the difference is, Ryan, you're making a claim.
The shape of the Earth is.
The difference is, Ryan, the burden of proof is on your side. Do you understand that we observe the Earth is flat? So anybody making an extraordinary claim that the Earth is a ball, an extraordinary claim that the Earth is spinning, even though we don't feel it or measure it, an extraordinary claim that the vacuum of space of 10 to the negative 17 torrs above our head. So what I'm saying is, since there's so many extraordinary claims that you're making that you were told in school, the burden of proof is on your side. So yeah, you're both talking out of your asses at this current moment, but the burden of proof is on your side. So
the only I'm sorry, I'm just going to interject. The only problem with that about the burden of proof, and think about the dissent against the consensus. The dissent against the consensus is usually where the burden of proof lies.
False. That's false.
If you look in any science, the consensus, and I'm not talking about just a whole bunch of people thinking the same thing. That's not consensus.
You're giving us an appeal to popularity, then?
No, that's not no.
It's fallacious logic, regardless.
It is a fact that the globe is a consensus where every scientist believes.
Robert,
in this.
if everyone believed in unicorns, everyone, right? 99% of people believed in unicorns. Okay, and you can't see them. You can't see them anywhere. It's not up to the one person to prove that unicorns don't exist.
Okay, Robert, too. What you missed here is that the burden of proof is on the person making the claim.
Bro, who muted Robert?
Yeah, somebody server muted him.
It's about fucking time. I want to pay you money for muting that, dude.
He was spiraling, so he needed a second to be able to listen.
Bro, I've almost, the other guy as well, man, I've been going to mute and cog this. Basically, the two of them, I keep thinking about it, man, because we don't stand for this shit in here. Dishonesty, lies. How many times did he say, oh, we're not going to look at the radius or measurement?
Right.
The sun does this, and I believe the sun does this because of this, and the stars do this. But what about the 4 vectors? And but we're getting perfect circular star trails. Polaris stays where it is. 4 vectors, even 2 vectors destroys it.
Hey, Spake, I think you're dragging your microphone against something. Somebody's dragging their microphone against something.
I don't know. I'm just my iPad's lying on my chest, basically.
Robert was just providing like a different point of view. I feel like
guys, can I quickly say something? The only reason why people are already holding or still holding on to these fairy tales of like little itsy bitsy tiny things, while disregarding all the inconsistencies that they're faced with by flat earthers, pointing them out, considering the heliocentric religion. While looking at all these inconsistencies, all these things that have already happened within NASA, within their own model, so forth, and the claims that they do that are based most of the time on theories, or either one claim disproves the other, and so forth. The only reason why you cling on to these things as gravity is because you want to ignore the reality that you're living in, which is that the Earth measures flat, that there is no 360 degrees curvature around you, that the Earth is not spinning in an ever-expanding universe, that the stars never change and the firmament above you is always the same. You're just trying to have something to, like a little branch on a tree that you're trying to hold on, because, if I'm not gonna hold on to something, I might need to look into the things that are actually within the reality that we live in, and then I need to start thinking and rethinking the ways I have been indoctrinated with. That's the only reason why we always waste our energy talking about the stupid things and fairy tales such as gravity. Or why does the moon look like a planet? Because these people are not able to look at the ground that they're standing on. Just look at the stupid ground that you're standing on, where everything is on.
All right, guys, have a good night. I'm out of here.
Still there?
Yeah.
All right, later, Robert.
Have a good night.
Ryan, are you still there?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
So to his point about just looking at where you're standing, right? When you look around, the Earth appears to be flat, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Right. I think everybody, if no one was taught anything different, we would all just kind of look around ignorantly or not, and we'd be like, okay, this appears to be extremely flat. And so the extraordinary, what our position would be is that the extraordinary claim is not that the Earth is flat. That's not extraordinary. That appears to be obvious. The extraordinary claim would be actually what you're on is round. It's a sphere that we live on. And so is that fair? Can you see where we're coming out with that perspective?
No, I absolutely see where you're coming from. So, everything is real. Can I say something just real quick? Is that I think
sure. Yeah, but I want to pick up. Go ahead. Yeah, I'll pick up where I left off. Go ahead.
Okay. So I think where my problem comes in is that you provide nothing useful. You say that the Earth cannot be. Can I hold on? Let me finish this real quick. It'll be really quick.
Useful.
No, dude, this
hold
is.
On. Let him say what. Let him say it.
No, it's a show the door. If you're saying no one provides anything useful, when you use.
Well, I want to hear. I haven't heard it. I haven't heard what he has to say.
Let him finish, please. Let him finish.
Yeah, when you use the Earth as flat and stationary, and you still can't. Like, how about a wheel?
okay, Crit, hold on. Yeah, hold on. It's okay. I want to hear him out. Go ahead, Ryan. Continue. You say.
Okay, well, how about this, right?
Hold on, Crit. Definitely. Let him finish what he's saying, though.
Howard,
we don't know where he's going.
Listen, I got you, right? And the problem is, why give this guy a platform just to freak out? He can call his fucking mom. If he wants to freak out,
okay,
here's his mom.
Let's just, if we zoom real quick, if we zoom out of this, right, every single person that comes into this channel, whether they are opposed or with us, right, that is an opportunity to convince someone or maybe just open up their mind a little bit to a different possibility. So each person that comes in, we have to view that as an opportunity. And maybe Ryan could be convinced. Maybe Ryan can't be convinced, but I would like to be optimistic.
Nothing useful has ever been.
Well, he hasn't finished his sentence.
Okay, let's see.
He hasn't finished his sentence.
Fire away.
So I
let him finish.
Thank you.
Let's see where it goes.
Okay, go on.
All right. Am I ready? Here we go. The only thing I was going to say is that you provide nothing useful because the only thing you say is that it cannot be this, but what we observe is this. The Earth could be a fucking pyramid. It's flat on one side, but you cannot see the other side. You're saying the shape of the Earth is flat.
I see what you're saying.
At
the
end of
the day,
you don't know.
So I want to pick up.
It's not useful to go around believing in easily falsified nonsense.
Okay, Ryan, I see where you're coming from now, but I want to pick up where
No, Howard, I got this. Flat is not a shape.
I want to hear Howard. Can I hear Howard, please?
Yeah, hold on, Ryan.
Yeah,
okay, so what I was saying was where we started off was I said if no one told you anything, we would all be looking around and we'd say, wow, this is a flat thing that we live on, and you agreed with that, and so we then moved on to can you understand that our position is that the extraordinary claim is not that it's flat, because that seems obvious to everyone if we weren't told otherwise, but it seems that the extraordinary claim is on it being curved, correct? Maybe your extraordinary claim would be that it's a pyramid or it's a cube or whatever, but the extraordinary claim would be that the Earth is a shape other than a flat plane of existence that we're on.
Sure.
Okay. So with the extraordinary claim being in your court, it is up to you to provide extraordinary evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, and your extraordinary evidence, and that what you yourself has said is what you come back with multiple times, is the Cavendish experiment, correct?
That's one piece, but I could provide you more.
Okay, but okay. What else? What else would it be then?
I could give you a live stream on YouTube right now that shows the International Space Station orbiting there.
That's invalid, Ryan. You know that they can make movies and stuff.
I have
right?
a question, man. Let me just ask you a question. Is the International Space Station revolving around this perfect spherical Earth, or an oblate ellipsoid, or an oblate spheroid, or a pear-shaped Earth? Can you give me a live stream that actually certifies the right shape that they sometimes change? No?
I believe the current...
Because the pictures, one second, the pictures from NASA are always a perfect sphere, always. So
yeah, the extraordinary.
What is that inconsistency right there?
Yeah. When we use the word extraordinary, right? I think it is an extraordinary claim to say that the Earth is a sphere when it appears to be flat, and everyone, and you even yourself, agree that it appears to be flat. So when you use the phrase extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, a video of something I don't think would be necessarily extraordinary evidence. I liked where you were at with the Cavendish experiment, because ideally what we could do is replicate that experiment. Is there anything that you yourself can do? Because I assume you can't go to the ISS. I can't. Is there anything that you can do that would provide extraordinary evidence that it's curved?
Howard, I like where your head's at, and I like you as a person. That's a great idea, dude.
Okay.
And yes, I mean, I have not personally recreated this experiment, but I have seen. You can Google it. I mean, you can YouTube this. I saw a YouTube video. I can link it if you want. I'll have to find it again. Of like a high school teacher recreating the Cavendish experiment.
Okay, can I just quickly ask you, did he exclude for electrostatics and electromagnetism in that experiment?
Yes, because he used lead blocks, and lead blocks are not magnetic.
So the electrostatic and electromagnetic forces that are present in all intermolecular activities are excluded for in that scenario.
Other than
maybe we should ask him what the independent variable is. Can you name that?
See, this is what we always get into. Like, you guys want me to explain every single variable that's in it, like.
Well, they say that electromagnetics and electrostatics are exponentially stronger than even claim gravity to be, so we would need to get those things out of the picture to make sure that they're not confounding the experiment, right?
Yeah, I mean that's we can watch people run experiments all the time. That doesn't mean their experiment is infallible. You know, there could be something that they're not accounting for that would be, you know, giving them a false positive. You know, is that fair?
Hey, do you guys know? Can somebody name me off the magnetic flux equation? Because that's, I mean, a little bit what we're talking about, right? Who can tell me what
you just said you were talking about? You just said you were talking about something called a Cavendish experiment, as in it's a scientific experiment, right?
Yes, but then you guys came back and told me that, like,
well, we just want to make sure there aren't confounding variables. That's all.
Or, like, you know, the electromagnetic forces in this.
Yeah, these things are more powerful than gravity.
He was just talking about eliminating variables, but that's not exactly what I was just talking about. I was talking about the independent variable, which would be manipulating the cause of an effect. What's the cause and effect in this experiment that you're talking about? What's the independent variable that you would manipulate? The cause that you would manipulate. What's the effect?
Okay, so the cause would be mass, right? That is causing a force on another mass, right?
But
you got to define mass first.
Present in mass, yeah, there's that too.
Okay, mass is the curvature of space-time.
Okay, yeah, great. And there's a unicorn in my backyard. Good.
I'm sorry, it's hard to understand.
The curvature of space-time.
I'm sorry, it's not something observable, but like it still can be like a thing.
Wait,
like,
it's not observable.
How would you manipulate that?
Do you know what philosophy is, Ryan?
How would you manipulate the curvature of space-time? How could you do that?
Well, that's what we're hoping to
add more mass to a specific area of space.
That's not manipulating curvature of space-time.
You can manipulate space-time by adding more. You can add more mass to a specific area.
Have you ever added more mass to something and noticed it gravitationally pulls something else closer to it?
Yeah, dude.
He hasn't defined mass
all the time, dude. I bench like a fuck ton. So
that's gravity.
Well, gravity isn't changing depending on how much weight you're lifting.
How much do you bench?
145.
Are you like really big and like you draw things to you or something?
Ryan, if you lift the bar, just the bar itself, right? That's what, 45 pounds?
Yeah, the bar is 45.
Okay.
About. I'm gonna go to sleep.
If you put two plates. All right, later.
See you guys.
You know, I was wondering when you were going to head to bed. Thanks for the update.
Good night.
So Ryan, when you add two plates to each side of your barbell there, how much is that then? Like 90-ish, 100?
135, about.
135. Oh, sure. Oh, right. So it's 135. Now, does in between just a bar by itself and the bar with the plates on it, how much does gravity change?
Gravity does not change.
Okay. So adding mass to something is not changing gravity, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because just a second ago you said adding mass changes gravity.
I have a quick question, real quick.
What
is something? Sorry, really quick. What does something have to be big enough for so we can see gravity turn on? How big does it have to be for gravity to turn on?
Well, I mean, I can send you guys this video of this guy creating the Cavendish experiment. He uses two like fucking bowling balls.
And does this tell you why things fall down? And also, did he exclude for those things I keep bringing up?
I guess no, it doesn't.
Let's just say there was gravity. That mass was creating gravity, right? What does that have to do with the shape of what you're on right now?
Because you can't have a flat. There can't be like a flat plane if there's gravity, because gravity pulls things in. It makes things into spheres.
That reminds me, yeah, it makes things into spheres, and we measured the Earth not to be a sphere, so you don't have a sphere to show for your gravitational model. So I guess we can just forget about that too.
I'm not like I'm an electrical engineer, dude. Like I don't deal with this shit, but like it's
pretty basic.
So when
you said you
drop
weren't an
something,
electrical engineer.
Does it form a sphere? When you drop something on the ground, let's say you drop a glass of water, does it form a sphere?
Yeah, water droplets. You ever like pour out a glass of water?
Oh, so when you drop the water to the ground, it forms a sphere on the ground, or does it stay
water
flat?
is falling,
does it stay flat, or does it form a sphere on the ground? Come on, man, it's not a hard question.
Form a sphere on the ground?
Have you ever?
No, it doesn't form a sphere. It falls flat, right? So why couldn't the ground be flat with
Not
gravity?
as it's falling.
Okay, Ryan. Here's a question
Didn't
for you.
form
What
the
if,
Earth into a sphere, so I guess that's out.
Ryan Central? What if we were on a giant sphere? Say one hundreds of thousands of miles in radius, and what we experience as Earth was a very small, flat plane, like a plate. If you can imagine, like a small plate sitting on a giant sphere. It was flat, but the object that we were on was a massive ball. Gravity could still exist. The mass of the Earth, let's say it was super hollow, the mass would be the same, the gravity would be the same, but our entire existence would be flat.
Exactly. This is actually like an exercise you do in math class. Take a sphere and make its radius go towards infinity. What do you get? Like if you're standing on the surface, what do you perceive? It's a flat plane.
Infinite sphere. We
It
got
is
an
a
infinite
flat
sphere
plane. So I mean, like the Earth could absolutely be a sphere and be perceived as flat.
So an infinite sphere. What's the difference between that and just an infinite flat plane?
No difference.
Yeah, you know that once you have different numbers, everything else revolving around what they tell you that there is revolving around us, it would not work anymore, right? Because their own supposed math is based on the orbit and on the size of the ball that they
didn't.
And on the other hand, if you would really live on a ball in outer space, flying through outer space, man, you would actually see things in the sky be changing all the time, but the sky never change, and you can see that the sky is resetting above you every night, every day.
Ryan,
it's always
I just
the
want to say,
same.
quick, they didn't say an infinite sphere. They gave it a defined radius.
The problem is, man, everything that you see, if it's a non-existent curvature, if it's the sky above you, if it's the two lights, the one that rules the night, the one that rules the day, everything points to a geocentric, stationary plane. Like literally everything that we have in our reality points towards what we say, but still you guys want to have it as a sphere, ever-expanding outer universe, blah blah, whatever you can imagine of nonsense. Because I think there is a slight fear of understanding that this is a created place. I think that's the biggest fear, actually. That's why people love this big heliocentric lie, because then they can disregard a creator.
If
that's
it's
the biggest
flat,
fear.
then that's fine, dude. I just want to know what's going on. Like, tell me why I see the things in the sky that I do. Like, why do things rotate?
Yes, because when you read the Bible, read the Bible, and you will know. That's all I'm gonna say. And that's just my opinion, okay? Don't apply this on everyone else here. I'm just saying, read the Bible, and you will know why it was created the way it's created, okay?
I don't think the Bible claims that the Earth is flat.
Okay. Read the Bible, then you know.
It does. So
read the first page, or read Job 38:14. Read it right now. It's, by the way, my name. It says in the new translation, the earth transforms as clay under a sea. No, wait. 1 second. What's the new translation? The earth formed as. The earth takes shape like clay under a seal. It hills stand out like the folds of a garment. And it's actually Job. You can read the whole chapter, Job 38. It will really give you an interesting insight of how he created this place and
this might just be me, but I don't think that says the Earth is flat.
Oh, so clay under the seal. The Earth takes shape like clay under a seal. So have you ever seen a clay seal? Have you ever seen a clay seal?
We need to move off this, man.
I guess we gotta get off that topic.
It doesn't help. It doesn't help. Let's go back to flat Earth.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, read your Bible, you will see it.
I know your passion, dude, and I love it, but it doesn't always help. That's all.
Ryan, follow his lead if you're interested on that. Just like take it out of this conversation.
Okay. I don't know, guys. Like, this is just like, I just want an explanation to this, and like,
well follow Clay's lead if you're looking for one.
All you're saying is like, it's definitely not this. You provide no explanation for what it could be.
What explanation?
Ryan,
you can do measurements.
Can you look at the image that was just posted real quick in the live stream voice text? Do you see the great ice ball theory?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not saying that this is necessarily what I believe, but I'm trying to give you an example of what might be going on where gravity could exist in the way that you think that it works, and what we're experiencing is flat and on a ball at the same time.
That is just, I mean, like, yeah, maybe, but like
that's
that is just such an outlandish way to interpret
why is that
outlandish?
Retarded?
Because there's
fucking retarded.
I don't believe there's an ice wall around. Like, you can go to Antarctica. People have been to Antarctica.
Antarctica is the ice wall.
Yeah, it's just ice shelf. Yeah, Antarctica is ice shelf. Everybody acknowledges that.
It's a huge wall of ice all the way around.
I've seen it. Have you guys observed it with your eyes?
I haven't. I would love to. I have not yet. I mean, that's definitely a life goal.
That's what it is. Are you just looking at pictures, videos, images? Those could be doctored.
Okay, so maybe they are. Is that what you think? Do you think all the photos of Antarctica are doctored?
I mean, they could. Yeah, probably. Maybe they could be. Why are you taking that as evidence?
They might be, but I'm asking you: do you think that is the most likely scenario?
Yes, I absolutely do.
Well, I mean,
the most likely scenario is that the ice in the edge of Antarctica is edited photos.
I believe there's ice in Antarctica, but I don't believe that there is a ring around the flat Earth that is all ice.
Okay. If you think about Antarctica in the globe model, I think you would agree that there's water at sea level, and then Antarctica itself is ice on top of land that's above sea level. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, that would be Antarctica.
There's ice in Antarctica. Yes.
Okay. Well, right, but the body of land of Antarctica, including the ice on top of it, you would say is above sea level, right?
Oh, do I believe the ice is at a higher elevation than what sea level is?
Yes.
At some areas, yes.
Well, all of it, right? That's what Antarctica is. When you look at it, it is the things that are not water that are above sea level, correct?
Yes.
Hey, Ryan.
Okay, if you were to then think about that in the flat Earth sense, and you were to flatten that globe out into like a plate, where Antarctica is actually a ring around what we experience to be Earth, would not that ring be above that ice wall ring be above sea level and therefore contain the water within it?
Ryan, can I just quickly?
That's like a possibility.
Ryan, you don't believe that there is an ice wall, right? Can I just quickly tell you something? On Earth observatory.nasa.gov, it says in the link that I sent you, listen. To complete its map, the team connected 3.5 million geographical points around Antarctica. The team identified a perimeter of Antarctica's ice of roughly 53,610 kilometers. That is 33,312 miles. Now look at the radius of the supposed sphere. And tell me that this ice could not surround a flat plane. 33,312 miles of ice.
I mean,
you know how
Captain
big
Cook
that
said
is?
that he logged, 60 some odd thousand miles around it?
And I'm not lying. I sent you the link. This is a earthobservatory.nasa.gov
I've never
website.
been to Antarctica, boys. I'm sorry.
Dude, but they measured the ice. They measured the ice, and it's 33,312 miles. Now, what is the perimeter of the so-called sphere?
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry.
You mean circumference?
What is the perimeter of the sphere? Yeah. What is the circumference of the sphere?
What's the circumference of the Earth?
Yeah, what do they say it is?
Yes.
Oh man, I don't know, dude.
It's 24,901 miles, so that's sort of close to what he's talking about here.
Man,
yes. And they say there's 33,312 miles of ice surrounding Antarctica.
Wouldn't it be more like the equator that should be that distance, though? Or what they call the equator? The line that the sun traces.
Just saying, it's if you would make it a circle, it would fit perfectly. That's what I'm trying to point out. So, regardless if you want to believe it or not, the numbers again point towards our favor. Okay? Do you get that?
Although, keep in mind, there's no belief involved with it. It's whether or not he wants to acknowledge it or not. We're not asking him to believe anything.
I think Ryan would. It's just this is an uphill battle to fight. I think for everybody, to a certain degree, we've all started thinking that the Earth was a globe. That's what we're taught, and it's a journey, and it takes time.
What I think is that you have an extremely localized view of what the Earth could be.
We checked.
No, it measures that way, fool.
Can I finish, please?
We check. It's not just because it's local, though, Ryan.
I'll be really quick.
Okay.
I think you localize your beliefs to what you can see, and that's fine.
No.
Like,
look, this is why I cut you off. That's not what we did. That's not what we did. If it was a globe, right, it'd be dropping away from you at a certain rate, which would cause a 1.2 mile horizon at 1 foot. We can check and see if that's there, right? We're not too little to do that. We've done it. It's way further than that. So that's
I've seen videos of people measuring the curvature of the Earth with literal, like, flat earthers, like the main flat earth. There's a documentary on Netflix, dude, where they literally
what I just said takes care of that.
Earth.
Okay.
Like, you look at documentary on Netflix, but you would not read an article by NASA themselves.
What's he mean, flat earther?
Ryan, have you ever believed in something to be a conspiracy theory that, like, wow, I think this happened and the government won't
over me,
or somebody would make a
documentary
about this is not real? No one's.
It doesn't matter. The answer to this question is meaningless. Let's ask him about that measurement. Okay, so you're saying a bunch of flat earthers measured curvature on that Netflix documentary. Care to give us any details about that?
You guys have seen it, haven't you?
Well, of course.
Yeah, vaguely. No. Ryan, we want numbers. We want details. We don't want just somebody measured the curvature. There must be curvature. No, we want distance. We want drop over distance. We want the method. Tell us the method and the drop over distance, please.
Yeah, Ryan, I completely agree with you, and I think Ryan really does want to understand this, and he wants to understand why he might be thinking something different. I really think that he does, and so. Right. And so part of the point that I was trying to make without going into detail of things that asking him what he believes in, et cetera. The point is, Ryan, is that sometimes things are created to misinform you. I'm sure that you're aware of that, right?
Are there I'm sorry, say that one more time.
That certain content, whether it's on YouTube or it's on Netflix or HBO or whatever, certain content, you understand that there are people that could benefit from creating content to misinform you, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. So when you're saying that you've seen a Netflix documentary that has shown something and there are flat earthers there, and then they measured it and it's, whoa, my gosh, I was a flat earther, but now I'm totally a globe earther, right? That was evidence to you to support the globe claim, correct?
Was it? I was already a globe earther. So,
well, Ryan, can you just tell us what they did? Can you give us the details of those measurements? How did they determine that the Earth is this sphere that we already determined it's not with the black swan and others? So just go on.
I'm trying to look it up. Like, it's not on Netflix anymore, unfortunately. So, like, I would love to give you the numbers, but like,
that's interesting because I can tell you off the top of my head how the Earth measures not to be a globe, but you tell me that you're aware of measurements that prove otherwise, but you can't tell me what they are.
Me and you saw the same
documentary. And you can't come up with the details off the top of your head, but we can come up with the details of the black swan off the top of our head.
Sorry, this is not something I like go over on the day-to-day. I feel
like... Is this the documentary with Bob in it?
You just like to keep it as a constant belief but never demonstrate it? I mean, why don't you just believe in Santa Claus while you're at it?
Okay, so about that Netflix documentary, the reason why I didn't see it is because when it opens up, the guy they're talking to says he's a member of the Flat Earth Society. At that point, I turned it off. That just means it's a propaganda film. The end. You watch propaganda, kid.
Right. And the other thing is, Ryan, you're talking to people right here who have already presented you with facts and proof. I myself just sent you a link, regarding the belief that you have about saying, oh, I do not believe there could be an outer ice ring or whatever, blah, 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 so forth. But at some point, you need to be intellectually honest and just accept these facts that you're presented with. And you don't need to 100% accept them. You yourself can go, okay, I read the link, or okay, I do my own measurements, or okay, I'll follow up with the things that I'm presented with. But trust me, man, we certainly do not believe in inconsistent worldviews such as the heliocentric model. That, by the way, in itself makes claims that, on the other hand, then disproves another claim they made, like the radiation belt, like pear shape, like ellipsoid, like spherical, whatnot. Maybe in the future they're gonna call it banana shape. Who knows? But the thing is, it's better to have maybe 300-400 proofs, but no assumptions, no theories, going out of the capabilities that we have as for at the moment, regarding the ground that we're standing on, so forth. As long as you look these things up that you can actually find out for yourself, you're gonna end up understanding that this is a stationary and flat plane. Like, literally, everything points to it, man. Nothing points to what they have been telling you. You just need to, get out of your comfort zone at some point. That's all.
He wants to go to space. There's a big difference.
No, I'm not even assuming that, but I feel like he wants
that. People that fight that so hard have space dreams. They don't want to let go of that.
Yeah, I do, man. I can relate. I can relate to this. I once was someone who wanted to track the ISS, who loved space, who loved seeing astronauts floating in the ISS. But something in the back of my mind, and I don't know what it was, something was always unsatisfied with what I was seeing. It looked too good to be true. That was what I was thinking when I looked at these astronauts floating. There was just something with me. I can't apply this on everyone, but
too good to be true.
Yeah, and I think it's still just as exciting, right? Like, if it is flat, and this is a different model than what we're being told, then there's still things to explore that are here.
Even much more exciting.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, holy shit, like, you could think of, maybe the opportunity cost is space in the way that you thought about it before, but that opens up other doors for exploration for sure.
Right. Or looking into other things, such as that, everything regarding governments around this plane is a lie. It's just
right.
all
why would they do that?
Controlled
right?
oppositions.
Yeah, but also, why doesn't Ryan double check things? Why does he just believe in Netflix or believe in this? He should always do his own double checking and figure out.
Yeah,
because it's easy.
It's just believe in Netflix. Like, you guys are thinking that, like, I base my whole belief system off this.
No one said that.
Did you double check it though? Did you go out and verify that the Netflix was accurate by doing any tests?
Well, why don't you trust us, Ryan?
I didn't recreate any of the experiments. I don't trust any of you guys, dude. I don't trust this next Netflix documentary. I don't trust any of you.
Now, he brought up Netflix, but he doesn't trust it. So there's something wrong with you.
Why would you use an example you don't trust?
Look, I'll just stay quiet, okay? I don't want to get banned. I'll just sit and listen. I like to listen.
We're not going to get banned.
How would you get banned? Just because you say cognitive dissonance things where you have two beliefs.
Someone's server muted me
cognitive
earlier.
dissonance is hard. Yeah.
Somebody, somebody told me this on Netflix. Okay, you guys need to go watch this. I don't trust Netflix. I don't trust that thing I saw. So that's contradicting yourself.
You don't.
Hey, Warden, what scientific experiments have you performed that have confirmed your belief?
Long distance observations with my camera and a laser over Lake Erie.
Give me the independent and dependent variables.
Dude, it's not a scientific experiment. We went over this.
It's an observation. You just asked me.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, man, you're not gonna get banned because you're talking about religion and so forth. You only get maybe banned when you start obviously trolling or whatnot. You know, when it's very obvious that you're not here to learn anymore and you're just,
Did I bring up religion? I don't remember.
No. He's saying hypothetically. He's not saying that's what you're doing. He's saying you're not going to get banned for talking about religion. You're not going to get banned for this. You're going to get banned if you're obviously trolling and not here with something good. Yeah.
And trust me,
you just bring up religion.
People are actually still nice, even if someone is trolling. You know, they give them a chance. Some people here 3, 4, 5 times try to make even people who are trolling, obviously, maybe give a claim or something to get them out of their cognitive dissonance where they, their feel-based belief system is getting hard by or flat smacked by actual reality, and then they need to compromise it by actually, trolling because they have no other arguments. Because people tend to troll because they themselves don't know what to talk about anymore. So, but in this case, you just say, I want to be quiet or listen. It's wonderful. I mean, but you don't need to, just because you don't know what to say anymore, you can still talk, you can still ask questions, so forth. It's just don't think that we're here to say at the end, when let's say you understood or you finally realized the reality that you're living in. No one here would say, ha, you see, we knew that what you said was wrong or blah blah blah. No one will ever do this. We will greatly appreciate you even when you come back and say, okay, see, I looked into the curvature thing and I did my own observations. Yeah, wow, it actually does not curve. And we would just say, yeah, nice, man, cool observation. But no one will ever, ridicule you because you suddenly came to the conclusion of what reality actually is. So don't be afraid of that.
Well, I'm glad. I'm really, honestly, I'm just here to listen. Like
we will have open arms.
But at the same time, like maybe, I don't know, you guys be more kinder to the globe earthers because like I think a lot of them are here to just listen, like me. Like I just want to listen.
We are kind, but the thing is, at the
you guys dogpile a lot. You like jump on them and like
Well, I think
one person has a lot to say about this subject, so people jump in.
Not always. And not always. Sometimes there will be a lot of quietness and someone is just leading a conversation with someone else. But things that arouse us, or especially me, is when people are using 30-40 minutes of this Discord just talking about how gravity is supposed to work on a flat stationary Earth, or how this is supposed to work. Right, just disregarding the obvious things that we could actually talk about, which is the Earth measuring flat, or which is the things that we can actually observe in a way that we can recreate the observation in an isolated experiment and so forth. I mean, this whole talk about gravity is just another way of this cognitive dissonance trying to justify something with or ignore something, a bigger thing actually, to just stay in that belief system. That's why some people here are here for 2, 3, 4 years, because they just clinged onto something, a little branch that they're holding on that keeps them in their belief system, because they have not yet get any sufficient answer to their fairy tale that they're holding on to. They want to. It's the only reason why they're holding on to.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard to abandon something that is probably so concrete in your mind from such an early age. That's definitely understandable, right?
You did it before. We all let go of Santa.
Right. Sure,
you got
yeah.
this.
Exactly.
You got this, Ryan.
Not in a way to make it, not to belittle, you at all, but like, there's definitely things that you can let go of that you might be holding on to from a very early age.
I think a question that would be important for all of us to ask ourselves is, what, if anything, will change your mind? Like, what piece of evidence? And I think about that a lot, actually, about the flat Earth. Like, what piece of evidence is it going to take for me to change my mind?
Oh, change your mind?
Any of our minds. Change me into a flat earther, you into a globe earther. What would it be?
Hold on. When you say something like that, though, what it sounds like, I think to us, is that maybe you aren't listening to what we're saying.
Well, he's talking about putting the cat back in the bag, basically. It's like people use this analogy a lot, where you saw your wife cheating on her, and then cheating on you, and then somebody asks, what would convince you that that wasn't the case?
Yeah, exactly.
You've already seen it. What I mean, how could I be convinced otherwise?
Correct.
Well, and the thing is, I think that's like a false way to look at it. I don't think you do.
Ryan,
what if you didn't actually see your wife cheating on you? Like, what if it's...
Can I answer this guy's question for a second? So the reason why nothing could really change my mind is because we have something called the black swan. And so once you see that we see the horizon much further than it should be for it to be a ball, then it's just simply not a ball. It just simply can't be a ball. I mean, technically, it could still be a much larger ball, but then the heliocentric model doesn't work anyway, because you have to have a Earth, proper Earth size in the heliocentric model for it to work. So it's just simply not a ball, is the thing. So since we can see it's flat, we can observe it as flat, we can observe the horizon as being much further away than it should be. What evidence can you provide beyond that? We don't have any evidence. We don't have any measurements of curvature. So if we have no measurements of curvature, and we observe the horizon further away than it should be, then it's just flat. Like,
it could absolutely be a bigger ball. Maybe
that destroys the model.
We're not going to go down that bullshit pathway. No, stop that bullshit. Childish bullshit.
You would have multiple suns on a big giant ball. So you forgot all about that stuff.
Yeah,
I'm talking about a radius that would move out to the orbit of the moon. So no.
Yeah, if it were that big, how big does the equator have to be? We're talking like 1.5 million mile equator circumference. Like that. The distance around that thing ain't that big. Like that's not. That's
what
not.
If it is? Like, can you?
Well, Ryan, hold on. What, to Central's point though, the analogy of seeing his wife cheat right in front of his eyes, and you're like, well, maybe I think you got that, and you're like, well, maybe you didn't see your wife cheating on you, right?
Heavy denial.
Is that your position?
Yeah. What if you saw something that didn't actually happen?
Well, Ryan, are you married?
I'm engaged.
Okay, great. So you're engaged to this woman, I assume.
Wonderful lady. She's beautiful.
Would you recognize her in almost any scenario?
No, probably not.
You wouldn't?
Any scenario? No, absolutely not.
Okay, but if you were absolutely sure that it was her, right? How would you be confused, right? You walk into a hotel room, your own hotel room, you weren't supposed to come back, and it's her in the hotel room cheating on you. You're the only two with the keys to that hotel room. You're 100% positive it's her. You turn around and you leave, and her best friend is in the lobby, and she goes, "Oh no, that didn't happen." Is there anything her best friend could tell you that would convince you that wasn't your wife in your own hotel room cheating on you?
In this situation, no, probably not. But
okay,
I think
that's what we're trying to say, though, is that this is so ironclad. It is so in your face obvious, if you actually listen to what we're saying, that there's no way to be talked out of it.
No, I think I fundamentally disagree, but that's why I'm here. I'm here to listen. Maybe my mind will change.
Okay.
Hey, but Ryan, keep in mind, I heard the things like convince you, and I would actually say, from what I experienced myself as a human being and also people around me, is that convincing only works through your own reasoning. That means you yourself need to come to the conclusion by connecting the dots that you presented with, and from that on you create the new kind of understanding within yourself. That means I think it's always bad to just accept what someone says, but rather create your own argumentation or your own understanding about whatever this might be regarding what you have been faced with. So yeah, I think the best way is, maybe just stay here, listen, sometimes engage in a conversation if you have questions, so forth. But please don't just accept things we were saying. No one claims anything here. That's actually something that's also another thing compared to the heliocentric model. No one here will ever claim anything that you yourself cannot reprove. Okay? You will never have this here. No flat earth. If a flat earther does this, he's not a flat earther. We always cling to reality, and we will always make claims based on the things we can prove ourselves. Okay? Or we have proof for.
Sure. I think I'd like to come
back makes us empiricists.
Actual. Hold on, real quick. I think I'd like
and
to
that's science, by the way,
and have some actual, real stuff to show you.
Yeah,
I guess
do your own research and come back with it. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool if you guys tried it too. Go out and do your own research.
We have.
That's why we're all here.
Why do you think we're here?
Ryan, did you hear about the black swan?
Multiple times, dude. I feel like I don't never.
Ryan, do you think one more thing? Do you think do you know why there's a reason between flat earth? Why is there a big gap between flat earthers and normal people who just believe what they have been taught? Because we actually read things that NASA presents. We know that, for example, that Blue Marble is an artist. Photoshopped picture and so forth. The thing is, we look into the things that normal people that watch TV most of the time on Netflix or whatever, and I'm not pointing at you, I'm just generalizing it because it's, Netflix is being used more often than TV nowadays. But anyways, it's we flat earthers, we look into the things that other people are too bored of or whatever. I mean, there's a reason why, for example, I sent you a government link from NASA regarding the Antarctic boundaries and so forth, or edge, is because we actually do the research. We go through documents of the military, read PDFs to see the things that they self expose. We read CIA declassified documents like Operation Fishbowl or Operation Paperclip and so forth. Reread those things. Other people don't even know that these things exist. So see, that's the fundamental difference. Every flat earther you meet here, he will not only tell you things about flat Earth, and I mean, he can tell you a lot of things because he looked into a lot of things from all the sides regarding NASA, regarding whatever position it might be, but they looked in everything and connected the dots. The same way they will also tell you many things, because once you understand that the Earth is flat and stationary, you will also be interested in researching many, many other topics. And trust me, many people in here can give you information that will take up to 24 hours to go through just vocally, and maybe even days. So people here have so much knowledge apart from flat Earth, because they're genuinely persons who love to seek truth, who love to look through things and not just blindly accept it. Because just turning on the TV, and some blah 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 guy in front of you tells you a vision that you need to believe in, is very simple. It's easy to understand. We sometimes are lazy as human beings and understand that maybe this is the way to go for most people. But there are people like us here in the Flat Earth community. We're unsatisfied with this reasoning and with this type of living. We wanna go deep into everything. That's why we look at many different views, and then we collect them. Then we point out this and that, connect the dots, and then at the end you can create a picture out of it, or you can create an understanding. So trust me, man. No one here that is in this Discord just came here or is here because he was one time presented with, I don't know, one observation or something, and then said, yeah, That's right. You know,
somebody came up to me and said, "Hey, Earth is flat," and I was like, "Oh, okay. I'm just going to run with that. Yeah, I'm going to join the Flat Earth Discord, just argue this day in and day out." Yeah.
Why do you do it? I mean, what's the?
Because we love truth.
At the end of the day, like it doesn't to our daily lives. It does not matter. Like if
how do you know that?
If the Earth is fucking round, it doesn't.
Our daily lives would probably look a lot different if our society wasn't based on so many lies.
How
I
would
don't
your
know.
life
The whole
change
thing
if there was a globe?
I would think that there would be a paradigm shift in society and civilization if people had some sense of where they actually are, you know, which might lead to a sense of what this is, what we're doing here, you know, the bigger questions in life.
I want
first of all,
I want part of my $60 million a day back too.
Yeah, there's that.
By the way, Ryan, first of all the fear that you have been also indoctrinated with or comet here or sun here and this and that can attack the Earth or alien invasion, all these things will not work anymore as long as when you understand where you actually live. You know, all these threats that they're putting in your hand, it's always about fear, because fear is the easiest way, the most simplistic way to control people. And you have been fed with fear all your life. You know, they're telling you, first of all, that, you know, we're flying through an ever-expanding universe where at every moment we can be hit by a huge comet. And the other thing is that they tell you you're insignificant, that you're a speck of dust, you know, flying through that outer space and so forth. And trust me, you're so much easier to control this way, because when you just blindly accept everything as being reality and you make your government your own creator, your god, so to say, it's a trap. It's the whole system is based on keeping you imprisoned in your mind, that you just work and get a nice garden, a nice house, reproduce, and the biggest thing is consume the things. And no, the ones who say that they're not in a prison, you know, the system is based on making you believe that you're not in prison.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Ryan, have you seen The Truman Show, the movie?
Yeah.
Right, and so he believed that he wasn't in prison. Right? He grew up his whole life thinking that his town that he was in was all that there was, and then he was afraid of the water, and he never left the water. But really, there was this huge, you know, earth outside of his little city, and that I think that changed his life quite dramatically. Wouldn't you say?
Yes, but
you know, I mean, what if on the other side of the ice wall, if you were to believe in it, right? What if on the other side of it were civilizations that had reached past Star Trek level technology? They had infinite energy. They had food that, you know, you could just, you know, pop up out of your table by pressing a button. No one had to work.
Hypothetical ways that your life could change.
Yeah. Like imagine if that was there on the other side. Like, what could they possibly be hiding by telling us that
we're all
no, it's a hypothetical scenario.
It's a hypothetical. You're making the claim that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Important knowledge to you.
Okay, what's the point of bringing this up?
Well, you just asked.
Because you wanted to know why it's even important, if it's ever going to change anything in your life.
Yeah, you said it's not
very important to know where you're coming from.
Yeah, exactly. And so, you know, go ahead.
And anyway,
I don't know.
A good prisoner is one who doesn't even know that he's a prisoner. Like, you're not going to fight back in that case.
Right. And the thing is, you're not going to fall for all these government lies. You know, all the things that we see in past 3 years, putting fear into you, man. I myself have not done anything what they have been telling me, and I was
scared. I'm not scared. You keep saying I'm afraid of something. I'm not afraid.
Man, the thing is, you need to understand.
Well, people solve problems one thing at a time. If we can't even solve whether or not NASA's full of shit, whether or not the Earth is flat or round, how are we going to go on to bigger problems? I mean, that sends a really mixed message that, you know, we're saying that there's shape of the Earth doesn't matter, but we can't even determine the truth or the falsehood of this proposition alone. I mean, that's a very mixed message. How are we going to move on to anything else or any of the other quote unquote bigger problems? That doesn't make sense.
And Ryan, the shape of the Earth does matter. You might want to ask someone like NASA about it when they have any practical use for the Earth or understanding what it is. They treat it and model it and assume it as flat and stationary.
Boys,
It
I
does
watched
matter.
there's a YouTube channel that's like dedicated to like documenting the Mars rover. I watch that every week, dude.
Oh, I got some Mars rover pictures for you. Thank you for bringing it up. You're gonna love this.
Yeah, so if NASA wants to do something on Earth, like fly a rocket, or shoot a rocket, fly a helicopter, fly a plane, they have to model the Earth and assume it to be flat and stationary. So that's one way that knowing what the Earth is useful. Like you're asking all the time, what's the use? What's the point of this knowledge? I don't know. Ask your globe priests. They seem to have a lot of uses for knowing what the Earth actually is.
All right.
What do pictures of Mars?
I'm gonna go
What
to
do
sleep.
pictures of Mars have to do
I gotta
with
go.
the shape?
Like it's super late. This was great talking to you guys. I hope you guys let me
sounds
back.
good.
Like,
Yeah, it's
Good night, Ryan. I love you.
See you later, man.
I love you, Howard. Dude, you got a good head on your shoulders, dude.
Ryan,
you too, buddy. I can't wait to see you again.
I'll be back.
You're spiraling, dude. See ya.
All right. Have a good morning or night wherever you are.
Spiraling.
Yeah, man. Have a good night. See you.
Right when I wanted to show him the good stuff. Well, anyway.
What's the good stuff?
Well, I just sent the link. You guys can pull that up. And then we're gonna go. We're gonna zoom in a little bit on that circle. We're gonna keep zooming in on it. Yeah, you're gonna like this.
Oh.
Your favorite TV show. He didn't stay for the finale. Anybody notice anything yet?
What?
Yep, still haven't left Earth.
Is that an apple juice box?
And it's got minions on it. There's one on the left.
It's a rock, dude.
The one on the right's got one eye.
That's totally a rock.
Yeah.
No, they put that on the spaceship and it fell off on entry.
What's up with like that little squiggly thing going on to the right of it?
Oh, that looks like
civilization on Mars.
That's no, because the photos are seen together digitally, so that looks like yeah. That's just two photos coming together imperfectly.
Damn, dude, they fucked up just a little.
I sent the wide shot. You can go to the link and do it all yourself.
Really? Oh, I'm zooming in on it right now.
So, like, is it so devastating, our pollution, that it literally goes into space?
Yeah, but because garbage in space and it lands on Mars.
But so, like,
they
gravity just decided to send this bitch into orbit until it landed on Mars.
It probably came from the car. Wasn't that supposed to get to Mars?
Elon, silly Billy. I just can't stand this guy, you know? He's smoking all that weed and he's making cars and what happens? Pollution. On our sacred god of war.
Photo, if you click on that link and you zoom in, so like there's like a circle of rocks, right? Like of darker rocks. If you go to the top left corner, do you see those white reflections? They're like white and purple. I can't post pictures in the chat, or I would.
Yeah.
Do you see those white purplish ones in the top left?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are those?
Don't know.
So, I mean, I don't know. It could be an artifact, like a reflection off of a weird rock, but it does look like a box with.
Oh, no, it is a box. You want to see more things? Do you want to see
Sure,
the animals that live on Mars?
I've seen the little
So
I've seen
the animals
like
on Mars wasn't good
like a
enough for you.
gerbil or something, right?
Listen, the animals on Mars weren't good enough for you. Then I show you a juice box with a Minions cartoon on it, and that's not
Yeah.
good enough.
No, I'm not saying it's not good enough. I'm just
You're just trying to
it's pretty bold. Yeah, I'm just trying to be critical about
how
it.
would they know? Some interns are out there taking pictures with a robot. It's an island. It's
What is
Devon
this?
Island.
Devon Island?
Devon Island.
Yeah. You know what? We should get
What do you got
Central to
against
go.
Devon?
Central, can you go up there? Can you go to Devon Island?
You know, Google
I don't know.
Earth released a episode called Devon Island. And I swear to God, my favorite character in there was definitely the dog, and the most smartest one there. Go ahead. I would love for y'all to watch it. It's probably like 15 minutes long, like of just pure comedy.
Yeah,
And people
can we
don't
go there? Do we
think.
need perms for it? Is it a situation like the 60th parallel type of deal, or like?
Well, they're supposed to be in like Antarctica, you know what I mean? But they're just like, oh look, we're treaty okay, you know. There's totally a treaty, but we're here anyways. Fuck it.
Central, you
Nobody
could go
else
up there,
though.
couldn't you?
I
Only
don't know. I'm trying
NASA.
to figure that out.
Fuck you guys, right?
I mean, I guess
Yeah,
I
you
could.
could.
Dude, I
You
swear
could
to
go
God,
up
this
there.
dog is the
How far away
smartest
are
one
you?
there.
Oh, it's pretty far, but I mean, it's in Canada, right? I'm just wondering if it's like, I don't know. I need perms to go there or what, but
No, just go there.
sweet. I was just wondering if it's like an Antarctica type of deal, or no. I guess there wouldn't be any treaty against going there. Yeah,
You'll
I'll
see
check
the
it out.
you'll see the
Get away
NASA
from people
trucks
for a
there
while.
and their huts. They got big stickers all over them. They don't hide it. You can go there and talk to them if you want to. They don't hide the place. They say that's where they study stuff.
Because it's so much like Mars. Ooh.
Right, but I'm just curious if he went up there, would we see a picture of him soon, like peeking over a hill?
Take a picture of the Mars rover when you get there because it'll be sitting there.
Well, because they've got a demo one there, though,
outside.
right?
That thing doesn't
Yeah.
sit outside, by the way, like you think. They take it out, take some pictures, and take it back in and fix the motors and whatever they broke.
They got to dust it off.
Robots last about, I don't know, 8 hours in a terrain like that before you got to start fixing shit that's wiggling off of it. I know. I work in an industry with all kinds of robots. They don't last forever.
They do on Mars.
Yeah, that's gravity. That's true.
Yeah. And the refraction keeps them working longer.
Well, it's the bendy space water.
No, Marvin the Martian lives up there, and he sorts it out for them.
You don't know how bendy space water can get, y'all? It's like a glacier. Pyroclastic flow.
You guys have seen the picture of Pluto that looks like Pluto, the cartoon character, right?
Nah, bro, I'm not even a flat earther.
What?
No, I'm joking. I've seen it.
Oh, okay. Dude, what is the explanation there?
Well, clearly there was some.
Like, is that just someone fucking with us?
Pluto's.
No,
Pluto's.
It could be the Hadron Collider. You know, that's the best explanation.
Pluto's a drawing, and then there's a cartoon called Pluto. It's the same guy, same thing. All created by Disney at the same time.
Artist depictions, bro.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, it's uncanny.
Well, I mean, I'm convinced.
It's definitely Pluto's head.
Show me a painting of a ball, and yeah, I mean, it's got to be a thing. What further proof do you need?
None.
Hey, wait. What about the ears on that dog? They don't look like ears. They look like antennas. This is like a space dog.
Mm-hmm.
Already on the cartoon. Do you see this?
Hey, whose dick do I have to suck to be able to post pictures into chat?
Yuck.
Yeah, I mean, Pluto's, I guess. And that's a long ways away from here, boy.
All I can do is thumbs up things.
Because you're only voice verified, so.
How do I get picture verified?
After Ahmad decides that you're trustworthy, I guess. I don't see any here.
Okay.
Well, Black Swan, so.
Ran
Tell
Ryan,
me the dog's not an alien.
Ryan off with the Mars proof. He didn't want to see that shit at all. As soon
Yeah,
as
it's like, oh no,
here it
not
comes.
this.
Oh, you know what? I gotta go. I don't want my reality killed.
Yeah, his cup was
Already
full
been
already at
killed.
that point.
Yeah, you already killed my reality. I don't need any more done to myself.
Yeah, I don't need overkill.
Overkill's the best thing. I like when they're laying dead on the ground and then I come over and I stab them in the face and stuff like that with more stuff like here's Mars pictures of animals in boxes.
Yeah, stab him in the face in a video game.
I'm relentless. I don't let people go away unless they are begging.
You make sure that globe derangement syndrome ain't getting back up.
No, I try to make sure that they remember that they're under that every time they come in the lobby and they just walk in and spiral. That's my hobby is the lobby room.
Well, it's got to be disillusioning as hell when all you've heard is flat Earth is stupid and flat earthers are retarded. I'm just gonna go here and troll these dumbasses for fun, and then you're like, oh fuck, I have no idea what these guys are talking about. I have no idea what I'm talking about. It's got to be tough.
You'd think that would be like a smack in the face, like wake up call, though.
No.
Like instead of doubling down on it, that's what's weird.
Nope, they insist they're right. There's one going on right now.
I mean, when they come in with the preconception that all these people are dumb and then they can't prove a single thing about what they're trying to say, it's like, I mean,
that
you're
would
gonna
be embarrassing,
cling,
though, right?
Yeah, you're gonna cling. You're gonna cling to it.
I just want everybody to explain to me the whole entire quantum gravity theory right now.
And if you can't, then I'm right.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm gonna shoot you in a video game.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
Well, what about this witches person? Why don't they just join the VC, present the Earth curve measure? Nah, half the time they don't. Most of the time they don't.
Which
Bendy
Your
voice
robot.
time?
No. Bendy Witcher. I see.
What?
I think there was just a little bit of Bendy voice time.
Bendy voice time going on. Well, that's probably good enough for one day here. Beating this thing into the ground. That Robert guy sure was high strung.
Yeah. I don't know if he's coming back. He said if he got muted again, he's never coming back.
He'll be back. He can't stay away. He always comes back.
They always do.
He comes in with this attitude of, oh, it's all so stupid, and then he never really knows the arguments, never really knows the implications of the things we show him. He knows it's stupid and it's wrong, though.
So is it boredom that brings him back?
I don't know. Must be something gnawing at him. Just like, I don't know. Like, there's got to be a sunk cost type of thing to it where, like, you think that this is really dumb. I'm going to get up and prove this wrong. This is so stupid. And you're failing in the argument. Like, you want to double down probably at that point, I would think. If you come in convinced, okay, these guys are dumb. They don't know what they're talking about. I'm going to be the smart guy and I'm going to show them all up. And then you lose. You're going to go away from it being like, hey, next time I'm going to get them, right?
Right.
So I don't know. Just my analysis. I don't know if it's right or whatever, but doesn't even matter what the reason is.
Maybe we should try the approach, pointing out to them that the globe is philosophy. Same thing with gravity, because that's something. The reason why I was thinking about it is because I was trying to insert that point a few minutes ago or whatever. That guy was in here arguing about gravity, and I was trying to point out to him, it's technically falling under the category of philosophy, like just saying that, the rock fell down because of gravity. It's like, okay, well, you have a scientific experiment to prove that gravity made the rock fall down? No. Like, okay, well then maybe gravity did, but you haven't proven it, so it's just philosophy at the moment.
Yeah,
pretty much. I mean, at least at the very least, the way that they push it, they push it as fact. They push it like it's knowledge, like it's proven.
Yeah. Yeah, the story is just so ingrained in their heads, they just can't separate it from what we actually know. And they just think it's synonymous with things falling down. They don't even really understand the claim, I don't think. I don't even know what their concept of gravity itself actually is when it gets down to it. I mean, they think it's mass attracting mass, but they also just seem to think that it's just dropping things.
I mean, it's really no different than pointing at the stars and just making the claim that they're the souls of our ancestors. I mean, really.
Hey,
it's no less crazy.
Yeah, I mean, if we were indoctrinated to believe that as thoroughly as we are about all this other stuff, that we'd probably be having the same sorts of arguments about that.
Today I was really surprised as I was walking out of this grocery store, and like I was just handing these cards out to people in the parking lot as I was going by, and I actually ran into this one woman who's a flat earther, and
Nice.
I was walking by her in the store, and she was a grandmother, and she had her daughter, and her daughter had her baby, but I wasn't really talking to her daughter and her baby, but she said we're flat earthers, but she was talking about her and her daughter, But I was just talking with her for a moment. She was telling me about some kind of economic term that I had her like type in my phone, something I wanted to do research on later on. Just I don't know, something kind of like having to do with a broader subject, but kind of like the Federal Reserve sort of nonsense and stuff. And basically, so I gave her one of my cards and everything. and sure she's probably gonna listen on YouTube or whatever. But yeah, that's kind of interesting, you know. She's like, you know, just, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's like on average, like I would run into maybe like one person every 3 months on average or something, or once every 2 months. But like I've had it where like I've run into like 3 people in the same week, though 3 different people randomly in the same week that are like flat earthers. So it's kind of weird. Like it's just hard to say what the average is. But yeah, it's probably an average like that sort of. But yeah, it's not that often. But oh yeah, what I was gonna say what was equally surprising though is that right before I was talking to her, I mean like feet and seconds before I was talking to her, when I was actually in the doorway of the store, this guy was entering as I was exiting, and he looked like he was about the same age as me or something, but he was wearing one of those face covering things voluntarily. You know,
one of those,
because it's not required anymore. It was very fiercely required, you know, enforced, you know, here for a long time everywhere, but it's not anymore now, except in certain places and certainly not in grocery stores. So anyway, he was doing that, but he also had this shirt on that didn't. I couldn't tell. I was like trying to have this conversation about flat Earth with him, but at the same time, I was kind of glancing down at his shirt, and I was like, I don't know. I guess I should have just asked him about what his T-shirt was, because like it had like a pentagram on it, so I was thinking like something satanic. But as I was glancing at it, though, it didn't look like so sinister, which was kind of a funny thing because he didn't seem so sinister. And the reason why it's such a funny interaction, me talking with him, this is why it's such an unusual one, is that most people dressed anything close to the way this guy was dressed don't, on average, most of them. Not to say that I haven't met guys like this before, but on average, you know, they don't react that well to the Earth being flat, being told to them. But this guy did, and he actually accepted the truth right then and there.
That's crazy.
Effectively, yeah. I mean, he had some like clarifying questions and stuff like that, and he wasn't. I'm trying to think. He was asking something in particular, but I'm trying to remember exactly what. It wasn't the "why would they lie" question, but it was like something else. But I don't know. I forget what he was asking me. But anyway, it was just kind of. It was you know, he was definitely. I don't know. It's kind of an odd thing. Like you just never really expect. You never really know who will accept the truth and who won't. Because like, sometimes you expect someone that would and they don't. Sometimes you expect someone that wouldn't and they do. And even like as far as groups of people, like I mentioned on here earlier, like I went to a libertarian meeting. There's only about like 8 people there, but it was about maybe like 7 out of the 8 people that were like Globers, and maybe 3, including myself, out of the people there that were like flat earthers. And
it's not bad odds for a group these days.
Yeah, but it's like it surprised me because like I mean I guess I kind of got ahead of myself, but like I honestly expected it to be like 100% flat earth, because like
I find in those circles that they have a long way to go. Like a lot of them suspect that the whole thing is just a psyop to smear them, make them look dumb by associating conspiracies in general with flat Earth. But they got it all backwards. Obviously, it's the globe that's the psyop.
Oh my god, that's one of the most mind-numbing things when they're like, "No, that's the psyop." The way you just said it.
Oh yeah, I've come across that quite a few times where they really
all the
think
way
that
down.
they're being played, that they just want to get them into this flat Earth thing so then they can just ridicule them to the public by using that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are controlled by that public shaming, though. That's probably very scary to them when they seek that kind of validation. And they're like, I can't believe this, because if I believe that, then I'm this person, and then everyone I know will make fun of me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I got to tell this other one. So in that same grocery store, I think yesterday or the day before that or whatever, and I'm probably gonna do it again. Probably not with all of them, maybe like 2 or 3 more. There's these. There happen to be towards the back of the store, these large plastic reusable water bottles that have large tops that you screw off of, and they're Star Wars themed. You know, some of them have like stormtrooper helmet face, helmet printed on the front of it. And so I took one of these cards and I unscrewed it and I just stuck it right in there, and it fit in there like a glove. Just close it. So like someone's gonna buy a Star Wars water bottle, open it up, and pull out a card that says the Earth is flat and stationary. Necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container.
I'm gonna start doing stuff like that too. Just try to slip the truth in there, wherever. And when they come by it randomly too, I don't know. It's just an approach that's worth trying, I think. I mean, I would be intrigued. I'd be like, huh. So this just fell into my hands today.
I guess this one particularly odd, kind of funny, really, Glober incident was when I was walking. I wasn't even handing out cards or talking to people about flat Earth, but I was just walking with two friends of mine through Saturday Market in downtown Portland on a Saturday, and like we walked past this guy that had a T-shirt on that said "Pizza Planet," front, which is a reference to Toy Story, and
right.
It's like, it's kind of like an insider joke. Like, they put the Pizza Planet truck and all of them and whatever. And, it's like, it's a reference to the Earth being flat, but it's not a planet. We don't think the Earth is a pizza spinning in the vacuum of space or whatever. But I was just telling him the Earth is flat and stationary. And he was just like, he just had the most Glober, just made him angry and stuff. And I was just like, it's just funny, like just wearing that fucking shirt. I tell him the Earth is flat and he gets all pissed off.
He never thought about it that way. Didn't think deeply enough about his own T-shirt. He just thought it was a cool shirt, man.
This guy not willing to accept the truth. It's still a cool shirt, but it's a cool shirt on a flat Earth.
Yeah, most of the people I talk to want to double down real hard. Like the ones we talk to here.
Well, poor Guac guy or Guaco or whatever had never even been in a plane before. And he's like 14 rolling in here being like, man, some stupid shit, man. You guys, it's like 5 hours. Oh my God.
Well, I mean, like, he's spent 5 hours.
Yeah, he was in and out. He would just tap back in and say some stupid shit.
Almost had him with a few things, I think. Like, especially in the check-in, too. He was fairly receptive to a bunch of things, but it's different one-on-one and check-in. Things, yeah, the dynamic changes over here.
Oh, you did the interview with him as well?
Yeah.
Ooh. And he was different in there?
Well, I mean, he kind of said what a lot of them say, which is like he's just sort of, on the fence-ish a little bit. Like, of course, he thinks it's a globe, but he's open to other ideas and information and whatever. And, like, I don't know, they say that, but then you start showing them the stuff and they just look for any straw to grasp at. Which is all he did. And he showed us a really weird diagram where he tried to explain away the black swan with like a picture of a circle with like a line sticking out of the side of it. And he drew like where your line of sight would be, like over the geometric horizon down to the line sticking way out of the sphere Earth. I was like, so what are you trying to say here? Like in the black swan that there's like a big flat plane Earth sticking out of the side of your globe, and that's like why we can see too far? It's just, yeah, I don't think so. And I mean, if you said that you came here open to information, but then you're coping with that, I don't think you're too open. But how open can they really be? Like, I don't know. They've just had this heliocentric religion, like we all have, just drilled into their minds for so long that it's not going to just be like, it's not going to just be an overnight thing. It wasn't for me, so.
Yeah, and I think if we just view everyone that comes in through that lens, where it's not going to be an overnight thing, you're not going to convince anyone on the first go, and you look at it as an opportunity, though, to maybe, at least get them to open their mind. You're like, well, shit, maybe they had a point, to just maybe even just start to question.
Yeah, we planted a few seeds, and I don't know. If I came by all this stuff at 14, like, I don't think I'd have a hope in hell of really getting my head around much of it either, so. I mean, he's probably doing better than I would have. There were a few times where he's like, okay, yeah, that's actually interesting. So maybe, like, we got the wheels turning here and there. Who knows? It's worth planting the seeds, at least. One of the guys got his dad in. God. I think it's time to pass the hell out. Have a good night, guys. Or morning, wherever you are.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I'm really sick of living, stuck and trapped in the system. You're just a brick in the wall, and I got my back up against it. I represent the resistance, they want me back up in prison. But I'm the master of my path, and I won't slack on my mission. You're lacking the vision, so I'm just gonna cut to the chase. They hide the truth in plain view, right in front of your face. I used to think the world was normal, but that wasn't the case. We're just some goyim on a hamster wheel, running in place. Turn up the bass, I grab the microphone, and all I do is rock it. This little light of mine, I let it shine, and you can't stop it. But there's nothing these corporations just won't do for profit. This fake-ass world that we live in is sick, it's truly toxic. If you don't see it that way, okay, then keep talking. Don't bump into that wall while you're sleepwalking. The alarm is going off, I hear it beep often. I'm at the double doors of truth, I'm gonna keep knocking.
I just want to live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just want to fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I refuse to just go quietly into the night. There's forces of darkness at work and they're restricting the light. I'm so fed up with the lies they tell us this isn't right. It's ODD TV, you best believe I'll get up and fight. This is my plight, I'll never let you cowards get the best of me. Took the red pill, now it's time to fulfill my destiny. Living like I'm Neo, dipping from my P.O. Tripping on me cause I am the one and he's a zero. Hot like a jalapeno, bringing heat that you just can't avoid. I call out bullshit and lies, they call me paranoid. People are just foolish, full of hate, they get angry. Point out the truth about reality, they label you crazy. Just a glitch in the system, you're a critical thinker. And no, they don't want that. Fuck them, give them the finger. I do it every single day with each and everything I say. I'm not living like a victim, it doesn't have to be this way.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I think I was 5 years old. The teacher pulled out a globe to teach us the Earth's a globe. I believed what I was told, embracing my education. Didn't know that globes were created for decoration, not for scholastic purposes that make people feel purposeless. We're living on level surfaces covered by the firmament. I remember how absurd it sounded when I first heard of it, but our God is fervent and his word is perfect and permanent. We're programmed when we're children, our minds are kept in a prison. This is the work of the devil, the evil plan of a villain. We're taught to accept how we're living in these hellish conditions, and every day we're unwittingly being hexed by magicians. By Satan's hand they are driven, they're strictly sent to dismantle the population. They won't stop till your soul is stripped from its vessel. They claim your life is an accident and you're really not special. Don't be afflicted by their fiction, come and get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it. But the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. 23 billion bucks, that's a hell of a fucking budget. Just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as a puppet, then research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They clearly can't prove their theories. Come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty. Come and get on my level. They can't trick me, their lies are silly. Come and get on my level. It's a pity, they treat us shitty. Come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy. Come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me. Come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary. Come and get on my level. Don't be with me, you people really need to get on my level. ODD TV, I'm coming with the disruption. With all my flat earth homies on the Hitler production. Separate fiction from fact, we're gonna end the corruption. Letting people know the earth is flat, end of discussion. Dave Murphy is your teacher, boy, class is in session. And Eddie Bravo's in this bitch to teach your asses a lesson. Tanner Stewart's in the house, he's gonna show you the ropes. He's gonna school you on how NASA's just a joke and a hoax. Let me introduce you to the rest of my posse. We got Johnny G and Papa and Santos Bonacci. We're at the core of the resistance and we'll never obey. And there's my brother from another mother, Eric Dubay. If he debates Neil deGrasse Tyson, he will rip off his head. I'll rap about it on a beat I made and rip it to shreds. If the earth's a globe, then how come they can't give an example? Their lies are flimsy, it's a pity. Come on, get on my level. They say the world's a globe, but the evidence doesn't cut it. They just give us cartoon pictures and everyone seems to love it. But the earth's a level plane, whether or not you want it. Take a look and do your research, I bet that you can't debunk it. 23 billion bucks, that's a hell of a fucking budget. Just to lie to everyone and successfully fool the public. If you wanna break away from your destiny as a puppet, then research flat earth, but don't be upset when you can't debunk it. They clearly can't prove their theories. Come and get on my level. Something's fishy, these fools are shifty. Come and get on my level. They can't trick me, their lies are silly. Come and get on my level. It's a pity, they treat us shitty. Come and get on my level. Hurry quickly, we must get busy. Come and get on my level. Yeah, it's risky, but just stick with me. Come and get on my level. Can you hear me? Please don't be dreary. Come and get on my level. Don't be wimpy, you people really need to get on my level.
ODD TV.
Brutality. Flawless victory.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on a spinning ball. It makes us sick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth?
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on a spinning ball. It makes us sick. Gravity is magic.
Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on a spinning ball. It makes us sick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We have been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this endless motion, because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. 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 By a cosmic fairy tale.
Open the scene, humankind panics from a dying planet. Try to understand it. They say thunderbirds fly to preserve our skies, and geoengineers lie. They deserve to die. They deserve to die.
The energy breathe, indigo breathe, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body.
How could life not be real? Running over the rolling hills, rolling around in lush green fields. It's just a reminder that every day the sun rises and every new mama kaba. Look into a blue iris, there she is, Delilah, seductive yet so silent, with whispers of inspiration from the valley of the faceless, the gift for all human races. Surface to air, air to ground, across firmament, wherever my love is allowed. Stand up to command, hate to stand down. Not much left in the sandblast now. I'm just a man, learning not to trust the lies that I'm just beginning to understand. I feel betrayed and I don't know what to say. It all changed when the sky turned gray.
Energy breathe, indigo breathe, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body.
Orders brackish from unpaid Mad Max taxes. Jet planes make multiple passes. Suffering from thunderstorm asthma, chest grabbing. This is madness, follow the white rabbit. Down the hole, can barely hear the sound of my soul. It's so cold, where did the sun go? Standing up my Fuji, cannabis. Can you see me through the crazy chemtrail graffiti?
Some argue the earth is flat. It's a scientific fact. The fake news debates to distract me while we hold our throats, cough and choke. Chemical smoke, we still think chemtrails is a hoax. The human race reduced to cockroaches. They run from Lord Vader as he approaches. They poison our air, land, and oceans with submicronal global aerosols. I told you.
The energy breathe, indigo breathe, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body. Rise up high and fly. Let it
day. Humans become breathing semiconductors, weapons of mass respiratory destruction. Sky captain snuffing out the masses through stereolithographics. The atmospheric enabler, barometric vapors cut through your lung tissue like razors. Sharp lightsabers cut through wafers of a deeply satanic nature. It's the will of Lord Vader. Deactivated T-cell receptors, deprivation of clean oxygen is a weapon. Question, how can you live if you can't breathe? And where will you go if they ever succeed? Technology nano, crops can't grow from extreme drought to sandstorms and bad snow. Surface acoustic spray, chemical aggregate, saturates every God-given breath we take. I didn't before, but now I can see the evil they put in the air we breathe. The air that you breathe, indigo breathe, throw a flare and light it. Sweat the ashes on you, holding a key, know what you believe, don't inhale all the causes. Let it drift around when you fly, rise up high and fly, let it drift around when you fly, rise up high and fly, let all Christ go all around me, rise up high and fly, let it drift around when you fly, rise up high and fly, let all Christ go all around me.
It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah.
We the best music.
It's flat, yeah.
Another one.
It's flat, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Half gas pressure, and less contained. They say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, oh, that glow, let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, that glow.
I let it go if you say that there's curves in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no globe. Ask for proof when I give you some more. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind and fly smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall, don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Branda's clocks like a dog, see-top far less than some fog. Ask for curvature measurements, making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows and a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know it's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
They say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, oh, that glow, let it go, oh, that glow. back though.
Yo. Drace.
Anabolic B.
Trying something new this time.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little gelfling, sketches are good, gelfling. I've got you. Don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin.
Got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. It's got you. Take it all on the chin. Giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you. His little secret king. Nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. Got you living in sin. Got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
We got you. The globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin, no curve or a spin. The globe cannot win, belongs in the bin.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little gelfling, sketches are good, gelfling. I've got you. Don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin.
Got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you. Take it all on the chin. Giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you. His little secret king. Nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. Got you living in sin. Got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
We got you. The globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin, no curve or a spin. The globe cannot win, belongs in the bin.
He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you. Take it all on the chin. Giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king. Nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin. Got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
We got you. the globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin, the globe cannot win, belongs in the bin.
spinning ball. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Hello, Spike. How are you?
Hey, bonjour.
Bonjour. It's français. I'm Portuguese. In Portuguese is bom dia, bom dia.
That word's almost my entire vocabulary, French, but I've got about another 5 that I can remember. Fuck, man. There's no point in just listening to music, man. You get doing some talking. We had some shit hot conversation earlier, but these little motherfuckers, man, that Guaco, he's bullshitting from the minute he got here. I listened to that dude for 6 hours. I was going to cog this him like 3 times. But
I was just feeling the void, fooling the void. Feeling the void.
Oh, I can't wait to get the recording there because I'm getting a laptop later on today, so I'm going to get all the sound bites and I'm going to make a video, man, because it's going to be shit hot, man.
Awesome.
Brilliant. So is there any, I take it there's no newcomers in the building, no?
More at the night.
I was calling that guy Howard earlier on, and I kept calling him Howard before I spoke to him, and nobody corrected me, and then I realised Howard was in the room. It's like, fuck. I'm going to have to go back on the live stream as well and see who tried to mod me. I don't know who it was. I never caught the mic lighting up. They're like, oh, you need to let the guy speak. I'm like, the man's been dancing in round in circles for the past 4 hours. He's needing to answer a yes or no fucking question with a yes or no. And he just would not fucking do
it. You know, I was thinking, so we see the sun, but can we see those wandering stars, planets, passing in front of the sun? I don't see it.
I'm sure I've read something or heard something saying that they do pass in front of the sun. I'm sure I've seen it. Yeah, you just see a little black dot going in front of the sun. Just those bullshit animations.
Yeah.
Nonsense. What, I take it, you flat earther yourself, or you on the fence? What's the deal?
No, I'm a flat earther. I started 2016, 2017. That was the moment I wake up.
I'm in my 8th year just now, man.
Oh my, yeah. Just a second. And you know, oops. it does this. And 2011, 2012, some guys from Brazil were doing measurements and observations and etc. And they found no curvature. Isn't that amazing?
They found curvature, did you say?
No, they don't. They didn't found any curvature.
Over how
So
far?
they saw
How far?
like for example 69 miles on Peru, Lake Titicaca. It's a big lake.
What
It's
elevation?
69 miles with a telescope 1.5 meters from the sea level, water level.
What
They
was
found
what
no curvature, and yeah.
what
So
was the globe's predicted curve rate? How many miles of curve?
I have to put on the Earth calculator.
I mean, I'm not good with maths. I need calculators just to do like fucking. I mean, at school I hated maths. It caused me stress.
Yeah, me too.
Like dyslexia for numbers. I've always loved words and I like poetry and making music and dancing and that kind of shit. But when it comes to numbers, my brain's different side. I think. When I went to college, the tutor, the sound production tutor, he told me to do a learning test and just answer all these mad questions. And it said I was a kinesthetic and a visual learner. So if I see something and I'm told, right, that's correct, and then I've got a neural pathway created in my mind because I've seen something, I've been shown something, I've done it correctly, that's how my brain learns. If a tutor stands up in the classroom and stands for 10 minutes explaining how to use Photoshop, after he finishes, I don't know half of the shit that he said. I can't focus on 10 minutes of teaching. I need to be to the point, precise, bang, instantly. Hope you understood me there, man, because I know your Scottish is hard for some people.
Yeah, no, I did understand you. Thanks.
Where are you from, bro? Where are you from?
Portugal, next to Spain.
Portugal. Cool, man.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, I wish one day I can go to Scotland.
Aye. Fucking cold most of the time. At least it's summertime now. But it's still pissing down with rain, and last night it was freezing. But it's still quite chilly just now. We had a burst of really, really hot, humid for about a week and a half, 2 weeks. And then past 2 days, rain, cloud, cold.
So, what time of the year is more hot there?
But we're just beginning summer now.
Oh, okay. So the sun is.
If the clouds and the humidity, or if the sky completely cleared just now, it would be fucking cooking, man. Honestly, it would be boiling, because when the sun hits bare skin, you feel if an hour in that bare skin, if you manage to get 1 hour, it would burn you, man. So they probably fill in the sky full of shit so we don't get the sun and we don't see the stars and we don't see things happening in the sky.
Exactly.
So they cover the sky up with shit, man. Especially the halos. I mean, imagine like in London city centre, a big fucking halo. Jesus Christ. That'd be like a slap in the face for someone. I've never seen one. I've seen a moon halo, but I've never seen a solar one.
Those guys from Brazil, they did contract surveyors from INCRA. It's a federal government institute.
Right. Yeah.
They do a lot of geodesic and surveyors, topographic.
Yeah.
So this is one Incra is one of the top 10 in the world, so they know what they are doing. So they did a long distance measurement between two buildings, and they measured the distance from the tops and downs of these two buildings, and they found no curvature because at the top of between those two buildings should be more distance than at the bottom. So
how far was it?
Let me see the distance. I think it was 1877. Let me confirm. Yeah. Okay. So here no. So here. So that was okay. So 1877.64 miles.
What?
And between these two buildings, they found if there was a ball, it should be tilted from each other. So no curve found. And these two buildings were next to the beach, So they did according to sea level. So
you got a picture of it there, and
I have some data. Yes. So,
1 sec.
Have this. Okay, so. Have even the instruments they use it, so the equipment and
what is this, a laser test or a long range camera?
Geodesic, they use
geodesic, did you say?
Yeah, these equipments are expensive.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't really measure much distance, does it?
Yeah, you can see there.
I thought it's just in increments, like they assume the globe, but they do it in fucking, I can't remember the distance, man. Fuck. I don't see because I don't like maths, it doesn't interest me. So I just, rather than try to practice it or anything, I'd just prefer to learn other shit that I enjoy. You'll learn and you'll retain more information if that information is something you enjoy.
Yeah. I see their expected obstruction, but I don't. If you use the Earth calculator, it gives you more. I don't know what formula they use in this.
What, the TikTok video?
Oh, I have the video.
What, the one in the live stream just now? You talking?
Sorry, I was posting in the music boot commands.
I was thinking fucking.
Oh my god! Oh, that's Shasha post Suez Canal. Thanks.
Yeah, I've got a good one of that as well, man.
So
is it the whole thing?
The Suez Canal, that's a time lapse. You don't see any curvature.
Is it from the start to the finish?
Yeah, it's flat. It doesn't have a.
No, I'm saying the video. See the GIF. I take it it's not the whole Suez Canal, because I've got a copy of it with better music, and it's from the start to the finish. It's like 3-4 minutes long.
Oh, I think there's one video at the hashtag curvature. I think.
Well, this is a good one. I'll get a link for this, bro.
So this, sorry, I was posting it in the other room. So this. Oops.
That's the what?
So this was.
See this one I'm going to post, man. This is
2012. But you see there, expect obstruction. But if you use the Earth calculator, it gives you more. So I don't know what formula they use, but anyway. But all data they present all data, equipment, coordinates, location. There's a lot more on the video.
Have you got the link for the video?
Yes.
I take it these are screenshots from the video. Yeah.
Yeah, I have it, and there's more. They did with lasers, and
bro, add it to the bot. Just put Brazil obs or Brazil observation or something. I don't know if you know how to add. Just the exclamation mark link, and then call it as short and sweet as you can make it, and then you can, or everybody can call on the link anytime.
Okay.
Just put exclamation mark link add or exclamation mark link space add space the name of it, and then space, and then the link for the channel.
Okay.
You can do the same with memes, bro. You can get memes. You add a meme to your, like, you want to get a band meme.
Yeah.
I've got a William Wallace one. If I ban somebody, not that I use it. Fucking, I've barely used it. But no. Somebody say my name. Did someone say my name? Did I hear speak?
No. Okay, I have this link. This is, but anyway, they call it convex because the continents are above the ocean, the sea. But anyway, they found the flat Earth, and next to between New Zealand and Antarctica, they released an high altitude balloon, and they saw another landmass beyond. But it's maybe it's inside, but the shape it doesn't. It's just an illustration. They are doing more research, so that picture doesn't mean nothing. But that use landmass maybe is okay. So inside here, and maybe it's what Admiral Richard E. Byrd was talking about, that use landmass. No human has been there.
Tell you what, see what that looks to me is like that. Within the video is valid information, but see that thumbnail? That's designed to put people off the fucking video in my mind. Yeah, because that looks stupid as fuck. That'll make people think. See, the conspiracy theory type people, like, or who think flat earthers are imbeciles, they'll see that shit and think, those fucking crazy flat earthers. But people who look into the fucking long range observations and the geometry and shit like that, they won't really care about that, man. They'll go to the information. But I guarantee you that thumbnail will put loads of people off it, like fucking loads.
Yeah, every day in Brazil, more people are waking up to flat Earth.
I heard that, man, that they've got like a high percentage. So many million claim that they're flat.
Yeah,
is it not? There's a Spanish football team called Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, I did post that.
Did they tell the truth about Flat Earth, or are they just pushing controlled opposition bullshit?
No, the president is a flat earther, but some of those players are flat earthers, but some that went go there to play, they are there to play just, but
of course.
It's amazing because this guy, who is the president, he even plays. So they are not control opposition. They.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Have you been to the ground before? Have you been to the football ground?
To that team, flat earth team. No, I didn't went there, but who knows? Maybe one day.
So if it's a reasonable football ground, surely they must have some like flyers or billboards. Shit.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, so they are like giving some truth on.
Yeah, and they meet with other flat earths from Spain, so and share information.
Yeah.
I have that. Let me see if I found. It's a second division football player. Football, but not American football, soccer. So.
Right.
But here in Europe, everybody says instead of soccer, they say football.
Football.
Yeah. So let me find. Okay, Flat Earth FC. So I have the president. So this is the president. This is the logo, their logo. And this is the team, but maybe it's now changed. I have some text. Oops. Yeah, they have a Facebook page there.
Yeah. I don't use Facebook anymore, man. Yeah, they just keep putting me in
By the way,
jail.
it's not the second division. It's third division of Spanish league.
But so how do they get sort of like? How do people like view them? Like, do people talk shit about them or?
These guys went to the street and talked to other people's. There was someone that did an interview. No, it was a girl, but she was not a flat earth. But anyway, what matters is they met with people and the people then thinking about it.
But I mean, but in general, do the population of Spain think they're just a fucking bunch of retard flat earthers, like the usual media portrayal? Is that what's like?
The Spanish and the Portuguese. A long time ago, 500 years ago, they had a lot of ships, to sail, and when the hunt for Templars did start on France, and then too many Portugal did receive a lot of Templar knights, and Spain, and so they had a lot of knowledge. And that's why at that time they construct a lot of ships, and they have the knowledge to go.
I'm talking about the media, bro. Like,
the media. Yeah, you're talking the media in Spanish.
Portugal and Spain's media will be controlled by Reuters or the Associated General Press, and so they're the Rothschilds. Fucking
exactly. I never see one interview. That the main televisions from Portugal, talking about flat Earth, because they are controlled. But anyway, maybe I was invited to do an interview to a radio station, but they are streaming at the internet, and they talk a lot of things. They are two guys, and they do some comedic way, like Jay Leno. That's no, they are just a radio station, but they like to talk, what's going on, and a lot of conspiracies, and a lot of things. So, but it's far away from the location I am, and but maybe I go there. They already did one interview. I don't know, a show talking about flat Earth, but they want to know more. I hear my voice on your background. Yeah. So you have the speakers on. there was fake. Yeah. But I know there was a lady that in some radio station, she is connected to the science, on Portugal. So this lady was talking about sadly flat Earth, and they are trying to do some platform to invite, normal people, that even without science background and scientific background, and she suddenly talk about flat Earth, trying to do this platform like a fact checkers thing, and then I went to search to see that interview on that radio station on the internet to know her name. So I did found her email, and I did send her to her an email. I was available, talk about flat Earth, etc. But this was 1 or 2 years ago, and until this moment, I didn't receive any answer. Isn't that amazing? So they talk, but when comes the time, they don't want to talk.
Especially don't want to talk about the lack of curvature, lack of motion that
Exactly.
dude earlier. He kept saying the sun and the sun does this and blah blah blah, and the stars do this, and you need to give me an answer. Like, mate, I've said this is 5 times. I've said this now. We don't know. You don't know. You just believe. Nobody can verify. And he's like, well, that's all I want to know. 5 or 6 times he brought up this fucking bullshit, and every time I fucking told him, man, I'm like, I've already told you, bro. We don't know. We're not going to give you a story. Can we move on to lack of curvature or lack of motion? And he kept saying, no, you're not getting out of it by the lack of curvature. I'm like, what? It's a fucking flat earth server. We're getting out of it because you've got no proof for fucking curvature. Fuck off, man. Fucking insanity, man. Wait to hear the video I get the fucking recording last night, man. It'll be hilarious.
When they don't have proof, they just make up, a fairy tale story.
But it was actually once you hear the shit the sound bites that I'm gonna get, man, I'm gonna put that same. Do you know who Benny Hill is?
Benny Hill from UK. Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, man, I'm gonna add some kind of sound effects and shit. Hey, man, I'm gonna because it was fucking ludicrous, man. And the multiple bits where he contradicted himself.
Exactly.
I'm gonna jump back and forward, and I'm gonna fucking get it all fucking synced. It'll be perfect, man. And then fucking people are trying to mod me. I'm trying to nail his feet to the floor about what he's just fucking said. And kids are going, I'll let him get a chance, man. He's trying to talk. You're just speaking over him. I'm like, because he's fucking bullshitting. Fucking Jesus Christ. But I don't know if you heard that. I just cut my screen off. But I'm saying everybody was thinking I was angry, man. I'm like, I'm not angry. I'm Scottish.
Long live Scotland.
People think I'm angry. See, since I took the profile picture of that angry-looking child, I've been called angry at least 5-6 times a day. And lobby and VC check or like wherever, anywhere I've been speaking, people see that and automatically get an emotional fucking problem. And they think they take emotion from emotionless words on a fucking screen. Just because there's a baby giving them a bad look. I'm going to fucking... I'm going to...
That baby is asking, when someone says, people at the bottom of the globe, how they stand there. So it's like, oh, but gravity. And that baby is looking that, look, gravity? What gravity?
What gravity? No, I like it. It's kind of a trick question, but I say it as a joke. I always like to say, especially see if it's someone being cocky and they come in thinking they're the man and they know everything and we're dumb and they say, gravity, like they want a round of applause. And I just instantly hit them with, what kind of gravity? And they're like, what? The only gravity? I'm like, no, Newtonian or Einsteinian. They're like, what? I'm like, well, does mass attract mass or does space-time bend? Or both? Like,
Yeah.
and they're like,
Then they show you. They talk about this experiment in the vacuum chamber but if there was that mass attracting mass, why these two objects don't attract each other? So they were, at that time they don't have anything.
Why does the fucking moon not get fucking sucked to the earth and the earth gets sucked to the sun? The sun's supposed to be 99.8% of the entire solar the entire solar system.
And Matthew learns like a few weeks ago, someone was talking about crepuscular rays, and then he said, "Oh, that's because of perspective." I mean, if those if those crepuscular rays are diverging, how that because according to the perspective, instead of diverging, they should converging. So I mean, this Matthew learns it's just a joke.
No, I was arguing back and forward in a Simon Dan video about, I don't know, maybe a year ago or some shit, when I was involved fucking winding up Fight the Flat Earth and just all these characters, man. And I fucking, fuck was I going to tell you there, man? Right, this guy, he said that if you get a toilet roll tube, kind of like the inside the cardboard cylinder inside, like toilet roll or kitchen roll, and if you look through it at crepuscular rays, they are actually parallel. That's what he fucking said, man. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Fucking crazy, man.
It's the cognitive dissonance.
Oh man. I was about fighting in a shop with two guys yesterday, the manager and the guy from behind the counter. I flat smacked the guy from behind the counter about a year ago, and this was the next time I was in. When I went in yesterday, he bit down the stairs, fuck knows what he was doing. Condescending prick, bro. Listen to this. He came up the stair and there was a symbol for Metatron on one of his, like a tobacco like tin or some shit like that, and I asked him if he knew what it was. And he's like, well, no, I'm like, he heard the Metatron's cube. And he's like, oh, and he bullshitted and he said, oh, right, oh, yeah, I remember now, yeah. And I mean, like, if you believe all that shit, like the heliocentric model and space and he's like, you're not a flat earther, are you? And I'm like, you're a flat earther, bro. And he's like, no, I'm not. He was pure angry. Like, he almost stamped his feet on the ground. He was that fucking inflamed. And then fucking, I happened with, can you have gas pressure with a container? And he kept avoiding it. And I'm like, basis of second law of thermodynamics violation, bro. I was like, the Earth is an open system in the heliocentric model, correct? Yes.
Yeah, and
how do you say your name? Spack, or is that right?
Specker.
Spake. I've been waiting to get a word in, but when you was talking about nobody knows what the sun is, I think there's at least.
I bet that just cut off. Did that just cut off?
Yeah. I think there's at least a handful of people that know what it is. It's not what they say it is, but a long time ago, that guy said that nobody will ever land on the moon. It's not possible, right? He seemed to have a pretty good idea of what it was, and I'm sure somebody followed up with what he was saying. And I also think that they probably have craft that they can use to, get to the other lands and maybe, travel to higher elevations than they tell us. I think somebody probably has an idea of what it actually is, but they're not telling.
Oh, do you want? I have the link for that scientist that says the moon is plasma.
I was just going to
Somebody
add it to the bot, Miguel. Add it as moon plasma or plasma moon or something.
Yeah, maybe there's the video in the exclamation videos, maybe. I have the.
If you can post that, because I just went to go to YouTube to try and get it. I was going to add it myself.
I have the link.
Well, do you know how to add it? Yeah.
No. I think it's already added at the videos.
I just tried.
But I have this link.
I'm saying, bro, do you know how to add shit to the bot, Miguel? I keep asking you.
I never use that.
Well, I'll show you. Okay, I'll show you how to do it, man. Right?
But would y'all agree that it's likely that somebody followed up with his research, if not him himself, and got to some kind of answer?
But probably the people who already the powers that be were watching him saying, "Oh fuck! Oh no, we need to poison this dude." They probably got rid of him.
I do a lot of crossing information, so to get an answer, So sometimes I just watch. I watch some videos. It's not directly connected to Flat Earth, so it doesn't talk about Flat Earth. But I cross these informations, like this guy that an helicopter pilot that he did work at Antarctica, and curiously, last year he does a live stream with another 3 Flat Earth Spanish guys from. So. Isn't that amazing? So at that time when he was working at Antarctica, he was a glober, but he saw some things, and he did connect all the dots, with the information that he got there, and so. It is amazing. So this guy says, because he has connections and he does a private work to private companies. So he said someone that knows that said to him that the moon landings are impossible because no one can cross this radiation there's around the moon. It will any being did cross this radiation will die. So yeah.
Oh, fucking bullshit, man.
By the way, I saw with Quetzalcoatl here an interview he did, and he said there was a zone there at Antarctica, and suddenly, because they call it a dead zone, the helicopters stopped to fly, but they were warning and they were flying too low, and suddenly the helicopter stops, and after moments there was a cloud of pollen that was coming and hot in Antarctica. So where did this come from? Maybe that another US land mass beyond some ice at Antarctica. Maybe the same that those Brazilian guys, they saw it through an high altitude balloon. They have access to that because they have the help of Brazilian Navy, and even Brazil has a station at Antarctica. So let's see if they can go to that place, but I don't think so. But anyway, they talk a lot with the flat earthers from Brazil, and so every day, even flat earthers from Brazil accept those measurements and observations they did. and now they are studying the the stars above us and the sun and the moon. So they say it doesn't work with that globe model because it is impossible, because they even put cameras in a lot of countries, and they record the path of the sun, and doesn't match with that at the globe heliocentric model. So so let's see, and they will release a documentary. So let's see if they release this year. Because this is not easy. They have to travel to these countries and spend money and time there. So these are the real guys that want to know, and they are doing for it. At that time, they did the that documentary Convex Earth. They did some speculation, but the measurements and the observation they did, they are real. So no curve found, flatness on water. I even challenge Matthew Learns to go there to this location at Brazil between these two buildings. I give him the data, and I said to him, if you want to prove the globe, go there and debunk these guys. Take these equipments or contract some surveyors there. Go there and debunk these guys, because these guys, they are prepared. If someone wants to put in the court, they have all the data, and so maybe one day they can sue NASA. And they went even to some observatories, and there is a a room or something like that, and they deny access to that room. Why? Maybe is where they do the CGI. So a lot is going on. At Antarctica, they release some high altitude balloons, and suddenly, they stop on some areas. Like a barrier, a container there. The same they talk on that encyclopedia long time ago. They found the firmament there.
Yeah, I'm not a snow globe tart, bro. I'm not believing in dome shit, man.
Okay, we talk about the container, but we don't know the shape. The shape we don't know.
For starters, you're affirming the consequence, because we can't do an experiment and show pressure without containment. Doesn't mean you need a dome around us. You only need a container up there if there was an infinite vacuum surrounding us. If not, it just might be layered up. Electromagnetic fields, fucking God knows. It could be anything. It could be to do with the sun and the moon. It could be fucking the stars, the rotation, the fucking liquid helium up there. God knows what. Something completely unfathomable will be the case. But to go about parroting constantly, especially to Globers, to say there's a dome and there's a container and they think Bible, firmament, that's detrimental to trying to show people the reality where they live. Is asking them to believe in something that they think you fucking believe. That's it's crazy, man. The only way to do it is Socratic questions, man. And you ask them the same questions that you asked yourself and you couldn't find an answer to, and they come to the exact same conclusion as you. That's what I was trying with those guys earlier, and they would not fucking answer the question, man. And everybody else in the call kept letting the guy fucking dance away from it and just no answer. And they're like, Panto, man, you're just fucking not letting them speak. I'm like, answer the fucking question, bro. For fuck's sake. Can you have gas pressure without containment? And can you have that in a vacuum? Definitely not. For fuck's sake.
Even a vacuum has to have that container.
You need 2 containers.
Yeah.
I must have spoke to 25, 20 people anyway yesterday in the street, just walking about. I had my fat 6.
You just got out. The encyclopedia I was talking about is this one. Even Admiral Richard E. Byrd talks. They flew a fleet of some aircrafts of that type. They crash into an invisible barrier there.
Did that disconnect when I was telling you that there, bro?
Yeah, it you cut out.
Man, see, when my screen cuts out, man, it fucking kills the audio and kills the fuck. Hi, man, I was saying that yesterday through the day I spoke to like 20, 30, maybe even more people, and just walking past them, asking them if you can have pressure without a container, then asking them, can you have pressure in an infinite near-perfect vacuum without a container, then saying, how can space be an infinite vacuum if we've got 14.7 psi at sea level? And I'd say about 8 out of 10 of them went, by the way, you're fucking right, mate. I was like, space literally cannot exist, bro. Take a sub to my YouTube channel. Plus, I subbed them to Helio's, Eric Dubé's, a couple of other ones that I remembered. It was like beep, 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 programming their phone, hitting the bell icon in the sub. Fucking right. So hopefully some people might start coming in, man, from Edinburgh. Because
they start to think.
I'm going out later, man. I'm going to do the same.
Every one of us, when we born, when they present the globe, we ask him why people at the bottom doesn't fall off, But then they indoctrinate us with that brainwashed fairy tale story. But it doesn't make any sense, that globe.
Man, I'm going to have to reconnect because it's making funny noises, man.
I always use some background noise I don't use speakers. I use a headset and a desktop micro to avoid background noise.
Oh man, I was using my Bluetooth headset for hours earlier and it started to flash, so I thought I plugged it in and I started talking just to the iPad and I just realised, man, it's not even been plugged in for hours. Motherfucker. Jesus. Fuck, man. That's bullshit. Oh, what? Anybody got any idea how to stop an iPad killing my audio and my mic when the screen goes off? Because I've reset all the settings. I've tried fucking everything. And it's not every time the fucking screen goes black, it fucking cuts off. I just fucking bought it. It was almost brand new. It was second hand, but it was only like a few months old.
Yeah, sometimes, when I don't know a solution to some, hardware thing from the computer or other things, I just go to Google, and there are some forums there and that can help.
No, with iOS, bro. iOS is this is the very. I mean, I've had maybe 4, 5, maybe 6 iPads. They were all iPad 3s, and I had an iPad Mini. But I've never had even the slightest bit of problem. Even back with the iPad 3, that can still run all my mixing software that I've got on my iTunes account, man. And it fucking still mixes as precise as it fucking always did. And that's like, I don't know, 15 years old. And so I don't know. I've never ever seen a fucking iPad with software issues, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's not normal. But you can, if you have some store, Apple Store or whatever, to see the solution.
But there's nothing you can do. Like everything, it's not like you can like all the apps and everything, man. They're all App Store. You can install apps off the App Store using App Valley. You have to go to this. If anybody wants access to it, you can get like pirated apps and souped up apps. And you don't have to jailbreak it. You just fucking download it, and it writes. I don't know. It writes on the on the app, and it allows you to use it. Basically, it's for the app developers. So people think they have to jailbreak iOS. You just fucking use these.
Maybe you report to them, the problem.
I may go to the Apple shop, bro.
Yeah, but you can report the problem, and they can give you a solution.
I've not got a receipt or anything.
So nice talk to you.
Cool,
Interesting
man.
conversation. I'm gonna
see you, Miguel. All right, brother.
Okay. See you later.
Miguel, have you got that big, the Ultimate Truthers Google Drive? Did I ever give you that?
Google Drive.
It's massive.
Oh, the Helioseptic. He did send me a link to those memes.
No. It's got loads of shit that we don't talk about in here. Aye, man.
Are you talking to me?
It gets updated all the time as well, man. What was that? Did somebody say something there?
Yeah.
It's even got a folder.
Somebody thought you were talking to them.
No. Well, anybody who wants it, I'll give them a DM, man.
I thought that I heard you screaming.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, cool, man. It's got a fucking...
It's Latter-day Saints.
I mean, I used to share... What you call it? I used to share... Flat Smackers playlist, but that one drive...
Is that what they're calling him nowadays?
See that one drive I just sent you, bro? That's got Flat Smackers playlist as a folder inside the drive, plus another 20 folders.
Thanks,
man. It's Master Chief. No. No.
Anyone else want it?
What you want?
A massive Google Drive with loads of shit. If you send me a DM, I'll send it to you.
Bist du waschen, weit bitter Windows.
Thanks, Spike, for the link.
Come on.
Master Chief, have you sometimes you do some some music with Sunny? Yes.
Yes.
You play some music. Why don't you do a Flat Earth song someday?
Oh man.
Yeah.
I could sing about some random shit. I mean, it'll have to be about the Earth being flat, but it'll be some random shit. I gotta keep it down low though.
On the DL.
Yeah,
Okay.
down low.
Put it down, little motherfucker.
All right, here we go. Pick up my guitars. Is it tuned? A little bit. Just a little. Let's talk just a little bit. Let's chat a little bit. While I clip my fingernails. So.
Or maybe, even
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Good morning.
Je joue Flat Earth. J'habite à Flat Earth. Je joue Flat Earth. Fuck knows. I'd like to learn fucking whatchamacallit?
French?
No, what's that language, man?
I don't know. It sounded like French when you were talking.
No, it's ancient.
Or attempting.
I'd love to have been given the opportunity in schools in Scotland as I grew up to learn Gaelic for starters. just because of this. I mean, supposedly the English language is bad. The resonance and the cadence, all the shit that comes from the English language, the way it's constructed, it's literally bad for you. Eh? Whereas shit like Latin and Aramaic and Gaelic and all these ancient languages, they're beneficial to your fucking psyche and your cells. Literally fucking, everything's vibration everywhere, man. Eh? And it's fucking.
I definitely want to try to learn Gaelic, man. But I was gay for a couple of years, but you know.
Well, were you
anyway.
licking? Were you gay and licking?
Yeah, there was licking involved too, you know. But anyway, no.
Do you have a liquor license?
Pretty much. There was a lot of that. And
it's legal,
I'm trying to actually learn Arabic. It's pretty hard, bro. I never knew learning Arabic would be this difficult.
You know that the Quran says the earth's flat, bro.
Oh yeah, of course, many times.
And
Yeah,
laid it like a carpet and fucking it's at rest.
It goes from right to left, huh?
It talks about everything being from right to left.
It's supposed to be beneficial.
Our language is converted.
It talks about everything
Arabic.
being from west and east and west.
It's supposed to be good for you to read that. It's meant to be more productive or not productive. What's the word?
Well, the Quran is I don't want to come in here try to talk and preach to anybody, bro. But you know, it says in the Quran that it's the true religion. But you can check yourself, look it up yourself.
No, it's not, man. The Torah is the first book, and the Torah says.
Oh yeah, no. The Quran tells you about the Torah. The Torah was given to Musa, which is Moses.
No, the Torah's not. The Quran's not allowed to tell you about the Torah. The Torah tells you you're not allowed to add. You're not allowed to add or remove from the Torah. The books in the Torah are the only words of God, and the Most High that He's thrown alone, and you're not allowed to worship idols like the Prophet Muhammad and Jesus and all these other people and the popes and all this shit, and no more sacrifices. What else? No more solemn worship. Basically, no religion. The Most High, I think he felt religion was abhorrent.
Actually, in the Quran, it talks about the Torah being talked about. It doesn't say that the Torah is in the Quran. It says that the Torah was given to Musa, which is Prophet Musa. And then,
no, it's just it's the same God. Yahweh is Allah.
Well, hold on. Moses. It's Moses. Musa is Moses. The Torah was given to Musa, which is Moses, and then Psalms was given to David, which is Dawood, and the New Testament was given to Isa, which is Jesus.
I know he's a prophet in the Quran, but Yahweh is the Most High, and that's who Allah is, and that's who the Christian.
Yeah, Allah is all the great names.
I was arguing black was white I think it was last weekend in here, man, and a couple of people who are religious blatantly telling me that Yahweh is not Allah. I was like, what are you talking about, man? It's the first books.
Dude, Allah is all the great names, bro. The Quran tells you that Allah is all the great names. So with that being including that name, Yahweh, that's included. Right. So Yahweh and all those great names are included as Allah, because Allah is the all merciful and He is the all knowing.
But
and the Most High, and the Most High, the Creator.
The Most High forbids any religious stuff after His words.
Hey, what sign is the crab? Is that the Cancer?
No. Bro, the Most High forbids any other fucking words to be made, any other idols to be worshipped, any other bullshit, man. The Most High, and I bet I just cut off again. But the fucking Most High repeats. I mean, He's the Most High. He doesn't have to repeat Himself. But He says more than once that He's thrown alone. I'll give you a link to a guy's video. I'm not into religious stuff. A guy called... I got him rules in here. AL. He was going to come in and have a talk about it. And he literally... everything that he pointed out from the Tanakh or the Torah, the 6 or was it 7 books, and that series, basically in there. it blatantly tells you that there is no religion allowed and no idols. You want? I'll drop.
I was just seeing if you're still there.
If you want. Oh, did I cut off again? I'll give you a link for this guy's stuff, and every single thing he said about the Torah, I googled and found out is exactly what he fucking said, man. And the Most High forbids religion and forbids idols and forbids sacrifice, and it's without a shadow of a doubt. So I would like to learn Hebrew or Aramaic if I had to go back that far, but I probably won't. I'll go. Anybody actually watch this guy? Because honestly, his stuff is really intriguing, man. Anyone? Is anyone even still here? I'll drop it, man. You can just go to the first video and watch 10 minutes of it and see if what he's saying is fucking, forgive the religious pun, the gospel truth. The gospels are forbidden.
Right. Oh, yeah. My bad. I didn't really try to come in and start preaching. My bad.
Nah. Well, technically, we shouldn't really speak.
Who are you talking
to? He's like, we're joining you.
Take a look at that guy.
We totally agree with you.
No, I say, who are you talking to?
It kind of gets out of hand with religion most of the time. That's why we keep it out of the live stream. But because people don't want to back down, especially if they believe in the religion and they think they have to stand up for God. And then an atheist like But anybody who's questioned any religion or looked into any of it or believe in any of it, look at that guy AL I just posted in live stream voice text. Honestly, man, I watched every one of his videos. It keeps you watching, keeps me googling, reading up what he's saying to make sure what he's saying is correct. And everything that I checked was bang on. We've been fooled again. And what's coming possibly is Jacob's trouble, if you know what that is. That's in the Tanakh.
Oh, all right, Master Chief.
I know what Jacob's ladder is.
I'm putting on a song, right?
I think it's derived.
Yeah, I'm tuning my guitar right now.
Is there anybody in here that's want to ask questions or take it? No, we all just stuck with. We should got a cog this customer, man. I'll try and get a cog this customer straight into a live stream and see what he does.
All right, I'm all tuned up now.
No.
All right, let's see here.
You're fired. No. You keep me on the payroll as an outside consultant. And in exchange for my salary, my job will be to tell people these things that I know.
What's the clicking?
I don't even have to come into the office. I can do this job from home.
What's the clicking? Me clicking. Yes.
Clicking what?
Yep. Yo, if it's flat, why don't you fall off the edge? I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girl's fat girl is crawling to bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow instead. Swallow instead. Can you hear me, Siri? Swallow instead. Hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or a fact? Thought my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space, time bends and how. After blasting through warp speed, we get to plaid. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't gotta fight in chat. Yo, I'm going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent. To the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer without a retainer. I ain't playing, about to let a slug out of this chamber. When you see the red dot, yo, no doubt it's a laser. Helio flatty dude. Shot her for later, Helio flatty dude. dude. Shot up the later. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, The devil, he's so clever with words, but level, don't never mean curved, and pause from the metaverse. Does playing Call of Duty help build my immunity up? Insurance policy paying you, they usually bluff. I'm not saying they won't do it. It's usually tough. The last few years I've seen some unusual stuff. But if I mention the shot, you say I'm off the beat. So now I'm beating off to the thoughts of shots in me. What a rotten little awful getting off scot-free. Son of a gun of a bitch I've come to be. Shaking up the game to break up the redundancy. And if it wasn't for work, they'd have no taxes. And if it wasn't for burnt, there'd be no ashes. And if it wasn't for birds, egg be no hatching. And if it wasn't for dirt, there'd be no traffic. And if it wasn't for hurts, there'd be no passion. And if it wasn't for learning, then why all the classes? If it wasn't for your purse, I'd have nothing to snatch. And if I don't come in first, then I'm coming in last. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, The devil, he's so clever with words, but level, don't ever mean curved, and pause from the meta. All these atheists must hate my guts, cause I say to their face, space is fake and stuff. NASA astronauts, everything you say is sus. Cause I suspect you make it up. Not your average FE thespian beast. Faster than faggots fasting at a lesbian feast. She that loves me the least will give me nothing to eat, but he that loves me the most will give me something to smoke. This ain't how much your mother loving murder she wrote. The spin of the earth should've made your vertebrae broke. Every word that I spoke you couldn't refute it. Water finds its true level, so you couldn't dilute it. It can't be refuted. You couldn't dilute it.
Who the f do you think you are, you crazy little shit?
Security? I am Jack's smirking revenge.
Right there.
That was awesome.
What
never gonna see curve. Got it.
You still hear clicking, bro?
Oh wait, what clicking? I'm not clicking anything.
Every time you spoke there, didn't do it that time, but every other time I was doing it, bro. Speak again.
Yeah, I was trying to tell you that I was fixing my screen.
It's away again. No, it's good.
Yeah. My bad.
No, you're alright, man. You'll sort it out, I'm sure.
Was that?
You're clicking like fuck when you The audio's coming through. What you're saying, and I don't know, noise suppression, or there's a couple of things you could click, and just click one and then speak, and then click the other one and speak, see if it goes.
My bad.
There's
Does
one
anybody
you can
else
choose.
hear any clicking from me? Because I don't hear. I mean,
Only from
I
you.
like it. Yeah, let me
Hear it from anyone else. Can anybody else hear the clicking in the background? Anyone listening? I think we're on our lonesome, bro. But if you play it loud enough, man, we'll not hear the fucking clicking. On you go. Blast it.
I can hear it.
Hey, man. Give me another
Why'd you stop it?
Say something again.
Is it clear?
Tiny little bit.
Is it a lot
Not
clearer?
as loud as it was. I can still hear it, man. But it was bad.
You sound fine, bro.
Oh.
Hey, happy day.
What's up? How you doing?
It's on YouTube as well, man. It's just a slight ticking, man.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, well, tried reconnecting. Maybe that's all it is.
Well, I did try to reconnect it. Is it better now?
What is?
The little ticking here in the background.
Oh, you talking about me? I have Tourette's, bro.
Must be what it was.
Yeah, I make sounds.
I wish I had Tourette's, man, to be honest. I could write some good music about it.
I'm like wondering what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah, I have tics, bro. I have Tourette's.
Nah, it's not fucking this.
How dare you speak, not acknowledge his syndrome, eh?
I'd like to borrow Tourette's for an evening at least. Just to get that take on automatically saying, like, no inner monologue, no
I was
thought
like
process.
curious to what the fuck he was talking about.
He can't control it. It's basically random. Like at any point, whatever triggers.
He's like
him,
that ticking. What's that tick? I'm like, that's me ticking.
That's not you. That's no, man. It's fucking something to do with audio, you man. He thinks you're being serious.
I was like, oh my gosh, bro, you got me cracking up right now. Yes.
Yeah, man. See, last night we were having a brilliant laugh, like five of us in hysterics laughing.
I think Spake almost experienced a mental breakdown, maybe. Yeah.
So when I left the chat, you were
playing last night.
You guys were laughing when I left the chat, man. I bet.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to fucking answer the basic fucking question, man. Everybody kept letting them fucking get away from it. They trying to moderate me. They've not even got all the
obviously they cannot provide with you one, yeah.
Hilarious.
Why you so mad at them for that? That's not your problem.
Got a profile picture of an angry baby and I'm sorry. They think I'm pure aggressive.
I was just having a hard time trying to catch on to what he was talking about, bro. And then the shit was like hot mic, and I was like, "What is he fucking talking about, dude?" I wasn't fucking hot micing, bro. I have Tourette's syndrome. Motherfuckers.
Oh man.
To me, what are you talking about?
No, cut this shit. He's over there cracking jokes.
Has Cut the Shit ever said hi before? I never heard him speak.
Nah, man. You'll see him just putting in text like
I know. That's what I've seen since day one. But I wonder, has anyone heard his voice ever?
No, I don't think.
It's a mystery.
Is he mute? Is that the case, or?
No, I bet he's a girl.
You think? Now you made a presumption and a claim. Now you have to provide evidence.
Don't assume my pronouns.
Yeah. No, I'm just curious. I just wonder. Hopefully one day I will hear the lovely voice of Cut the Shit.
All right. I gotta keep it low. Damn.
Look at man.
On the dark desert highway, wind in my hair, smell of colitas, right the air. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. It grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. There she stood in the doorway, heard a mission bell, and I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. She lit up a candle and she showed me the way. There were voices down that corridor, thought I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely place. There's plenty of room at the Hotel California. Any time of year, you can find it here. Her money tipping and twisted. She's got a Mercedes Benz. She got a lot of pretty boys that she calls friends. Dancing in courtyard, squeeze her sweat.
Shit. Are you just making the words up, bro? They're taking their different words, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking, I was thinking, am I tripping or what? Like, I've been awake for 2 days, man. I'm a bit sleep deprived.
So I called up the captain. Please bring me my wine. He said there was no sorry. He said that we haven't had that spirit here since 1969. And still those voices are calling from far away. Wake you up in the middle of the night just to hear them say, Welcome to California. It's such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely place. They're living it up at the California. What a nice surprise, what a nice surprise. With your alibis, mirrors on the ceiling, and champagne on ice. She said, haven't had that. Oh, we're all just prisoners here of our own device. And the master's chambers, yeah, they gathered for the feast. They started with their stealing knife, but they can't kill the beast. Last thing I remember, I was running for the door. Find back to the place I was before. Relax in the nightmare, we are programmed to receive. You can check it out anytime you like, but you just can't never leave. Okay. Hope you guys enjoyed that one.
The clicking, the only other thing that was annoying was the clicking.
The what?
The clicking.
Oh man, don't call it out.
What? No, it's fucking no, it's the mic or some shit. I don't know.
It's like the Matrix. I don't know.
They're fucking. They're recording you. They're fucking locating our area code.
Oh, fucking Sherbert.
IP address. They'll be coming through the windows any minute.
No, don't jump through the windows.
So take this phone and go to the end of the hallway and climb up onto the window ledge.
Oh man.
Yeah, it reminded me about the Matrix. Have you seen the new Matrix?
Yeah, I haven't seen the new one.
Man. I think it's shit hot, man.
You think it's shit?
Shit hot, brilliant.
Oh.
I thought it was class.
I
expected it to be probably detrimental to the fucking series of films, man. But yeah, the franchise, I thought it was going to spoil it. But yeah, I thought it was good.
Nah, they're bringing back Neo and everybody.
I know, but just, with the new machines and they severed the link and they've got a new city and stuff like that, kind of the machines helped them. They've got the conscious mind. That sets it up for multiple Matrix movies in the post coming. There'll be another one getting made quite soon, I would imagine.
Right.
Definitely opened it up for more. Loads more. The possibilities are endless.
Shit.
See, the only thing I didn't like, I can't remember his name. He's a comedian and fucking My Mother, fucking something. The guy who's the doctor, the psychiatrist. What's his name, man? He's in that fucking How I Met Your Mother shit. I hate that.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's annoying as fuck to me, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to watch something that annoys me.
I mean, obviously I had no choice because I wanted to see it and I enjoyed it. But when it first came on, I was thinking, what is this? So are they going to try and make out that Neo was just having a psychotic fucking delusion and he's on pills, and then the next minute they're fucking coming through the walls and shit, man? It's fucking, it's good shit, man. There's got to be, I bet they've got multiple movies planned, man. It's going to be fucking mind-boggling, I think.
Right.
I want to go to the IMAX. There's an IMAX in Edinburgh, so I want to find out. Next time there's a good movie there, man, and go and see one.
One of my best friends is from Edinburgh.
From where? From what?
Edinburgh.
What do you mean? Edinburgh, right?
Yeah.
That's just the way you said it. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Ah, you're all right, brother. Edinburgh.
Edinburgh. It's Edinburgh.
It's a fucking shithole, man.
Edinburgh.
Yeah, he told me how he grew up there and how he grew up in one of the Catholic Catholic. He grew up in one of those Catholic homes.
Right. I think it's child abuse to call your child a Catholic child or a Muslim child or kids are now can't be religious, man. They've got to grow up.
I mean, he was put in one of those churches. You know what I mean?
They've got to be able to make their own mind up when they've got critical thought.
Yeah, but he was raised to be put in one of those things.
I know, that's what I mean.
Like it sucks. Like he had to. I mean, he had to learn how to live in dorms with a bunch full of boys, and yeah. And then he told me about stuff that gone on in there.
It's to make you fucking hate yourself and regret your feelings, and they try and sort of alienate you from sexuality and divide you for females.
Right, but no, it actually turns a lot of the boys over there gay.
Guy, that's probably the plan then. When they put it past them.
I'm just saying.
But don't go into the sexuality subject.
They know. They all know.
That's another subject we don't really talk about. It just causes people. It's just anything divisive, bro. Really, man. We just look at the amount of servers that get shut down all over the place for spreading medical misinformation and hate speech and shit like that. So we just try and stick completely to flat Earth all the time. And then if they shut us down,
that's why I didn't. I didn't want to say nothing about it. Like,
nah, you're cool, bro. I was just saying, man. Because see, if the motherfuckers want to shut us down, they're gonna have to shut us down for flat Earth, bro. And that's gonna be like a pat on the back. I'll take that I'll happily accept that if we get banned or when we do get blocked or deleted, if it's for flat Earth because we're so big and we're making such an impact. If it's because of some asshole talking about some fucking bad shit, like medical stuff or whatever, and we get banned because of that, I'll be fucking seriously like raging. No, man. Because it will happen one day. Look at Icewall. That was like roughly 10,000 members, I think. Deleted. No warning, just see you later. Delete the whole fucking thing.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I gotta go. I have to do wudu and pray.
Go, bro.
Voodoo?
Is that a karaoke song?
I honestly don't know what he meant with that. By that,
It was either a euphemism or it's just he's gone for to sing a karaoke song. Go for the latter. Fuck it.
we can ask him when he comes back.
What do you think, right? Do you know anything about laptops?
Yeah. I was. Yeah. What about particularly laptops?
Possibly this one's MSI. Do you know what that stands for? MSI?
I know it's a computer brand, a company name, but doesn't matter the company names. Just
are they any good hardware wise at least for starters?
I think they're known more for gaming laptops. I would say
that's what it is. It was 6
gig
of RAM, and I've managed to convince them. No, sorry, it was 8 gig of RAM, and I've told them to add another 8 gig of RAM, and he's got an i7 processor, so 16 gig of RAM, i7 processor. I think it's like a.
What's your model? Is it?
I think it's. I'll find out right now, bro.
Is it new or did you buy Second-hand.
I've not bought it yet. It was a guy advertising it, and I'm having a back and forth with him since yesterday.
Oh. Well, yeah. Ask him. I mean, there should be information like what year the when it came out, that laptop. But you can probably search by the model number.
Yeah. I'll just that's what I'm saying. Can I have the precise model number?
But 8 gigabyte RAM. It sounds to me is a pretty old laptop. Because nowadays they don't give you 8 gigabytes. They give you at least 16 nowadays. The minimum, the newer ones from shops. Like when you buy, but you can build yourself also. Customize your own through websites, and they can build it for you. Also, that's an option. But
I don't know how to do that shit, bro. I don't know how to build shit like that, bro.
Yeah. So, I mean, depends how old it is and what condition and the price for it, I guess. If it's worth it, I guess. I don't know. Depends on the condition of it, I would say. And the specs you're after. I guess you just want to use it for like home usage, I guess. Like not gaming, especially.
I want to use it for Ableton.
For Able? What is that? You cut off there.
Just cut off. Sorry, man. Every time my screen dies. Yeah, I want to use it for Ableton and possibly a DJ controller.
DJ controller.
Yeah, like Tractor. I was thinking about getting the S8. It doesn't need a PC, a laptop or computer, but for transfer tracks over to
just for the
iTunes. I can't get fucking a mix with Tractor. I've got loads of native instruments. I've got Launchpad, Reason, Garage, but I've got fucking a couple £100 worth. So it's just so I can mix and make music again, man.
Yeah, it should be fine then, I guess.
Find out, man. Hopefully he'll get right back to me. So if I get the precise model number, will that tell me?
The model number of that laptop, you can look it up and you can see, you can compare the prices. If it's still for sale, you can see the current prices for it, like at first hand prices, and then see what price he offers and what condition it is in and how old it is.
But does the model number dictate the age anyway? So if he gives me the correct, is it serial number or model number? Does that always give you?
Yeah, serial number you could probably, or just the model number. It should be printed in the bottom of it, or through the computer he can look it up as well. But he should be knowing this stuff. When you do sales for these type of things, they should be able to provide you with this kind of information when you ask them, if they haven't yet. Just to make some comparisons, see if it's still for sale or whatever. Like what's the actual value of it of today and etc.
But I mean, if it was an 8 gig gaming laptop, that's fucking 10 years old, probably, man. Well, 8 years, but I seen it's an i7 Pro.
I would say minimum 5 years. If it's 8 gigabyte. But that's a rough estimation. But like I said, we need to look at the model, see when it got released, that model, and compare to today's price.
I had an 8 gig fucking RAM Panasonic or a Toshiba. That was like 9 years ago or something, man. And it wasn't that expensive.
Yeah.
It wasn't too cheap, but it wasn't exactly crazy. It's a DDR3 RAM.
Yeah, that's the old one. The new one is... Well, the current one we usually use for gaming is DD4. DD5 is rough. I think it came out recently, or maybe it's on its way, the DD5, but it's really expensive, obviously, because, better performance and whatever. So, yeah. Yeah, DDR3 is pretty old, and it's up to par with today's games, I would say, like high-end games, I would say, like AAA games.
Shit, just cut off again, man. Fuck, I'm a fucking idiot, man. So he says 16 gig, and that's the maximum it can go to. It's a DDR3 RAM. they never made 16 gigabyte sticks. He said.
He just said that. Does the laptop?
No, that was in the
takes
previous.
DDR3.
That was in the thread.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty old. And if he's still using DDR3, that's pretty old. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So fucking, he's trying to con.
Yeah.
He's trying
Should be
to
minimum
con me.
DDR4.
I'll offer him £150 max.
Yeah. I wouldn't go that high with it to be honest.
Nah, he's not going to give me it for even 2. I don't think.
I mean, for an MSI, and it should be a gaming laptop. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
and still using DDR3 is pretty old. Yeah. It's not up to par of today's stuff, I would say. It's gonna struggle with some certain things probably. Softwares and such that you're gonna use for recording.
Well, you need a minimum of 8 gig of RAM for Ableton.
Well, I'm guessing if it's using DDR3, I'm guessing that CPU is also old with it. You know what I mean? Like the model. The CPU, the computer processing power as well. So everything in that one, I don't think, did he customize that himself or did he buy it off as it was at that time?
No, I never bought anything, man. The guy still got
I'm talking about the person, not you.
Oh, I don't know the guy. He was just advertised, bro. I just messaged him last night. But he got back to me this morning.
Yeah. So I'm gonna assume the specifications of the laptop is pretty on the low end budget type. Way below low end because it's DDR3. It's not even DDR4 to begin with. But yeah, like I said, depends what you want to use it for, and if it's possible to use with your DJ controller, then yeah, I mean, why not? But as long as you don't overpay it, I guess.
I mean, I'm happy. An i7 processor with 16 gig of RAM. I'd be happy to pay $150 for that because I'm not going to get much. I'm not going to get a higher a higher chip or a higher RAM for that price locally. Definitely not.
Yeah. I mean, you can probably buy a low end budget laptops for around 150, 200 as well. Like
where?
I mean,
no, it's gone.
You haven't, if you've done any, looking around, I guess.
Yeah, like we've got. I don't know if you've heard of Craig's List, but we've got something similar to that. It's called Gumtree, and I've hunted for it every day.
Okay.
It's just your luck of the draw, man. Sometimes you might go on it, and some guy's really desperate for money, and he's just wanting to get. Like he's got a £500 fucking laptop, and he wants 200 for it just because he's got to fix his car to get to work.
Is that his price? 200?
No, I'm saying no. Just giving you an example of how you get. It's just lucky if you go on the app and somebody's desperate for money to fix their car to get to work tomorrow, and they'll fucking something they could get £500 for. They'll sell it for 2.
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
they give. I got there's a thing called what's it called? Free an app. It's called Freego, and nobody's allowed to exchange money. Nobody's allowed to offer money, anything like that. And it's all basically to stop stuff going to landfill. And you just write a little message, and I put need a laptop desperately. Need a computer connection desperately to bid for, because every week I've got to bid on the computer for my accommodation. I've got to put 3 bids in every week. And this person came with a mobile phone and a laptop for me, delivered it to my door. And the phone was what's it called, man? The Huawei P40 Mini, brand new with the sticker still on it because it never had Google Apps, because the App Store's been phased out of Huawei. So, and then they gave me it, and literally I found it on YouTube. You could just add another an emulator, and it runs perfect. They gave me like a £350 phone for free. Crazy.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I would say roughly 150 wouldn't give more than 200 for that. The one he's selling. If you want to help him with whatever the case may be. But.
Any falling off the back of lorries up there?
Also, make sure the battery still works. The one that's inside the laptop. That's everything's in good condition.
If anybody's fell off if you know anything fell off a lorry, fucking DM me. Oh, look at that! He just replied to me. Wait till you hear this, man. Fucking what a clown! He knows the shit.
What?
Oh, what an asshole! Listen to this for a reply. I said, I messaged him, can I have the precise model number and year of production, please? DDR3 is ancient, my man. He said, just leave it. I'm going to repost it with 16 gig. Thanks for your interest. Go buy a new one. He doesn't even want to tell me how old it is.
Yeah, that's
what
fishy.
a fucking asshole. What I'm going to do. This, I was going to phone him and put it on speaker and let you hear it. I'm going to phone him. Listen to this, bro, right? This should be fun.
Wait, can he phone and be in Discord at the same time? I don't know. It seems like I got kicked out. Can you do that at the same time?
Here we go. It's ringing.
Ah, okay, cool.
I don't think you can.
Here we go. Listen,
usually when I make calls, my
listen. Yeah. Bro, stop.
Okay.
Hello, bro. How old is that computer?
Really, no, mate. We got it as a trade-in and we've upgraded it all.
Right. Well, I mean, if it's...
I'll tell you, just go and buy a new one because, like, I've been at my boss to ask...
I'm back.
Yeah. Just leave it, mate.
Why? I take it you can. It's definitely not worth it. That's why you're not going to tell me the serial number or that.
The serial? What you want? The serial number?
I want the model number so I can look at how old it is, bro.
It's an MSI GE60 gaming laptop.
Right, so I asked you if you could just send me, and I was going to research it myself and find out how much it's worth. And
Information's up on Gumtree. All the information you need to research it's on Gumtree.
So for a prospective buyer, why would you then text me and after I ask you to give me the precise shit, then you tell me to fuck off and didn't buy it?
I didn't swear at you.
Yeah, I know, you never know in so many words, bro. It didn't mean you said fuck off, but you basically told me to chase my tail. Oh, it's alright, man.
Trying to accommodate you.
Aye, because you're selling something and I'm a buyer, and people that sell things should accommodate the buyer with their inquiries. Thanks very much for your lack of help. What a clown. He's not the salesman of the fucking year.
Yeah, that's a poor salesman.
I went into a second-hand shop yesterday, right, and I seen a £240 guitar. It was acoustic, but semi-electric. Looked like quite a nice guitar, but it had like a little chunk at the wood, just a little slither of wood broken off it. And I was like, I got a tuner on my phone. I was like, I'll just tune the guitar in, get a little play. And the lady's like, fine. And I downloaded the tuner on my phone. As soon as I installed it, it wanted a credit card. I downloaded another one, installed it, tuned the first string, second string, third string. I got to the second from the top. I'm not sure what number it is or what letter it is. And the good manager came in and stuck his head over the counter and says, you can't sit in the shop playing the guitar all day. I'm like, mate, I'm fucking tuning it in to play it, to try it. And he's like, well, look, just come back next week when the guitar tuner's in. I'm like, I'm tuning it just now. And he's like, but you can't just stand there all day. I'm like, mate, I've been less than 7 minutes. And I walked out the shop. I was going to buy a £250 fucking guitar and possibly a £200 or £300 laptop and a fucking mobile phone. And I was like, you know what, mate? Fucking keep it. You're getting nothing. And walk straight out. It's like they all know that they're dodgy bastards and they don't want to sell you because you've realised. Honest bastards, man.
Did the guy send you the model name? Or the name? Still no?
No, that was him on the phone. He told me, boy, don't bother, mate. I'll just sell it to someone else. Go and buy a new one. That's what he said.
No, I think I heard, but I couldn't catch all the words he said. But he said some model name, G something. I don't know what the fuck he said. I didn't catch the the whole thing. But yeah, I mean, if you could send just that information, just provide me with what kind of MSI what is the model like? What's the name of the model? So
he told me to go on.
It shouldn't be that hard.
He told me to go on Gumtree and find it, man. But I mean, if you're selling something, surely you should know the year it was made, like minimum, like that. Especially when it comes to digital goods, you should like there's the model number, fair enough, but it was definitely made in 2016. Ken, right, then, pal. Thank you. Because it's an i7, so that's quite high, reasonably high, man. I was hoping I would get an 8 gig of RAM with about an i5. I would have been happy to buy one of them.
Yeah.
Fuck it, man. Would anyone ever bought a laptop from Wish?
No.
Nah, I got mine from Walmart.
But
Walmart.
Boys, do you know what Wish is? Has any of you ever used?
It's funny how I said
heard
that.
of it.
No, it's like a chatting app. Everything, literally every single item that China produces. A lot of the stuff's free. You just pay for postage and they post it to you, man. Like JBL speaker knockoffs and phones. They tell you it's like 16 gig of RAM, and you get the phone and it's 16 gig of ROM and like 2 gig of RAM, and it's like completely fucked. But sometimes it's a hit or a miss. Sometimes you buy shit and they're fucking amazing, and sometimes you buy it and it's absolute knockoff garbage.
Mic check.
They're working perfect, bro.
I bought I bought a Cornholio t-shirt from Wish. Yeah, it was advertised as white. It came black with a black print on it. So that they printed black on black. But it cost me £2 though.
I'm just ready to go. I'm going to download it on my iPad, bro, because I just got a decent fucking pay backdated money I've been waiting for. And rather than buying, I bought a few bits and bobs, jeans and t-shirts round the stores. But from Wish, I'm going to be able to order loads and loads of stuff, man. Because some of the t-shirts, like the Rick and Morty ones, they're like a silky material. I've had one of the literally I've had this t-shirt for 3 years and it looks like it's brand new right out the bag. And so I'm gonna buy loads of fucking shit, loads of hooders.
Yeah, the t-shirt fabric itself, the t-shirt was good. It was just they fucking printed the wrong colour print on it, dumbass.
See, a lot of time as well, if you order something,
only £2 as well, so you can't complain.
you hear me?
You disappeared,
I had
bro.
to reconnect there. If you order something from Wish and it doesn't arrive, you send them. You have to put a ticket in, and when you put the ticket in, they tell you blah blah blah. It was due on this date. Give another 7 days. If it doesn't arrive, we'll fucking refund your money. And then if the gift does arrive, keep it as a gift on Wish. That's what they tell you. I've done it. I've bullshitted them. I've scammed them 5 times. I'm like, nah, my Bluetooth speaker never turned up, and they just gave me the money back, and then I've still got the speaker.
I think it's linked to Alibaba or that AliExpress site.
Ah, yeah, AliExpress. Yeah, they do a lot of digital phones and shit.
It's all the same stuff, so you can get some decent stuff on there.
Right, but which phone is worth? Because I'm looking at wanting to get a phone that's worth about £500-600. So if I spend two and a half on a China phone, I could hit the jackpot and get an amazing fucking phone, or get a complete shack of shit.
Yeah, it's a gamble there, isn't it?
And then you've got to argue with the motherfucker.
Nice one. Shack of shit. Send me the link to the thing he sells, Spake. I can look it up.
Wish.
If you still have the link from the
The laptop.
Let's say a laptop. Yeah. Just I can have a look at it. It makes me. I can see. Have a look and see maybe.
1 sec, bro.
Yeah, and he said he upgraded it to 16 gigabytes. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Okay.
But standard, if it was standard with only 8 gig of RAM and an i7 processor, that must have mean that the i7 was like really fucking like a way of people purchasing that fucking laptop at the time, because 8 gig of RAM must have been really high at the time.
The thing is, I probably have to look it up, but off the head, I don't think 10 years ago i7 was even out. To be, I don't know. But that's just off my head. You can look it up probably as well, like when i7 got released the first time. But that's how I roughly estimate like 5 years minimum is old. That's what I said. So that's what I give it. But it might be more. Yeah. But I have to look up, like, see what he actually sells. So
MSI laptop, Edinburgh. Find that 1 sec. It's just I've not got the app in my phone, so in this iPad, so I'm going to have to Google search it.
Yeah. DDR3. That come up. DDR4 come out. You can check when DDR4 came out. Okay, maybe.
She says on Gumtree.
Shit.
I think I've got it. Right.
Wait, when did it come out?
Oh, wow. Yeah, there's an
2012 DDR4 became a standard. Okay.
There's an
So yeah, maybe it's shit. Damn. Okay.
There's one that's an i7 processor with 16 gig of RAM, and it's £1,180. How the fuck is that?
Actually, you could be right. It could be 10 years, actually.
Oh, that's it. I've got it. I think MSI GE
2022 DDR4 in general.
I'm saying MSI GE60 gaming laptop, i7 2.50 gigahertz. No, let me finish, bro.
What did you say? GE? I just need a GE 76. That's what you said.
Fuck.
Speak, Max. GE.
Globe Earth.
Globe Earth? What?
GE.
What did you say? Just
GE.
I don't need the whole thing. I just need the MSI and then the GE, whatever you said. What's the
Globe
number?
Earth 60.
60, okay.
Yeah, man. And then it's nice.
G, that's what you said, Globe Earth. I was like, what the hell are you trolling with me in G? Globe Earth.
It's an i7, but
I got it. Cool.
It's 2.5. Listen, man, Jesus fucking H Christ. Right, it's a 2.5 gigahertz fucking processor. And it's 240 SSD. NVIDIA GeForce GTX 860 M graphics. I think graphics card.
All right. I got it.
What the fuck? It's got a fucking. No, it's not. It's an Apache MSI GE60. It looks kind of rough, like, well, not rough, but just no new. What about a picture of
it looks decent. It's not that old.
Just the standard being 8 gig of RAM just puts me off it to begin with. I'll give you a couple of screenshots of the shit I'm getting here, one sec. It seems like a plonker anyway. Right, there's internal fucking, what do you call it? Like the drive and the processor stuff.
Is that what is that?
I just took the screenshots from the Gumtree ad.
Okay. Is that what he sent you? This is the device specifications of that laptop?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They were in the app. I just took screenshots of them.
Okay.
Like he advertised it on Gumtree, and I just went into Gumtree and took a couple of screenshots. There's a couple of external pictures, but it does look like a old. It doesn't look rough, like it's not got like big holes or shit in it, but it looks like an old sort of design type of like this, just the shape and the I don't know, the grooves and the corners. It just looks old.
Hmm.
Fuck it, bro. I'll hopefully come across a lucky one, man. Maybe not, but we'll try.
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
I mean, I don't know much about computers, but I know for a fact it would definitely be able to handle anything that I plan to do with it. So, but again, if an old laptop, it might be an old fucking battery, and I'm not like that's the worst thing about buying a laptop, man. Because if you don't spend an hour or whatever with it, you don't know the rate that battery goes down, and if it's fucking 5, 6, 7 years old, man. The fucking internals of the batteries are fucked, man. They don't last any length of time. I fucking hate Windows 10 as well. Bullshit, man. Should be illegal for them to constantly be able to update your computer without your consent.
Well, Microsoft doesn't care about your consent.
No, that's what I'm saying, but like for Windows,
push it through anyway.
Windows 7, man, I like the setup of Windows 7. But then once you got into fucking up in the fucking security fucking cloud fucking zone, like everything's it's gonna keep getting worse and worse and worse. But Apple's got you sewn up as well. You can't get into a brand new iPad unless you fucking sign up. Fucking bullshit, man. You shouldn't have to put information. Like same with Android. Some Android phones are like trying to get through them without signing in a Google account. It's fucking like tedious.
Has he put a price on the laptop?
$250.
$250.
250 or 240, I think. I'm not saying that, like, no way. How old did you find out how old DDR3 was?
I mean, 2012, the DDR4 got like, what do you call it?
But that's when it
generalized.
ended.
Basically, that's when all people like used it. Basically,
But that's when DDR3 finished.
Well, basically, yeah.
What, 2012?
2012 is DDR4. DDR4 came in around 2012. It got finalized that year, like being generalized.
That's fucking ancient,
laptops and everything. Yeah.
It could have been 2 years old.
There might be a couple of years phase. It might take a couple of years for the phase.
Yeah, when it comes out to generalized like
3.
I'm not talking about like when they
I imagine
put
the
it
higher
as a
end
standard,
side before, yeah.
in the laptops when they sell it in the shops. That's what I'm talking about first hand. You know, that's what I meant. So yeah, it can take a few years, yeah, for sure. But around that year anyway. So it's still, it's more than 5 years anyway. What I said. At least
right.
I thought it was at least minimum, but it seems to be more. But yeah,
my guess was quite close.
Yeah. DDR3 stop being. DDR3 first released 2007.
Did you put the model on the laptop and what came up with that?
I'm still looking. It's kind of hard to find any shops that sells it directly.
Nah, not a shop, just an advertisement when it came out.
Yeah, or advertisement in this case.
What was it? GE60?
GE60, use it Apache something as well? Like is it Apache something?
GE60.
Oh.
Bro, do you know anything?
GE60 Apache 469. This is the model number out of the information provided by you from that screenshot I could find.
GE60
Apache -469. Maybe they'll write it here when it came out. I mean, it's decent. It's not that bad, I would say, considering it's a gaming laptop at that time. So it should be suitable for your needs when it comes to the DG controller, I would say. You know, like those simple stuff, I would say. I don't know. But yeah, price-wise, I don't know. I say around 200, maybe. I don't know. Not sure. He upgraded as well, so that probably is an SSD is in it as well. He said SSD.
Like quarter of a terabyte, 220 or some shit.
Yeah. Okay.
Fucking Christ, man.
Makes me think it's not that old if it's got SSD then.
What's that, bro?
Unless you put that in a lot later.
You're roboting up.
Sorry, man.
Try again.
He's still going. Right.
Yeah, DDR3L 1600.
I just found one.
Yeah, I think this laptop is around 7 years old, something like that.
It says here how to determine the age or manufactured date of the laptop.
2014 date
April
first available.
20. This one says April 2017.
6, 7. I will give it around 7 years, something like that. Yeah. On this site it says when it was first available, 2014. Yeah. I can send you the link in the voice text that we found from newegg.com. It's out of stock though. They don't seem to be selling on that site. Maybe you can find it somewhere else.
Can't find a specific fucking price of it.
The link I sent you, if you scroll down on that site, it'll tell you the specs of everything, basically, from that laptop.
I thought they were all those images that I already posted.
Images?
Yeah, the 2 screenshots that I posted with all the specs.
Yeah, you can compare it from the site that's provided by them as well for this model. See if it matches.
It should be the same thing, surely.
By the looks of it, yes. The CPU is 4710 HQ. Yeah.
No,
same
I don't
here.
know shit like that, bro. I've not got a clue about
Yeah, but just to match, what's the CPU and the GPU that we're talking about?
Nah, man. Doesn't interest me that much to do shit like that, bro. Fuck. I've already been.
I would say it looks decent. It's not that bad, considering for what you want to use it for. But like I said, it's not up to par for today's like AAA gaming or anything of that kind.
I was already quite an asshole to him on the phone.
Yeah.
You'd probably put the price up.
You think? Oh, did he?
I would. No, I'm saying he probably would. I would. I just accused him of fucking like pushing me away from the deal because I was asking too many fucking questions.
Yeah. I mean, you just explained that you're curious, and I want to know, like, the information about it. Basically, just what am I actually buying? I need to find out for myself this type of information. Check it out if it looks. Yeah.
I was thinking about getting a MacBook. I was thinking about getting a MacBook instead.
Yeah. Are they more expensive than you? Or are they cheap ones?
I just like the look of it. It looks really slick. It's going to obviously like airdrop shit with my iPad.
I mean, cool. Yeah, sure. Why not? Go for it. If you feel like having that.
Not sure, man.
I'm not sure about the prices. I think the MacBooks, Mac, are more expensive than.
Yeah, I was thinking about buying a brand new one.
Laptops. In comparison.
It cost me like £1,100, I think it was, for the one I saw brand new.
1,100 brand new? Yeah.
I think it was 1,100.
Yeah, they're overpriced, I would say. Yeah, definitely. But yeah.
But I've never had issues with iOS. Never had any problem with iPads. But now with this iPad, it's fucking. I've turned the clicking, for when you press a key, the click, 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 click. I've turned it off multiple times. It still keeps clicking because I was staying in a hotel the other night, and it was like 3, 4, 5 in the morning. Shit, I was typing on Discord, and I wasn't want to keep people awake. Anybody could hear it. It was quite loud, so I kept turning it off and on, kept doing it. Restarted the whole iPad, switched it off, switched it back on. It worked. I thought, perfect, it's kicked in. Fucking typing away for 5-10 minutes. Started ticking again, man. I don't know what the fucking deal is, bro. It's like, it seems fucking fried. Which is completely surprising. It fucking cost me $360, I think it was. $360, $370, something like that. Maybe put it in an advertisement on Gumtree and tell people I'll swap it for a laptop. Fucking right, man. They'll probably give me a shit laptop and I'll give them a shit iPad and we'll be happy. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put an advert in for it, man. Fucking right. Fuck them. That's what I should say to that guy. See the guy with the fucking gaming laptop, the MSI? I'll say, mate, I tell you what I'll do with it. I'll give you an iPad 7th generation that's fucking almost brand new.
Yeah.
You want me to phone him, put him on loudspeaker and ask him?
Yeah, go for it. If you want to talk with the same guy again, I don't know, just explain why you were asking this kind of inquiries. It's just, you need a all information at hand before you make a decision.
No, I was want to wind them up, man, and see if he'll swap if he'll give me the laptop, I'll give him the fucking iPad.
Yeah, why not? Give it a shot, I guess.
Nah, I'm gonna just advertise it on Gumtree for a swap. Because it's only the iPad's only got 32 gig, bro, and I need like at least 128. And by the time you have like, I don't know, 10, 20 apps and fucking, I don't know, 50 songs, the 32 gigs used.
32? Yeah, it's way too low for today's usage, I would say.
Yeah, man. Especially I'm quite a fucking extensive like music fucking puller. Plus, I'm always like finding sample packs and fucking just anything like fucking. Got a fucking Launchpad, Tractor, and the other one iMachine. You ever used iMachine, bro?
Sorry, what?
iMachine. Have you ever heard of that? iMachine.
iMachine?
Yeah. See when I go like that, can the microphone hear that?
Yeah. The what do you call it? The clicking, not the click. What do you call it?
Like the voices and shit. So like all the keys,
it's catching up the background or whatever you're clicking on or touching.
You can use it's like they're 4x4. You can program all the squares either on a sample, a loop, a beat, a cymbal. You can have it repeat 1 beat, repeat fucking 4 beats, scratch it, fucking. The possibilities are endless with it. And then once you've produced like certain amount of bars, and then you could, I don't know, repeat them over or loop them, then use all the little parts of recordings you've made to construct a track. And you could probably like in GarageBand or some like one of the other ones, or Launchpad. If you must have seen Launchpad at least. It just looks like a big square, and I think it's like I don't know, maybe 10 rows of buttons by 10 by 10 in a big square, and all the lights or all the pads flash. But it's priced like just the analog version of it with the light color, like the flashing buttons and shit. It's good and it's accurate as fuck. But when you use the iPad, because it's precise as fuck, man, the slightest touch, as long as your fingers, your body, your mind, your rhythm is 100% bang on, it's fucking breathtaking the shit you can do. Gonna get some music made, man. It'll be copyright free, and I'll be able to play some shit, get some poetry written over it. Oh, jeez.
Sorry, I have to do something on the side here.
Anybody ever bought a laptop off of eBay? Anyone?
No.
No. Because I suppose if I'm ordering it using my Visa card, just due to the direct debit alone, that gives me insurance on the purchase. Just heard a big crazy noise there. I don't know if someone tried to speak, but whatever you're trying to do, you were trying to speak over the top of me because you knew full well that I hadn't finished talking. There's nothing worse than somebody deliberately doing it, man. Like when you know for 100% fact that the middle of my sentence is interfered with the start of theirs. Right, here we go. I'll see what I can find. Laptop. But I can do. I've always wanted to get an Alienware laptop.
An Alien?
Aye.
That brand? I would say it's overpriced. It's like the Mac. I would say it's cool looking. Yeah, sure. Yeah, if you don't mind spending, that type of money. But I would say value for the money. I wouldn't go for Alienware, to be honest.
Yeah,
they're a bit overpriced. Yeah, basically you're paying for the brand. You're not paying for the actual hardware that you can get for lower price for the same thing, basically. Somewhere else. Yeah, that's a big difference. But like I said, if you're not, you don't mind spending whatever your money on something like that, sure.
I'm just because I've got a fair bit of money, man. I'm gonna buy like as much like top notch stuff as I need, and I've got to put what I gave my mum a lot of money to put back. So when I get my council house, I've got the whole place like completely done. So it'll be immaculate at least when I get that. So I'm just like enjoying the rest of it. Going to get everything electrical that I need. Hopefully go to Amsterdam, and that's about it.
Are you going for a trip to Amsterdam?
I think so. Me and Martov are going to possibly meet up and go to a techno rave.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, bro.
Nice. Really nice rave party.
Yeah, man.
Is it outside or in a club or like what?
Oh, well, Martov, he lives just like 40 minutes or something from the centre of the dam, so he's going to, well, if I know when it's going to happen, when I'm going to be there, he'll obviously be able to try and find the best place we can go. I told him like the treat's on me, and if you come out, I'll pay your night out and get your ticket.
All right. That sounds nice. You're going to probably have a good time.
Yeah, man, we should have an amazing time.
Yeah. Do they still? Have you checked if they still force you to take those tests, like to be able to travel from a country to another?
I'm not taking a test, bro. They better bring a fucking soldier and fucking they better bring like dark tranquilizer guns
over my dead body.
Freedom! Let me take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom.
Freedom! Shout it out, yeah.
Brilliant film, mate. Love the Irishman, man. He's like, it's my Ireland. Yes, Father, I'll ask him. He's like, looking up in the sky, and he's like, he says, fucking, this man is not 20 more. I'm prettier than this man. And he's like, stop it. No, stop talking to God and answer the fucking question. He's like, insane Irishman. He's like, smart enough to get a dagger past your guards.
Oh, man.
That's my friend Irishman, and if you fight for me, I'll get to kill the English. Excellent. Like, I'm bad for like reciting the words like movies like Friday and shit like that with Chris Tucker. Like people hate watching shit like that with me because I just can't help myself. You seen that? You better not seen that, man. You seen Friday?
What's it called? Friday what?
Friday.
If I seen Friday, what is that? Movie?
Friday. It's a movie, man. You know who Chris Tucker is, surely?
Sorry, it didn't click in my head. Friday movie.
You know who
the
Chris
Rebecca
Tucker
Black
is?
girl?
You know who Chris Tucker is?
Chris.
You got
Tucker.
knocked the
Yes.
fuck out, man.
You know Chris Tucker. Like,
Yes, I
basically
know.
this movie basically made him, man. Yeah, put him on the map as far as I realise. But he wouldn't go back for the sequel or the third one or because he was too big then, and they would have wanted fucking millions, man. So he now Smokey's in rehab.
Yeah.
But basically, it's just like two guys sitting outside their fucking in the hood, sitting outside their mama's house, and fucking Smokey gets a bit grass laid on off the dealer, and he smokes a joint with Ice Cube, and he's like, man, I didn't put that joint in your mouth, make you smoke it, man. He's like, fucking, he gets him in debt. He's only had like 2 puffs of a spliff, and he has to like pay $300. And Chris Tucker, man, he's fucking hilarious, man. Because Ice Cube gets fired on his day off, eh? And he's like, you got to be a stupid motherfucker to get fired on your day off. He's like, what you trying to do, build a clubhouse? The fuck you doing stealing boxes for, man? It's fucking amazing. That make a wigger moist. Bet that cut off there, eh? No. Did it? Did that cut off there?
No, you're good.
Yeah, you should watch it, bro. Honestly, make a point of it. There's 3 of them.
Yeah, I have to rewatch it. I don't remember it now. Sorry. Those old movies. I have to do a rerun of them. I guess.
Oh no, but you have actually seen it though, or you seen it?
I think I've seen it, but this movie's very old.
And the big fucking massive, the big black guy called Tiny Zeus Jr. His name is Debo, and he's got like a squint eye, and he's the neighborhood bully, and he robs fucking everybody basically, and they have to try and steal money off him to pay the debt. And fucking they sneak in the window when the dude's sleeping, man, eh? And Chris Tucker has to, like, he gets thrown in, like, this window to go in and fucking rob this house, man. It's, like, absolutely hysterical, man. It's a cult classic. Honestly, man. And see, the father, the dad, mate, what's his name, man? Fucking, oh, man, you'll know the black father, man.
Yeah, it's posted in the Livestream voice text. I see.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
He's like that. He's like, he comes down and then Ice Cube's got his head in the fridge and he's like, every time I come in the kitchen, you in the kitchen, in the goddamn refrigerator, eating up all the food, all the hog maw, all the collard green. I want some of them chitlins. I like pig's feet. It's fucking brilliant. He's talking, there's fucking bits of chicken flying from his mouth when he's talking and that. He's like, today the word is job. J-O-B. He's like, no, this day, ain't the mom come, you ain't got no job. You ain't got to worry about a dog catching your ass. Brilliant. Makes me feel like watching it.
Oh, we can probably do some.
Movie night, man.
Movie night, yeah. Here in Discord, yeah.
Bro, if you want, bro, I mean, I'm not for it like the next day or two. I'm a bit fucked, man. I've been melted for a couple of days. But yeah, we'll organise it maybe next week or something if you want.
Yeah, sure. We can
Right,
make it, yeah.
Right. Who the fuck is that?
Flatty.
Miss Parker. When are we gonna fuck Miss Parker? Clear that train.
Sounds like you're,
dry hump in the mic.
When we gonna fuck?
Hopefully it's dry. Yeah, see, even though I'm in the UK, because I just downloaded the eBay app and it's coming up, I could pick any country. Could I go to the American eBay and order stuff from there?
I guess, yeah. I haven't used eBay, so I can't really tell. I mean, you have to read their, whatever they have. How it's set up, basically. I'm not sure.
Fuck, it's not even going to let me pick the UK.
eBay is kind of like Amazon, I would say, in a sense, should be.
Nah, it's not going to let me pick UK. It's all.
It's not for UK? Okay.
No, it's not going to let me pick UK.
eBay UK. Yeah, I'm sure it is UK. It should be.
Yeah, it's definitely on the browser, but the app's only letting me pick USA in dollars. So,
you probably have to change something there in the website.
Fuck eBay.
Mm. God, holy fuck, look at that, man. A HP Omen. It says it's a fucking i7, 2.3 gigahertz, 16 gig of RAM, Windows 10. Fucking £1,555. The fuck,
You sound
man?
surprised.
What?
HP Omen is a gaming is it a laptop or a PC? Yeah,
A gaming laptop.
Yeah, it's a gaming one. It's built specifically for gaming, basically. But I think it's overpriced as well.
MSI was fucking gamer.
MSI is what?
Because in the MSI was a gaming laptop.
Yeah, there are many different brands that builds, specifically for gaming laptops or PCs. There are pre-built, different brand names. Yeah. You got Asus, you got Acer, MSI, Alienware, like it's tons and tons of different brand names. But again, you're paying for their name. You're not paying for the value of the laptop directly. They actually charge you extra for the since the company itself is doing it. It's a lot cheaper to build yourself a one or. I'll tell you. When it comes to laptops, it's kind of limited as well. Like in the sense, like to build your own PCs. Sure you can choose like parts, but they're very limited as well. So that makes the selection list kind of short. So the prices still may not differ that much compared to a PC when you build it by yourself, by choosing the components yourself. Which I have did. I've built like a couple pieces for myself over the years. I picked out the parts myself and I put it together myself for the PC. So it's a lot cheaper that way. It's up for it, I guess. I don't know. Depends on you.
No, I wouldn't want it. Yeah. I don't want a PC, bro. I don't want to be like stuck in the corner.
No. I was just giving an example, but yeah. I mean, you can do customizations builds for laptops. Some websites or companies has that option. But as long as I'm aware of, they're usually it's not a big difference from the pre-builds. To be honest, not much, I would say, but. That's entirely up to you what you're looking for. You want more stronger CPU, or you want, bigger drive in it, compared to the pre-builds that's being sold in the shops directly. Because since you can't change them anyway, since they are the way they are. So that's, the only two things that's different with the laptops, I would say.
Right.
Yeah. But go for whatever you feel like. I don't know. It's up to you. I can give you advice or tips and what to look for and such. If you have any questions, make up your own. Make your decision based on what you feels right. I guess for yeah.
I'm looking, bro. I'm just finding bullshit, bro. No, I'm going to buy a good laser from Wish.
What's that? Laser?
Yeah, I'm going to buy. They're not like massive fucking lasers, but they're really, really severely powerful handheld ones.
To do the distance observations, or
just to go and see what I can see, how far I could see it, man.
Oh yeah.
Give me something to do, man.
Sounds nice. Good for experiments, I guess.
Yeah, it's worth a fucking better than watching the TV, bro. Ah, Jesus Christ, mate.
Issues with the iPad?
Nah, bro, I'm just fucking... I've been up for days, man.
Explains your behavior.
Yeah, explains the look on that baby's face on your profile pic. That baby looks tired, man. You need to stop being so angry, man.
Yeah, get some sleep. Get some of that beauty sleep, eh?
Yeah, see, a couple of times I did get a little bit pissed off, man, because I'm fucking continually trying to get the fucking straight answer out the cunt, and people keep fucking interrupting and trying to mod me. And I'm like, fucking Jesus Christ. You lot can ask what the fuck you want. Just let them answer the fucking question. No.
Yeah. Well, I would say maybe they weren't serious about the topic. I would say maybe that's why they did whatever they did at that point.
Nah, there were been a bunch
dancing around the question and such. Yeah.
Guaco is a deliberate troll. He admitted it himself at least once, maybe even twice. He fucking blatantly condescended almost everybody. But then people are telling me I have to fucking leave him alone. He's admitting I'm a troll and I came here to troll. My pal told me this place was a joke, so I came here to troll. I'm like, what? Shit, I've only been saying it for the past 4 fucking hours. What a coincidence.
Yeah, I noticed you had a Globe Earther and something like that. Like also that guy. What was his name?
Robert.
Robert? Ryan?
He's pure heavy. I've never spoken to him before, but I've heard him I've been in YouTube quite a few times, and he's just a fucking lion, dishonest, dances around everything, diverts, time wastes, fucking man. And these people sitting, they've heard him for the first time, and they're like, man, give the guy a chance, man. You're not letting him speak. I'm like, he's fucking been saying this for 19 months. For fuck's sake, man.
Oh man. Give him a chance. Yeah, it was some overtalks in between. I noticed when I was listening a little bit from yesterday. It didn't. Yeah, should be like one at a time. Speak, ask, answer, and then next. Okay, fuck off.
And then nobody moves on until somebody's question or point's been addressed. Nobody goes any far forward or backwards. And if somebody contradicts a point they made previously, 10 sentences ago, 20 minutes, an hour ago, whatever the fuck, they must be cut down instantly. Now, you're interrupting him. I'm like, aye, well, he's misrepresenting what was fucking said. We've told him 6 times. We don't know what these fucking things are. Hmm? They need to keep fucking replacing your fairy tales. I bet that died there again, man.
I heard you. What do you mean?
Alright, my screen was black there. I thought it was fucking dead.
No, you're good. I heard you. Yeah.
Sake, man. That's fucking annoying when that happens. Right. I need to get rid of this iPad. Anybody want to buy an iPad?
Put it up for advertisements.
I'll accept PayPal or swap for an i9 300 gigahertz laptop, please. 64 gig RAM, at least.
All right.
Fuck this shit, man. Oh, fuck, right. Man, see this place I'm staying? See if I get caught smoking in my room. I don't get a warning, I don't get time. I have to pack my stuff and leave. I'll be smoking grass all night. The place is fucking stinking.
Yeah, the smell. It's pretty strong.
And it's really strong smelling grass. Like I managed to get like just a wee bit off a guy, man. It's fucking perfect. Struggle to get it. Better than any medication the doctors ever put me on. Gives me more relief from my fucking symptoms. Gets me to sleep. Gives me an appetite. If not, I only eat once a day. Sometimes I don't even eat. I just coast on like a couple of cups of tea, a little bit of chocolate, and then I'll eat after 48 hours, something like that. But usually just once every 24 hours I eat. Supposedly it's meant to be good for you, man. Or at least it's like, good for your gut and your fucking so it's got a chance to fast and get rid of toxins. I need to get some distilled water in me. That's what I'm going to purchase right now. I'm going to order a distiller. Yes, perfect, man.
Yeah. Gotta filter out all that crap from the water.
Or I might. You know how you can get that plastic that's not got as much, or it's got barely any of those fucking. I don't know what it is, but it leaches through the plastic. It makes plastic supple. But you can get these fucking like medical grade fucking like big bottles of distilled water delivered.
I've used similar to that, yeah, something like that filters out.
No, I mean I'm going to order like a 10-litre drum of distilled water.
Ah, you okay? So they do the work for you. You just order the water that's being distilled. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to try that first, and then see what it's like. If it's worth what I pay for it, and it's okay, then I might keep doing that, or I'll go to the distiller.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you can make a comparison. Check it out. So, what's the value for the per gallon, whatever they sell? How much it costs? If you buy your own, whatever, compared to it. But usually when they sell stuff, they should usually a bit more expensive. More, you pay actually more because they're doing the service for you. Distilling it for you.
Motherfucker.
So I'm expecting you're gonna be paying more than if you do it yourself, I guess.
Electric, but I'm living in a hotel until I get my council house, so I can use as much as I want.
All right. Well,
I'm going to buy one of those, George. You're allowed to buy a kettle like to make tea, but you're not allowed to buy toaster or cheese toasty maker. But I'm going to buy a George Foreman grill and just stash it. Just hide it under the bed when I go out. There's 25 litre for 25 quid, £1 a litre. What's the difference between deionized water? What's the deal with that?
No clue. Gotta look.
Car battery water.
Car battery.
Car battery water. Yeah, that's what you put in the top of car batteries. Yeah, deionized water. I think.
So what? Are you drinking
Double check
that?
though.
Can you drink
No,
that?
it's similar. It's similar to distilled, but I don't think it's
car battery. Interesting.
Drinkable.
Okay. Yeah, sounds interesting. I don't know. At first, it sounds like what are you drinking actually? Using the car battery to deionize it.
It's got here pure steam distilled water. It's a bit expensive, man. 1100ml bottle, $11.99. It's like £1 a litre-ish.
What about one of those water filter things? You know, like the Brita filters, but a better one. You know, Brita filtered water. It's like a jug
It
and you
doesn't
put it.
remove the fluoride.
Ah, okay.
Fucking expensive shit, man.
Yeah, it's not cheap staying healthy, you know. That's they make it hard.
It's just a coincidence.
Sure, yeah.
I think you must be a coincidence theorist.
I mean, it comes down to the food as well. The same way, you want to eat healthy, it's expensive. It's not cheap compared to other food. I usually eat like fast food or whatever, or shitty food, non-nutritional food. I don't know.
And then you microwave it, and then any nutrition that was in your food, if you microwave it, renders it fucking void.
Which one curves? What? Deionized water versus distilled water. What's the difference? Someone posted in the voice text. The monk. Still want to say because this thing. Uh-huh. Deionized water is used for scientific applications. But experiments using water can be counted. Okay. Yeah. So obviously you don't drink that shit. Car battery. Oh god.
But it's still the same water, is it not? Even if it's for a car battery, it's distilled water, it's the same shit.
I mean, it's not. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
But stainless steel.
Deionized removes all the minerals from the water, basically. That's what they say. When it's
Look at this. You ever heard of a gravity
healthy.
filter housing?
Gravity?
Yeah,
What?
it says stainless steel drinking water gravity filter housing with two ceramic.
So is it gravity that's pulling down the drops?
Must be.
I like when they put these names. Gravity. Yeah.
Fuck's sake, man.
Oh, just make more some research around that, and you probably find out more how it works. If it's worth doing a process of it, doing the amount of it you get for the time.
Well, that's what it is. BPA-free plastic. The distilled water comes in plastic bottles. It's not got any BPA in it.
Yeah, basically, I think that it doesn't degrade or, you know.
No, it's BPAs make it supple, so like plastic bottles, so they're not brittle, they're not firm, solid, but they leach into the liquid. So like bottles of water sitting in the supermarket, like they're full of those BP fucking M's or whatever they're called. BPA, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's BPA free, that's good. Yeah, it doesn't have those toxic chemicals, whatever, inside.
I just found it says fluoride water pitcher removes fluoride, lead, microplastics, pesticides. It's only £42.
Can you post a link to that, please?
Yeah, we'll do. It says filters 95% of fluoride in tap and bottled water, independently tested in the USA. BPA, phthalate, and PFAS free. Pitcher made without any BPA. Filters microplastics. Alkaline water changes the pH of the water to alkaline. Long lasting filter, 60 days, 350 litres of water for each filter. Fast filtration, long lifespan. Nice. Gonna buy that. See if there's anybody that's give it a good rating. 578 ratings, 4.5 stars out of 5. That's alright, man. How much the new filters are, though. That's the thing. They'll probably be fucking almost the price of the whole thing. No, water filter replacement, $9.99 for one. So it's $10. Never heard of a fucking just a jug that takes away or that extracts the fluoride as well as fucking plastics, lead, and alkalizes it. Strange. Got a 60-day lifespan on the filter. Oh, what? It says filtration without demineralization. Essential elements are remineralized like zinc, selenium, magnesium, potassium in filtration so that you can enjoy the benefits of mineralized water. That seems fucking a bit too good to be true. Says somebody asked a question saying, on what basis is certain essential metals stripped away without adding them back, e.g. copper? On what basis do you decide what is remineralised? Thanks for the question. Filtering specific elements can be difficult, therefore remineralising is needed. Regarding which minerals are re-added and why, we add zinc, selenium, potassium, magnesium, which are common elements found in mineral water. This also serves the purpose of alkalising the water and giving it its taste. They said one of the 5-star ratings, they said they checked it with a TDS meter for the fluoride, and it's on average 190. There's a bad rain. They're saying they purchased it, and the water they were using in their kettle was leaving fucking white scummy residue. This jug is an unnecessary purchase. As they said, however, had bought a bottle of bottled water of pH 9 or greater as a point of comparison, and the strips did not show anywhere near 9 pH. They showed just as much as filtered water in total alkalinity after filtering. Moreover, it improved after second filtering. Fuck it, I'm gonna buy it.
Which one? The Coke distiller?
Yeah, the jug thing.
The jugger?
Jug, yeah. It looks
The
like a
jugger,
Brita.
jugger.
It just looks like a Brita filter.
Can you send me the one you're looking at?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm
Have a
just
look.
gonna put it in my basket.
Yeah.
One-time purchase. One-time purchase. Fuck it. Live stream.
Okay. All right.
Oh man, it's worth a try, man.
Yeah, if it's a good one, you will notice the difference in the taste as well. From tap water to the from that.
I just added it to basket, and then it came up another screen. It said 2-year accidental damage insurance for a camcorder from £40 to £49.99 for £4.39 to add to the purchase. Why the fuck would I want insurance for a camcorder if I'm buying a fucking filter? Fucking idiots, man. Proceed to checkout. Oh man, where's my fucking wallet? That's a fucking question. Shit.
And the filter lasts for 60 days or 350 liters lifespan.
It's not bad. That's actually okay.
Yeah, definitely. For yourself, yeah, it will last long.
Fuck, man. Fuck.
Hey everyone.
Hello.
I have a
Hey.
question. Yeah, I have a question. I don't believe in the globe model, but I was talking to my friend who does, and we have like conversations regarding it, like back and forths with different perspectives and stuff. And my friend was talking about, so I guess we had like where he was trying to get me to understand his point of view was to do with like we have a different view on density and how density can be like applied to gravity, and so he thinks that gravity is ultimately the thing which brings forces downwards. And so his argument to me was that, okay, Stacy, because you're saying that it's not gravity, it's just buoyancy or density, then what's the actual force causing things which are more dense to go down rather than things which are less dense to go down? And if you use the example of having a centrifugal force, like swinging a bucket over your head, then at one point the water is going to be right above your head and the force being exerted is going to be straight up, making the reference frame of like the density reference frame, it's going to be inverted to what it usually is, where what's less dense goes down, whereas when you have the force exerted upwards, what's less dense is what's more dense is usually down, but when you have the force exerted upwards, what's more dense is going to be above you because of the force exerted. Does any of this make sense? Have I explained it? Do you know where my point?
Well, there's always what we can verify is it's regards to the medium in the relationship between the whatever that is, like your phone, a helium balloon, like so. It's always we can like prove that it is always to do with the relationship between the object and the medium. What we can't prove experimentally, at least, is gravity. Your friend, ask your friend if he knows of any other person who, at any period in the history, has ever proven experimentally either Newtonian gravity or Einsteinian. Neither of them have experiments, so technically they're not even science. They're not even theoretical. It's not a science theory. So
yeah, I
ask
guess.
Ask him if they can provide experimental evidence for his claims. See what he says.
Yeah, well, it's just the topic we've been discussing is his argument, I guess, was that, well, you know, what causes your density gradient to go to like be pointed downward? Why is there like this like force everywhere going down?
Why not up or why not left or right? I mean, we don't know why things go down like that. We're always gonna, if we don't know something, we're just gonna say we don't know. It could be related to electromagnetism. It could be something we've not even thought of.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess I was just asking to see if there was like an actual reason, but as I suspected, I thought it's just, you know, it's just the way it is, whether we know or not. It's
a new
just
term. I only heard this about a couple of weeks ago or about a month ago. Relative density disequilibrium. That's a new sort of term that's been thrown around by some fly earthers. So they claim that's the force, a pseudo force, I would imagine.
I'm not sure if relative density is able to like explain what the force is. I think because like density needs a force.
Yeah, that's
I don't know.
relative density disequilibrium. That's what people have been throwing
okay.
around.
Plus equilibrium.
Like if you dropped like a blob of oil in water in a I don't know, like a density tower. Like if you dropped it and eventually it's going to make its way back up to the top if it's lighter than all the rest of the stuff it landed in. So that is technically, I mean, I would say it is a pseudo force, I suppose. If it's trying to make its way up to the top, you're not exerting any other pressure on it, but it's still oil's always going to try and get to the top of the water. So I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not an expert in none of that shit, but I would say that to me would be a pseudo force. It appears to be a force, but it's not really.
Yeah,
Possible.
I guess I've sort of been thinking of things like in terms of instead of just thinking something goes down, I also sort of try and think while it goes down, the air above it goes up. So it's sort of like a two-way sort of thing which happens where two things are happening at once to transfer an item lower or higher. But yeah, I mean that was I don't really have much else to say regarding that because yeah, your answer is what I was sort of expecting, but I thought I'd just throw it out there, see if I get any, other perspective.
Maybe someone else has got another idea. I'm just giving you my view. I mean, I'm just a layman myself. Like with these things,
Yeah.
I only know what I know.
Yeah, but I just I'm sort of the person who likes, like with my friend, I like talking to them about it, and then I want to be able to, like, I don't know, sometimes it just feels a bit incomplete if I'm just like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't have the answers, but I guess I won't always have the answers, and I guess they'll just have to accept that I can't answer every question of theirs. But, conversation it's good for everyone, gives different points of view. And we've learnt a lot from like each other's challenging each other's beliefs and stuff.
It's always good to ask a question.
Well, while I'm here, I might throw out one other question. Is usually when I'll do some over the ocean sort of observational tests where I might look at a lighthouse 20 kilometers away. Usually what I'll see is the lighthouse, but then there's like a reflection going on, so I can't really see all of the lighthouse. But then it's sort of, from what I gather, it looks like the, how do I describe it? So it sort of looks like the lighthouse or the atmosphere sort of enlarged the lighthouse in a way which seems to correspond well with the curvature estimates, which my friend likes to like say, oh, see, it's got the curvature estimates and stuff. But I'm just wondering with enlarging like the atmosphere, do you have like much resources on how like a long distance ocean view could enlarge a lighthouse or landmass just a bit, because it's not much, like I think it's only like 15 meters or something of what you could argue looks a bit like curvature, but it's nothing drastic. So yeah.
I mean, where are they getting the calculations for the curvature? Like, where's the measurements? Ask them for that.
No, like I'll be doing these curvature tests myself, and then you'll see that there's like there's meant to be land, but then it will sort of just you'll just see maybe some of the lighthouse and not the land. And so you can say, oh, you can't see the land, therefore, say 15 meters of curvature must be there. So it's not, it's lining up with what you're seeing, but whether it's curvature or just perspective is like really the actual question. But yeah, I'm just wondering with perspective if there's any resources and explanations for the atmosphere magnifying the environment to make it look enlarged in some way.
No person to ask.
Okay. Yeah, I might come back some other time, and when it's a bit more active in the live stream, and ask some of these questions.
Anytime, you're more than welcome. That was quick.
Was there last question there about? What to take into consideration during observations or what?
Yeah, something to do with the lighthouse being, was it further? Man, I'm not into that kind of stuff, so like it's Japanese to me.
Japanese.
She was saying that it appeared slightly larger.
Is that the Atmos modification then she's talking about?
Yeah, but I told her to go and look at Ballbuster 66. I'm not sure if my mic was working properly at the time.
Oh, we didn't hear you, no. I don't think
Oh,
you
okay.
yeah. At that point when she was there. What should she look up? You said Boston what?
Ballbuster 66 from Quantum Eraser.
Ballbuster, sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
With refraction, looming, and mirages.
Spake, what's going on in the background? Your mic is acting up.
I'll just restart.
Sounds like Megatron, whatever the fuck his name is, taking over Decepticons. Ballbusting 66. Is that ballbusting66.com as in one word?
No,
yeah?
Ballbuster from Quantum Eraser. It's the one on refraction, looming, and mirage.
Do you have the link to it or something?
I'm doing something else at the minute, but I will post it on.
No rush.
Yes,
okay. Yeah. Then we can look it up and see what it's all about. Is it on his YouTube?
Yeah, it should be on his YouTube. Yeah. Okay. Ballbusters right. 66.
Okay.
What are you looking at, man?
And you see the bluffs behind it. You see the white parts that are the towns.
An apparent position, the horizon.
See that second jetty, that second string of islands and jetties out in front of the mainland. That's where the globe line should be. That's 116 miles right there. That should be it. That's where the hump is. Yeah, RC Meisty, do you live on a sphere or not? Do you live on a sphere? You live on a sphere at 9,000 feet. Your horizon's at 116 miles.
Stop begging the question.
Listen, this is 1,000, and I want to point out that this is 1,000 nanometer infrared, and infrared wavelength refracts less than visible light. So even using this shouldn't be visible in a visible wavelength. But the fact that it's even more visible than it should be in the visible wavelength at infrared, because even more of these mountains should be hidden. Understand? If there was no refraction whatsoever, you wouldn't be able to see any of these. Okay? If you say there's refraction, you should be able to see a small portion. But the fact that there's less refraction.
So from 9,000 feet, where do you feel like? Where does it say me more that it should be cut off?
116 miles is where the globe horizon should be.
From 10,000 feet.
Stop begging
From 9,000 feet. From 9,000 feet, if you're on a sphere 24,901 miles in circumference at 116 miles, that should be the leading edge of a sphere.
Cool.
So I'll look up Tete de Garnissier. God, these French names.
One of the websites in Catalan trying to figure that out.
God, Catalan. What the heck? Seriously. Should be below the curve. Whole thing should be gone. Couldn't see the top of it at all. And when we see the whole thing, base of the mountain, all the way down.
You can see it, dude. You can see the land after the water rising up. Okay, right after the water it doesn't immediately go into the mountains. It doesn't go into the mountains for like another 20, 25 miles before the elevation starts going up again. And you can see it rising up just like a regular, just like looking at the ocean or something, how it rises to eye level.
Okay, so that's 7,765 feet when we should have 12,500. Top of the mountain should be 5,000 foot almost below the bulge of sea in the middle. Game over. Rip the globe.
So RCYC, look at Livestream. So this is from Google Earth, obviously. This inner circle, that's where the horizon is supposed to be, and the outer circle is where the furthest mountains are. That's 255 miles from the peak of Canigou. Go get the size of that circle.
Well. Hello, Memoirs Aurelius.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Oh, good.
All right, bro.
Good. Just been packing up recently, getting ready to move the fam down to Florida.
Awesome. Safe travels. I'm assuming you go by car.
Yeah. We're only moving down, let's see, 4.5 hours south.
All right. Quite to the right, yep.
Yep, heading down to Orlando. Anybody got anything going on?
Nah. You missed all the fun and games earlier.
Oh no. Anyway.
Nothing original.
It never is.
Oh man, it's absolute fucking bullshit.
They've been pulling their audience from TikTok now, which is probably the stupidest audience that there is on Earth. So all the globe heads have moved over there and set up their little channels, and they've all gone back to their 2015 arguments because it works on people with a 17-second attention span.
Fuck's sake. Oh, is that you, meme? Fuck's sake, I just recognised your voice there, bro.
Yeah, it is me.
Fuck, I've not heard you for ages, man.
Didn't you recognize the nasally sociopath voice?
That was what disguised it slightly. Man, these two characters earlier, bro, I shit you not, they would not. Well, the first guy would not answer one fucking question directly. Not fucking one, man. And everybody kept fucking allowing him to slip through fucking almost to these toenails nailed to the floor. And he managed to just get out of it. He's like, I don't.
Correction.
He's like, I don't like to answer your questions. Your questions are stupid.
Correction. Couldn't answer.
No, couldn't have a fight.
Couldn't answer, yeah.
Man, he never listened to a fucking single thing anyone says to him, and he was going round in circles for 5, 6, 7 hours in total, probably.
Holy cow.
And then this other guy, Robert, somebody came in. I'm not sure what his second name, but I've heard him once or twice before. And he was just constantly asking why the sun and the stars go in circles. So I said, well, how can the stars rotate in concentric circles if we're moving in multiple vectors at millions of miles per hour, but nothing changes, polarity is the same? He's like, no, well, we'll just stay off that subject just now. I'm like, what about, instead of pointing to the sky, why not show us like evidence for curvature or motion? Oh, you always bring that up, like, and that's just a trick. You're just trying to trick us. I'm like,
you always bring up proof-based arguments. Why?
Every time fucking he brought it up, man, I was like instantaneous. I'm like, we've not got an answer. We don't know what these things are. We can see them just like you. You believe stories about them. We don't. We've not got a story to replace your story. And then 5, 6 times, man, he brought it up. And every time I says, mate, we don't have an answer. Can we move on to something about the shape of the earth?
Yeah.
Fucking joke, man. I'm getting my laptop hopefully today. I'm gonna fucking get some good sound bites and make a good video, man.
Oh yeah. Who all was in on the argument?
I mean, I destroyed him after he got checked in. Like, I just a quick fucking like a 2-3 minutes tear down like what he was believing. He never listened to any of it, and for all those hours, 10, 15 people spoke to him, and he literally ignored every fucking thing, man. Everything.
Sometimes those are the best ones to play with.
Nah, but he was doing it deliberate, bro. He was smiling when he was talking. He was insulting people's intelligence. He threw a few ad homs here and there. You could, like, literally, somebody was, like, explaining a premise or getting to a point, and then there was silence. And then he would literally, blatantly, you'd hear him typing in the background. He just completely ignored everything that was presented. And he'd done that 50 times. I was going to ban him, like, 3 times.
Yeah, this is why I don't believe in bots, that these people are bots or anything like that. And like, because I've been on the internet long enough, and like, you go on Twitter and you go to like the anti-gun portions of it, the arguments they give. These are real people, and they're just so irredeemably stupid. They're irredeemably stupid. They might as well be bots.
I don't even think they're that stupid, bro. The belief does that wipes out any intelligence they've got.
Well, to me, that is what stupid is. Like, it's not just being ignorant and it's being ignorant and being unwilling to fix that, being unwilling to listen. That's stupid, because those are the people who don't listen to good advice and wreck in the rain. Right? Like, hey, you shouldn't speed while you're in the rain. You tell them that, and then they go out and they speed and wreck in the rain. Doesn't matter how smart they are. They're an idiot. But yeah.
It's a clown show, man.
It is.
That's what I was saying earlier. I'm going to get the Benny Hill theme music when I'm editing the video.
I grew up on Benny Hill. So.
Or have you seen the video? I used to have it on my old YouTube channel where Fight the Flat Earth is like, you flat earthers are still clinging on to this joke of a movement, and the guy's got this trumpety music in the background. That guy called Shill versus Shills, or Shills v Shills, his channel, and the music's absolutely hilarious. So I'm going to try and find that and use that in Benny Hill.
It's like the opposition has degenerated so much. I gotta take breaks because it just gets depressing talking to these mongrels. Because they are just, they're like troglodytes searching for open muscles at the front of their caves. They are just the worst, most worthless human beings who have ever existed.
Don't overrate them, bro.
It's like they make me believe in hominids.
That's offensive to the hominids out there.
It's an insult to hominids. Yeah, you're right.
Fucking poor hominid.
Ogmic spear.
That's hominidism.
I'm just gonna. I add hominid all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you say to somebody? I mean, how do you reason with a moron? I'm at a point I just insult them. There's no point talking to them.
Speaking of Hama, I discovered the title of the new religion that's been going around called homophonism.
Homophonism?
Homophonism.
Fomism. So it's man something?
No, same sound. So it's
same. Okay.
Phonism, same.
Yeah, homophonism. It's the religion where just because something sounds like something else, therefore it has some type of special meaning, like sole of your shoe and your soul.
Right? No!
It's the religion of homophonism, and yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like people who don't know that history, it doesn't have anything to do with his or her.
Exactly.
It's historia is a Greek word that means to inquire.
Yeah.
It's like it was not even related.
The religion of the etymological fallacy as the base axiom, basically.
Good Lord.
Yeah. So I gave it a title: homophonism.
Homophonism.
Homophonity. I could call it that.
What are you? Homophonahibic?
So I think if it was ET, it would be phonohomism.
ET phonohomism.
Phonohominism. Phonohominism.
Yeah. No, I did have a decent conversation with the guy named Nitro Earth yesterday, with the good old profile picture of a zoom in of Africa. every now and then I feel like there might be a little bit of hope here. There might be a couple of IQ points to rub together. But he said he'd be back today. So check this out. Let me explain. This is why I had a little bit of hope. This guy, we were going back and forth. He was kind of low energy, not really giving it his all. But he posted in the chat a Guinness World Record for the longest distance straight line of sight view, and it was the 275-mile. What?
Canada.
Well, this was Peak Gaspar. So here's the fun part. He posted this in chat. Let me see if I can find it from yesterday in the chat. The Fenestrellis to the Gaspard. Yeah. So this happened yesterday. I put the math anyway. I can't find it. It was yesterday, but I put the math in the chat and explained, hey, look, 3 miles. It's the peak of Gaspar is supposed to be 3 miles below the horizon. Are you understanding the numbers? And he's like, yeah. I'm gonna have to do the math myself. Okay. By the way, I have to get ready for work. So.
You don't want to have your paradigm shifted before a day at work.
Yeah.
That's what you want to do when you get home so that you can stay up at night.
Yeah.
And then go to work the next day after you've absorbed it, because boy, you don't want to have that going through your head.
Yeah, especially if you do anything that where you could get hurt really bad if you have that kind of job. Ooh. It was funny. It was just a serendipitous moment where he had posted that in the chat, and then I was able to be like, excellent example. Let me show you something.
Yeah.
Oh man, I love those moments. Yeah.
They are fairly good. Oh man.
He said he would be back. Said same time. I'll be back.
Hopefully he is. I'll be back. Was that the morning time?
It was a little afternoon, so probably 2 or 3 hours from now. It would be about the same time.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Orlando.
What's happening there?
That's where I've been. We've been packing up. We're moving out of Georgia, going down to Orlando.
Oh, permanent new dwelling location?
Yep.
Oh,
Permanent.
wow. So are you going to have to reestablish your business, or?
I've had a digital or a remote license set up there already, so that it can be established. We got other sources of income too, so it's all right.
Gotcha.
So I quit doing concrete anyway. I just do the epoxy and the refinishing now, because concrete went from $105 to $192
per cubic foot,
per cubic yard.
Oh, per cubic yard. Okay.
So essentially, in the past 6 months, it's doubled in price, and they're telling smaller contractors like me, like if you're not pouring 700 yards, hey, we can get you in 7 weeks. And I'm like, there is no way I can schedule anything with someone telling me they're out 7 weeks with the materials to do the job.
Yeah.
Because in that span of time, customers chicken out.
Yeah. So there's probably not a lot of concrete jobs taking place right now.
Oh, everyone's calling and everyone wants them, but they're not used to the new jacked up price.
Sure.
And so I had trouble getting 2 clients to pay me recently. I got paid, of course. But I thought, you know what? This is a signal of how it's going to be for the next year or two.
Mm-hmm.
Concrete. And so I'm done with it for now.
Yeah, I hear you. Gotcha.
So if the price ever goes back down, I'll go back into it. But no, I'm just sticking with the other parts of my company.
Gotcha.
So that's that.
So does that include like kitchen countertop type stuff too, or not necessarily? You said epoxy, so I'm imagining like how you can refinish a concrete countertop and do the fancy epoxy patterns.
Oh yeah, I can do all that marbleization,
Yeah,
flake, all that epoxy stuff I can do. All that crazy stuff you see on like YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's
they
beautiful.
and they make it look so easy. They make it look like yeah. The stuff is beautiful. But
I love that. I mean, to have that ability, dude, that's you have a great eye and stuff like that. You know, that's just because you got to get all the bubbles out just watching what they have to do. Like, dude, that's like mind bending. So it's like that's amazing that you know that stuff.
well, the good thing is well, what I'm going to do too is I'm going to get a vacuum chamber that's made for epoxy. You just put the epoxy in the vacuum chamber after you mix it. It turn it on, turns on the pressure low enough, all the air comes out of the epoxy, and then you put it on the floor. And then all you have to worry about is the air bubbles that are aspiring from the concrete, which that's not too bad. They come through pretty quick.
Huh.
So.
Like able to receive what 1 gallon at a time or 5 gallon? How big of a vacuum thing?
3 gallons.
3 gallons. Yeah. It shouldn't be that difficult. I did find it. Not that you didn't already know the details, but I'll post the timestamp in the chat. Yeah, it was cool. Peak de Finestrellas and Peak Gaspar. Such a good example. Yeah. So it's
Oh yeah, those are the guys that Indio has been in email correspondence with for a very long time.
The Mark Brett Guma person?
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if the guy that did that went, I did a really great thing, but then again, how did I do that?
I think he is more concerned with obtaining the best photographs than anything else. He seems like that kind of person. Like some people are very ambitious for what they want to do and are really unconcerned with anything else. I actually really respect that.
Yeah, I gotcha.
That level of stoicism. And so I think that's just how he is. He's like, look, whatever. I'm getting the longest photographs. But I can't say it in the weird. He speaks like Catalan or something, which is a really rare language. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There's a handful of peculiar languages. Catalan's not the one where they do the whistles, though. I don't think.
I don't think so. Catalan is part of like the Southern European.
Yeah. Islands somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere around there. It ain't Cantonese.
No, not that. Oh, meme.
Yeah.
in August, I'm going to be having an opportunity to be face to face with some NASA astronauts.
Really?
Yeah. So a friend of mine that runs a radio show, he is also a city planner, and whatever the position is that he holds is an elected. He's elected the city planner of the city near me. So he's a well-connected guy. He also runs a drone camp for that same city, and he's been doing this for years. He's been accumulating donors or donations in order to accommodate this NASA astronaut visit. They are requiring $50,000 in order to do their visit, to talk to a bunch of children about space and space flight as it correlates to drone technology. Anyway, he is a space skeptic, interestingly enough. At the very least, he is a space skeptic, and he is interested in once he gets the opportunity to have them over to, in his words, give them heck about NASA fakery and stuff like that. So me being well aware of how sophistry works and how effective they can be at their sophistry, I have been accumulating the best questions I possibly can and different resources in order to prepare for how I'm going to what I'm going to say and how I'm going to say it, which will have to be I'll have to adjust based on what I learn about them. So, for instance, if I learn that they've never done a spacewalk, that changes, some stuff. If I learn that they have, then I can go those kinds of directions. But anyway, I'm just letting it be known so that if anybody has any good ideas for me, and also if Fraud is listening, I am hoping that he joins me. Fraud.
Are y'all in the same area?
Yeah, we live a couple hours apart from each other.
Yeah, there you go.
He must be doing something right now. But yeah, that is in August. Apparently, their going rate is $30,000, and in order to do the ISS experience, their fee is $50,000. So it's an extra $20,000 to do the ISS experience for a group of children, and youth. So anyway.
What is the add-on for the ISS experience? What is the experience?
I can only guess. I don't know the details. I assume they probably have some kind of travel trailer decked out like the ISS. That's my guess. I have no idea what actually happens.
It'll be a semi truck.
It'd be probably a semi. It might involve VR. I don't know. I really don't. But
well, knowing nowadays, it's probably just entirely VR. They don't go anywhere. It's just now we can bring it to you right in the classroom, kids.
So it's pretty much a real ISS experience then, huh?
Yeah, it's just like the real thing.
Kids, this is literally no different. There's no difference at all. I mean, you won't
pretend.
You won't float, okay? You won't float, but otherwise, it's exactly the same.
Guys, sorry to interrupt. Struggle Stacy has an inquiry to make if you're up for it.
Yeah.
Who's playing clown music in the background?
Sorry, it's the ice cream truck. Sorry.
That's an ominous foreboding. Who has the question?
Stroll?
Yeah, it's me, Stacy. My main question I asked a little while back, but there wasn't many people on. It's basically with the density equilibrium or the density gradient, we understand things which are denser go down and things which are less dense go up, or compared to their relative density medium. But I was talking with one of my heliocentric friends who we go back and forth, and he was basically bringing up the idea that, like, if you have a centrifugal force and then you have a bucket of water and you're spinning it with the centrifugal force at
Is
one
that
moment.
how does your friend think that's how gravity works?
No, it's to do with that's no. Can I just try and explain it?
Sure.
Yeah. So with the water, it will be right above you, even though water's more dense than the air. But because you're exerting it above, like straight up, which kind of inverts the density gradient relative to that force you're applying to the bucket of water. And therefore he's saying, look, you can see there's a force which is causing the water to like have its density, the more dense to be at the as high as it can and the less dense to be lower. Whereas when we just have our ground, which is like our initial reference point, all of the dense things go towards the ground. So therefore there's a force being exerted towards the ground. And what is that force was basically the question.
Well, that's not a question. He's making a claim.
And
he's using a question to make a claim.
So once somebody starts talking about density in regards to the gases, and it was like, well, look, there's a density gradient or pressure gradient in the atmosphere, blah, blah, blah. I like to give the example of the sulfur hexafluoride in a container, which, by the way, container. They put it in an open-topped container, sulfur hexafluoride, and it's, just keep this in mind, this gas is more dense than air. Okay. As a result, you can take a tinfoil boat and float the tinfoil boat on sulfur hexafluoride gas. It's quite interesting. But here's the point: is it's a good demonstration for the fact that gas needs a container. Okay, because even though it's more dense than the air around it, when the top is open, it will escape the container despite the fact that it's more dense than the surrounding air. And eventually, the container, the open-topped container of sulfur hexafluoride, will disperse into the available area because of the second law of thermodynamics. So the claim that gas pressure may not need a container because of density and so on is a moot point, because it's literally not something that could ever be demonstrated, because there are demonstrations like what I just described. Does that make sense?
Well, it sort of does. I guess it's just a bit hard to follow.
Think about it like this.
You can show it. There's YouTube videos literally showing the boat sinking because the sulfur hexafluoride, though it is denser than air, escapes from the container because of the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay, so it's sulfur hexafluoride?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Sulfur hexafluoride. And there's like, I don't know, 100 videos on YouTube demonstrating this. And why is it? I know that it's somebody was like in the chat, it's man-made. I get that. That's not my point. I know it's not a natural thing. The point is it's denser than air. Okay, so it is helpful and or useful as a demonstration for how, even though something is denser than the surrounding medium, it's a gas, and because of the second law of thermodynamics, it will equalize with its surrounding available space. That is what gases do, regardless of density, and that's why it's such an important demonstration for people that are deluding themselves into believing that gas is only on Earth because of gravity or density or any other claim, rather than the necessity of a container. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand that.
Cool.
Also, is there any water in a centrifugal motion on Earth that he can provide?
I doubt it, but
No.
yeah,
So you have to put water in a container and then apply a force, and then say, because I'm applying force to water, there must be force holding everything else down. Is that even a logical statement?
Well, I mean, I kind of thought it was a logical statement, but it doesn't make me think of gravity the way he thinks of it. But I think it's a fair statement to make.
Do you know what a non sequitur is?
No, I don't know what that is.
Okay, so a non sequitur means it does not follow. So let's say I put water into a bucket and I spin the bucket around. Because the water stays in the bucket, I can make a claim out of something completely unrelated to that something must be holding everything else down. It's a non sequitur. They're not logically related at all. It's like every time Nicolas Cage makes a movie, swimming pool deaths rise. It's true. You can look it up.
Well,
there's a straight line correlation with Nicolas Cage making movies and swimming pool deaths. Does that mean they're related?
No.
No. Things have to be provably logically connected.
But the way when I heard his argument, I thought it did make sense because.
Okay, how does applying force on a bucket of water by spinning it relate to anything else? What is the logical thread?
Well, at least how I see it is like the density gradient is in changing due to the force exerted. Therefore, shouldn't there be a force always exerted to cause the density gradient?
But is that a logical connection? Is that a logical connection though? Or is that just, I think so?
Oh. I have a really good, I can understand where you're coming from, Strool, but to elaborate on what Meme is trying to point out, there is a really cool, there's a really cool video of a buoyancy demonstration using vibration. Here, I'll find it and I'll post it and you can continue the chat. But anyway, I'll find it and then I'll continue. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, well, I did think about it, and I because at first when I was talking to my friend about this, he was like, it took a few weeks before I finally got his point with the centrifugal force. But then it's like, okay, I see what you're trying to say. Okay, I get your point. I can, and now I do think his point makes sense. I mean, maybe I'll have to think of it a bit more.
Yeah, no, this will help. This will help. Look what I posted in Livestream voice text. Yeah, you are hot micing, Panto. Yeah. So the video title is The Weird Physics of Upside Down Buoyancy. Okay. They put a semi two-dimensional, it's not exactly two-dimensional, but it's a very skinny area, 2 panels of glass with water or some liquid in the middle. And they have these boats. The boats have magnets, but that's only for the purpose of being able to easily move them. They start vibrating the panels or the container, okay, up and down. I believe it's an up and down vibration. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Okay. Yeah. What happens is it forces pressure to develop below and above the water. Okay. And then you can actually demonstrate a buoyancy gradient and cause the boat to these little floaty boats to float on the top and the bottom, and their floating is equal. Okay. So in regards to the nature of a non sequitur, it would be like me doing this demonstration and then saying, therefore, we know that there's a vertical vibration that causes us to stick to the earth. Right?
Okay.
But the issue is, just because you can demonstrate something to do something, the correlation between the thing that you're demonstrating and reality is it needs to be connected logically, and you have to demonstrate it. So you'd have to be like, you'd have to show the earth actually bouncing up and down, or in this guy's case, you'd have to show the earth actually doing this centrifugal thing that he's referring to, which again, that hasn't been demonstrated. It's just a story. So just because somebody can demonstrate a thing to be happening doesn't that correlates to our reality or looks like something in our reality doesn't mean that it actually is the cause of our reality.
And I want you to think about this too, all the manipulable variables in his demonstration. He has a bucket, he loaded up the water, and he chooses the speed of the force of the centrifugal force applied, right? He's choosing all that. So he can manipulate the force, can't he?
Yeah.
All right. So in order to demonstrate that, he has to manipulate the force. Where is the proof of a force outside of that? Is there proof of a force anywhere? Because to prove the force, you have to manipulate the force.
Yeah, just ask him to stop the bucket.
Yeah, stop the bucket. Don't touch the bucket. What happens? Nothing.
Yeah. Hey, Nitro Earth is back. I was just updating a couple of people, Nitro, about our conversation yesterday. Was that help? But before we go on to that, I don't want to. Strool, was that helpful?
Yeah. That's gave me a lot of clarification. So I realized that my understanding was no different to saying, oh yeah, look, this magnet makes, say, this water go up here, therefore the water is being held down by magnets, which it could be, but it's not a logical conclusion.
Yeah, ultimately it's about finding cause and effect.
Yeah.
And when it comes to creating the centrifugal force, you know the cause of that because you can manipulate. But you can't do that. You can't do that with why everything is the way it is here, because some things float, some things go up in the air, some things are lighter than air.
Yeah, I appreciate your input. It's helped.
Cool. All right. Nitro, are you there? I saw you join the VC. I figured that's what that means, is that you're able to communicate.
When Stacey was in earlier, she had a second question, and my mic wasn't working at the time. But can I just point it to the chat? I'm going to post the video. It's about terrestrial refraction and looming and mirages.
There's just one problem: is that terrestrial refraction is not a real.
Well, I know that, but QE goes through that.
Yeah.
Playing hard to get, Nitro? Did you do the maths?
Well, I'm in doing some Overwatch games real quick.
Did you do the math?
The guy who was going to present the evidence?
No. Nitro Earth is the one that gave us the long distance observation from the Guinness Book of World Records. Did you do the math yourself?
I couldn't actually find accurate figures for like height and stuff like that.
What do you mean? I posted them in the chat.
Yeah, I couldn't find them from that point because they're way, way far up in the thing. I did go to their website, the people that did the photography, and they definitely mentioned they accounted for refraction and optimal weather conditions, and they were definitely globers, though.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter what they are.
Yeah, look here. I'll post it again because I'm nice like that. Copy image, and here. Yeah, I mean, I'm disappointed because it really took like 3 seconds of a Google search to get the the elevation highest point, which I used in the calculator. It literally took me like 15 seconds to do all of that. I mean, I'm used to it though. I do research all of the time, so maybe
hold on
that's
one
the
second.
reason.
Let me pull up their website.
I'm just confused as to how someone connects spinning a bucket to the Earth.
Well,
I don't understand. Like, how is that representative of the Earth? Is the Earth in a bucket? Is that what we're supposed to assume now?
Yeah, but people do whatever they can to rationalize the story, and the word centrifugal gets used, so they're just
even though centrifuge is actually a linear force. So
yeah.
All force is linear. There you go.
All right, so Fenestralis and Gaspar, I posted the heights, I posted the Earth curve calculator numbers. I can give you the link to 2 different Earth curve calculators. Okay, I'll do that as well. So and you can read their methodologies and math equations that they're using to, they literally explain precisely how their calculator is being put together. That would be this image for here. I'll link it.
So they're photographing. Where is it? Gaspar, right?
Yep, from the top of Fenestralis. Okay, and I took 9272. No, I took 9272 feet. Okay, and I threw that in the calculator.
What's 9272 feet?
Hold on.
That's the height the photographer is at.
I didn't do the thing right.
And that they're kind of near the top of Fenestralis, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I did the math all wrong.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. I have it all memorized. So, I mean, because we've actually been in correspondence with the guy who took that photo for, 4 years. He also took a very broad, not black and white, but infrared photo of it, which is beautiful. You can see all the way down to the shoreline. You can see the little jetties out front and the little towns and villages leading up to the mountains, everything. Have you seen that picture? Same guy took it. Here, I'll post it.
Yeah, post it.
Yeah. There we go.
Well, I'm doing other things too, so hold on.
Now this one's only 250 miles right here.
Did you post that in Livestream voice text, Mimas?
Yes, Livestream. No, I posted in lobby. Hold on a second. What am I? I turned retarded. Hold on.
Still learning Discord. It's okay.
Yeah.
We forgive you.
All right. There is your... And by the way, the thing I have circled there is Tete de Garnesay. And that, the top of that one, that's the shortest mountain over there. Or it's one of the shortest ones. 5,700 feet.
So in the photo I'm looking at, assuming all these numbers are correct, it says it looks like the tallest peak in this photograph is Bar de Cranes, which is 4,102 meters.
Mm-hmm.
What does that translate to? 13,458 feet. And the curve calculator I'm using says only like 12,500 feet should be hidden. So this seems, I don't know.
Hold on. So only 1,000 feet of it should be showing if you're on a ball, right?
Yeah, it's also
How
pretty.
come? Hold on.
Grainy
There's
picture,
a mountain there. It's not grainy. There's a picture there. Tete de Garnacy, the entire mountain is showing, and the top of it should be over a mile under.
Well, I don't know if that's the entire mountain, by the way.
It is the entire mountain.
Well, can we ask the people that actually took the photo? Because they would be more familiar with the terrain.
Yeah, because we're in correspondence. They're not going to be more trained. They have the same picture. What are you talking about?
I know, but they would be more familiar with the terrain and how much is hidden and how much is not.
They'd be familiar with the terrain. They're in Italy, and that's France. Why would they be more familiar with the terrain?
Because they were physically there.
They weren't physically there where they took the picture.
What do you mean?
They took the picture of. They weren't physically at that mountain.
They were 250 miles away.
It's optical. You know what physically somewhere is, right?
Right, but we're looking at a picture with a hazy mountain range in the background.
It's not that hazy.
Dude, why are you arguing with him? What's the purpose?
By the way,
why are you arguing?
See, none of that shoreline should be visible. All of that should be under it. All of it. Every single bit of it. There should be no shoreline. There should be no ramping
well, there's
up
not
those
really
mountains.
any comparison.
You see the entire mountain. Hold on. If you're saying 12,000 foot of the mountain should be de Crin should be obstructed, how come none of it's obstructed in this image? None of it. Zero.
Well, that's where I'm saying I can't tell what is an obstruct. I don't know what
Yes,
the bottom
you
of the
can.
mountain.
You can look at it. You have eyes, don't you?
So you think that's no obstruction?
There's no. Are you looking at the same picture I am?
Hold on.
Oh, 740.
I assume the first photo you see in that is the picture that we're talking about.
Are you looking at the black and white photo?
No, I'm looking. Just go to that link.
No. I want you to look at the black and white photo that the same guy took. I posted at 11:23 a.m.
Oh, let me open up original.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a different photo though, with different
Not
numbers.
a different photo. Okay. Do your calculations at 250 miles.
Well, yeah. What's the distance to that peak? Where's the height of the photographer?
Yeah. Go do your math.
This picture doesn't tell me the height of the photographer or where they took it from.
So back to the one that you posted from the Guinness Book of World Records, I posted 2 different Earth curve calculator, pointing out the math specifically. And again, the peak of Gaspard is supposed to be, the peak of Gaspard is 12,740 feet above sea level. Okay. And the observer height, 9,272 feet at 275-mile distance. Okay. And I posted 2 different calculators here for you. Again, the hidden height is 16,471. So we're talking about almost 4,000 feet below the horizon. But that's not what. Hold on. But that's not what's seen in the view from Finistrelis to Gaspard.
So I'm just going by the numbers I'm getting from this photo, and they're looking at Bar de Cranes, which is 4,102 feet, and that's where I'm coming from.
I'm talking about the one you posted yesterday,
which is the photo I'm looking at right now, and the link I showed you. Did somebody post it? Let me see.
Okay, I'm pulling it up. Okay, so
I see like multiple stuff here. Who was that? Memus Earliest posted. The top right one might be the one I'm talking about.
Okay, I pulled your link up. What's your issue though?
The issue is what appears to be the tallest peak way off in the hazy distance is Bar de Acrins. I'm not pronouncing that, obviously. Listed at 4,102 meters, which is 13,458 feet, which means, yes, according to the curve calculators, after accounting for refraction, you should still see those mountains.
Hold on. Wait, are you saying that giant blob in the distance is only 1,000 feet showing? Is that what you're saying?
Hold on.
Let me just calculate.
You posted a link. This is about Gaspard.
Yeah. Why are you trying to avoid the ones that shouldn't be showing at all?
I'm going off their website. It literally says a thin line of mountains rise over the horizon.
Listen. All the ones that should not be visible at all are completely visible.
Yeah,
Why?
I don't know what you're not.
Don't ask me what you think. You're the one making the claim. Why are all the ones that are supposed to be invisible on your model visible?
First of all, nobody's showing me because what I'm looking at says there should be
We've shown you
visibility.
multiple pictures. No, you're only trying to focus on the tallest mountain. What about the shortest mountain? Why is the shortest mountain visible?
Let me point something out. You're getting distracted in the article about the Bardet Ekran. Okay, this is about literally Gaspard, okay, which you have distance information of and you have its elevation. I posted it all in the chat, okay. I posted the links, okay. Gaspard is 3,883 meters, which is 12,740 feet. I put it all in the calculator for you. Okay, I posted the pictures of the Gaspar, its elevation height and all of that. I gave you all the data. Do you need more links? Do you need more references?
So in the photo I'm looking at that they're pointing out, I get it that it says Pic Gaspar, but they're specifically saying that peak to the middle left of the image is the tallest peak. Which one is Pic Gaspard specifically?
Peak. Oh my gosh! It says Pic Gaspar on the link that you posted. Here, I'll put the picture in the chat. It literally emboldens the white of Pic Gaspar, points to it right there.
So we're talking about two different photos.
Yeah, that's how these things get confused. What are you talking about? Okay, because this again is all about Fenestrellis to Gaspard. That's what's relevant. Anything else that you're trying to point to is either a red herring or an attempt at a straw man. I don't know what you're doing. Okay. The fact of the matter is, this is supposed to be about Fenestrellis to Gaspard. You
That's
talking
the
about something
actual
else?
thing I'm talking about. Just go to the link. That's the first photo.
No, the first photo is unlabeled. I went to the link that you posted. This is the first photo. It's got no labels on it. It's just a photo.
And by the way, the big infrared image.
Photo.
Yeah, bro. Did you not see the other version of that exact? Oh boy.
Yeah, that's other pictures. Yeah, I'm talking about this one photo, the first one that's unlabeled that says the 4,000, the giant mountain is still visible.
How much of that mountain is visible in that image? How much of that mountain?
Do you have photos from the ground, from closer?
You tell me. You're the one making the claim.
Look, I wasn't even talking to you guys. Were talking to me about this.
Look at the chat. Okay,
Jesus
look at the
Christ.
chat. You see where it says world record picture at 443 kilometers labeled? Do you see that? It's on the article that you gave me. Okay.
You're talking about from last night.
No, I'm talking about from right now. The article that you just posted on beyondrange.wordpress.com.
Okay, yeah, their actual website. Yes.
Yeah. I took that image from that website that you just gave me with the labels, okay, pointing out Pic Gaspar, okay, and you can run the numbers yourself, which I already did for you on two different calculators. And the point is, you're getting confused somehow on some other distracting information because apparently you either don't know how to read or you're being disingenuous. Okay, and I gave you the numbers, and they demonstrate that the hidden height is 16,471, and the height of Pic Gaspar is 12,740. Therefore, you should not be able to see Pic Gaspar.
So, and the conclusion you're drawing is because it looks like you can see a tiny bit of it.
No, it's not
No, it's not a tiny bit of it.
You can see all the way from the shoreline before, which is where your ball curve is supposed to be. Do you understand that if something
the
is blocked
shoreline
from
should not be
view,
visible.
that you can't see anything behind it if it's blocking your view? Do you understand that?
Do you understand why they waited for these particular weather conditions?
Okay, listen. The horizon distance is supposed to be 117 miles. Okay, everything after 117 miles, according to the Ball Earth claim, should be starting to get obstructed. Okay, and
Well, that's the
hold on.
wrong horizon distance, by the way.
No, it isn't.
Not the wrong horizon distance.
If you approximate for refraction, it pushes it out to 127.
Why would we use an ad hoc formula? We're not going to use refraction. That's an ad hoc formula.
Well, then it's invalid. Then you
Yes,
have to
the
account for the weather conditions.
Your idea of terrestrial refraction is ad hoc and invalidates the entire claim because that is not an optical formula.
Yeah.
Why
Correct.
would it be
It
ad
invalidates the claim because it invalidates the radius.
Tell us what terrestrial refraction is. Tell us what it is.
Refraction is a thing.
No,
we can estimate for it based on weather conditions and height.
Tell us, shut up. Tell us what terrestrial refraction is, not how to calculate it. What it is.
Right. I don't know how to calculate. I don't know the formula. Refraction is the bending of light as it travels through a medium.
Wrong. That's wrong.
That's what refraction is.
That is literally wrong. It's passing from one medium into a different medium. That's what refraction is.
Different densities, right?
No, that's not different. Wait a minute. Passing from gas to gas is not a different medium, is it?
So you're saying light won't refract if it goes through the atmosphere.
Three forms. What are the three forms of matter? What are the three forms of matter? Solid, liquid, gas.
Right.
Light travels through one medium, one form of matter, to another. It changes direction. Not from when it travels from gas to gas or water to water.
Unless you're going to provide a citation for said gas through gas.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's not. That's kind of irrelevant. Just as it passes through
it's not irrelevant.
densities.
Why don't you provide the citation then?
He doesn't understand.
Hold on.
He doesn't even understand what he's talking about.
Hold on. We need a citation that says the change in the direction of light through gas to another gas or water to water. Show us that.
Yeah. Because the formula for terrestrial refraction is a radius. It's an increase of the size of the Earth, sometimes up to 690%, in order to explain why you see too far. That's all it is. It's an ad hoc formula to explain why your model is broken.
It all comes from that. That's actually the source of the black swan argument, too, by the way.
No, it's not.
It literally is. I've seen QE himself use that source.
What source?
The one I just posted from Andrew Thomas Young.
So a switching of the origin.
What do you use it to explain?
Who cares? Who cares what Andrew Thomas Young says? If you look at his calculations, they all have a big fat R next to them.
Right, so?
Radius.
Yeah,
is radius optical?
That's a radius you don't have, by the way.
Where's the radius at?
What do you mean we don't have a radius?
Yeah,
we can measure the radius. We can survey the globe and measure the radius.
In surveying, you do not. You put the radius in after you've done the straight line linear measurements. Then you calculate
not
for
how
radius.
geodetics work.
That is how geodetic surveying works.
Where's the measurement?
Well, he knows.
How many do you want?
I want the direct physical measurement. That's drop over distance or an obstruction at a designated spot. That's a specific spot repeatedly. Where is it?
Wait, repeat that.
A direct physical measurement of Earth's surface proving its curving. That means that would show drop over a specific distance, for instance, 5 miles, 16.67 feet, or 10 miles, 66.67 feet, that you could show that direct measurement that was repeatable. That's a specific location. So you either have to show that or the specific location where everything is obstructed after it.
I mean, I could show plenty of photos that show obstruction.
I mean, photos aren't measurement. We need a direct physical measurement. That means it takes action. So we need a log of these people that were taking this action and exactly what they did from where to where.
And are you going to actually analyze it?
Buddy, we've been analyzing stuff for 6 years.
First of all, I'm just here to listen and play Overwatch.
No, yeah, it sounds like you're here to argue, bro, because you're not listening. That's the problem.
I mean, you gave your own.
I don't mind arguing, but
you gaslighted yourself by providing the long distance observation that debunks the globe, bro. And I gave you all of the measurements.
Yeah, you guys are literally the only one that thinks that debunks the globe, though.
Yeah, but you don't have a measurement of curvature, do you?
Look, the black swan debunks your globe. Just the black swan does.
Hold on.
There's never a point. There is never a point
that have measured the meridian arcs.
They do not.
The fucking measurement of the Earth's curvature, or shut up.
That's what geodetics does.
That is not what geodetics does. That is not what geodetics does. Tell me how that works. Go ahead. Since I do surveying, tell me how that works.
Hold on 1 second. I got to apparently post definitions for geodetics.
Don't give me a definition. Don't give me a definition. You tell me how it works.
I'm not a surveyor. I'm not a geodetic guy.
So what? Then why are you using that? You said that's how it's done, which means it has been proved to you, which means you understand it. So go ahead, tell me.
No, it is the measurements that people are claiming to measure the radius.
Okay, show us how it works.
Tell me how that works. Are you just deferring to somebody told me so?
No, that's my understanding of it. I'm telling you why I believe what I believe because people
okay. Let's keep this simple. How does surveying work?
You use sight lines and angles.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Elementary school version thing.
Okay. How does surveying actually work? Like if I'm trying to put down a foundation, what do I need to do?
Like personally, I've done basic surveying on basic foundations, and it's just based on heights above like a laser line.
Above a laser line? No. What do laser lines have to do with it?
I'm literally telling you how I leveled for like a foundation before in the past.
Okay, so you set up a laser transit.
Yeah, it's basic.
Okay, but the laser people do this line of sight too. So
right. So you're a surveyor, right?
I'm asking you. You're the one who's claiming this.
I'm not claiming to be a surveyor. What was the question you asked?
You're claiming to understand it. You claim to understand it enough to say that it's a proof.
No, somebody asked me for measurements of curvature or how we got the radius, and I posted a survey team's report.
Because you're straw manning away from the actual point, which is the measurement of this curvature that you don't have.
What's the distance? What's the accuracy distance of a surveyor's transit?
That's not even part of my point or my argument.
Oh, I think it is.
You don't have one.
You just don't realize it is, and why they have to go back and calculate in the radius after they do this.
I'm just trying to answer your guys' questions to the best of my ability. I haven't made a single point in favor of like what I actually believe or why I believe it.
Because all you have is what you believe because you're in a religion.
Maximum functionality for accurate use of the theodolite for your surveying is about 950 feet. So let's just say 1,000. So you have a 2,000 foot diameter. You have a 2,000 foot diameter. Oh, you can post it, but how did they get their linear line?
I mean, we'd have to go in and analyze it, wouldn't we? We'd have to go see.
Oh, I've already read a lot of these reports. I know how they do it.
So
they are not shooting a line. They are not shooting a line 100 miles wide. Is that what you think they're doing?
Wait,
that they're just pulling.
So if you have a survey
laser
team,
lines across 100 miles and there's curve, is that what you think they're doing? They're measuring a bunch of flat spots and then calculating a radius later on.
So if you have a survey team that's measuring a bunch of different triangles all across the meridian arc, and these triangles add up to more than 180 degrees, what does that mean?
That means you've created a mathematical system that agrees with you, but it has nothing to do with taking the initial. It's not a measure. Where's the measurement of curve? You're talking about a calculation post hoc.
No, if you have a triangle and the interior angles measure out more than 180 degrees. You are not measuring a triangle. You are measuring nothing but straight lines. There is no downward radius. I mean, there's other ways we can tell there's curve besides.
How big are these triangles, by the way?
Do I need to go find that report?
Well,
I
you're
think
the one
you need
making
to
the
make a
claim.
citation. You're the one making the claim. Provide citations, not sources. Citations.
Well, now I'll just post the whole reports.
Yeah, cite what you got out of there. Cite the part that you think proves it.
Any of this garbage mean?
Nothing, buddy.
So page
Yeah.
221 of that report lists the spherical axis they actually measured in their triangles as they moved across
How did
the
they measure it
meridians.
then? Tell
How'd
us
they measure that?
How'd they measure
Well,
it?
now it's not a
measure it?
report. You're the surveyor. If you want to
How did
figure
they
out,
measure
debunk
it?
it.
You claim no. Hey, I'm not helping you. I'm not helping you. You are going to cite the exact point where they measured curve, not calculated it in post hoc, which is exactly what's happening on that page.
Wait, how do you know they calculated it in post hoc?
Because it's impossible. You don't have equipment. You don't have equipment that exists to be able to do that.
So
They
all
have
these
to
teams
put all
are
these
just,
straight.
they didn't have you
They're
on their
doing
team.
what they're
so
trained
just
to do. They're
wrong.
doing what they're doing what they're trained to do.
Right, to take sight lines and measure and calculate.
It's not a measurement.
What'd you say? What was that last thing you said?
So on page, you just go to 221, right?
In order
on
to calculate, he said.
Oh, okay.
In order to calculate. These are calculations.
Based
He
on
said
measurements.
triangulation
Based on
and angles and measurements in order to calculate.
Yeah, you can make a calculation based on a measurement, but that doesn't mean you've got reality right. If I gave you 22 by 14, what would you say that is?
you're finding the area of something, yes.
That doesn't necessarily mean I'm finding the area. What if I'm giving you a cross section of 22 by 14?
Okay, then you'd have to give me more information.
What if I'm giving you a boat measurement for a teardrop shaped boat and you calculate it wrong?
Then you would point out to me and show my actual error in the math or calculation. So,
but what
for
if
example,
you just found, hold on, what if you just found these measurements in the desert, written down on a piece of paper, and you just assumed something? You would have no way of knowing. How do they know what they're doing? How have they determined that?
So you can do this in this report that I linked. You yourself can verify any of these.
It's not a verification.
Okay.
I could verify that their calculation is an accurate calculation of the thing that they think they're calculating.
Yeah, because you don't
math
have
is
a
internally
foundational-
consistent.
You don't have a foundational measurement that's at the very beginning before they started. That's what you need. You need the direct physical measurement that they're going by as a reference. And if if it would be something in surveying that is found, that would be the surveying team that has the Nobel Prize attached to them for proving Earth's curvature.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you name the famous person who actually measured Earth's curve?
Documented.
Multiple people have. Multiple people have measured
name
and
one.
determined the Earth's curve.
Name one. Name one.
One.
And the famous person? Do we need to go back to Plato, who first started talking about the round?
No, the documented one. The documented one that's the official version. Who is the official one that's documented to have proven this curvature? One person. Who?
Is there a name you have? I don't know.
Oh, I can give you a bunch. I can give you a bunch of names.
It's your claim.
You probably can't give me one.
I haven't made a single claim yet. I've merely provided where
you are making claims. You think you're not, but you are.
You're making the
because
claim
you have foundational assumptions, which means you're making a claim.
No, because somebody asks me, hey, I need a radius, I need a measurement of curvature, and then I post a report that says spherical axis, which would indicate curvature.
That's just words. Where's the measurement that proves
Where's the measurements? Where's the measurements in there? There's no measurements in there of curvature.
The measurements, if you just go to page 221, are the station measurements and the observed angles between each station.
I can lay out a triangle grid. I can lay out a triangle grid for an RPG that takes place in a spherical place, and it's all flat.
Yep.
Doesn't matter.
I could do the same dimensions on my flat table out in my kitchen. I could do the same exact thing and
but if you measured triangles on your flat table, they would equal up to 180.
You're interrupting me, so I wasn't going to be very long. But anyway, I'll be longer now. So I could do that to my table and do the exact same measurements of my actual table and calculate it just like you're doing with your surveying, and prove to you that that the surface of my table is a sphere, the same way you're doing.
So you're saying you can draw a triangle on a flat table
and assume
measure the
the thing you
angles,
are.
and those angles
A
would be
triangle,
Yeah.
triangle, or
Whatever
many,
you're
many, many,
doing-
many triangles.
Look,
well,
look.
this is just
I
for
don't care
illustrative
what.
purposes.
Look, I don't care what you're doing with the surveying. I could do the same exact thing on my kitchen table with using the same assumptions that you are, and come up with the same result are you for a curvature.
So what I'm saying is, if you had a giant ball and measured a
Why
triangle,
don't
you'd
you
have spherical.
respond to what I just said instead of going on to something different? Can you just respond to what is being told
You
to you?
think because you arbitrarily lay out a triangle that you're proving something, but you're not, because you can infinitely lay out triangles.
Why are you so scattered? Can you focus on one thing at a time?
The real question is this: why do we see too far?
Due to weather conditions.
Weather conditions. Do you have proof that's why we see too far?
Observation, yes.
A
Know why?
citation?
Observation.
The receipts.
Yeah. What are the
So,
observations that
hold
weather
on.
is why we see too far?
We
At
need
what
the
point
I'll
can
use your
weather?
guys'
Hold
own
on.
evidence against us
We
or
need the
against you.
receipt.
At what point is weather a sufficient variable where it lets you see a holographic world where everything is loomed up and flat?
So right off the bat, a very basic observation is observing those black swan oil platforms on different days in different weather. What happens to the horizon?
You can always cover, hold on, you can always cover something up, but you can never uncover something that is covered.
Says who?
Bro.
Actually says Andrew Thomas Young. Maybe you should read that little article he posted.
Bro,
Andrew Thomas Young said observations over water are horrible.
Andrew Thomas Young also concedes that you have to calculate everything on a flat plane.
Yeah, he basically
And
said
and things only loom up the amount that they're visible.
And if you agree that the horizon continually fluctuates depending on atmosphere, optics, elevation, then who's ever managed to measure the horizon?
Yeah.
It's listen, it's actually not the horizon at all. If you read the whole Andrew Thomas Young, he states it several times that these effects do not affect the position of the horizon at all. They only affect what's above it and sometimes below it with the mirroring effect. If you don't understand these things, that means you haven't done research on what's happening out there when people zoom into these boats that are supposed to have gone over a geometric horizon, which they never have.
Yeah, how
So
we got
that's
how
all
we
you
got a
gotta
boat
do.
28 miles away? How we got a boat that was visible 28 miles away?
I mean, you have to show me the picture. Again, it's over water, and Andrew Thomas Young says observations over water are
Dude, listen to me. Do you think that some kind of magic happens where the world is holographic over water?
No, I don't believe in holographs over water like that.
You just said you did. You just said you believe that the world is a hologram because over water, everything looms up. It's not really there. It's just an image of everything. That's a hologram. You believe everything you see over water is a hologram.
So let's put
You
a
believe those
different
mountains.
let's
Hold
put a
on. You
different way.
believe those mountains. You believe those mountains 275 miles away are the Earth being a trickster god, making it look flat and giving you holograms.
Yeah. So that means navigators aren't doing coastal navigation with known land sightings, beacons, lighthouses, and jetty lights. They're not triangulated off of real things and getting to the place right inside the jetty, even in fog where there's no visibility or
Can I make
mile
2 points?
Yeah, you just talk.
Everybody says I'm scattered, but that's because I have like 5 people talking to me and
Yeah,
interrupting.
because they're getting frustrated with you. That's why people are getting frustrated with your answers. Because here's the thing: if in the Black Swan, if that's a hologram, like Meme is saying, right? So if I'm on the shore and I'm a sniper, right, and I have that in my line of sight, and I want to shoot somebody on that platform, what's going to happen?
The cash generators.
I don't really care. Black Swan doesn't show what you think it shows.
Yeah, exactly. You get obfuscate. You're going to run away because you're scared.
You don't want us to believe our lion eyes, right?
It doesn't show what they have to have showing for your religion for it to be a ball. You have to say this. You have no other choice.
It doesn't make sense because if I viewed the Black Swan,
somebody's fucking talking. I mean,
hold on. Are you saying that because there's obstruction? Are you saying that because there's some obstruction on some days, that means the Earth is a ball.
No, why would I say that? That's dumb.
That's what you just said.
No.
That's what you're
It's
saying.
literally what you're saying.
That's what you're saying with the black
Literally
swan.
not what
You
I'm
said
saying. It's
every
hard
day
for me to
is
say anything.
You're
because
saying
everybody talks over me.
you're saying that because on some days when there's occlusion or there's higher waves or the tide's coming in and you can't see the bottom of those, that disproves days when it's completely calm.
It's moving Earth curve, y'all.
No, we know the
on a
horizon.
big rubber
The
ball
apparent
that
position of the
X is?
horizon changes based on weather. We know that for a fact.
You said apparent position. That means not real. What are you talking about?
Right, because it's being refracted.
But where's your evidence for refraction?
What do you mean evidence? You can see it in pictures. You can see the black swan has
Where is your evidence, your proof for refraction? That's a radius in refraction. It is not optical, it is mathematical. Where is your evidence for an increase of the Earth's radius?
Right. That picture, Northern Rebellion, shows that that's a great variation between where the horizon is. The apparent horizon, yes.
Yeah, because he's at 1 foot observer height, and one day is 2 foot waves, 3 foot waves. The next day is 6 foot waves. How far do you think he is?
You've measured
How far
those
do you think
waves?
the camera is away from the wave itself in the second picture?
No, in the second picture, it's clear that the weather was much clearer and there was probably much less refraction on
In
that
the
day.
second picture, it's gray.
Where is your proof for refraction?
It's a gray.
Where is your proof for this magical bendy light that makes everything look flat some days, but it's a ball the other days?
It's a gray day. And
I mean, do I need to start posting scientific research papers on refraction? Like, what do you
That's
want?
a great idea. That's a great idea. We have a section here that has nothing but refraction papers in it. You can go look through that.
So why didn't you believe any of those papers?
It's been a mystery. It's been a mystery since the middle of the 19th century. And they still don't know what they're talking about. They still have all these different ideas about what's going on, exactly how it works.
So regarding refraction, why can't I see Chicago at night every single night?
Limit to your vision.
How far away is Chicago? How far away is Chicago?
Give me a city across Lake Michigan.
All right, let's just say it's 60 miles, right?
Yeah. Yeah, fine. For argument's sake.
Sometimes I'm driving and I can't see 200 feet in front of me. Does that mean the world ends?
On clear days throughout crisp, cold evenings, you should always be able to see just about the entirety of Chicago.
Are you saying a mist does not rise off of the lake?
No, there would definitely be mists and moisture.
And are you also saying that things don't get smaller with distance?
And are you looking at Chicago through
that's a good point, actually.
high power binoculars every night? Is that what you're doing?
That's a great point.
Well, do things get smaller in distance or not?
Yeah, they definitely do, which
They
is
appear to be
weird
smaller,
because
right?
we don't see the moon or the sun change distance when they
And do they ramp
away.
from the bottom and from the top? And
Thank you for just proving our point. Thank you for proving our point. Thank you. You don't see the sun change size, do you?
Or the moon.
Or the moon. Yeah.
When you're looking at Chicago from across the lake, at any time looking across the lake, is the water bending down so everything's dropping away, or is everything ramping up to this more towards the center of your vision into a vanishing point?
Okay.
Are you talking about the horizon rising to eye level?
I didn't say that. You did.
Bro, if you're admitting that the horizon moves around and is all janky, why are you trying to use it as an argument of like proof?
No, I'm trying to debunk using like these observations over water as definitive proof of flatness.
Dude, you've debunked yourself so many times. That's why I'm laughing at you.
You don't have the number one first.
Man.
You don't have the number one foundational premise satisfied yet. You have no curvature measurement from any official source that's documented to prove it.
I mean, what do you mean official?
What do you mean official? Like the Nobel Prize? We discovered the actual physical curvature of Earth, and you can go do it yourself, and here's where it's going to be consistently, repeatably, and observably and measurably. And you can falsify it so it satisfies the empirical method of inquiry. Do you have that for your globe?
Speaking of Nobel Prizes, what about the Nobel Prizes that were awarded to the detection of gravitational waves?
See, proving my point, you cannot answer one single question without diverting. You haven't directly answered one single question since I've heard you. Period.
Because you asked me who's won a Nobel Prize for proving Earth curve.
Again. Even while trying to respond to what I just said, you do it again.
Hold on, Sonny. Now he's talking about LIGO. There's just one problem: is that LIGO needs 3 miles of an absolute level straight line. There's no curvature at LIGO. Why is that?
What do you mean? There's no curvature?
There's no curvature at LIGO.
Weren't those big giant arms built to be level, so they kind of rise up off the ground?
What are you talking about?
You talking about? There is not that kind of variation in that structure.
No, the arm, those big giant mile-long arms were built to account for Earth curvature.
Who cares about fucking LIGO? Listen,
go back on topic. Sonny, go back to your original question.
Wait a minute.
Hold on. Loran is shooting a line of sight wave up to 2,500 kilometers.
Yeah.
For Loran. Before GPS.
Yep.
How is that possible, bro? 2,500 kilometers?
I didn't see the
straight line of sight wave because they know what wave it is and which one.
Okay, you're saying stuff. Can I read about it? Link something.
Fine, but see, you're coming here with this like supposed like loftiness or something.
Nitro. The problem is that you're not interested in like proof, like hard proof. You're interested in stories that will validate what you believe.
Yeah, it's
Can I just say one sentence without being interrupted? So I can say, okay, hold on. It's not literally contentious. I got on this morning just to kind of listen to what you guys were talking about, play my game of Overwatch. You guys start coming after me, asking me all these questions. I stopped playing Overwatch, tried it as best I can, answer these questions that I'm not really interested in, because this is not what I'm interested in at all, these like measurements. I'm more interested in explanations. And then I get drug along by 5 different people.
But see, that's a problem though. Explanations they're bad for the soul. Explanations are extremely bad.
Science.
Explanation is not the point of science. The point of science is to find facts, truth.
The how and why of reality, correct? That's an explanation.
No, just the mechanical how, the cause and effect relationship, so that you can test something, find out what the cause of it is, the cause, and have a factual working thing after that. You go from a hypothesis to an experiment to a theory.
Yeah.
Now,
that topic is fascinating.
That's not an explanation. An explanation is, I don't know what's going on. Here's my explanation.
I mean, I am simplifying what science is, yes, for simplicity's sake. That's why I just say we want to explain things and how they happen and why they happen.
But we don't want to explain things. We want to show how things work.
Yep. I 100% agree with you. So
there's just one problem. So when the ancients who believed that, God was making thunder and stuff, they would tell us that chariots were pulling everything across the sky. They created a mathematical system based on it, and it worked. Everything works. Their entire mathematical system works to explain everything. Did you know that? So why don't we just believe that gods and chariots are pulling everything?
I mean,
because
I guess
it does explain it.
Saying that.
But it does explain it. Well, it's where we get our modern mathematical system from, the Babylonians, the Saros cycle. That's what we use.
Okay, again, you're saying that, but okay.
Oh, go look on NASA's website. We use the Saros cycle to make our predictions. That's the base model for making predictions. All we did in the 17th and 18th century was create the second hand of a clock to more accurately predict these things.
Oh, so we predict lunar eclipses, but you guys can't tell me why a lunar eclipse occurs.
It's a post, so neither can you.
You can't tell us why. I'm willing to look at something in nature and say, I don't know. The problem is you're not. You want an explanation. You're not satisfied with saying, I don't know about this thing. When all the Greeks agree with me. Ignorance is the beginning of wisdom. Recognizing you don't understand something is the beginning of finding knowledge. Like Aristotle said.
Who started talking about the spherical Earth?
Actually, the Greek cosmology was completely flat. It was a few cults in Greece that were talking about the globe. The cult of Pythagoras, for one.
Mm-hmm. The cult of
during
Pythagoras
the
would
Greek times is when
worship
it started.
Hermes.
Yes.
How about
Yes,
Hermes?
and the reason Pythagoras and who was his, later on Eratosthenes, the reason that they believed what they believed was they thought that the sphere was the perfect shape, and that they lived inside the cosmic egg, and that the gods would make everything as a sphere. That was where they based their beliefs on.
Okay, so
you believe in a 3,000-year-old cult that believed the Earth is that believed in the cosmic egg.
right.
That's
So
where
we're
you get
talking
your
about the
beliefs from.
start of it. There's over 2,000 years of progress to lead us to now, right?
Yeah, so where's the measurement
What did Copernicus say?
We have high-tech interferometry. We have high-tech equipment. Why can't they measure this curvature and rotation then?
Yeah, why can't they measure it?
What do you mean measure?
How come in 2,000 years they can't measure it?
Have we improved?
They have measured it. That's what you guys are yelling at me to provide proof of
Where?
measurement.
Yeah, and you didn't.
Nitro.
No, I posted 2 sources of surveying teams measuring for the radius, and you just
calculating,
said they're
making
wrong.
triangles after they measure. They are not measuring a y-axis drop. They are creating triangular systems. They are not measuring for a y-axis drop anywhere. They can't. It's literally impossible.
Mm-hmm. So have we improved since Sticks and Shadows, Nitro?
Do what?
Has our technology improved since Sticks and Shadows?
I mean, yeah, we have satellites that can give us all sorts of information.
Then they should have been able to measure the curvature of Earth before they sent those satellites up then, right?
What do you mean measure the curvature of the Earth? If they've measured the radius, it's a sphere.
You need a radius measurement or else all your orbital mechanics is off. Your speeds are wrong. Your distances are all wrong.
Sonny.
So how do you like going to some place?
Sonny. I want to ask him something. Have you ever done any carpentry, Nitro?
Carbon what?
Carpentry.
I do construction and built walls, yes.
Okay, if you have to measure for an arch, you use straight lines, don't you?
The only arch I've ever built. No, the only arch I've ever built and had to measure, I actually used a curved tape measure.
What?
A curved tape measure.
Yeah, literally a curved tape measure.
Could you post a picture of that?
I don't have that same tape measure with me, by the way.
I mean, I've been in construction. Hold on, I've been in construction 25 years. I have never seen a curved tape measure, ever. It's
the same type of. I got the measurement from the same type of measurement you'd measure like your what's it called?
No,
your inseam or your arm span.
Okay, that's not. That is. Oh my God.
Not curve.
That's not curved. Yeah. How do you create a consistent curve in construction? How do you create a consistent curve? What do you have to use?
I could just describe how I did this curve as for laying drywall, actually. And we had
he needs it much more simple. What is the arch standing on?
The arch? It was drywall. It was a curved piece of drywall that I installed to make an arch above a doorway.
Okay, I don't want to see the arch that you made then, because what you do is you find a center point and you pull a straight line with a string, and it makes your arch. Really?
That's not how I did it.
That is how you do it, because I don't want to see how janky yours is.
Looks great. I did measurements on either side, did the measurement in the middle, laid out the wall.
Sure. Using a what? A seamstress tape measure?
That's how I got the rough approximation. Yeah, drywall doesn't have to be exact though, obviously.
Oh, you got the rough approximation? What? I've never done a rough approximation in my life. I get exact measurements.
You didn't even use a template, so it'd be the same on each side? How'd you do that?
Yeah.
Nope, I was good enough to do it. Just kind of get a rough estimate, slap it up there, finish it out. Looks great. Still there to this day, actually.
Nacho, come on, man. Come on.
Space travel's like that too, right? They just guess and go, "Oh,
hold on a second. Hold on a second. All right. Okay. Let me come at this from a different angle. Let's say you have an arch. How do you measure the depth of the arch at its deepest?
Is it like half a circle? Like what type of shape are we talking about?
It's just an arch. It's just an arch. It doesn't matter if it's half circle, quarter circle.
You can measure it with a horizontal and a perpendicular.
Ah, yes. Yes, so you measure the what? The deviation from straight, don't you?
You could do that if you want to just measure that one
That's
depth.
what
Yeah.
you just described.
How would you know?
You're measuring a deviation from straight. You use a straight line and then measure the depth of the deviation from the straight line.
But didn't you just say it's impossible to directly measure curvature because Earth is so massive? Or somebody said.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm asking you, who's done that on the surface?
Who's directly measured curvature?
Yes.
No, it's all derived.
Oh no!
Thank you.
Patches.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And what's the problem with derived measurements?
Because they're not measurements, they're calculations.
What's the problem with calculations?
Because you don't know that your calculation represents reality, do you? If you measure a straight line, hold on. You measure a straight line, there's no deviation. You measure another straight line, no deviation. You measure another straight line, no deviation. Then you put them all together and you say, we've got deviation.
So you'd hold on. You'd have a great point if we were trying to use these calculations and derivations to prove the globe, right? But these surveyors already knew Earth was a globe before they do it. They tailored their calculations for a globe.
So they're operating off of a presumption.
Yeah, so they just go, we know it's a globe, let's go to work, right?
Now, at what point in this surveying do we ever use their post hoc calculations? At what point in that surveying do we ever use those post hoc calculations for building?
Or flying?
The
answer is and the proof that we know, the proof that we know is that we already knew it.
Yes. Well, we know it's a globe because we said it was a globe before we started measuring for it.
And
we didn't just say it was a globe. We used various observations and thoughts to determine that we live on a globe.
It's all a globe because we all think it's a globe and we all say it's a globe. So now it's a globe.
It's not just because we think it. We've observed all the things around us and determined that the logical shape that it is a globe.
That's not true.
In the first place,
absolutely, that is absolutely not true.
That's so dishonest, man.
Okay, how?
You do not. When you are told from the time that you can remember that it is a globe, you will translate your entire world view through looking at it that way.
No, I'm talking about the original people thinking about this.
The original people thinking about this, they were religious people. They were occultists who believed in the gods, that the gods had these perfect spheres.
Yep. So yours is the religion.
Yeah, yours is the ancient wackadoodle religion.
Yep. The mystery
what you make
schools,
sense doesn't. What you just said doesn't make any sense, though.
The metaphysical world is where your globe exists.
It's in your mind.
But
and
there's
those people like Plato and all those people, they'll tell you in their own words, even Newton and Galileo, they're religious people related to bishops and knights and popes.
And by the way, Copernicus,
they're all about the church. They have been.
Copernicus was all about talking with like fallen angels and stuff. That was his like whole deal was like, oh, I'm talking to these spirits that are telling me about this and how I'm getting my stuff.
Okay, you're saying a lot of stuff about what these people thought, but even if they were religious, that wouldn't invalidate the observation that show we live on a globe.
Hold on, it's not that they are religious, it's that they're basing what they call facts off of their religious beliefs. I don't care if somebody's religious. They're basing, though, what they're saying the truth is based off of what they religiously believe.
Yep.
That's the problem.
That's where the globe sits.
I don't judge someone by their. I don't say someone's wrong because they have a religion. I say someone's wrong when they're using something metaphysical and spiritual to try and say this is how the world is.
But that's not argument for the observations that led them to the conclusion of why we live on a globe.
They don't have any. They don't have any a priori justifications for even making their claims in the first place.
I don't even know what a priori means.
That means primary, foundational, first principle.
Yep. So the first principle is we'll decide this with reality itself. Okay. Do we ever use or sense curvature or measure it or use it in any way or any technology above the surface or close to it? or even below the surface of the water that uses that at all. Do we sense that? No, we don't sense that in our daily life of any curvature. How about
but you start looking around and you just start.
Wait a minute. No, let me go through these. So we don't sense motion of any kind unless I'm falling or I'm moving in any direction. I can sense everything. If I turn my head, that's another vector. So that's a change. Now, if we were spinning at more than one vector, any circular vector is constant acceleration. You do feel that, and you do feel the angular change of vector and velocity. So the change in direction and the speed, your ear does feel that. And so that's how you know when you're tilting your head just a tiny little bit, you know that you're slightly off vertical because your ears are calibrated that finely. So we don't sense it. That's primary. Okay. And then we never experience gas pressure without a container, period. End of story. Can't be done, can't be shown in any way, not even in a laboratory, gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, we can. I've done it before.
With it being a curved
Whoa,
shape.
whoa. Sonny. He just said, Sonny, he just said we can have gas pressure without a container. He's seen it before.
Show it exactly. And I want to know how many containers they're using before they start the experiment. Go.
It is a open like fish tank container with an open top.
Oh, you're in a room. That's another container.
Okay.
Hold on.
This is
hold on, Sonny. Hold on, Sonny.
At sea level, so we have.
Hello, can you hear anybody? Sonny. Hold on. He's going to do the sulfur hexafluoride container. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you've seen it.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. How did they get the sulfur hexafluoride into the fish container? It's an open container, but it's a container. How did they get the sulfur hexafluoride in there?
I'm pretty sure it was a tube that they put in there.
A tube? Just a tube from the air, or a tube from what?
A tank.
A tube from a container. So they took a container. They took a container of sulfur hexafluoride and then pumped it into the fish tank.
Another container.
Eventually, what happened to that sulfur hexafluoride when they just left it alone? Eventually, it dissipated. No, eventually it dissipated out.
Yeah,
with time.
Here's what you're missing. Yeah. Here's the elephant in the room. What was the temperature, the mean temperature of the gas, and then what was the mean temperature of the surrounding air?
Oh, I don't have that data.
Oh, that's the most important fucking thing, because density is what's causing it to go down into that, because it's a dense gas until it equilibrates.
Yeah.
Why would density move anything? Density is just a measurement.
Do you know anything about propane or butane gas? What it does?
I mean, propane and propane accessories, maybe. That's about it.
It goes down to the water level. That's why boats get burnt to the actual water level. If they have a gas leak and it goes down to the bottom, it goes down to the water level. If it ignites there, it is at water level until it equilibrates. So it will fill up a container. Butane and propane will do the same thing because it's colder than the surrounding area.
Right. Yeah. Just because you have a propane tank doesn't mean all our atmosphere has to be contained.
With the surrounding air, the ambient air, it will go down until it reaches that.
Can you
omnidirectionally?
Can you go down to the Tractor Supply store and say, I'd like to get a tank of propane, but could you just fill it in this trash can and I'll take it home?
No.
Did you have any propane in the trash can by the time you got home?
Not even what. That's a straw man of the model.
Okay. If you have sulfur hexafluoride, by the time you got it home in the trash can, would it still be in the trash can?
Most of it would be if I tied it tight enough and there's no hole.
No. Open top. Would it still be in the trash can?
Well, then I'm also moving it around too, right?
Oh, are we moving? Is Earth moving?
We're all moving at the same speed.
Earth is moving at what? 600,000 miles an hour?
Sure, whatever you say, sure.
Well, that's what they say. It's moving around the sun, isn't it?
In our orbit, yeah. We're talking about our rotational velocity.
Okay. Well, that's 1,000 miles an hour, right? Supposedly.
Right, and it's all relative, so we don't notice it. It's like if you're in a plane, you don't realize how fast you're flying.
So do you know what falsifiability is?
Yes.
The plane is closed.
Fundamental principle of science. We're moving, and the proof that we're moving is that we can't prove it because we're moving.
Right.
It is the most idiotic. That is what you just said. We're moving, but because we're moving, but because of relative motion, we can't detect that we're moving.
Another excuse.
Just excuse after excuse after excuse.
Excuse for the
you're talking about
curvature never
you're
being
just
found in
dismissing
nature.
everything. You're
Excuse
dismissing
for
all
us
modern
never
science.
sensing motion when we feel motion.
That's not
all
science,
the time.
though. That's philosophy. If you say something is happening that I can't see, and I just basically have to have faith, you're telling that's a philosophical statement.
Yeah.
That's a theological statement.
So thanks for trying to invite us to your religion. No, we just left that.
Where does the spin of the Earth come into any quote unquote modern science that you're talking about? So you say if we're saying that the Earth isn't moving, we're dismissing all of modern science. Can you give me one explanation or one example as to where the spin of the Earth comes into quote unquote modern science?
Yeah.
You might ask a meteorologist that question. I'm not a
Meteorologists
meteorologist.
are not scientists.
No, but they're more expert matter on the weather
Subject
patterns
matter experts
caused by Earth rotation.
You think meteorologists are experts
On their field, yes.
in their field? Okay, because
on their field, on weather
let me tell you
patterns,
something. Let me tell you
predicting
something.
weather patterns.
Let me tell you something. For the 2 decades that I've been doing concrete, I quit watching the weather, the meteorologist, after about a week because they always get everything wrong.
Yeah, nobody can actually predict.
That's personal experience.
Right. It's not personal experience. It's a joke. It's reality.
No, because if it's
No,
an 80%
weather
chance of
dog.
rain, more
You'd
often
be
than not, it's
better
raining.
off.
Have you ever
not
navigated
more often than
Nitro?
not, because they'll tell me most often when they say there's a 90% chance of rain where I live, it doesn't rain. But when they say there's a 30% chance of rain, it rains.
That's
And this is
anecdotal, though.
common. This is common.
Yeah,
though.
just ambiguous bullshit. So listen, you could do better weather figuring out by using a farmer's almanac. Have you ever heard of that?
I couldn't hear you, dude.
A farmer's almanac. Have you ever heard of that? A farmer's almanac?
Yeah, of course.
Good. Have you ever navigated out at sea?
No.
Really? That's a shame. I hope you get to do that maybe someday. But anyway, I have thousands and thousands of miles. That was before I joined the Navy, and I sailed thousands and thousands more. Anyway, so when we're sailing on the ocean, what is that surface condition?
Water? What do you mean?
Yeah,
what is the surface condition?
Surface condition of water.
What do you mean the surface condition? Like the waves?
Yeah, they have a mean height, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah. And what is that mean height of oceans?
What do you mean the mean height?
What is it
called?
called?
Sea level. It's called sea level.
Yeah, sea level. And what does level mean?
Conforming to the parts of Earth's curvature.
No, that's not the definition of level.
That's literally I can post it right now and quote it.
That's not a scientific definition of level.
Oh, so now you're specific
or even
about
a geometric. That's not even a geometric. Level is a geometric designation.
Oh, I'm sorry, I used the wrong definition.
Yeah, you're using a colloquial social media definition.
I mean, it's from Webster. I don't know what you want me to say.
Besides the point. That's besides the point. Level means no part higher than another.
Yes.
Can you have no part higher than another on a curved surface?
Yes, because it's all the same height above, like basically the same distance from the center of that circle.
Then, oh my God.
No, that's what it is.
Delusion.
No, it's not what it is.
There's no objective up and down. It's all relative.
Hold on. Do you have proof of the radius for you to make that statement?
Yeah.
We're back to the Earth radius again?
That's what we're talking about.
You're saying you're measuring from the center of a circle. That means you're claiming there's a radius.
Yeah.
No. Well, yeah, all circles, even a flat Earth would have a radius, boys.
Yeah, all water is flat. So where's your measurement of this curvature of a sphere?
All water isn't flat. That's another misnomer.
Then how do they navigate with 3 equal circles of elevation using celestial objects that are over the same geographic location?
I don't navigate at sea. Do that.
Based in tables that you use while you're navigating.
If you're in the Navy, you'll navigate by GPS too, by the way.
Yeah, I navigated before GPS, before the personal computer. So shut the fuck up.
That doesn't mean they don't navigate by GPS now and have military satellites.
Do you have an example? Do you have an example of curving water? Water that curves around a surface?
No, but water can curve
around.
I don't mean
on the
I don't mean
outside of any
waves.
physical
I don't
surface of
I
outside of
don't
any
mean
object.
yeah, and I don't mean around. I don't mean waves, and I don't mean surface tension on little
Right.
droplets.
or little droplets, or in the Vomit Comet flight where they become amorphous
So
blobs.
it's
Wait a
instead
minute.
of
Whoa, 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 whoa.
straw man
Perfect.
expert. What?
Absolutely excellent. The Vomit Comet. What's happening on the Vomit Comet?
You are essentially negating gravity, so to speak.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Falling.
Right, you're in free fall. You're falling faster
You're
than
in free
gravity can
fall.
pull you down.
What have they removed? What variable have they removed while you're falling?
They've negated your downward acceleration. That's why you appear to float.
Wrong.
No.
Wrong.
That's what they would say.
All they've done is
Nope.
remove you from the atmosphere. You are in a container and you cannot feel the wind or the rush of the density of the gases that make up the atmosphere around the plane. You
Is
are
that how
contained.
they would describe it?
That
Yes.
is how it actually is.
Yes, of course it is how they would describe it. They've removed wind resistance. Nothing else is logical. You shouldn't proceed if you're not understanding that.
Right, you don't experience wind resistance if you're contained. Correct.
Good.
Yeah, so that's all they've done. They remove wind resistance, and you fall at the same velocity that the plane is going down.
So
That's
just
it. That's all that's
removing
happening.
wind resistance will make it feel like you're weightless, though.
Oh, no, we're not talking about feeling. We're talking about what actually is happening. You're still falling. The water is still falling. But
Right.
water is a self-adhering molecule, which funnily enough, when people say water is wet, they're actually correct. And the ding-dongs who say water isn't actually wet, yeah, it is, because it self-adheres. That's why you
Okay,
get surface
I've never
tension in
said that,
water.
so-
That's why that's an aside. What I'm saying is everything you're witnessing in there is because they have manipulated the situation to replicate what they want to happen, i.e., as you feel yourself falling, you do not feel the rush of air, and so you have the illusion of being weightless, but you are plummeting. You are plummeting down fast.
Yeah, that's why it can't last very long, can it?
That's right. So gravity is not negated, or what you call gravity is not negated. Is it?
Well, you don't cancel gravity. That's why I said, colloquially speaking, it's like you're countering the effects of the 9.8% or 9.8
No.
meters per second squared pull.
You're still falling. You're still falling.
You're still falling.
So,
Well, I didn't
how
say
is
you're
it
not. Right. I didn't say you're not falling.
Okay, so
I
no,
don't even
then.
know if that's
Okay.
colloquial. It did sound like you were just saying they were negating the effects of gravity.
The effects, which would be falling at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Well, you're still doing that.
Okay, I'm telling you, I'm not saying they're not falling.
Except the problem is that the squared part isn't measured. There's a terminal velocity everything falls at.
And that's not even a constant, right? It's an
And it's not
agreed
even
upon.
a constant.
Yeah, you
It's an agreed upon
specific
average.
gravity, stuff like that.
It's an agreed upon average.
But I mean,
Not
you can
even a
measure it.
constant.
You could drop a bowling ball and a feather and measure. They all fall at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Oh, excellent. Hold on. Excellent. Where did they measure that at?
Where did who
You can
measure
go ahead
what?
and tell me. They measured that at Sandusky, at the largest vacuum chamber in the world, didn't they?
I'd have to go find the video I watched a while ago.
It's
But yeah, I've
Sandusky.
seen it.
It's Sandusky. Sandusky is the 200-foot vacuum chamber. Takes 3 days to pull all the air out of it. Has 14-ton doors, 8-foot thick concrete walls, hermetically sealed with aluminum wrapping on the outside, steel reinforced concrete. Yeah, that's the place. It takes 3 days to decompress the chamber to get it down to 0.0001.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Okay, so what's the variable they removed in that? What are they trying to prove, first of all?
They're trying to eliminate the friction of the air in the chamber.
Okay, to prove what?
Oh, they just thought it was cool. In the video I saw, it was Brian Cox, that physicist. He just thought it was cool. They weren't trying to do
I've
a
seen that
formal
video
experiment.
too. He was saying it was gravity. Proved gravity.
Yeah, what else would be pulling it down at 9.8 meters per second squared?
Oh, that's funny. So let's put this into a scientific experiment. What's the independent variable in that experiment?
I don't know. It wasn't an experiment.
Well, if we're putting it into an experiment, as in it's a proof of something, then yeah, we are.
Okay, so what would the independent variable be then, you think?
It would be the air that they removed from it.
Okay, so the variable that you can manipulate, okay.
Is the air. And in a scientific experiment, the variable that you manipulate, that is your cause. It's not gravity. It's atmosphere. It's gas. The gas is what affects the behavior of the feather.
Okay, well, I mean, it's not a scientific experiment set out to prove gravity.
No, you're right. It's a visual explanation that people use to manipulate the masses. Yeah, that's what it is. I know it's not a scientific experiment to prove gravity. It's like stretching out the trampoline on the little thing and saying, this is what time space is like.
It's a good visualization of it, yeah.
Okay, yes, because humans are fundamentally stupid, and you show them something shiny and they'll believe it. Yeah, I know. It's what it is. It's a visualization. It's kind of like when George Lucas made Star Wars.
And the feather fall at the same speed?
When George Lucas made Star Wars, he said, we don't have to show how it works, just show it working. And people will believe it. They'll suspend their disbelief and just enjoy it, the space opera.
Who cares?
Yeah, it's a movie. Who cares? It's fiction, just like that's fiction.
What, gravity? Gravity is a known phenomenon. It's essential to the understanding of physics.
Where's the proof of gravity?
It's one of the 4 fundamental interactions in the universe.
What is the proof of gravity?
What do you mean, proof of gravity?
Proof of gravity, yes.
It's an observed phenomenon.
Tell me a demonstration of gravity.
So the most famous one is Cavendish. So here's where you tell me how Cavendish is all wrong.
Cavendish was not trying to prove gravity. He was trying to measure what? The mass of the Earth?
Mass of the
Earth,
yes.
Has nothing to do with it.
Right, and only later came
let's move on to something else. No, let's move on to something else. That's not what Cavendish. I've read Cavendish paper. I have a copy of it in full PDF format. That was not the title of his work.
And it was only later that
the variables for the force of gravity were not even presented in it. So let's just move on to another one.
It was only later people used that same type of experiment to demonstrate gravitational attraction between masses.
So Cavendish did not measure G then? Did not?
No.
Right?
It wasn't even in his head.
Oh, okay. He didn't measure G. No one measures G with that. Who? Just show me a demonstration of gravity. Just say, look, I dropped my pen.
Those Cavendish experiments are demonstrations of mass attracting mass. You try to isolate everything else away from it.
Did he build a mechanism? Did he build a mechanism and then look at how the mechanism behaved?
Did he build it? Wasn't it his friends?
It doesn't matter. It's a built mechanism. And then he watched how the built mechanism behaved. How do you know that he wasn't measuring an eccentricity of the mechanism itself?
Right.
What he did is he didn't remove any variables. He added variables.
Right. It wasn't a perfect observation, was it? That's why in the forthcoming hundreds of years.
No one doing that. And look, I've seen all the videos on Reddit of people doing their own little Cavendish experiment. I did this in my dorm in the closet, and then I did the calculations.
Yeah, that's tough.
I've seen a ton of people do this, and guess what? They all come up with different calculations. And then what they do is they backwards reverse engineer their formula. Now, look, there's the hidden G. It's a stupid little ritual that dum-dums do.
It's really hard to measure, isn't it?
What are you measuring? How do you know you're not measuring the tension of the rod?
That's why you'd have to generate your experiment to account for all the variables. That's what all these people have been doing. They're still doing it to this way. To this day, they're still doing it.
You can't, and they don't.
I mean, perhaps it's wise that he can give the hypothesis the IV and the DV.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
In the original Cavendish, that's already. You know the IV and the DV in the original Cavendish.
No, you do.
You.
No, you said you read it before, right?
He didn't have a hypothesis. He didn't present a hypothesis. I'm asking you about gravity.
What about it?
What's the hypothesis?
The hypothesis is the cause of gravity, right? We have an observed phenomenon.
No.
You make a guess.
You're not looking for the cause of gravity. Gravity is the thing that is the cause. What is that hypothesis?
What is the observation? The observation is mass attracting mass, correct?
Where is that observation at?
Well, it's a guess from the actual fact that objects fall down at a consistent rate on Earth.
Wait. What justification is there that there's mass attracting mass there?
That was the hypothesis.
Based on what?
Observation. You see things fall down.
Observation.
You want to know why things fall down, right?
Wait. Why do things float up?
Buoyancy. Well, I mean, that comes later from gravity because gravity's in the buoyancy equation.
Wait. Why do helium balloons float up?
They displace more air than they take up.
So
it's a density thing.
So they're less dense. So the only observation we have is that depending on density, things have different behaviors in the gas that we breathe.
So the question is, why does that matter? Why would density matter? And the attempted explanation that we've been studying for hundreds of years is gravity.
No. It's why would gravity matter? We already have density.
But density is just a measurement. Density doesn't move things.
Yeah, density is real. It's a thing that we can measure and test.
Yeah, right.
And gravity?
Gravity is also testable.
Hold on a second. Do you think gravity is a force?
Newton's gravity is a force. And Einstein came along and replaced Newton, and then someday somebody will replace Einstein with more understanding of gravity.
Wait a minute. So wait a minute. First of all, Cavendish, you would be running off of Newtonian gravity there, right?
Yeah, that was still in Newton's time, I think.
Hold on a second. Be back in a second.
So you're claiming gravity? Is that correct?
Hold on. I got people DMing me now.
Yeah.
Isn't that the third time?
Yeah, who's DMing you? Who's DMing you?
Yeah, so gravity is one of the four fundamental forces of.
Yeah, who's DMing you?
Who's
DMing you?
It was. Let me go back. Bozo Logie.
Uh-oh.
I don't know who that is.
East Coast.
He linked to a video about like a really janky looking Cavendish experiment, I think.
Weird. Anyway,
right.
That's bizarre. Anyway, so moderation knows what to do with that, I suppose.
No, I don't care. It's fine.
Yeah, it's against the rules and regulations, the terms of service.
Oh, I didn't want to get anybody in trouble.
Well, you were being honest, so thank you for being honest.
Okay.
But they have no leg to stand on if they're doing that as a little weasel in the background. If that's what they were doing.
He didn't say much other than it was a weird Cavendish experiment.
That's okay. Listen, I was going to ask you, Nitro, could you find for me, if you're interested, I don't know if you are, I'm going to make a claim and I would like it to be proven wrong. So I'm actually strongmanning your position. If you could find for me where in the 1915 November Einstein General Relativity papers, where Earth, globular Earth, where it's mentioned anywhere, with the dimensions that are required. It would have to be the dimensions also.
Yeah, that doesn't interest me in the slightest.
Okay, well, yeah, that's understandable.
Mic check, boys. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
What's the guy we're speaking to? Sorry, I don't know your name, bro. But see the both versions of gravity. Where is the actual science involved in either of them? Because no experiments have ever been done following the scientific method to do science. Because if you don't follow the strict methodology, you're not doing science. So where is the science?
I mean, only all of modern scientists has led to our current understanding.
No, I was asking specifically about we'll go back to the Cavendish. Where is the natural observation in Cavendish? What falls in
The
Cavendish?
natural observation was just observing things fall, and then he tried to isolate things that could affect things being attracted.
Hold it, bro. What falls in Cavendish?
Nothing falls. He was testing mass attracting mass.
Nothing's falling.
Experiment with a natural phenomenon and establish a cause and effect relationship. You would see something in nature and create the apparatus along with your hypothesis to mimic what's happened in nature. Where do you see balls and torsion bars in nature?
No, he was testing for why things fall. And the theory, the theory was mass was attracting other mass. That's what he was testing for.
No, he was trying to weigh the Earth, bro.
Yeah, because you mass attracted mass. Like he used that kind of key point to try to measure the density or mass or whatever it is of Earth.
Where does he say that he knew this? Where was that? Where are you getting that information for? Where did that?
So it's just like you're assuming that it's a globe before you go out and measure the globe, just like that.
You don't have to assume it's a globe. You can look around you. You can look at the sun. You can look at the stars. All these things indicate a globe.
So in other words, ignore the part that you're assuming the globe first and then go on about your business.
If you assume mass attracts mass prior to doing the Cavendish experiment, where do you get this information? Can you post something?
No, I don't know. We're going with the basics. You guys are talking about stuff I'm not even interested in. Somebody just started talking to me, and here we are, like an hour and a half later.
Bro, I've been here all night, man. Jesus Christ, you should have heard the shit that was going on earlier. You think this is bad? We're here 24/7, man, non-stop. But I just wondered, I've never heard that statement made before about Cavendish that he already knew mass attracts mass. I just wondered where I could.
Oh no, I'm not. I don't know Cavendish's but that's
okay. Listen,
if
you're not interested in that,
paper.
Can you just provide for us one direct physical measurement of drop over distance, i.e., Earth curvature, please? Thanks.
One drop over distance.
Yes, drop over distance, meaning, so you think the horizon is Earth curvature, you need to prove that.
Or you ain't got shit, brother.
Right, so this is about observations where that
Nope, it's about
curvature.
measurements, sir. Measurements.
You've not got geometry if you don't do any measurements.
Yeah, and you have to be very smart, right? It's just geometry. That's it. That's all it is.
So who measured the Earth in the first place if the horizon constantly fluctuates depending on multiple variables?
Right, so any observation or measurement would have to be taken out over multiple days.
Who measured the radius value? Who, where, and when? And how?
Multiple survey teams.
Just, can you name one? Where? When?
I don't know the name of the team. Multiple teams across multiple continents.
We just hope for the best.
Do you want me? Well, do you want me to link to a report that you're not going to read?
No, bro. I thought you would know if you're claiming this and you're.
You guys are just asking questions. This is none of my presentation. None of my arguments.
Look, we wouldn't be so foolish to think that you were going to provide any proof at all. We've never had any of you provide proof.
If we make a statement, we always provide backup where we got it from, other sources that mimic the same fucking shit. Most of it we take from your government and NASA and point out the glaring contradictions riddled through other shit.
I mean, there's just way too many contradictions on a flat Earth and on a globe Earth. That's why we're globbers.
Name one.
Name one contradiction. How about all of the southern hemisphere?
What, right? Specifically, can you elaborate? And
how about how two different people in staring at two different directions can see the same constellations at the exact same time?
Are they both looking up?
Hold on. What's that proof?
So yesterday I was asking about kind of large-scale observations.
They're both looking straight up from sea level. They would be looking perpendicular straight up, both of them, if they're looking straight up. All on Earth can be looking up at the sky at the same time, and it's still up.
Everybody in the north can see
Polaris. And we could go back. Miss, you're back. We could go back to where Mimas was at with Nitro.
I can see the plough everywhere I've been in Britain. I see the plough, the Big Dipper. It looks like a saucepan.
Why can't you see it in the south?
But because you're too far away from it.
Hold on. You ever been in like a 1 million square foot warehouse?
No.
No. If you stand at one end of the 1 million square foot warehouse, can you see the top, the ceiling at the other end of it?
No, it's probably gonna be way too small.
Why?
Not just that, it's going to be out of your visual range.
Why would it be small?
Right.
Why would it get smaller?
So, well, hold on. If I had the image, let's say I had an anime girl posted on that ceiling, would you be able to see my anime waifu
All right,
on that
bookmark
ceiling?
this. I gotta go. Bookmark this.
Okay.
We're talking about perspective and anime girls. All right, bookmark it. Type it down in chat.
Sure.
You will.
Sure. Come on back when you're ready.
I'll be back. Yeah, I'll be back. Just type it as a reminder in chat and maybe tag me so I can know where to start from.
Bro, I'm going to send you a couple of Google Drive links. Plenty of stuff you can
That's
have
fine.
a
I
look
gotta
at.
go. Be back. I'll be back.
Peace out, brother. What was that guy's name?
Nitro Earth.
Oh, sorry. 3 people said
Remember,
that.
I wanted you to continue with the whole Cavendish stuff.
What was his name? Sorry, folks.
Nitro Earth.
Nitro.
And I got this ball rolling because I talked to him yesterday, and the fact of the matter is he provided a long distance observation that invalidated the globe. I asked him if he did the math when he came back today, and he not only didn't do the math, when he attempted to do the math, he couldn't read the article properly and only got himself confused and didn't look at the relevant details. So
that's over. That was the subconscious causing a malfunction.
yeah, maybe so. I mean, for the sake of the live stream and anybody that heard me say 3 miles below the horizon earlier, that was not accurate. And I went on and on about that yesterday too. But the fact of the matter is, it is around 3,700 feet below the horizon. So what, 3/4 of a mile below the horizon? I like to be accurate. I got my my numbers mixed up last. I did 2972 instead of 97 or 9272 on the calculator. I'm just letting everybody know.
Hey, Bear, can you work out, right, if you're good at maths, bro, right, can you work out because we're on an elliptical orbit, because that dictates the pinch points we have to slow down and speed up, can you work out how much it's slowing down and speeding up, the top end and bottom end? Can that be worked out?
It can be, and I did some of that math like 2+ years ago. But
that would be really handy, man. Honestly, like, because people, anytime I use like that information, because it's constant. I'm like, no, it's not. Give them the shit about fucking constant velocity change turning in a circle, and then they say the elliptical. Oh, it's that little change. You wouldn't notice it. Like
Precisely.
a minute before it, they were saying you only feel acceleration or deceleration. Then when you tell them it is, then I bet it's that little. It's negligible.
Negligible, yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's like an open system, but it's really a closed system in their mind.
So the equinoxes and the solstices are going to be the actual the moments of least, like when you're on a if you're on a swing, that one very quick moment where you're at the top, where you stop moving for a slight moment, that's the only moment of quote unquote stillness in that system, in the heliocentric model. But during all of the time besides the solstices and equinoxes, you're accelerating or decelerating. So the midpoint. Sorry,
but no, I was just saying by what rate? Like what kind of?
Yeah.
Like even like a rough. What could you estimate it for me? Just so I've got a guess.
I have to try and pull it back up again because I don't remember off the top of my head. I remember it was in the miles per hour. But again, acceleration isn't a number that I think acceleration is some type of squared number, and I don't even know how to think of that in terms of like, you know how
9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah, when you're talking about something in squared form or cubed form or whatever, and you try to translate that to experience, it's not how we talk on a day-to-day basis, so it's really hard to even. So if it was, for instance, 1 meter per hour squared, that would be unhelpful information because we don't have anything to really compare it to exactly. But anyway, I'll try and get you some numbers. My point is, between the equinox and the solstice, the midpoint between each of those moments is the peak of acceleration or deceleration. So so it would be in between every solstice and equinox would be the greatest perceivable moment of acceleration or deceleration. And when I had done the math for it, I then looked up what devices we have, like accelerometers, and what's the greatest degree of accuracy. And from my memory, the degree of accuracy of accelerometers that we have can read 5 decimal places past what should be happening in the so my point that I discovered was that it is absolutely plausible that accelerometers should notice this change. We have instrumentation that is powerful enough to detect what should be the case, and it isn't detected, which then therefore you can make the conclusion that we're not going in an elliptical pattern that we're told.
Yeah. Are you talking, is it like just maybe a couple of tens, 20, 30, 40 miles per hour difference, or are you talking thousands here?
No.
Not as much as that. I'll take it maybe hundreds at most.
Again, it's about the acceleration. I don't know about the speed, but it's this whole acceleration, deceleration. We don't communicate about, like, we don't communicate in terms of squared. So I don't even know who the information would make sense to of them. But I'll get I'll get the numbers for you.
Good man. Thanks, Bear. Good man.
You like all my incredible proofs I'm posting?
I know, that's astonishing. I'm looking at them right now.
What's that? Oh, what? Hey, boy, the meme, that reminds me, man. See, when I was at college, I done one of my like quarterly outcomes on drugs, legal, illegal. It was when Scotland was flooded with legal highs everywhere, constantly, everybody falling all over the place. And there was a guy, Professor David Nutt, and Tony Blair's government, they paid him, I don't know if it was millions, but he was the top neuropharmacologist. He could design drugs at the molecular level, and he got paid untold millions of this grant. It took years to collate all the information, what drug caused short-term effects, alcohol, maybe you got liver damage, you might beat your wife might neglect children, the children might not go to school, when they're not at school they might steal from shop, all the knock-on effects. He went back to Tony Blair and he said he categorised alcohol as the most dangerous drug in the world, and he made an analogy of ecstasy and equisy. The people that died through horse riding, he called it equisy from equine, and he said that horse riding should be class A, kind of similar to what you've got there, the same sort of ridicule statistics. I hope you got that, man, and you understand my language at least.
Yes.
But man, fucking alcohol was the fucking higher than crack cocaine, PCP, everything under the. And what did they do for him for doing all that work? They sacked him for it.
Yeah, they don't like what's called direct line correlation. So, like, say I have a correlation, and it is between U.S. spending on science, space, and technology, and suicides by hanging, strangulation, and suffocation. They're unrelated. But if I had the suicides by hanging, strangulation, and suffocation, and like maybe correlated it with something related to like family issues or like social issues, and they would not only be socially connected, but then there would be a straight line correlation with them.
Right.
Then you would have a starting point to say, let's look at these statistics. But this is really what ends up happening is people find trends where there are no trends.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
And then create panic, put it on the fucking media, mainstream media, and say scientists have found this out.
Yeah.
So you can make
Yeah,
it say anything you wanna. You can make it say anything you want. Is what was a occurring to me.
There's a statistic out there that washers and dryers make sex better.
Bizarre.
And
Okay,
and
so I need to know more information. Is that near the washing machine or on top of the washing machine?
No. It's that owning them makes sex better.
Owning them. Well, I
Because
can
and I'll
see.
tell you why. I'll
Sounds
tell you
kosher to me.
why. This is one of those. It's very attenuated, but those are kind of the result. Both of them are the result of something else. Because our desire for cleanness and wanting to smell fresh
Yeah,
ends up making us more attractive. That's the whole
that's true.
attenuated
No,
reasoning behind it.
that's a
And that
scam, bro. Natural odor is how more powerful. The hormones and pheromones, they want to spray us with all this shit to kill it. So we're not having as good time in this realm as what we should.
Exactly.
I mean, I love aftershave, I love cool water, and I love John Paul Gaultier, but
as a true organic, I only
sorry,
that's
you
a
cut out
joke.
there. I mean, sorry, could you say that again, bro?
I said as a true organic, I only
Cut out
wash
right.
my clothes in alpaca urine.
Cut out.
I'm not saying it again.
Sorry, bro.
I'm not saying it
What, we cut out exactly the same spot twice?
again.
Crazy. Yeah, man, fuck.
How am I now?
Anybody still on? Still alive, so still alive. I keep see sometimes, or a lot of the times, man, if my screen goes black, it cuts off my audio and my fucking mic. And I can't. I've tried resetting the iPad, and it still keeps fucking doing it, man. Anybody got any questions that's listening? The floor is yours. Don't everybody shout at once.
What do you want to know? Have you guys ever heard the circumference of light argument?
Who's for?
So divergent rays always come down and create a circumference of light, and also our eyes perceive in a circle.
Yeah.
And so if you were to send up, like, say, some type of, I don't know, rocket or whatever you want to call it, you send something up super high due to circumference of light, eventually you actually will perceive a slight curve on a flat surface.
Because
You
you
can
got a
actually,
convex lens in your eye. I take it.
yeah, but not even just that, just the circumference of light itself. So you can like use AutoCAD or whatever. You can show that it would look slightly curved on a flat surface due to circumference of light. So that you can actually then, which we shouldn't do this, of course, but you can actually use like ISS footage or whatever they want to bring up, and you can show that literally that would happen on a flat surface.
Is that the personal dome? I've heard that called.
That's part of it. The personal dome has to do with your eyes. Your eyes view in a circle. So they're related, but not the same thing.
That's probably where all these ancient civilizations depicted the dome, because it kind of looks like that, especially at night and you're on LSD or magic mushrooms and you're looking at the stars. It looks like a huge dome above your head.
I don't know about the LSD part, but like, dude, this shuts Globers down so hard because they're like, "Oh, stupid! Why don't you look at this picture of the Earth is curving?" You can literally show them that on a flat surface. It would do that.
Well, I'd kind of stay away from imagery optics and shit, because if they're steeped in belief, optics is just not going to do it. They're going to argue everything they can, man.
They can't argue this stuff. They say, "Look, the Earth's curved right here." You're like, "No, actually, that would look like that on a flat surface." It just takes away their BS. I mean, I'm just.
Do you lead them into it Socratically, like question them so they're coming to the same conclusion? Is that how you walk them in, basically?
You could actually just show it, demonstrate it to them how every phenomenon they're talking about could be shown on a flat surface.
Exactly, that's my point. Like, I wouldn't invoke this. It's like more of a rebuttal. We don't have to replace it, but here it is for your cognizance.
Kind of just like I was saying earlier today. I was saying I could take a measurement of my table in the kitchen over there, the flat surface of my table. I could do the same calculations with the same presuppositions that what's his name was saying, Nitro Earth was saying about surveying, and I could come up with the same conclusion that my table is a curved surface. I could do it too. Kind of similar to that. But if we actually show the phenomenon that they're talking about, that it happens on a flat surface, which the RC boats, that's one of them like that.
Yeah, I don't have a video. So this is like, I think this is AutoCAD, I don't know. This is a flat surface with the circumference of light. It looks curved, huh?
Yep. It does.
Dun, dun, dun.
I kind of thought this. Actually, I think that's what was happening when I was standing up on top of cliffs, and of course I was still in mind control. So I thought there were solar systems and all that shit. It all builds upon one another. But standing on the cliff right over the ocean, a big cliff, about a 300-foot cliff, and thinking I saw a curve, and then when I went back, like as a flat earther, I'd like see just a complete straight line.
The power of the mind, bro.
I know it's measurably. I know the difference between curved and straight with a high precision.
What are you eating?
Waffle.
Oh, nice.
It's a good waffle, man. I use organic, not soy. I don't try to stay away from soy. Brain fade. Sorry. I went shopping. I'm not used to having good food, so yeah.
Nice, enjoy.
Organic. Oh, organic almond milk.
Nice.
And organic grain-fed chicken egg.
I always when I eat cereals, I always use oat milk.
Yeah, oat milk's really good too. I was eating some goat milk. I drank some goat milk. It's really good. I wish I had a supply of that.
I think goat milk smells funky, man. Smells like it came from a goat.
No,
wait, a soggy goat.
No, not the goat milk I had. It tasted way better than cow milk. Cow
Supposedly
milk is the one that smells weird.
It has a lot to do with freshness, from what I've heard.
Mm-hmm.
I keep trying to get. I keep going to different farmers markets and trying to go to the side of the stall and say, "Can I buy some raw milk from you, mate?" Oh no, we can't sell you that. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, call it pet milk.
Oh right, aye.
Yeah. Say, hey, I'm trying to heal my dog up, make sure his belly gets better. I need some raw milk so that he can get better. He hates that pasteurized stuff. Do you have any pet milk?
Well, possibly because it's for animals and not for human consumption. Maybe that's a little bit of a loophole.
Yeah, it has been in certain states in the United States. That's how that works. You can buy it at the store, but it's labeled pet milk, not for human consumption.
But you can fucking buy raw milk in England and get it sent up to Scotland. You can purchase it for human use. Well, why the fuck do we not get to use it?
I don't even know. I can't even get it. I don't even know where I can get it. I would have to go directly to a farm. Now, fortunately, there are a lot of farms because of the climate, and there's a lot of good soil in some areas before the foothills, before it goes out to the desert. So the western facing foothills, there's lots of farmland still here because of the amount of sunshine we get. A lot of things are still grown locally here, so there is an influx of local farmers' products like here available. That is still available.
Clean as clean as you can get, basically.
Yeah, but I would like to find a good source for beef that I know, like the source, because I don't trust anything that's in the stores.
No, definitely not, man. Definitely not. But it's all bad energy. It's all riddled with fear, chemicals and hormones. Those animals are standing in the abattoir waiting and standing in their own piss and blood, terrified. They get all their meat cut and all that just transfers into us.
I know, that's kind of bad.
Have you watched Arjun Bonda Planets before? Have you seen any of his stuff?
Any which one? What?
Arjun's Bonda Planets.
I don't think so.
This guy's intriguing as fucking. He died in dodgy circumstances as well. I'll drop you a link for a video. It's tremendous, man.
Yeah, drop a link. I could look it up later through your name with your name. But what was I going to say?
There's a PDF. There's a couple of links.
I heard of the benefits of eating beef liver, right? So I heard there is a lot of benefits to that. And
so you take different combinations of different herbs, spices, meat, raw chicken, raw beef, raw pork, all different. I'm sure the link's in my
description. I gotta cook it
for the video. He's cured cancer from multiple people if the fucking the regimen is bang on.
I'll be honest. I started not eating meat for like 1 or 2 weeks, just as I think it was 2 years ago, just as for fun. To know how it is, and then I suddenly just didn't go back to meat, so now I'm like vegetarian for like I think 2 years or a little bit more. And the great thing is here in Germany we have such a huge amount of sometimes when I like to make a burger or something, we have such a huge amount of alternatives, like stuff made out of plants that tastes exactly the same.
I think some of that's worse. Probably it's even for you than the fucking meat.
Isn't it a little strange that you're making plants that taste like meat because meat is so friggin' delicious?
Isn't that crazy? Wait a minute. I wanted to say something about liver.
I didn't say I don't eat meat because I'm all about the animals. I think meat is the greatest thing ever, but I personally just don't need it.
Hold on. Let me say something because I wasn't done when I was talking about liver. So what happened was I went to the store and I asked them for if they had different things like lamb cuts. What kind? Do they have any stewing bones or bones that I can make, like things like that? And they don't have any of it at the large chain store. But I'm looking for the liver because when I was a kid, they used to put it out just like the steak. And I never freaking seen it. Somebody's repeating back. Spake, you're hot.
What's up, bro?
You're hot micing me.
Sorry, is that all right now?
When I speak, it's coming through your speaker. Okay,
sorry, I'll drop in and come back, man.
So no, you don't need to. You just need to close your mic when you're not speaking, or else everybody else can hear themselves through your mic. Okay, thanks.
My only problem. Hold on, Sadie. My only problem with the whole in food industry is how damaging and unsustainable actual pure vegetarian diets are.
What?
As yes, they are
Wait,
completely
what?
unsustainable because
I
at
don't know.
least like
That's
in
there
the
you need
U.S.
to read
No,
for
I'm
this,
going to
I
tell you
think.
how. No. What
Okay.
I'm saying is hundreds of thousands of acres that get destroyed by plants.
Man, think about
Destroyed
this
by
way,
weed.
okay? Think about this way. The amount that a cow drinks and eats, farts and poops is way less when I when I delete that one step, which would be eating the cow afterwards by just eating what the cow eats. Makes much more sense than eating the cow, okay? Because I will never eat as much as a cow eats in the years that it's growing up to be slaughtered. That is
That's fine.
the sense behind it.
That's fine. But my goal is to reduce impact, and I think people locally should
Then
grow
don't
their
eat
own.
meat.
Grow
definitely.
no. You need meat.
No, that's
You need
a
meat as
lie.
part of everything. Yeah,
I don't
That's a
think
lie.
because there are nutrients. There are nutrients in the grass that you cannot absorb. That you
That's a
cannot eat.
lie. That's a lie by the meat industry.
Stop
That's
interrupting
not
him.
true.
Stop interrupting
So
him.
don't interrupt me. I know you're a vegan, but you cannot interrupt me.
I'm vegetarian.
Okay.
Can you tell me
But
what you
my
were?
point is that there are two sides to this, very clear sides to this, and both do
Okay.
have good points. All right. There is not an ultimate truth to vegetarianism, and there is not an ultimate truth to pure meat diets. I just don't believe that. I believe that everything is done by humans in balance.
Equilibrium.
So yes, equilibrium. So you have your pastures that your cows are in, where they're pooping and they're farting, and you take some of those cows, you turn them into food, and then you rotate those cows from one field to the next. You let that field rest a year, and then you grow on it. And by the third year, the cows are back on their pasturing. And you cycle through everything, which is how we were doing it as agricultural society for thousands of years, and it's very healthy food. And that is actually how we should be doing it.
Which nutrients?
I totally 100% agree, but we don't doing it that way. That's the problem.
Well, so if I could finish what I was saying about liver, which I never even got to the point.
Sure.
There's a voice chat for health and nutrition.
Was in the store.
I would
was in
love
the
to talk about the flat Earth again because
when
actually
in the store, I was in the fucking
said.
store trying to buy some liver. When I asked the guy about the liver where it was, they don't put it like they used to, and I found it was the cheapest thing, but they put it in a closed container because I guess people don't want to look at an organ. And I found it was more nutritious than any of the steaks that I had bought that I'd paid like up to $10 for just $2 of this liver. I had a huge meal with just one onion, and the liver itself was all I needed for $2, $3 whole meal. There's that.
Awesome. All right.
So
back to flat Earth, everybody.
Yeah.
Back to flat Earth, everybody.
Yep. So back to the point that Spike was making in regards to the aphelion, perihelion. I did post some math for that.
Did you?
I didn't do the math, but I did post the math. I found it on Socratic.org. Somebody's posting all the information there. So what they're showing is that the velocity goes from 30.28 kilometers a second to 29.3 kilometers per second over the course of that perihelion aphelion.
You need to simplify that for me, bro.
Yeah, so you're
100%
talking about a 1 kilometer per second change
difference, right?
over the course of 6 months. I'm pretty sure.
I can't use that in any arguments again because that is negligible. It's nothing.
What? No, that's my point. It might be negligible in regards to echo. It might be negligible in regards to our physical experience in trying to say that the revolution around the sun, we would notice that with our vestibular system and stuff like that. Yeah,
right.
Maybe. You know, how could we possibly know the answer to that question unless we could recreate a device that that does that rate of change in it's just really contrived. But the point is, there are devices, accelerometers, are sensitive enough to recognize those changes. So yes, 6 months. So over the course of 6 months.
There you go. Finish. I'll say it after you're done, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. So over the course of 6 months. So it is actually at the moment, it is at the. So what they're saying is that there's a regular velocity.
Right.
There's the standard velocity, and then there's the increase and the decrease. It's all kind of.
Also, the orbit.
What's that?
It's not just the pinch points.
I think you roboted out or something. I don't know.
Nah, it cuts out when the screen cuts out. Sorry, bro. I'm saying it's not just the pinch points and the ellipse. It's the fact that it's also turning in a circle. So that's two different speed variations in the vector.
Yeah. When you include the rotation of the Earth in addition to the revolution. Yeah, I mean, if you try to incorporate all of the different vectors that are included. Okay, so some of those they say are constant, but yeah, you're right. Rotation requires constant acceleration, so there's that.
It would have to be linear if it was constant. There's nothing linear about it. There's an ellipse. There's a spinning like a top. There's fucking the sun. The sun's dragging everything itself. Like once you go past more than one vector, everything's fucked. The constellations, everything.
I agree. I think my point on this is that helps or makes sense to me is if you ignore all the other ones, which is still manning their argument or strong manning, still manning, whatever. You give them everything and you only scrutinize the revolution, it falls apart even on that one factor alone. And I think that that's a fairly powerful point. So dividing
like we need anything else to destroy the fucking globe.
Well, sure. So the point is, it's 1 kilometer per second divided by 182.5 or whatever.
Nothing basically.
And then you look at what that number is, and then you go, okay, what is the strength or ability of an accelerometer? Can an accelerometer detect numbers of greater sensitivity than 1/180th of a kilometer per second? And we're talking about kilometer per second, not meter per second. So seeing as how accelerometers go down to like nanometer per second levels, then obviously it points to all the plausibility that devices should be able to recognize the velocity change, and they do not. There's static.
So how come when they claim that Bob with the gyroscope, even though he never, but they claim it, how come it only picked up the supposed 15-degree drift and not the other vectors?
Yeah, I don't know much about
Surely the fiber optic or the ring laser, we're not going to be able to isolate the motion that it's seeking.
I'm back, by the way, Nitro.
All right, man.
Can we summarize what we were talking about?
I sent a lot of shit in your DM, bro. My YouTube channel's there. Gigs upon gigs and stuff. Enjoy.
Was that Spake that posted?
I'm going to bail and I'm going to go outside and have a joint in the sun. Good to talk. I've been in here for fucking like 12 hours. Thanks for fucking letting me annoy you. Catch you soon, folks. Bye. Did you even understand that? Catch you, but.
Here, I got something to post a little off topic, y'all. I just want to, it's funny. And I have to post it. There you go.
What was the what were we talking about before I had to leave?
Oh, I was asking you about an anime girl in the ceiling of a warehouse.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. So those warehouses are typically 2,000 foot long. I mean, that's pretty far.
Yeah.
About 500 foot wide, million square foot warehouses. So there are a bunch down where I live right now. But you think you can see the ceiling on one end from the other end?
So it's on one end of the other. So what so obviously I can look up and see the ceiling and follow that ceiling wherever, right?
Well, you don't have zoom on your eyes. You can't adjust your eyes and see.
Right. So eventually this, let's say it's a red ceiling and then it's concrete floor, a gray concrete floor. Eventually it would just kind of all mush into a vanishing point.
Well, yeah. Well, could you make anything out on the ceiling past, say, 500-600 feet away? In detail.
Well, no. Like, so what is the what point are you trying to make? I mean, I get vanishing points and perspective and all that good stuff.
Okay. If you're standing where you are and you're looking straight up, are you looking at the other end of the ceiling?
No, I'm looking straight up.
No. Okay. So why are you thinking it's strange that how we perceive the sky on Earth?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So yeah. So two people in, let's say, Cape Town, Africa, and Santiago, right? They're both looking south, right? And they're both seeing the same constellation, whatever it is, at the exact same time. But no matter how you arrange that on a flat Earth, they're looking in opposite directions. That doesn't make any sense.
How do they see it at the same time if it's night at different times?
Wait a minute.
Nope. On what is it? June 21st, the longest night in the Southern Hemisphere. Cape Town and Santiago would be dark.
Cape Town and Santiago. So Cape Town is that
Africa, South
that's
Africa.
Yeah. And then one's South America.
One is towards the south of South America. Yeah.
Okay. And what's your question? Do you have some pictures to show us?
I mean, I can start posting illustrations of what I'm doing. So if you could set up
some pictures,
illustrations.
No, you can demonstrate what I'm talking about.
Some pictures. Bro, I can show you illustrations of a basilisk from mythology. Doesn't mean it's real.
Right. So I'm just going to finish what I was saying, my point. So this is something we could set up, right? This is something we can observe to see. The globe model predicts that, yes, these two observers could both look south at literally the same time and see a constellation, the same constellation. If we can't see the same constellation at the same time by looking south, then Earth can't be around, correct?
No. That's not correct.
Okay, why not?
You're gonna have to prove what you're talking about. You don't just get to make unfounded, baseless assertions, my man.
No, I have no photos. This is a
hold on. What is the sky?
The sky is what we see above us. We don't need to get it's irrelevant.
Yeah, no, it is not irrelevant, because in order for it to work the way you're thinking it works, you have to presuppose that you are looking into the endless void of a universe.
No, we're just looking at three particular stars, for example, in the sky.
You have to presuppose that from your perspective, you are the center of a rotating orb around you. It's called the sphere of the heavens.
That's completely irrelevant.
That's not irrelevant. That's what you're describing.
Well, okay. Do you see stars in the sky or not?
What's a star?
Doesn't matter. It's a light in the sky. Irrelevant.
It's a light in the sky. Yes, yes, I see lights in the sky.
Okay. And do you recognize patterns in the sky?
Yes, absolutely.
And do these patterns happen on a predictable basis based on where you're at and what time of year you're at?
Over and over and over and over. Yes.
Thank you. So we have a fixed reference point in the sky where we know we're looking at the same kind of object, the same grouping of stars, the same pattern, right?
What direction do they all travel?
Well, that depends on what way you're looking. If you go to the equator and look east, the stars appear to be moving up and down for some reason. That's weird.
No. They're all traveling what direction, though? Not what do they appear to be.
Right. Counterclockwise in the north, clockwise in the
That's not a direction.
Well, I'm telling you what it would look like.
You mean east to west?
Right, based on Earth rotation.
Well, that's a cool
Based on Earth rotation. Where'd you get the Earth rotation from? Can you prove Earth rotation?
So this is deflecting from the main point.
No, it's not. You're arguing from a derivative point.
No, you just admitted that we have fixed reference points in the sky, correct?
That's not an admission, that's a reality.
Right, correct. So if we're looking in opposite directions...
That's not an argument against us, though.
It is, actually, because it makes
no
sense.
It's not. That's an argument for us. That's an argument for us.
So if Cape Town and Santiago can both look in different directions and see literally the same grouping of stars at literally the same time, that's great. That works in your favor.
Are they in the same place in the sky?
Hold on. Tell us why that won't work on a flat Earth. Tell us why.
Because any arrangement that I've ever seen, now you guys don't have a map, which is strange enough, any arrangement of a flat Earth, these two observers will be looking at different points in the sky.
If we're not presenting to you a model, how are you debunking a model?
Right. It kind of sucks, right? You have nothing to debunk. You guys don't have any scientific understanding.
Wait, scientific is a model scientific?
You know what a scientific model is, right?
There's no such thing.
So if I Google scientific model right now, I will come up with zero results.
No, because of the butchering of language. Sure, you'll come up with something that's called a scientific model. How is it scientific, though? Was there a hypothesis? Was there an experiment? Was there some kind of validation scientifically through cause and effect relationship?
We're talking about our understanding. We're talking about our understanding of reality. That's science.
Is a model trained scientific?
There's no scientific model of the globe anyway. Dude, there's no physical model of the globe that exists. You can't show a globe physically in model at all. So what are you talking about? Stop saying that. You're just making stuff up. Also, show the proof of what you're saying. This observation doesn't exist. I've seen a bunch of people like you. I've heard this claim before. Show the proof of it. You're just making stuff up.
I don't know who's talking, but yesterday, this is exactly why I was asking yesterday, how many, on the server, members on the server, are they in different continents? We could set up this exact observation and settle this debate tonight.
Oh, so you don't actually know
haven't already done it?
Just saying it then, right?
How do you know we haven't already done it?
Well, I would expect to see some type of documentation for it.
You're the one presenting your claims.
You're making the claim, buddy. You just said that this is impossible. This proves the Earth's not flat. You don't even have the evidence.
Wait, I didn't make a claim. I said, what if we did this? And what if we saw this? Well, what implications could we draw from it?
You said it's impossible on a flat Earth.
None.
And we said, do you have the actual evidence that it even actually happens? And now you're just stuttering around saying no, basically.
No, it's impossible. That's the guess. That's my hypothesis. It would be impossible on a flat Earth. It would falsify the flat Earth if these two viewers saw the same thing at the same time.
They don't see the same thing at the same time.
If in our model, they would.
But they don't.
But they don't, and they wouldn't.
What do you mean they wouldn't? Why wouldn't they?
They don't, because they're looking from two different directions at it.
Yeah,
no, like
8 yes, on the globe model, they would not be seeing the same.
in Santiago or whatever it is, right?
No, listen. If someone is in Santiago and someone is in Cape Town, and they're both looking at a fixed point in the sky, they're looking at it from two different angles. It will not look the same to them.
They're both looking south, though.
They're in different positions in the sky.
They're in different positions in the sky, looking at it from different angles. It will appear upside down to one and right side up to the other.
No, that is Santiago to Australia, maybe. Yeah.
Did you start this nonsense with if?
Guys, I'm not saying I have.
Did somebody actually do any of this?
Could we set
you
something
actually
like
have this observation, or
no? He doesn't.
I'm just talking hypothetical.
I've called Globers out for this for like a year. They never have it. They just make stuff
this is like 6 years old, 7 years old. This crap.
Yeah.
So you guys could have done this observation and proven a flat Earth easily.
It's going on nighttime right now.
The claim is coming from you. You could have done this observation years ago. You think you're brand new with this?
So let me, yeah, right, exactly. This is
You
an
don't prove
observation.
the Earth with the sky. You prove it with measurements on the ground.
No,
Admit
you
you
can
just made a
absolutely
baseless
prove the
assertion.
shape by looking at the sky.
Concede you
No, you
made a
can't.
baseless
Wow.
assertion and you have no evidence.
Wait, it wasn't an assertion. I'm telling you, if this, okay, you guys weren't here yesterday. This is why I was
telling
asking.
you you're wrong. If you're on a globe and you're looking at the night sky from two vastly different positions at different coordinates, one in Africa and one in South America, you will not see the same sky. You may see the same constellations. You will not see the same sky.
The model says we would see the same sky.
But you don't.
No, it doesn't. Where does it say that?
Could you post that model for us?
Boot up Stellarium.
Love to see
That's
that.
the prediction.
Yeah. So if I go
that's your
to
model.
Stellarium, yeah, that's his model, Stellarium.
Your model says they're
Stellarium
in
is a
different
model.
positions in the sky, bro. You don't even know your own claim.
Wait, what was that?
Your claim is that they have different positions in the sky in your model. You don't even know your own claim. And you
That's
also have
absolutely not my
You're
claim.
just
You are
talking.
strawmanning the heck out of me now.
No, the globe Earth model, buddy. This is what we're talking. We're talking about the actual model you think is real. No one cares what you make up about it. If you don't understand it, you certainly shouldn't be acting like you have some type of claim here because you don't even know your claim.
No, the claim would be that this constellation would be in the same position in the sky.
They're not in the globe Earth model. That shows your ignorance.
They are. They're south, oriented differently.
You don't understand. You just don't understand. This doesn't make us dumb. You don't understand. They're in different positions in the sky in your model if they're viewed at the same time. If you don't understand that, that's not our problem.
Maybe we're talking about two different things. What do you mean by different positions in the sky? They're both south.
Oh, they're in the general southern area. Are they both directly south?
Well, that would depend on their latitude, but yeah, they're both south. Like due south is what I'm talking about.
They're both directly south.
Due south, yeah, due south, and then based on where you're at on Earth, what latitude you're at.
They're in completely different positions in the sky, dude.
That's not completely different locations at all.
Oh, so they're at the exact same location in the sky for both viewers?
The stars are in the exact same location because the stars are fixed in the sky, right? And they rotate around us as we orbit the sun and rotate and blah, 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 blah.
But where you perceive them are relative to the angle of the observer on your model. They're different. Just study your model before you come to teach us about it, bro.
What I'm talking about is they are both due south. That's why you look at this particular constellation, Octans, for example, right? They're not like off to the west or off to the east. They're literally both south at these locations at literally the same time.
Did you just say Octanus?
No, I said Octans.
Hey, man, how do you not understand that they're not both directly south? Like, are you okay? Do you go outside the house without a helmet?
I couldn't understand what you said.
You leave the house without a helmet on?
That's a silly question.
Well, you're not seeming to understand that your point is a silly point.
It's what the globe model would predict.
The globe model predicts they're in different positions in the sky, bud.
What do you mean? Like one? Wait, hold on. What do you mean? Like
you're looking at the
one
sun,
south
you're
and
looking
one's
at them
west?
from different. No, that's not what it says. It means that if you have a picture on the ceiling, a guy standing on one side, a guy standing on the other, one's going to see it upside down, one's going to see it right side up.
Well, it'd be like rotated 90 degrees, but yeah, it'd be oriented differently.
Yeah, they're not looking at the same sky.
They are looking at the same sky on the globe model.
If it's orientated differently, then it's not what you said it was, what you tried to make it sound like it was.
No, it's a fixed reference point. That's why we're looking at constellations.
Buddy, that's the same way on a flat floor when you're looking up. It's the exact same thing.
On a flat plane, they'd be looking at opposite or different directions, yet seeing the same fixed point in the
You're looking at it from
sky.
different directions in the same way.
What was
You're
that?
literally looking at it in two different directions. It will have different orientations to each of those persons. Same thing's going to happen if you're standing on a flat floor.
On a globe, you're looking at the same
How do you
direction,
not get this? No, they're not. They're actually looking in almost opposite directions.
Nope.
Yes.
On a globe, you're
They're
saying two people looking south are looking
towards
in
the
opposite
same. No,
directions.
listen. Are they locking in on the same constellation, both of them?
They're looking at octans. Let's use octans.
Octans? What is he talking about? Octans?
It's just a constellation in the south. That's a triangle.
Octanus? Octanus?
Nice.
So just a
Do you have a picture of that one?
No proof of
a picture of that one? Why don't we get Australia's picture of that constellation? That would be nice.
Yeah, let's see it.
Yeah, show us the evidence. Also, show us your little illustration. I want to see your illustration.
Sigma Octanus? Isn't it Sigma Octanus? No, are you talking about Sigma Octanus?
That's a specific star. I'm talking about the entire constellation.
The entire
Nitro,
sure.
Hey, Nitro, why don't you try to be different sometimes and bring some globe proof?
Yeah, because the last person who tried to locate that for us got us a black picture, and that was it. Because where is it?
Yeah. Okay, guys. I'm freely admitting I don't have pictures. This is a proposed way to determine the shape of the Earth by looking at the sky.
Really?
It's a proposed way.
Do you have a mind of your own?
That's why I'm coming up with this.
You have a mind of your own? Really? Go to the hardware store and tell them you want to do the flooring by measuring the ceiling lamp and tell me what they say. Thanks.
That's
You
not
didn't
the
come up
same
with
thing.
this. You're lying. You didn't come up with this.
I did not read this anywhere. I came up with it myself.
Yes, you did. This is a very esoteric, kind of rare argument that's made, and it's not made by anyone normal. This is like the kind of thing some irredeemably globe-headed person would DM you and say, use this argument because they don't know how to counter it.
No,
It's
I'm
so
telling-
stupid.
Oh,
This
no, I'm
is
saying it.
this is an esoteric argument in this community. You did
Another
not come
manly
up with this
beholder
yourself.
rifle.
I did not hear. Okay, put it this way. When I was thinking about it, I did not hear about it from somebody else when I thought about it.
Okay,
people
cool.
think.
So
Okay,
how much
yeah,
have you
interrupt-
thought about
go ahead.
it, bro?
I'll be quiet and you can interrupt me.
Perfect. Okay, thanks. So how much have you thought about it? Because you're just wasting our time. So what time of year is it? What time of day is both observers in? And do you have the observations or are you just making stuff up?
Are you not hearing me? I said I don't have the photos. This is a proposed explanation that would ideally be done on June 21st.
June 21st at what time for each observer?
Anytime during the night when it's night and when the sun is on the opposite side of the planet, so you can actually see the stars.
Okay, so we don't have any actual proof of it. It's just a baseless assertion.
Yeah, you keep on saying the same thing, and I'll keep on saying the same thing. Yes, this is a proposed way to view the sky and determine the shape of the ground. Yes.
Sorry, I was talking to my wife. I didn't listen to your stupid baseless assertion anymore. You're very reiterative. Do you understand the point that you're making a baseless assertion so thus it can be dismissed?
I mean, you have to dismiss it because it destroys anything in the South.
How does it
It isn't
destroy it
anything.
if it's not
You haven't
real?
done anything.
It isn't
You haven't
anything.
done
You haven't
anything.
brought anything.
How is your theory, and I say that colloquially, destroy anything? You haven't done anything. You came in here with if.
Okay, so when Australia looks south and South America looks south, are they?
Have
Okay, I'll
this
shut up.
or not?
Stop. You're gonna
You
just
have
start
this or not?
stop you. Listen, you start every fucking statement with what if you did this? Well, here's how you could do it. Maybe they did this. You have nothing substantial at all, period, in the whole time, about 2 hours. They've listened to this blah, 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 religious chanting that's coming out of your pie hole. It's super annoying. It's super stupid for us to listen to you argue something that is not an argument. You have nothing to base your statements on at all. And we've been dealing with your statements, the same exact ones for 5, 6, 7 fucking years. What are you talking about? You're just like a numpty deluxe if you keep doing that. Why are you so far behind on the times?
We've been waiting for like 6 years for the Glober to actually provide this observation. It doesn't exist. And every time we have people that actually try to do it, they don't see what they're supposed to. So we're telling you that we need the actual evidence.
What observation are you looking for that would convince you the Earth is a globe?
Anything that's substantial that can be verified. That's verifiable.
Wait. Your question is, what observation am I looking for that would convince me the Earth's a globe? Physical measurement of Earth curvature.
Right.
So, so you want a really long tape measure to actually witness the drop yourself?
Are you dumb or what? Have you heard of the military using laser sighting to accurately hit targets up to 100 miles? Which it's even confidential how far they can do it.
No, I thought they used military GPS satellites to actually do a lot of that stuff.
No, they don't.
Actually, no.
Line of sight targeting with lasers, bro. Laser is a straight edge.
Oh, so military satellites aren't a thing.
Oh, it looked like you had to change the subject because you got destroyed.
Yeah, you change it. Yeah.
Well, no, somebody brought up the military, and then I said, "Oh, they also use GPS satellites to track stuff."
You went up
Hey,
to
do you know what a red herring fallacy is?
Yes, it's an irrelevant topic, or it's an irrelevant point.
No. More specifically, it's something that's proposed to give the illusion that it's about the subject, but actually it's not about the specific point in an attempted deceptive diversion. That's what you're doing because you said, no, he brought up the military, so I can bring up anything to do with the military. He made a specific point. The military uses lasers over 100 miles. Laser line of sight over 100 miles. That has nothing to do with your fairy tale of GPS satellites. So do you want to respond to the actual point?
Okay. Well, in conversation, I will. In conversation, you can make side notes. People do it all the time. So, as far as the laser leveling of the military, you'd have to show me something and show me that the military is doing it from a flat Earth point of view.
No, you have to show us. You're making the claim of this ball Earth, not us. You get that part?
Yeah, you said you need a really long ruler. He responded, no one said anything about a really long physical ruler. You can use stuff like lasers. We explained that the military has crazy laser technology. This is you shifting the burden of proof, which is a fallacy. You're making a positive claim that the Earth's a ball. That means it has a curvature rate. You asked me, what do I need to prove the Earth's a globe? I said physical measurement of Earth curvature. So just say you don't have it. Just concede you don't have it. Try to be honest.
We do have it, but you guys just dismiss it.
Okay, so what is it? What is the physical measurement of Earth curvature?
The numerous survey teams that have measured the radius.
Okay, exactly. How did they do that? And would you like to cite anything specifically, or are you just making vague claims? For one, they obviously didn't go to the core and measure the radius, did they?
True.
Yeah. So where's that? Can you cite it, or do you have any specifics? Or are you once again making a baseless assertion?
No. For starters, you don't measure the radius to prove the Earth. You've already determined it's a sphere. So once you know it's a sphere,
how
that's the debate. That's called begging the question. So
right,
how
hold
did you
on.
determine?
I'll swing back around to it. Let me finish my thought at least.
No, get to it right now. Stop getting around to it. We're tired of waiting you for 3 hours to get around to it. Show us the measurement, the direct measurement. Where is it now?
Well, it's not going to make sense unless you've already realized that you live on a globe.
You've been in here 3 hours.
How did you realize that, bro? And you're just talking out of your ass.
You've been in here 3 hours. You haven't presented.
No, he was here yesterday too.
Now he's circling the wagons again. Listen, now he's circling the wagons again with a new crew of people and putting you through the same waste of time that was 3 hours ago. Those people left. You guys came in. Now he's doing the same thing with the same exact approach at the same time, like he's on a list.
Are you done?
Surveying. Then he goes to this. Then he goes to that. Then he goes to that. Never a straight.
You done now? You done yet?
Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you. This is the same guy that provided proof that Earth is not a globe by demonstrating the long distance observation that invalidates the radius claim in the first place, who then obviously still is claiming the radius, even though he already provided the evidence that falsifies the radius with that long distance observation that he found.
Oh, you did an observation. This proves your.
No, he found it on Guinness Book of World Records.
He thought that helped his globe claim.
Guys, yeah. I posted from Stellarium 2 locations, one in Central Africa, one in Central South America, both looking directly south. Look at the skies.
What up, mean? Good, fam.
Yeah, Stellarium. Yeehaw.
Yeah, I'm saying he's saying on his model, they'd be the same. You'd be looking at the same stuff.
You botched that. Whoever posted that.
Oh, how did I botch it?
Do you want me to do it in my own Stellarium and show you what I'm looking at?
No, you tell me how I botched it.
Because you see octans at the same time at both of those locations. So I don't know what location you're looking at.
Did you adjust for time difference?
Yeah, of course. Stellarium, the software I have automatically does that, actually.
Yeah, it does automatically do that, and I did that. Adjusted for time. Is your Stellarium different than mine?
You're on a phone, it looks like. So I don't know if there's a difference between the Stellariums on desktop versus phone. You want me to?
So you're saying we need to write a letter to Stellarium that something was done wrong?
No, I'm saying your screenshot doesn't actually show location or anything like that.
Well, Central Africa, Central South America.
All right. Well, do you want me to post screenshots from my Stellarium?
Sure, if you want to.
All right, give me some time. Hold on.
Time. Someone just give him the image posting.
Waiting for some cartoons from Stellarium. Let's see what that is.
Yeah,
I mean, guys, I'm not saying these are photos and hard evidence.
Blah blah blah.
Yeah. But you are saying that you gave us the evidence that falsified the globe, but pretended that it didn't.
Yeah.
What, you're talking about long distance observations?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, those are all like super long distance, super blurry, over water, at the horizon.
You don't even hear what you're saying. You don't even hear what you're saying.
Okay, listen, the Guinness Book of World Records isn't over water. You're gaslighting yourself again. Why?
So this is a side note. I'll get back to Stellarium. So there's also those photographers have to wait for the optimal weather conditions too. Doesn't that tell you anything?
Why are you gaslighting yourself?
It tells you that you're waiting for optimal atmospheric conditions to see farther than you normally would.
I know your name is Nitro, but you really shouldn't gaslight yourself.
Do they have to wait for the optimal Earth curvature conditions, where the Earth curvature, flattens out enough that you can see that far?
Why haven't we ever seen the optimal Earth curvature at this place? Is supposed to be at 1.22 miles at 1 foot above the surface. Ever? Where's that? Oh, you got to look at the sky? Oh, okay. Yeah, man. Crisis team, hurry, stat.
Again, Nitro, I don't know if you heard me say it earlier. The peak of Gaspard should be 3,700 feet below the horizon. It isn't. You can see Gaspard. You can see the whole of Gaspard, or enough of it to make that still completely invalid that there is a radius in the first place. Or Snowball.
So I have a question about that.
I know you're going through the stages of denial and grief, but stage of denial in the stages of grief. But the fact of the matter is, you provided the example that invalidates the R claim. Good job. Just stop gaslighting yourself.
We appreciate it. Couldn't do this without your help. You're one of our greatest types of support for our cause. We really appreciate it.
Really, though, you brought long-range observations that falsify your globe to prove your globe. Man,
hold on. I'll comment whenever everybody's done.
No, maybe not.
I mean, I don't have to, but like, you don't think that all these long-range photography would be like front-page news all over the planet? That you finally proven the Earth is flat.
What planet?
Wait, flat or round? You can still call it a planet.
No, you can't. It's not a planet. It's a plane.
Planet means wandering star.
Is Earth a wandering
star? From planete.
The waters.
Planet comes from the word planete. It means wandering star.
Is Earth a light in the sky?
From other planets, from the moon, yeah, it'd be light in the sky.
That place you've never been, and a place no one's ever been before. Okay, thanks, Cartoonville.
Does Mars look like a red dot in the sky?
Yep.
Is Mars inside our dome or outside?
I didn't make a claim of a dome. You did.
Well,
you did though.
You guys kind of need a solid container to prevent us from going into space.
You think things that aren't true.
You need a solid container. We all need that. It's not something we need. That is something that is by necessity must exist.
Says who?
The second
law of thermodynamics.
No.
Nope. The second law of thermodynamics does not say our atmosphere needs containment.
Gas pressure, bro. You're out of your mind again. We need the PERT team here. Stat.
Listen to the word games too. Yeah, of course, the second law of thermodynamics doesn't specifically mention the atmosphere itself needing containment. It's about gas itself seeking equilibrium, entropy, which would apply to the atmosphere.
Yes,
your system that has an adjacent vacuum, that wouldn't work.
Says who?
Second law of thermodynamics, even though it didn't put it in those exact words.
Says reality.
So you would use the second law of thermodynamics to make a prediction, write a hypothesis, and prove that we actually have a container.
No. It's a post-diction. It happens every single fucking time. That's why they call it a law.
Yeah, it's a law. It is not a scientific reality. It is a law of nature.
Yeah.
So unless you can show you can violate the second law of thermodynamics in any way possible in reality, can you do that?
Well, that's a claim that it violates it. You haven't
Okay, so
shown
you
me it
can't answer
violates
the
it.
question. So why can't you answer the question? I don't understand.
Because you're making a claim without you're making a claim without
you're making the
evidence.
claim that you can violate the fucking second law of thermodynamics, and I want you to show it to me right now from Missouri.
I'm still trying to get the Stellarium going.
Hold on, you're claiming that on a ball, without any kind of membrane, gases are being held to it against the vacuum of the infinite universe.
And all known laws of nature. So good luck with that.
No, yeah, it's the pressure gradient goes all the way from 14.7 psi to near zero.
It goes all the way from down to 10
Yes,
to the negative 17
You're
torr
right.
shows that.
All inside of a container, because you can't even have a gradient, or no one exists without a fucking container.
Yeah, what do you need? See, a gradient is derivative. What do you need to have a gradient? You have to have what first? You have to have the pressure first.
Yeah, it's at pressure.
Yeah, and in order to have pressure, you have to have a container.
Says who?
You want to define gas pressure, bro?
Says
You know
the
what the
second
definition
law
of
of
gas pressure
thermodynamics.
Are we talking gas pressure like in a propane tank or atmospheric
What
pressure?
we're talking about, isn't it? Gas?
I'm talking about the atmosphere.
Oh,
Is that
God.
pressure? Yeah. It's like,
What's your atmosphere made of?
Various gases.
Gas, thanks. So you just played yourself.
No. You
Really
know how
quick.
all squares are rectangles, but not all
You
rectangles
know
are
the
squares?
definition of gas pressure,
gases
bro.
to rectangles.
It's an analogy.
Define gas
pressure. Your analogy. We want the real thing.
All right.
Sorry, Chocolate. Go ahead.
Sorry, I got to go back to work. Unless Home Slice real quick wants to define gas pressure for us, that would be cool.
Hold on.
Don't hold Chocolate up now. I did that enough.
That's all right, man. We're used to the globies flailing all over the place. It's okay.
Well, no, I got like 3 people talking to me. Don't want stellarium photos? Are we talking about atmospheric pressure now? Like, what are we doing?
We see two
Photos
Earth to be a ball.
aren't proof.
It's as simple as that.
So bring us proof of gas pressure without a container. Go. That's going to take you a little longer. See if you can be the winner of the prize that you were the only one in history that could violate second law of thermodynamics. Great. We want to see it.
You keep on saying it violates the second law of thermodynamics, but you're the only person that's saying that. All you people.
All us people are the only ones saying it's the
flat
second
earthers,
law.
yes.
That gas pressure requires a container. What about NASA's definition?
NASA doesn't define atmospheric pressure as requiring a container.
Pressure is
from NASA.gov. From NASA.gov. Pressure is a measure of the linear momentum of gas molecules. Pressure force acts perpendicular to enclosing surfaces.
There you go.
They act perpendicular to enclosing. Yeah, but pressure itself is just a measure of linear momentum.
Hey, when you buy some gas,
what's it colliding with?
It can collide with the container if it's in the container, or it can collide with the surface of the Earth.
What? No.
It can't collide with the surface of the Earth?
You are being completely obtuse here intentionally, I think.
Yep.
No, I just admit it. You can have gas pressure in a container.
No. Look. You're making a really stupid argument here. Because everyone else outside of you accepts that you need a container. And they use excuses like, oh, we have gravity or something like that. You're just saying, oh, we don't need anything.
So I guess
you don't always need a container.
Wait a second, man.
Give us an example of not needing a container and maintaining gas pressure.
So whatever I say, if I say tornadoes have different pressure systems than everything else, you'll say, oh, it's still in the container of Earth.
What?
So hurricanes within itself have different air pressures, right?
Yeah.
But then you'll just say, oh, it's still on the Earth, which is still contained.
Even in your model.
The actual model doesn't have containment.
Yes, it does. Gravity is the container in your model.
We are not talking about a temporary pressure differential, which immediately dissipates. We are talking about a sustained pressure differential. something that stays pressurized.
So high pressure systems and low pressure systems wouldn't count.
No, they don't count.
The stuff that causes wind.
We're talking about stable. Stable.
And I can't use the atmosphere itself or measurements of the atmosphere.
That's the thing that's in contest.
Well, first of all, I don't see the container. Every example of containment is a physical solid container. So where is this physical solid container that we can't even detect? No one's ever detected
gas pressure.
Yeah, you detect gas pressure. That's not an actual tangible container, though.
Do you have an instance where the container is not required?
I don't have to prove a negative.
1 second, man. Everything that you see in reality regarding pressurized systems, if it's I don't know, you buying a Coke, or I don't know, you buying some gas for your grill, or whatever it might be, man, everything is contained. So why would there be this ridiculous idea once again? It's the same with water always finding its own level, you know? Why is it the ridiculous idea that suddenly, if it's about your atmosphere, it doesn't need any containment? Or gravity is the magical force of containment. You know, it's the same silly thing as with water.
By the way, we have to really point out here that hurricanes and tornadoes are inside of a pressure system already.
Right.
Correct, yeah.
No, we're asking, where is your gas pressure without a container? Those are happening within. No, you're talking about the variables within the atmos. I am talking about without. Where do you have an example of gas pressure adjacent to no pressure without a container?
Not on Earth. How do we demonstrate that on Earth?
I'm asking you. It's your claim.
No, that's not my claim that we have 14.7 psi next to zero.
Why don't you go into a vacuum chamber and tell me what happens when you release gas into it?
That sounds like a horrible idea.
Why would that be a horrible idea?
Because you're going from 0 psi to 14.7 psi.
Well, you think we live in a vacuum?
Oh, it would. What would it do to the vacuum?
We don't have 14.7 psi next to zero, though, so it's irrelevant.
If you have a vacuum and you release gas into it, what's going to happen?
The gas moves into the former vacuum.
Yes. It fills the available volume, doesn't it?
Yeah. On the surface of Earth, yeah. No one disputes
that. You're saying it works different somewhere else.
No, the effect of the pressure differentials are far less.
Far less?
Yes.
Far less. You do realize that 0.1 pressure, PSI, and right next door to 0.000000001 is that's a trillion times difference.
You're not describing reality, though. That's not what we see.
I am describing the claim.
It's 14.7 next to 14.6 next to 14.5, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Buddy, you can breathe for a minute or two at the very highest parts of the atmosphere. But you're describing a pressure gradient. You're not describing a pressure system next to a vacuum. You're describing something whose existence it is necessary to have containment.
You have not posted anything so far.
I need to post the second law for you.
The second law isn't even about atmospheric pressure.
What's it about? Tell me.
Well, special pleading.
Thermodynamics. It's about entropy, which our atmosphere is a perfect example of, actually.
It is? How did the Earth get pressurized?
Oh, I have no idea. You're going way back now.
Where did you get the pressure from?
The pressure is atmospheric pressure is the weight exerted by the atmosphere above it.
Where did we get the pressure
Where did that come from?
It's caused by the weight of the column of air above a particular location.
Where did the column of air come from that sticks to the Earth like Velcro?
The column of air was generated at the surface.
at the surface. So wait a minute. Billions of years ago, when air was getting expelled from the Earth, it didn't just fly off into the vacuum. There was no weight on top of it back then.
Dun dun dun.
That's not some big reveal. You're talking about stuff happened. I don't know how it happened ages ago.
Okay, so you actually have no explanatory power for what you're talking about.
Just like you have no actual citation that atmospheric pressure requires containment.
Well, you can't not only not tell us how it happened to begin with, but you can't even demonstrate it happening now. So,
well, the demonstration on a large scale would be the fact that there's no container and we still have an atmosphere.
You haven't demonstrated that on a large scale. You just keep begging the question about
that. Right. I don't have to demonstrate that something doesn't exist.
You do have to demonstrate your positive claim, which is that you have an open system adjacent to a vacuum.
Right, we have a pressure gradient all the way up to the vacuum of space, no problem.
All the way down to 10 to the negative 17 torr, demonstrate that.
Yeah, negative 17 torr. I don't think you realize that's trillions of times the pressure differential. Plus, I have a question for you. Why isn't the top layer ripped away by the vacuum? The lightest layer. Just ripped away.
Atmospheric. Yeah, we do lose atmosphere to space.
Okay, so if you're saying we're losing atmosphere to the vacuum, why wouldn't they immediately lose the second layer to that? Because there's no more weight on top of it.
I mean, you're getting into pretty detailed questions now. I assume that we're still generating gases at the surface, too.
I'm getting into
it's just logic.
The necessary demons that exist in your model.
It's just completely unlogic what you're thinking, that the outer layer is producing pressure upon another layer, while that outer layer, which is thinner and lighter, is somehow not being completely pulled out. And if it would be completely pulled out, it would then create another thinner and lighter layer, which then would, get that whole, creating pressure belief destroyed. Because it would just be like step by step, the pressure would equalize. That's what we actually observe here on Earth doing experiments, that pressure always equalizes. And the whole concept of what you're trying to establish is just fairy tales. Once again, same as with water suddenly bending. Come on, man, just be real to yourself. It's ridiculous. It makes no sense.
It makes no sense. It's not a good reason to say we need a container that's invisible.
Man, it with the things that are given to you around you, you know that gas is always in a container to keep its pressure. Everything around you points to that. Why is suddenly the only explanation that you just brought up is a thinner layer on top and another layer and layers producing some kind of pressure on the ground level? While the thin layers on the outer rim of the ball somehow are still getting pulled out, but for some reason they're not getting pulled out enough so that the thinner layer, which is lighter, will stay in that place, which makes absolutely no sense in a vacuum.
Again, it makes sense if you understand the mechanics behind it. And do I need to start posting research papers on the atmosphere?
The mechanics.
Unfortunately,
measurement of curvature. Measurement of curvature.
You would need a sphere for that. Yeah, you need the sphere first. So
yeah, you need the sphere.
It's like
you need the sphere for the spherical gas conforming to the sphere, buddy. So I mean, you could post some fiction for us if you like, but we don't really care.
Show us the sphere first so we can get started on this conversation you want to reificate all over the place.
But again,
atmosphere, because you need the sphere first.
Again, how does it make sense in your mind that the thinner, lighter layer right next to the strongest vacuum that is just that you can imagine in your brain, how makes it sense that that outer thinner layer is not being sucked out step by step, creating less pressure on that layer which is beneath?
Yeah. It would equalize with the available vacuum. This guy's up.
Yes. So how does that make no sense in your mind? I just don't get it. Is it like are you trying to make it look like there is no sense behind what I'm trying to say, or everyone else? Is it a force in your brain?
Yeah, Yeah, it would equalize with the surrounding vacuum. This guy's just not thinking it through. Like he said earlier, he admitted it when he said, man, you're going into some detailed questions here. Yeah, he's thinking about your claim and the detail that you haven't. Oops.
No, the basic understanding of it is since you guys don't believe in gravity, you don't understand what force would
Believe in
equalize
it?
this
What sort of
outward.
believe in? Can you demonstrate it?
No. We
That's a side
disbelieve
topic.
something you claim to be true. That's what's happening.
No, we can demonstrate mass attracting mass. That's the whole point
No,
of
you
these
can't.
various
No, you
Cavendish
can't.
experiments.
No, you can't.
What year is it? What year?
Wait
is
a
it
second.
again? Hold on.
Wooden rods
There
and
was some.
balls, therefore
Chocolate,
shaped gas.
there was some mongoloid earlier feeding him information via DM, and this is all like his whole well is poisoned because of it.
But he's now saying wooden rods and balls, therefore sphere-shaped gas conforming to a giant rock in a vacuum.
I remember the last time I was putting down 700 yards of concrete, and we set up a big Cavendish experiment and put poles in the ground to try and find the flat areas.
That doesn't make any sense. That has nothing to do with what I
It doesn't
said.
make any sense. It doesn't make any sense because all of that ritualistic bullcrap is non sequitur to the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, bro. We see too far for Earth to be a ball.
We are talking about a y-axis curvature. I'm sorry, z-axis curvature that we're looking for. Where is it?
You guys should take all these long distance photographs and submit them for peer review to various universities across the world.
Yeah. So first of all, hold on.
To the priests,
Before anything says
No,
anything,
I'll elaborate.
Peer review is garbage. 80% of peer reviewed is not true. You need to go look at a video by Veritasium. And there's also a paper that was published in 2006, which also was peer reviewed. The largest problem with peer review is that everybody already agrees with everyone else. And so it becomes gatekeeping itself. 80% are just passed through with no thought. They're just, oh, check mark, stamped, go through.
No,
so no, I don't care about peer review. Less than 1% of all peer-reviewed stuff, all peer-reviewed journals, even utilize the scientific method, and they're almost all in the industry that will get you sued to death if you get something wrong, which is the biomedical industry. So don't talk to me about, oh, you need to get that peer-reviewed. Miss me with that gay stuff.
And I gotta say, man, every single time someone says something, you just respond with a non sequitur. Like you never respond to what's being said to you. So like you're just wasting people's time effectively.
All right. Well, test me on that.
Okay, so can you show us a physical measurement of the Earth curvature?
So this is where I got yelled at last time, and I think muted. Yes, those survey things are the radius. They are measuring the radius. Now, why are they measuring the radius? Because they already determined, based on observation, that Earth
That's
is
the
a
part
globe.
you haven't got to yet. How did they determine it?
Based on for example,
You know the difference between measuring and calculating?
He's going to tell us how he determined it was a sphere in the first place.
Okay, hold on. I got to leave soon. But lunar eclipses is the Earth's shadow. It's curved.
So
lunar eclipses.
When I ask for physical measurement of curvature, you
it all
say
leads up to it. I got to go though, guys. I will be back later.
All right, see ya. Just think about the fact that you can't measure Earth.
Jeez Louise.
As it gets hotter,
listen, man, it's just like this. It's just like this. It's exactly like this. Sir, I told you last week and the week before and the week before that. Someone's on mic,
Roger.
I can't hear myself. Think
somebody needs to quiet their kidnapped kids.
So anyway, This is like this. You're at the hardware store again, sir. We told you for the last 6 weeks. You come in every week. I told you we can't put your flooring in with your ceiling light measurement. But no, I measured the side, this one little angle part. You guys didn't get that part. I told you, sir, we can't put the flooring in with the light measurements. Could you stop bringing this into us before we call the PERT team, the psych emergency response team? We don't want to have to do that to you, sir. But if you keep insisting that your floor is only measurable with your ceiling light, I'll have no other choice. Thanks. It's exactly like that. and he doesn't even see it.
I mean, at the end of the day, look what they're working with, man. The globe model is crap. The quote unquote globe model, because they don't even have one. Look what they're working with. They have to really just come up with their own shit and try to argue.
Right.
I actually disagree. I think he does know, by the way, Sonny. I like that dude does know what he's doing. Like every single time he's asked a question, he's like, "Well, did you just change the whole world, get a Nobel Prize?" Or he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. You could be right, because if you actually look at it, us being used to this behavior, we kind of get like sedated by it, or it's not as impactful. But if you think about what these people are actually saying, there's either two choices. They're either really are psychotic, or they're in a character development group or teams that make these characters to talk to flat earthers with these kind of responses: red herring, straw man, all this stuff. Never getting to the point, never answering your question.
It's an advanced stage of Stockholm syndrome, man.
Yep. Stockholm syndrome and cogdis. That's all it is.
So we have a
Yes,
choice.
sir.
There could be a genuine cogdis going on. That's staggering. But if they aren't in cogdis and they aren't genuinely as dumb as they act, then there's someone creating the characters. And I would say that is a distinct possibility, that people are making characters.
I think
what makes it sad though is that the dude sounded like he's smart enough to actually get this shit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That fight. That's why I call it Stockholm syndrome. It's like you're fighting to defend your kidnapper, the person who's kidnapped your mind. You're trying to fight it. He sounds smart enough to get this. He doesn't sound like a little kid that's just like, oh, it's a globe and that's that. Right? It's sad to me hearing people like that. It used to aggravate me like 7 years ago. Now I'm like, oh, poor guy. It's so sad.
It feels like his logical reasoning some kind of ended at a certain part of his youth, when he was a child and he watched all these Star Trek or maybe Star Wars movies and everything about space, and now everything is just like in this cloud of imaginary fairy tales. I don't know, it's like weird, like it's like he can't get back down to earth, to the things that everyone observes as being the same, such as gas needs to be pressurized in a can or in a container, so to say. Whenever you open your can of Coke, you have that equalization, and that's just the biggest proof for you that the globe model itself can't work. And I don't understand how you can't see that or can't accept that. I mean, it's just a simple fact. It's irrefutable. It is literally irrefutable. Whatever you might come up with, it makes no sense. Even if there would be such a thing as gravity, creating these gradients of pressure, so to say, it makes no sense when we look at the most thinner one that is then right next to the vacuum, like without any barrier. It would just be like step by step sucking it out, equalizing. So in any kind of way you want to form it, it will never make sense. And I don't understand how he can't see that. Oh, I mean, maybe I do know, but it's just weird. I'm sorry for him, actually.
Before he came in, Sewell was here, a girl that had some questions. And I had literally gone over the detail of sulfur hexafluoride and how the fact is that even though it's more dense than the air around it, it will still escape its container and equalize with the surrounding area. Then he heard some of me say, he was here when I was saying that, whether or not he was paying attention, whatever. But he later on brought up sulfur hexafluoride. Again, this guy is gaslighting himself. He's presenting all of the reasons why his model is false without even realizing it. Is nobody else seeing the irony here? Am I the only one paying attention?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, he might have the award for the number of flat Earth proofs per one glober, possibly. So I thanked him earlier, publicly. For helping us with
he's not breaking any new ground.
With our cause, helping us with the cause. It's appreciated. I don't know what kind of program they're using. I mean, that's a good day when the Glober comes in and bashes their own globe to smithereens with a bunch of flat earth proofs and don't even know it.
I mean, I can't strongly disagree with his statement there. I agree. It is really difficult to talk to more than one person at a time, and especially when there's multiple points being thrown. But he's doing scattergunning too, so it goes both ways.
Yeah, I actually agree that people just get so excited in here that they don't let him finish, and then every flat earther wants to make their point. So it's like, I don't know. I mean, he's obviously wrong, but that's why you let him fully say it, because there's no reason to not let him just say it.
Yeah. Let it be exposed. Let the record show, basically. Thank you.
They were actually playing with the food for quite a long time on that one because that's the thing. Some people come in that weren't here in the first 3 hours, 4 hours ago when this guy was saying the same argument, the same exact thing to a different group of people.
Well, it's just like every flat earther thinks that they have the best way, and maybe you do or whatever. But if there's one person holding him to a point, when a flat earther jumps in and brings up something else, it's like you aid obfuscation. You actually aid the conversation going nowhere. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, what? No, with this, and this, and this, and then it's like, oh, he just has to pick one, take the bait, and then we're on a different subject. Then the other person's like, I'm trying to get him back to this subject, and someone else is like, I got a different point about this subject, and they start interrupting each other and the guy. So I don't know. That's my opinion. It's going to be really hard to keep Globers in here if they can't talk.
Yeah, well, actually, what I was trying to do is I was trying to redirect it back to what Mimas was talking about. I know it seems like it's disruptive, but actually, a lot of times my point is to bring it back to the previous question asked, like by Mimas, because Mimas kept asking a question and the guy kept not answering it. So I would interject briefly just to say, no, stop here. Answer the question, because he just would refuse to answer any question. And then when you ask him about not answering the question, he would refuse to answer by not answering the question again. And on and on and on. So it was like a endless fractal of not answering the questions with that guy. So why didn't you answer the question? Well, you see, if I was to tell you this, see what I mean? Like that, just like that. Pure sophistry. And then it will start talking about his commentary on the conversation, or how he's talking about, or his feelings about how the conversation went when it was pointed out that, like whatever, you don't even know what was originally asked at that point.
Well, again, though, but there wasn't, how would he when there's 7 other points made before he can finish a sentence? Like, he was objectively wrong. He was being dishonest. He was changing the subject. He was diverting. All that's true. But, it is also true that every time he started talking, a different flat earther would clip him. So it's like, of course, if you're trying to get someone to be honest about something that they really are having a tough time accepting or even being honest about, that's not going to help. I'm just...
Yeah, so a room full of people that have the same mindset to want to prove a point or get them to somewhere. We have to kind of be people that read the room. So, I'll give you an example. Like when Witsit took him on a point, we understand that there's other things we can redirect or we can talk about, but we have to read the room, know that Witsit's got it, and we have to wait till Witsit finishes taking to the end of the point, and then perhaps either add to what he's saying or let him finish, and then somebody else can jump in. Because what happens is it gets too diluted. So many people are coming in or bringing in different points, and I know that everybody's got logically consistent points, but if we don't allow him to finish the point with Witsit, then it's going to be just a big kerfuffle like it was just a while ago. So, and that's all it is. Just read the room. If you jump in and you just got here and you hear some Glober saying crazy stuff, just wait. Who's taking point? Figure out who's taking point, and then maybe contribute. And that's all it is. Just read the room. That's it.
Which goes back to my original point. It was all about long distance observations. And the moment that we did not address his fallacies regarding and not just fallacies, but misunderstandings regarding long distance observations and his hand waves, the moment we didn't address that was a concession on our behalf, subconsciously at the very least in his mind. So it's a little irritating because I started the conversation off from yesterday, today, prepared the whole thing, went back to the topic, and I don't know, somebody poked holes in my canoe and allowed this guy to proceed in his error of thinking and illogical ways instead of addressing his error and getting him to the point where he could understand what he was doing incorrectly, instead of just allowing him to hand wave and just, let's just concede. He's hand waved. Well, we'll just concede, which invalidates everything because the long distance observations are the point. Yes, there's other points too, but it's a really important one. If you allow concession of one, what's the point of defending any of the other ones?
Yeah, I mean, it's the double-edged sword of the Discord, right? You got like all these people in one room, and obviously only one thing of audio can come through at a time. But you just got to control yourself, man. Like, I think another big part of it is, like Mickey's saying, like, Witzer was making a point. It's like, yeah, but like, say in that scenario, I just went on and on and on for a long time with him. Of course, people are going to get frustrated. Like, I think each flat earther should also try to be concise and kind of yield the floor. But it's like, well, once the next flat earther steps in, it's like, okay, now he's talking to him for a second. People should just keep the, like Gospel Bear saying, like the point that we're talking about. He would have never got past physical measurement. So that's all you got to talk about. You know what I'm saying? Like, what about military GPS satellites? Shut up. Shut up. No, like, we're not talking about that. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's a bunch of stuff, man. I think it's like also like not keeping it concise. Like, I've had to try to start working on that as well. Like, not being concise enough or going into too much, right? Where other people listening are like, I want to say something. Like, just everyone kind of keep that in mind to let other people talk as well and try to keep it concise. You just don't want to give them an excuse. Like, what this dude is left is he has an excuse in his mind. Well, they wouldn't let me talk. So he doesn't feel like he lost. You know what I'm saying?
He still doesn't understand why the fact that we see too far, he doesn't think that is too far. Again, these people are under a mindset that they could see forever. On a globe, too. It's like the see forever cult. I mean, you guys know this. They are the see forever cult.
Yeah, like even like the OG zealots, like the anti-flat earthers, like B-Ball. If you ever heard of him, B-Ball for life, whatever. Anyway, like we were talking about the circumference of light. You're like, okay, then what's the distance of the sun? We're like, we're not making that claim. But then Brian jumped in, and he's like, okay, I'll give you a distance. If you put the sun at 4,000 miles, then everything works. And he gave him the equation. He showed him how everything works, and they just freaked out and shut down.
Right.
So it's pretty funny. Like, we don't have to do that, but it's just really funny that we actually can. So what happens when we actually do replace all their bullshit with more viable options? Like, then they really shut down, bro. We were watching like 7-year-old zealot veterans just break down.
Whoa. See, that's better than, yeah, you're right about, and I feel like, I guess, doubly implicated. I feel like when you're saying like no more outbursts, because I have people that moderate me, from outside. It's fine. Like, I don't take it personally at all, because I know I can be kind of reactive, and I appreciate all of you. Like I'm old and wise in some ways, but in other ways with the conversation, I'm still learning too. I wanted to tone it down. I've learned quite a bit, man, and I think I have people like Witsit to thank for that, and as well as many others in here, all of you, So,
well, I'm working on it too, so like I'm also trying to improve, like keeping my cool and staying real calm and like real. Just make it to where, like, if someone else hears it, they're like, "Damn, it's impossible for me to disagree with this guy." Like, he's just being so like honest and chill and like fair that they can't really come up with an excuse. We're fighting the cognitus. We're not fighting the people. You know what I mean?
yeah, so just let the information speak for itself. And I know when I do that, then it does just fine. It doesn't really need my help very much. Just show the information, and that's it.
So, but I brought the circumference of light up because you're like, they're the C2 far cult, dude. Like, even the OGs. So once we were like, he was like, look, circumference of light. So divergent rays always result in a circumference of light. Actually, a circumference of light can end up imposing an illusory curve to a flat surface at a certain height. You can give them all the math and everything, which they love their math. And then they're just like, oh, then why don't we see the sun from the other side of the earth? Because that's all they had to say. They can't think of anything. Even the OG anti-flat earthers, once their cognitus breaks down, they just start saying the same talking points from like Google articles.
Like, see, listen, here's the thing that we miss sometimes. Like, there's a very simple angularity thing going on. So when they say look up to the sky from one part of Earth to another, so I can guarantee you that when the person, all you have to do is put your one arm straight up and one arm straight perpendicular, and then another person standing anywhere else. I know that sounds real precise, but you're all going to be standing up. Is going to be up for everybody at the same time. Nobody's looking up at some angle from some imagined radius sticking out on the surface. So all three of those people looking up at the sky, who cares what they're seeing above? They're all looking up at the same angle. Up is 90 degrees from the horizontal. That couldn't be possible if they weren't at a horizontal, if they were tilted at some angle on a ball, which inevitably has to occur. It would even go inverted at that one point where it goes down below the equator. Be inverted. Start going to the opposite. Nobody's looking up at the sky and looking down at, let's say, an 85-degree angle or whatever, 70-degree angle. That's the most simple thing ever. We're all looking up. So did the sun move across the sky in the same position for me yesterday as it did today? Okay, great. So I know that's up. Okay, let's say it's 65 degrees elevation angle. The person in New York City, did the sun go in the same position across the sky that day for them? Okay, that's at a whatever, 50-degree angle. Okay, did the sun go up? Was it all looking up from the horizontal for all three? Like the England, New York, and California? Yes. Is 90 degrees the zenith all the same direction for every single person at the same time on Earth? Yes. It's as simple as that. Are they all looking up? Is the sky always up? Yes. That's it. End of my statement. I'll yield the floor.
Like, again, we don't have to make any of these claims. We don't have to claim how big the sun is, where the sun is, what the sun is, how high it is. But, like, for example, if you put it at 4,000 miles and it's 33 miles in diameter, you can explain everything. So it's just hilarious. Like, there's like a million different ways we can do it, but it's just funny to watch them shut down. Because, like, you don't have a model. Trust me, guys, I know the freaking argument. We don't need a model. Models aren't reality. You don't have a model. I get it. My point is that whenever you do give them some math and they can't debunk it, they just short circuit.
I know, that's the best part. So Yeah,
super funny.
They got no other way to go but to short circuit. And it's amazing that they hold on so long right up until that short circuit point.
And like, does everyone knows this, right? Everyone knows that we can use numbers and they work on a flat Earth. Like, that's what the military does. The military tracks the sun, assuming it's local on a flat Earth. That's how the military looks at the sun. So,
because that works on the rectangular coordinate system that we actually exist with, like they can make that work on a flat plane and find your place. Well, it has to be.
I also want to address this point too that's in the chat. Like what do we think about Eric Dubé selling a shirt that says Flat Earth? I don't see why we would have a problem with him selling a shirt. I mean, if someone like puts their real name and identity out for the world and has like basically, lost all professional ability, unless they own their own business, and even if they own their own business, it's still very detrimental. Like, a lot of the people here that own their own business or they work somewhere, they don't have their real name and face out for the whole world to see as a flat earther that makes content. And so if someone's willing to do that for the community and like take all the shots, lose all their jobs, get death threats, like, it's crazy. Like, the stuff I get's crazy. It's like, if we can't support them, like, how dare he sell a shirt? I think that's insane. That's a trick. Truth should be free. Truth, yeah. Well, what about the people that spend hours and hours and hours and hours every day trying to bring it to you? Like, we shouldn't support them. Why would we not want to support them and show other people that it's feasible for them to be able to do it? Because that's what we need. We need people that do that. So we should support people like that. I think that's another one of the big tricks that the flat Earth community has fallen into. Like, oh, did that guy just now say he's selling something? He must be a shill. Right. It's like, okay, so he should just sit in the corner of his mom's basement broke, where he can't get a job because he publicly talked about flat Earth. You should have the luxury of hiding behind anonymity, talking about flat Earth on the internet, but no one knows who you really are, and you get to keep your job and then just throw stones at the people that stepped all the way out. That seems wild to me. I think that people need to re-examine what they think.
I agree. As someone who's anonymous on the internet, I ain't never had a problem with people making money, YouTubers selling t-shirts. The good book says a workman is worth his wage. Just because I don't collect money, I don't care if other people do. And it's not like this is a get-rich-quick scheme, because it's not. You actually have to put in a lot of work to make barely anything off of the flat Earth. And the people that are putting in time, effort, I mean, shouldn't you get something in return?
Yeah, or you're going to have to stop doing it because you can't survive. It's like, you can't make money on YouTube as a flat earther. You can't. You can't have ad money. Sorry about the background, but you can't have you can't monetize your channel. So, because they'll just immediately delete everything and censor everything. So that you can only make super chats. They take 1/3 of it. You can't make any ad money. All these other people are talking about how funny cat videos are and making reaction videos to degenerate rap music and prank videos and let's go ask people crazy questions in public, and they make crazy money. But flat earthers can't make any money on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? And I was kicked off PayPal and Venmo. I can't even receive donations from two of the biggest places. Brad's a legend and let me use his, but it's like outside of me using someone else's, I couldn't. And I've been kicked off of everything. I've been demonetized on everything. And it's like, I've basically taken a break because it's just annoying. It's really annoying that people are so I don't want to act like I'm some special person. Everyone should be so thankful or nothing like that. But it's like, people aren't grateful for how much of a sacrifice some people do make, for the community. It gets really frustrating, and it makes us just want to quit and be like, okay, cool, you have it. I'm going to go back to starting my own business. You know what I'm saying? And because it's like, dude, even your own people are attacking you. How dare you have a merch store? It's like, dude, I couldn't even have a merch store. I got kicked off the merch stores. I have 11,000 subs, bro. I had to crawl my way up to 11,000 subs, and I'm hella censored on everything. And it's like, so I should make YouTube videos every day. I should go out and talk to people on the streets every day. I should do debates like I'm doing tonight every week. But I should just also have to find the time to somehow support me and my wife. So are you guys serious? Everyone that puts in a lot of work, like ODD TV has made amazing videos and woke tons of people up. Those videos take a long time to edit, right? He makes music. He does all kinds of things. He should be supported. If we can't support people like ODD or even Eric Dubé, who I disagree with on tons of things, if we can't support people like that, but you can go get a stupid Netflix subscription, like whose side are you really on? I just wanted to say that. I want to throw that out there. Everyone should reconsider. If you got a problem with it, then maybe just keep it to yourself, because you're actually hurting the community way more than you realize, because it makes people just want to give up. It's like, dude, screw you guys. I'm already taking arrows from everyone in the world publicly. Like me personally, like 6-figure job offer plus incentives and commission, couldn't get it because I wouldn't take my stuff off the internet. And then, so I'm doing that. And now I'm scraping by to pay for stuff. And it's like the people that I did that for, the number one things, like it's number one, people attacking me. It's really crazy, bro. I just want you guys to know that it gets to where behind the scenes people are like, screw this, I'm about to just dip out. So you guys should reconsider that. I'll stop with my rant, but I obviously feel pretty passionate about that point, because I know a lot of the people, like you name them, Dave Weiss. People hate on Dave Weiss for having an app. Do you guys know how much that app costs? Do you know how much it costs him to run that freaking app? Do you know how long he had to pay out of his pocket just to get it off the ground? Tens of thousands of dollars out of his own pocket. Dude, he can't go get another job. He used to have a job. He can't go back to that job. He's too public now. Why would you be mad that he has an app that shows people all the answers to their questions and he makes a little bit of money so he can keep doing it? Why would we not support him? And I know Dave Weiss has gone through moments where he's like, dude, this is almost not worth it. Bob Nodell, same thing. Whether you agree or disagree with everything they say is not the point, dude. They've done a ton. Like Bob did Glowbusters for 6 years, didn't make $1. Actually just spent money. So you guys, until you do it, shh. No one
I highly recommend the app. It's a very nice app, actually. It looks even very good on your smartphone. Dumb phone.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's got some glitches here and there because he keeps updating it. But like he's competing with freaking companies that have millions of dollars in budget.
See,
I 100% agree what you said. That's it.
Believe it or not, in this day and age, I cannot use that app on any device I have. I'm being persecuted, I tell you. No, I'm only kidding.
No, the app glitches out since he put the friend finder on there. They're like really messing with his app.
I can't put it on any of my devices. They don't make it for Linux, and it won't go on my Android. I can't use it.
Can I maybe ask a question real quick?
Yeah. I can't even see it anywhere. I mean, I see it, but I can't use it or download it or install it.
How is your skies today? Like, how is your sky where you're at? I mean, you're both in America, right? Or most of people here.
Super, super cloudy in Maryland.
Cloudy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Overcast.
So we have like literally right now, I mean, it's afternoon, 36 p.m. and the sky is it looks insane. Like it's been a while since I've seen it that crazy again, like with geoengineering. It's insane.
People show me.
Really sad.
I'm sorry.
No, go on. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, people show me chemtrail skies from slightly further north from where I am. And sure enough, the second week after or less, it's all overcast and cloudy and like full on marine layer comes in.
I just captured a picture I'm going to send in. This looks so insane.
What's it? Did you say you're near Barricade Garage? Did you say Maryland?
Yes, I'm in Maryland.
I mean, I know it's a big state, but
I don't know where you just said.
Barricade Garage is just outside of DC. So he's on the northeast side of he's northeast of DC from what I understand.
Who is that?
Barricade Garage?
Yeah, not familiar.
Oh, oof. Okay.
But I am an hour outside of DC.
Gotcha.
I'm actually northwest.
So anyway, I'm getting ready to prepare to thrust myself into the public. I just had to get to a point where I was strong enough. So that's working out well, and I don't mind doing that.
Well, yeah, it's just like a lot of people don't do it, bro. I know we understand why, because it's hard. It's like you really can't have any job that requires public relations. And, if someone's going to do it, it's like that's the problem I have with RV Truth. RV Truth bashes all these truthers, but it's like these people show their face and their real name. Everyone knows where they live. They're getting attacked in a real personal life on a real level. Dude, you have an avatar. If you choose to have an avatar, that's cool. I understand it. I'm not holding that against you. I'm not judging you. I'm saying prop the people up that have the balls to go out there, man. Jeez Louise, it should be like common sense. I shouldn't have to say this. I'm obviously pretty passionate about it. I'm not talking to anyone specifically, but it's like I've had to deal the last few months. I've had to decide if I was going to keep doing it. Because it's like, dude, you guys, seriously? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, bro, I get so many emails about how I'm a shill. Or I've spent so many thousands on this case. And then I'm like on my YouTube, like, if anybody wants to help, pay for the appeal fees and the transcripts and stuff, like, this is how much it's going to be. It's greatly appreciated. You're just a shill asking for money. And you bought an RV. Like, yeah, with my savings, with my investments and savings, so I could have a place to live. What do you know what I'm saying? It's so weird. It's so weird. We've been tricked, dude. And like a bunch of the truthers are getting censored off YouTube. They went to Rockfin and Rockfin pays them. They're like, oh man, that's a sign up. It should be for free. Oh, the truthers are falling. It's like, dude, you don't do it. You don't know what you're talking about. It's like trying to tell LeBron James he doesn't know how to dunk. It just sounds dumb.
Many people also have a problem with. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying, yeah, that part about flat Earth, that because we're truthers now, we don't have to market. We don't have to reach people. We don't have to spend resources to be a resource. Right. No, because you still have to put your energy out into the world to make things happen. That's all money really is. It's not anything other than I put my energy, and for whatever reason, this is the value of that energy that I've put in. Now I'm going to put it into something that I think is the right cause. Well, because people think that money is currency and that we're not the currency, they think that we should just do everything free. You can't even wake up for free.
Right.
It costs the creator something for you to wake up.
No shit.
Yeah,
Hello.
dude. Oh, I was having people, like, when I was on tour, they're like, why didn't you come all the way to this little no-name town in Iowa? Well, because it would have cost me $400 in gas to do that, bro. What are you talking? Why didn't you spend $400 in gas to come here? And I might flake on you last minute, and I'm the only one here. I don't want to help ever donate to the channel, but you're not a real truther. You didn't even come to freaking no-name city in Iowa. It's really frustrating, man. I've overcome it now. I can say I've learned that you have like lame people in every group, and that's just the way it is. To think that all flat earthers are cool would be pretty naive.
Vincent, why did you came over here to Germany? Just quickly, talk something about flat Earth. It's so easy. Just come over.
Yes, bro. I'm just a shill. I'm sorry.
I want to get in people's face with flat Earth truth and music, like live in your face. A freaking group of people like myself and others in this community go around that do music and create live shows. There's something totally different when you're able to project music and sound and it's live. Like, I know how much it affects me listening to the music from all of you on here just through my speakers, but live. So that's kind of my dream, and I think that's an awesome way to entertain and provide truth to people at the same time.
By the way, Vincent, how can someone support you the best way?
Cash App, probably. $, what's it gets it on Cash App, or
Because
PayPal.me/innerworld.
Because I watched every stream of you. Yeah.
There may be 100 flat Earth rock musicians coming to your neighborhood soon.
And I'm totally with that, Vincent. I can see that there's some people though in this Discord who would disagree. I know that one time we were having a conversation about that in this server, and I think PMAC piped up and was saying that you're just contributing to the system because you're taking monetary gains from. How is it any different from contributing to like the system which we're railing against? I mean,
what?
Right. Like, cause look, my man Witsit did me a solid, sent me a pair of headphones. Now, I got to send them back. But the idea that here's the thing, that was the first time that's ever happened for me, and I've been talking about pooling our resources to do greater this entire time. Like, I've spoken about that thing that the news spoke about as a scam, the very same petal or flower thing that actually all upstart businesses do: get together, pool their resources, and decide, okay, well, since it costs this much and it's going to take this much resource, I know neither of us have that alone, so we're going to pool our resources to allow you, leverage you into this position, and then later on you're going to help us. Like that's literally how it works, like anywhere. And I just the thing about Flat Earth that I want to see grow is people who are sharing cameras or sharing binoculars or sharing just whatever things that they're not using. Like none. You know what? Our community isn't growing. We might be growing in number, but our ability to work together isn't getting better.
Yeah, I agree. We're way behind in that aspect.
Yeah, you know what? Listen, it's lame as hell, and I feel guilty as hell. Listen, I live in a fairly large city, one of the, probably the fourth or fifth largest city in California, of several million just in the city boundaries. And like I'm always talking about what I can see and what I can view, and I don't even live close to the beach, and it's a struggle for me to get to the actual beach. It's like 8 miles without a car. So I'm left with a couple options. But for me to be talking about black swans that I could see every single day, and I could, if I had a way to get around like I used to be able to, go around to the beaches and stuff and see these amazing days on the most perfect day where you could see way farther. It's ridiculous to hear myself saying these things, and I don't even freaking own a camera.
Oh, you need a camera?
No, well, listen, the only reason I'm saying is because that I feel like I'm the only one in this whole fucking entire city that has found this server. No one else. It's like a desert. What the fuck? Like, I don't know, man. That's what that no one has stepped forward that's in San Diego that is listening to this or hears it. If they just stand by and like, so I'm with this whole proposition. Okay, well, Sonny, you're gonna fucking have to do like you did when you're a 10-year-old kid lost in Chicago by yourself. Gonna have to figure it out yourself on your own, and there's gonna be no help. So part of my attitude, I know that's fallacious because I know that's not true. But in my experience, that seems like what it looks like. The terrain, as far as flat earthers go in my community here, is non-existent. Now, there's some in Orange County and LA that I'm going to connect up with here coming up in June. We're getting together. The first get together like that I've ever been able to get to. I haven't known of any other ones. Like before the shutdown, there used to be a flat earth group, and I tried to get to it, but that was even harder to get to, way across town. So I don't know, man.
I just to Mickey's point, what is PMAC talking about? How does that dude survive? Are you like you?
Yeah, we got into it actually because of the fact that I was like, dude, like, and we were talking about cryptocurrencies, which is another thing that's frowned in the server. But I was talking to him about like, he's like, well, you're just contributing to the same system that we're trying to take down. I'm like, dude, it's not this total anarchist, like, let's burn everything to the ground kind of thing. That's not going to fly. You live in a real world with it takes money to do stuff. So I get your point. It's like
see, and that's the misconception, because when you say it takes money to do stuff, like When you say money, people think of the dollar bill, and by extension, now that we're in 2022, their phone. Before that, it was a credit card or something like this. Like now we're talking about cryptocurrency, which is different. But when he says what he says, he's basically thinking of it as the same thing. You know why? Because anytime we value something, we're going to have to put some kind of value to see it through, whether that be an imagined dream, something you want to see happen, or you have to physically put labor to build something to see it happen, or if you want to put labor to transfer something from point A to point B, it's going to require energy. That's never free. So it's going to be some kind of exchange regardless, no matter what. So unless you're saying let's not exchange energy at all, I don't get it.
No, yeah, it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous because, like, I don't know. I mean, I've come cool, but it's like, dude, I couldn't have done the tour if I hadn't have like literally reset all my possessions. You know, I'm not asking for like some gold star or something. I'm just saying that it's sad that I had to do that. There should be many people that are supported. Like, it should be unspoken that if someone's willing to go do something or spend lots of time to try to get the truth out there, like it should be unspoken. The community rallies behind them with resources and whatever they can contribute. And it's like I'm perfectly fine with someone watching my channel for 4 years and never donating. That's if you can't, I say all the time, don't. But I know for a fact there are people that can try to help, and not just me, just other people. That's why I'm bringing up, like, people get mad at Dave, people get mad at Bob, people get mad. Like Nathan Oakley, people should support him. He does it every day. And he shows his real face, bro. He should be supported. We need people like that. You should try to help us take down the conglomerate of mainstream media propaganda and government-funded textbooks and just an onslaught of all kinds of media from the other side. We need to compete with them. But if you're going to do what it's required to compete with them and basically take it on as a profession, we're going to drag you across the freaking coals if you dare try to be able to do it where you don't go broke and die. It's so ridiculous. It's such a trick they got us. Truth should be free, right? But all this other stuff that we pay for or that we get brainwashed with, you don't even care. It's all good. That you should pay for that. It's so dumb.
Yeah. And all of the people that support that global nonsense that come in here and talk with us about this are abiding and abetting to this kind of activity against other fellow human beings. I mean,
yeah. I mean, you guys get my point. I'll stop talking about it, but it's like, I'm just letting you guys know that I know a bunch of these people. I talk to them, like people are bashing Alex Stein a lot right now. I know he's not for everyone or whatever. That dude that's his real name. Alex Stein's his real name. He says his real address in city council. People really know who that dude is. The real Alex Stein was on Tucker Carlson. He really was just on Jesse Lee Peterson saying that the heliocentric model's wrong. But he's like, I wouldn't call myself a flat earther. Everyone got triggered. Oh, he didn't do it good enough for you? Okay, then you go do it. Dude, it's his real name. It's his real identity. He's trying to not push people away, and he's in front of millions of people right now. So he's just using it to point out the flaws in the heliocentric model instead of using the stigmatized term flat earth and them shutting out and then him not being invited anywhere anymore. Well, I probably would have not answered the question the way he did, but it's his life. I know him in real life. I know him. I know Alex Stein. I know Dave Weiss. I know Bob Nodell. I know Jaron Campanella. I know the people in real life. These are real life humans that have sacrificed tons of stuff in their life because they actually feel a moral conviction to go out there and try to do whatever they can to spread the truth. You should support those people, man. You should not sit over there and be like, well, I don't do it, but I'm going to critique how he does it. He's a shill. It's like,
I agree.
Shut up.
I agree. And fuck Netflix anyway.
Support the people you like or else they go away. That's the main point.
Exactly.
And it doesn't have to be, $500 a month to these people. If you have an extra $2 a month that you want to donate to these people, or you have the ability to donate, that goes a longer way than you probably. So
But even if you don't have any money, it's like share them, prop them up, support them. Like,
but what's crazy is like people do have money. Now I'm not talking me. I'm broke as hell, but there are some people that will watch a YouTube video and they're completely okay, pocket, not in trouble.
If you have something
and
that can help support the community in a way with,
am I roboting
just
or
sharing something you may have, like a camera. Perfect
Napalm is muted, so he's just behind it. He lost connection or something. It's all good.
Oh, was it me? So it's him, not me.
It was his connection. Yeah.
Oh, damn. What was I saying?
You
there
were
are
just
some
saying
people that watch it.
if you have the means to do something, you should do the thing that you're able to do.
Oh yeah, I've seen people cash out $500 just to say like absolutely nothing. Like and it's like no, don't send that to YouTube to where they'll take like first of all, it's wild that they would take half of a donation. That's insane. That's why people are going to Rockfin because listen, you know how many years it's not just bro, it's not just the flat earth lie or well the globe earth lie out here. Like the people in politics, people everywhere have been lying to people every year. and people everywhere are tired of it. So they got shut down on YouTube too, not just the flat earthers. So them as content creators who have taken the leap based on YouTube's TOS, thinking that they can make a career out of this, they decided to put in hours, actually schedule themselves, because that's the only way you actually make money on YouTube, schedule themselves and actually did research to provide a decent show with decent information, if not on a daily basis, at least 2 nights a week. And a lot of people have done that and they've gotten shat on. And guess what? When they asked for help, maybe not monetary help because they were already getting that when YouTube started changing things, right? So when they started asking their viewers for help, it's good that a lot of people, that translated over to Patreon, or people moved to Library, or people moved to Rockfin, or whatever platforms that are actually allowing them to do what they do. But the bottom line is the majority of people, it's not even about money. They won't support you in principle, and they won't go after YouTube with you. So they'll talk all this shit. Oh, you should do this, you should do that. But when it's time to actually go to war with the system, you're on your own. Guess who else that's true for? Celebrities. Every time they go against the grain, the media conglomerate spins it, puts something out there that people then ridicule the person who was trying to bring awareness to the situation. They're now looked at as a joke and a meme for 2 weeks straight. So even when the people who do have power step out to do something good, whether it be Nicki Minaj or Dave Weiss, people, even me, have criticism when actually they're doing a lot more than a lot of us ever do.
Yep.
And
That's
they're
the bigger
going
point.
literally up against these people. And it's like, that's not the time to let them handle it themselves. Just because you gave a little $5 here, a little $20 here, and you've been supporting them by watching their channel. No, when it's time to go, see this platform we've all been enjoying, they're censoring me now. Let's do something about it. That should be where the power shows. We should be so powerful and full of community that when YouTube says we're gonna do this, and the community says, no, the fuck you're not, guess what? They're not doing it because their lifeblood is the community. Problem is, we're not a community. So
yeah, exactly. It's like I said, it's not just about money, man. It's about the print. Like the reason I get upset, it's like, okay, I get it. Times are hard. Now everyone has money. Like what's crazy is I can barely afford to do it, and I have so many people on my Patreon. It's ridiculous. Like I support people. I send cash apps all the time, but my point is, it's like, if you don't have money, it's whatever, okay? If you want to be greedy with your money, it's whatever. But you definitely don't have a place to sit over there and bash someone and like talk down and like tell them a shill and all that stuff. That's the part that's frustrating. Like, for example, when I went on tour, I ended up having to get an extra phone so I could stream on one phone, but I could actually have another phone while the stream was going. And then I had to have a certain data plan because we don't have Wi-Fi. We're on the road. So my phone bill is $400 a month. My phone bill is $400 a month. The reason it's $400 a month is because I did that for Flat Earth. I don't care what anyone has to say about it. I know I lived it. Okay. My phone bill is still $400 a month. I still pay that for these data plans and these devices. And I have it the way it's set up because of the tour and because I was trying to help. I don't need you to pay my phone bill. I definitely don't need you to sit over in the corner and talk trash about how I do all this for money. I had to sell all my possessions and get rid of my house and get rid of my business, and then extend my expenses significantly to do it. It's like really wild to me that people don't just kind of step back and be like, damn, Austin just had to spend $1,000 on a speaker. Damn, Austin spent $3,000 on a computer. Damn, Austin spends $400 a month on a phone, on his phone bill for data to try to do the streams. It's like, just maybe think about it before you talk. It's like, it's really frustrating because I guess the point I'm making is I know these people in our life, and the conversations we have behind the scenes, it's like we have to pick each other up off the ground over and over. I have to talk to Alex Stein. I know your mom just died, and you have RV Truth, a prominent truther, trying to say you faked your mom's death. What the hell is wrong with that guy? Are you kidding me? Oh, I know you just finally made it all the way to Tucker Carlson and called out Operation Mockingbird and how the CIA runs the media on one of the biggest Fox News station channels in the whole world. You just called out Operation Mockingbird on national television, one of the #1 shows in the whole world. And you got truthers over here bashing him, talking about he's a Freemason, his mom didn't really die, he's a shitty flat earth. What is wrong with you? I have to talk to Alex on the phone while he's crying about his mom, you know what I'm saying, and pick him up off the ground. And we're all sitting back here like, it's like we're the only ones that get it. It's like, Dave, keep going, bro, don't quit. Then someone's like, Austin, keep going, bro, don't quit. Because it becomes exhausting. I'm like, Jaron, you've been doing this for so long. Like, do a lot of us respect you for what you've been doing, bro. Keep doing it. Because Jaron had to face the idea of not doing it anymore because he has a child and he has to support them. You know what I mean? It's like, if you guys really knew the conversations I had with these people, you'd understand why I get so upset about this. It's like, bro, it's like, you're going to cause people to quit.
For some time. They did him dirty.
He had to delete all his videos to stay on YouTube.
And you're right about that. And we honestly, this is a public service announcement from me. That may mean absolutely nothing to you. It might mean the world. I don't know. My inboxes will tell me shortly because some of y'all are gay. But anyway, I'm just kidding. So we got to stop this shill talk, man. You know why? Because that's not a fruitful conversation, whether it's true or not. Right? We got to learn to stay focused on the information and the topics at hand instead of worrying about people's intentions. Unless you're trying to figure out their intentions for the conversation you're going to have with them, because if you can figure out that it's fruitless, then just don't have it, so that you don't have all these built up emotions about people like that when you are speaking to people that may not deserve some of that burn. Now, my thing with calling people shills is, I would have thought that all of NASA and all of everybody is shills. Now, the people in the ISS, they're definitely faking it. I can't justify them because they're literally on camera doing something they know they're not doing. But outside of that, we just saw the world renowned people that they're talking about. Because we know using this formula, this is the distance. And then we go, didn't you know that the horizon wasn't geometric? Yada, yada, yada. It's like the many things that she didn't know.
Yeah, you're roboting, Eli.
So we got to treat them a little better.
Eli, you're roboting. We got to treat them better, but before that, not so much. But it was a good robot. I got it. It was one of the best. If we were to be rating the quality of roboting, was top notch. No, but listen about this troll thing. I wanted to say that's the only thing that they know would keep us apart from each other. So that was put into our community and passed around because we were doing it unsuspectingly, just like we did with the other mind control. I don't know who's roboting or open micing in there, but anyway, yeah. So that's the one thing they would know would keep us apart, by having us be suspicious and planting in people that were there to instill suspicion amongst us, and that was done successfully. So if we're not aware that that's happened, then you're just going to be abiding with it. You're going to be going along with it too. It's like gang warfare. So stop doing the same thing we did with the globe, believing bullshit, and then running with it with no proof.
Yeah. Something else is we need to increase our number of content producers. You know, like there are people that have gifts. They're like really good artists. They're really good. They have really like voices that sound really good. Like that's one reason Jaren's so good. Like his voice, he has a good voice. We have people that have gifts and they're articulate. They're good debaters. We have all these different talents of people. Like Dave Weiss is just really good networking, right? We have and good at marketing and advertising, like marketing his brand. We have all these gifted people. What we need to do is make it where there's an environment where people see, oh, look, you know, when you really crush and you're out here crushing and when you go real hard, the flat earth really rallies behind you and has your back. We're limiting our growth because people are like, why would I want to go be like Jaren if they're not even going to respect Jaren after freaking 7 years? Why would I do that? Why would I go do it? You know what I'm saying? We're limiting our growth of content producers, and that's the bit. If you guys didn't know, it's 2022. That is the battle. It's the information age. The battle is on the internet. The battle is content. Okay, we need content producers, dude. We need people that have such good shows. They're like, damn, this show's so good. Oh wait, that dude's a flat earther. We need people that are flat earthers but don't talk about flat earth all the time, right? And they talk about other truth stuff. We need people that are really good at music, but then they just find out they're flat earthers. We need all these different aspects of media covered to really have a fighting chance. And whenever someone sits back and they find out about flat earth and they're like, dude, flat earth is such a toxic group because they attack their own, they call each other shills. Some of these prominent flat earthers, the flat earthers themselves bash them. Why would I want to be a part of that? Well, I don't think people realize how much they're hurting the movement. And I actually think some of them maybe even do. It's just people are selfish. People are selfish, bro. It's like, what are you in this for? Do you not want people to wake up? Are we not trying to win the fight here? Where the fight here is that everyone gets to hear the information and make up their own mind. It's not that we convert the world. It's not that we sit in the corner. We're like, I'm the flat earther. I'm the one that has the truth. I'm the special boy. I don't want you to have the truth. No. I'm a better truther than you. Then you're not even on my team, bro. Like, see yourself out. We're not the same. Like it's hurting the community in an overwhelming way. I'm not gonna say it hurts it so much. It seems like maybe there is some truth to the fact the CIA's got their hands in it because it's so perfect to hold us back. You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't know if any of these people have been put in there, but it doesn't matter. You can't prove it. But I know one thing. It's like this is exactly what the government would want. They would want like flat Earth just divided and breaking apart. It's exactly. Like it's crazy, bro. How people don't see it.
That's my point. So we talk about Operation. What is it? Mockingbird. That one.
Yes.
In particular, yeah. So if you think about what they did all through the 60s, man, I don't know, bro. Like, listen, I'm older, so I've seen so much more, and you people are all younger than me, and you're going like, what is this old person talking about? Because, exactly. What is this old person talking about, Sonny? Who the fuck is he? Like, I know you're all saying that. I don't care. Like, I grew up in a different time, in a different era in Los Angeles, and I saw shit happen that you have no idea. I can't even put into words about human behavior. I can't even describe it. It's other than worldly. Like what was happening in LA, like spiritually or something was happening. I saw this as a young, naive little kid from Missouri. So I'm telling you, like, there's this connection, man, and people just like. I went to Samo High. I'll put myself out there. I went to a high school, the rich and famous. I was a little poor kid from Missouri. My dad got a job in Los Angeles. We all moved us all out there, us 3 kids, and I was like the kid from the other side of the tracks, like a middle class kid, blue collar, and plopped into this rich place where like Sean Penn and all these people I partied with when I was a teenager in LA. All of them. and I'm as active then as I am now. When I was in the party circuit, I got around because I grew up in an era when you just didn't want the party to end, and Los Angeles was perfect for a young partier like me because I could go party and play music for as many girls as I wanted at different parties. If I got bored of one, I'd just go to the next party with my guitar. I don't know. I know I'm digressing, you guys. I appreciate you giving me a break. You're like, there's crazy old Sonny talking some shit again. Anyway, you guys.
No, you're good. I made my point pretty redundantly.
I know I went off track. I apologize. I do go off track sometimes. No, but listen, I know things they wouldn't want me talking about more than what we just talked about here. So there's a whole. I won't even say anymore.
Let me speak up for a second if you guys don't mind. First of all, I want to say, Witsit, we appreciate people like you that are out there doing it. I hope that you guys appreciate, people like us who are kind of, doing it, but a little bit differently. The whole shill thing, that's never been good for any of us. It's never been like appropriate, unless you got proof, like, like the guy that you said went on Fox News and, called out Mockingbird live. Like, I've been talking about that for years. And to think that he got on Fox News and then said it while everybody was like, live and they couldn't retake it out. That's fucking amazing that he did that. He pulled that off. Like, he so pulled it off. And then everybody was like, Mockingbird, what's that? I've been watching Tucker Carlson this whole time. I thought he was the truth. Turns out that he's an asset.
Yeah. Then Tucker Carlson acts all shocked. Well, this is my point. Like, okay. I don't want like some gold star. Like, the people in here are also OGs because your guys are here almost every day. A lot of you guys, and you're helping people wake up. And that's a beautiful thing, and it's a part of it that's needed. And I can't be in here all day every day. You know what I'm saying? Some of us, we can't do that, and we need all of it. But the point is, everyone should lift each other up in their own role. That's all I'm saying. Not to have some like cliche like, oh, it's all come together hippy dippy thing. No, it's like, I don't care what you believe in. Like, this is bigger than that. So just like everyone should support each other. I mean, I'm making my point over and over, but it just seems so simple and yet so underutilized. It's like, come on, bro. The fact you don't like it, Alex Stein makes fun of the way things he does and what he does. That's cool. You go do it better. You go do it better. Don't talk about it. You sound like you're a dude in the front row of the finals talking about how LeBron James sucks at basketball. It's just so stupid.
And I think it would be fun as hell to banter around live with like people like Alex and all those people that that I would love the opportunity to banter with all of you too and meet these people in real life. I look forward to it.
Like, I know that some people don't have I'm blessed, man. I'm hella blessed. I'm not like complaining. Like, I had to grow up and realize that I was blessed. I was getting so triggered, like money issues. I don't care about money, but it's just like, it was really getting to me. But I'm super blessed, man. I get to do what I love. I took a break. I'm recently married. I was able to take a break. I was tired, but I was able to take a break.
I get to travel where we want. We get to pick where we're going to go live. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna start a beautiful family. Like, I have nothing to complain about. But it's just like, I guess the part that's frustrating is people don't really, they just don't see what all goes with it. And it's like, damn, bro, like, we should just help each other out, man. I know I keep saying it, but it's like, so people in here apparently need to hear it 30 times, and no one specifically, but people in this community, bro. It's like apparently you don't get it. I don't know how many times or different ways I can say it. Just shh. If you don't like someone, if you don't like how they do it, then just be quiet. Either go do it yourself or be quiet. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you do it yourself, I think you should be able to say whatever you want to. But like, no, dude, this is how you're supposed to do it. If you don't do it, then just shut up.
That would make sense, huh? Oh shit.
Like, what do I look like talking about how Peyton Manning's a terrible quarterback? Like, what do I look like?
Hey, Winston, did you get the image I sent you of you a still shot of one of your videos when you were here in San Diego? It's a beautiful shot of the sunlight shining on the water right up to that boardwalk where you were right on the sand there. What a great place you chose. I know those places.
Is it in my DMs on Discord?
Yeah.
Then no. No, I haven't seen it.
Okay. I got you. I get it.
I'll try and check it out, but I have so many. It's just overwhelming. I tap out every time I see them.
Yeah, it might be worthwhile saving. If not, no big deal. I know you probably have hundreds.
Oh yeah, I'll check it out, bro. Like, right now I'm trying to decide if I want to keep doing this. Like, I think I do. I think we're gonna, like, Kai and I may do a show where people call in to both of us about Flat Earth, and yeah, I think I'm gonna set like 4 different weekly shows and stuff. And I guess that's why I'm talking about this topic in here, because I love this place and a lot of you people are like my family. And I just feel like you guys need to hear this, because I want you to know that a lot of us have been having to contemplate quitting. And not because we're quitters, it's because we have to survive. We have to survive, bro. And like, if you want to attack us on top of that, it's just, dude, people are humans, man. Like, eventually they're going to be like, okay, well, maybe I could just delete my channel. I could go get my sales rep job. I can make 6-figure job, work remotely, travel wherever I want to. You know what I'm saying? Like, my boss would be like someone that I know personally that's got my back. I have a much easier route. I want to start a family, bro. I want to provide for my family. So it's like, a lot of us are making crazy decisions. Jaron just had a baby. He's like, dude, I can't afford to keep doing this. You see what I'm saying? It's like, you guys should realize the magnitude of this, because when you start to lose some of these people, you're gonna really notice the magnitude of that. You're gonna be like, damn, we should have supported them more while they were here. Not just monetarily, just like out of principle, man.
Yeah, it's like we take it for granted. It's like taking this server for granted, when there's like 100 people in here, and there's like a lot of heavy hitters in here, and a lot of those people were taken for granted too, and they're not here now. So
exactly,
because this isn't for free. People getting up and doing what they love, it's not for free. It costs to realize anything, to realize a dream, anything. So nobody wants to continue doing something that nobody appreciates. Matter of fact, nobody likes doing something and then people showing that they don't appreciate it. It's like, well, okay, well, the truth is important, but I mean, it's like you guys are worried more about the truth, more about other things than the truth.
Yeah, and I
Not
would never
you
do
guys,
this.
but generally.
I would never do this, but if I was to show people publicly how my income went down when I started publicly talking about Flat Earth, if I show the difference, and then I showed my expenses, and then just so people could really see it, they'd be like, wow. So quickly they would realize, damn, maybe I should shut up, because I get to talk on Discord about Flat Earth behind my screen name, but I have a job, and I have a consistent income, and I pay my bills, and it's all good. It's like people would really realize, like, damn, I didn't really realize what's going on. This goes for all of us, bro. For Dave, Jaron, you name it. People were just like, oh, they must have it. It must be nice. No, not really. Not really. It seems like you maybe need to re-examine. It's kind of crazy, you know. So if someone finally makes, like Alex Stein finally is kind of getting notoriety, dude, I'm so happy for him. I'm nothing but happy for him because he worked really hard. He did shows like every night. You know what I'm saying? It's epic that he's able to finally kind of have something. Why would we want to tear him down? Instead of, we don't need to tear him down. We just need to get more people where he's at. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
it's like
And
it's like a false
the thing
binary.
it's like people can't see, like, you know, how money wise, how this makes that harder. In many instances, actually, if you want to be of the world and a part of the world, well, then you're putting your lot in with them. And so, if you want to challenge anything of the world, it's going to cost you that way. And it's not just going to cost you money; it's going to cost you social capital also. Like, why? Because number one, your views are changing. What you see value in is changing. You know, so by extension, it's obvious that your social capital will go down. One, because, well, actually, you don't see you don't see as much value in that capital. And two, they don't see as much value in you because you don't want to still talk and goof about the surface things that don't matter, the surface things that are a distraction away from what matters, or the things that are literally there as information that can harm you. Like, that's the thing. I totally forgot what I was going with.
What's with the esoteric Manly P. Hall stuff in the chat about what is going on? Why what's with the religious stuff, Sonny? The Manly P. Hall stuff.
I don't know. Someone was questioning if there was any proof that the Hebrew language, Proto-Hebrew language, was shared by some of the indigenous tribes in America, and I'm just making a joke, actually, because he said there was no proof of that or any mention of it anywhere in reality, and I found all these like 20 different sources of information showing that there is a connection between two languages, especially, and the oldest found known carving of the Ten Commandments in Semitic.
I've never seen any person write more on the topic of Proto-Hebrew than Manly P. Hall, famous esoteric occultist.
I have heard a lot of this information.
Well, there's the Indians that live here near where I live. They during, I think it was World War I or something, they used them.
That's true. They definitely found stones with the commandments.
Yeah.
So it's
and then you have the state of Iowa. I don't know. People say all sorts of things.
Anyway, the Indians definitely spoke.
Well, I think it just proves international travel was here long ago. You know, so like how they found like the coca leaf and cocaine and like an Egyptian mummy. So it remains. Yeah, like how do you get that? I think that's kind of what it proves. Like it just dismantles the historical narrative that they didn't internationally travel.
That's really all it's showing.
Is my mic working by chance?
You're coming through, God Rock, and you got over-talked a few times.
All right. Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, the Indians here, they said they spoke some kind of ancient Hebrew, and they used them to send messages in one of the wars because no one could understand. It was like a code. They used it as a code. They actually hired the Indians to send like messages during the war because nobody could understand the language. And they, instead of using a code or some like made up language or whatever, they used their actual language. And it was very similar to, it was some kind of ancient Hebrew.
I thought it was the Navajo.
Yeah, well, I think maybe it was the Navajo. You might be right about that.
All right. So
yeah, they're definitely, and that's not the only source I've heard of that people here did speak some form of ancient Hebrew, different tribes, Indian tribes or whatever. It's I thought it was a well-known thing, to be honest with you.
It is. The lesser known thing is the trackers weren't allowed to cut their hair. Even though everybody else in the military, when you join, they shave your head. But the Native American trackers, when they cut their hair and they went out into the field, they lost their abilities.
Well, that's kind of like the Hercules myth, whatever. When they cut his hair, he lost his strength or something.
And I don't cut my hair and have
that would be Samson.
Samson, there you go. Excuse me. Yeah. You're right. You're definitely right about that.
I don't think Delilah took his hair. I think she took another source of creation from him, and he was weak after that. But, you know.
Yeah, I could be. I was just mentioning that because I had heard, I had heard that. Don't know, can't validate it, obviously.
But he got his strength back after his hair grew. I thought, right? Like he ended up pulling the whole building down.
I don't know.
Yeah, after he'd been locked up and Delilah wasn't servicing his hair, it grew back.
Okay, I see what you're
saying. After she did what and what?
It's just another esoteric Manly P. Hall-esque interpretation of words.
Well, I mean, I've cut my hair before and went to the gym and was like killing it, but I've had, a really great night on the dance floor and lost all my creative ability and went to the gym and was like, rubber legs, rubber arms.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's a normal esoteric interpretation. It's very Manly P. Hall-esque.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the narrative was that the creator kind of gave him that gift, but anyway.
So you're saying it could be cut off and then it would come back and he would get the strength back? Is that what you were saying?
That's what the story says.
Semen retention. Are we just going to be scared of words?
We're talking about hair. We're talking about hair. Wait a minute. We're talking about hair.
No.
Yeah, semen retention.
It depends on whether or not you're pretending to be like Manly P. Hall or not. So if you're trying to be like Manly P. Hall or any other occultist, then you can actually make anything mean anything because that is the Hermetic principle. Anything is everything. So
okay, so let's go with the latter then. Semen retention and what?
That doesn't. I'll tell you right. I'll tell you that right now.
Like the occultist is definitely a great practice. Man, I tell you what.
Sonny said, "Okay, let's go with the later then."
So was Paul an occultist? Because Paul was telling people, to be abstinent, right?
Unrelated.
That's not word.
Non-secular.
Oh boy.
Sorry.
I will say that's one of the main beefs I had with Paul is he was like, I know we're just way off in the weeds here, but he's like, yeah, it's better if you're like me and you don't have a wife, but if you can't control your lust, then get a wife. It's like, that's crazy because I'm pretty sure the creator said be fruitful and multiply. So what am I missing here, Paul? Why are you telling me to do something the creator told me to do? This is weird.
He was telling you he was a Freemason from way back then. Oh my gosh.
I'm not one of the Paul bashers. I think that the Catholics actually kind of threw that in there because what do Catholic priests say? Right? What do? They don't have sex or anything, right? They have no wives.
I mean, is Manly P. Hall like literally in the chat right now? Like,
wait, Gosselbear, do you have a rebuttal?
Ghost, bro?
You have a rebuttal? Like,
Mike, motherfucking check, bro. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, you can be heard.
Go ahead.
Okay. I forgot what I was going to say. I got cut off like 3 times in like 10 minutes.
Again now since you forgot. It's only kidding.
Gather yourself. You'll be all right.
Oh, I've been because I haven't read more to have more information, but I would have assumed that the apostles, like the majority of them, didn't have wives. Not because God said not to, but because of the kind of women, like just think about the women today, like the modern, not like when I say modern, I mean of the world today's world, and what women believe should be happening in the world, what a man should be doing, what they should be expecting. It's so gross. It would take you off of it would take away from your worship of the truth and of the Creator to give bits and pieces to the women that exist today. I think that might have been the same problem back then. So it was like, well, I'm sitting here trying to be a godly man, and it's like these women are just not. They're not with it. So why am I gonna?
Yeah, by and
So
large,
why am I gonna put my time in that when I know I'm gonna have to like give a little of my discipline in order to have this? Why would I be doing that? I haven't read enough, so I don't know if that was the thinking or if it came across in the scripture that way at all.
No,
But that's what I was.
a lot of the apostles did have wives, though.
Yeah, but you're right.
They
By
did?
and large, in today's world, there's not really well, this is just my opinion, but not that many good choices.
Yeah, like Simon had a wife. Like numerous apostles had wives. Like all I'm saying is, the Creator says, "Be fruitful and multiply, man." And to say it's better if you don't just seems weird to me. That's all I'm saying. It seems really Catholic-esque.
Yeah, before the Catholic Church was established. That checks out.
Okay, so well then, can you explain why Paul's telling me to do the opposite of what the Creator says in the first book?
Yeah, it's called context.
What's the context of it be better if you are like me and abstinent and not have a wife at all?
Lifestyle and behavior.
So the Creator says, "Be
See,
fruitful and
I
multiply."
told you that kind of. So Gospel Bearer, can you elaborate on that context and does it lend credence to my argument?
Maybe it's called practicality. Any are there any truck drivers in the chat? Long road truck drivers.
There is one. He's not in here right now. What's his name?
Anybody go away from their spouse for multiple weeks and or months at a time?
Adam.
Anyone?
Have before.
Yeah. Are those people still married?
Not in this case.
Yeah. Anyway,
so contradictory orders. We'll just stick with.
Okay.
It's actually really easily explained. It's not about a contradiction.
So you're saying just people specifically that go out into the world shouldn't have wives? That's what Paul was saying.
Well,
You can read. You can read what he said, and you can make your own determinations. But he was vouched for by some of the most credible people that ever lived in context of the conversation.
Well, it makes sense. If you're going to have a family, you need to be around to maintain the family.
Precisely, it's only logical.
Yeah,
but that's not what Paul said. You guys are adding stuff to what Paul said, though.
I'm not adding anything.
Paul did not say just in case you go out into the world. That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
No, but
you can read for yourself what he said.
That's a logical takeaway just by how we experience life today and what you read in the text. Like, because there are some arguments where it's like, oh, I can have as many wives as I want because the Bible says so. Because specifically, if I can take care of them and love all of them equally, then I'm good to go. Well, that's what I was talking about being a man of God. Well, when you're doing that work in the world and you got to move around and give yourself to many others, not just your family unit, then it might not be a good idea to get a wife who will not be happy.
Okay, well, wives were left at home in the scriptures, all throughout the scriptures, when the people had to go to war. It was a whole thing. So all I'm saying is, dude, it says be fruitful, multiply. Paul says, well, it's actually better if you can completely refrain from women altogether. But if you can't because of lust, that's not why he said to have wives, because of lust. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm not one of those people that have to pretend the KJV is perfect. I know it's not. So.
Yeah, and I don't need to be a disciple of Manly P. Hall. I am. I
don't like Manly P. Hall. He's a psycho.
Yeah.
Manly P. Hall's a psycho. I've listened to like probably 20 hours of him. He's wildly out there. But all I'm saying is
teachings are very invasive.
Yeah, I don't like Manly P. Hall. But my point is just like, okay, we were given Greek transcripts, and I'm not going to pretend I know that was the original version. And I've actually seen a Hebrew version of Matthew. It just seems convenient that the very narrative the Catholic Church pushes to this day, which is that the priests don't have wives, and that makes them superior to us because they've overcome lust altogether, so they don't even have to have wives. No, we don't have wives for lust. That's not why we have wives. So that just seems a little weird to me. That's all I'm saying. It says be fruitful and multiply.
It's always weird when you take verses from the Bible out of context. That's always weird.
So you're saying that the context that I'm missing is he was talking specifically to people that were going to go on the road and disciple, correct?
Wait a minute. Time out.
Again, people can go read the words for themselves because that's not what this voice chat is for. Why over and over again are we talking about veganism and like all these different things that guys, like we've been over this hundreds and hundreds of times. This is the flat earth voice chat, and that I come back after a phone call and I'm seeing Manly P. Hall writings in the chat and all these other things, and we're talking about topics, specific things about the Bible, which that's not what this is for. That's not what this is for.
Let's talk about the radius some more.
Really, well, I mean, what we ought not talk about is the Bible on this voice chat.
Well, I gotta go. I'm like,
God reckon you're doing the thing.
You don't gotta go. Stop lying, God reckon.
Especially while you're hot micing.
No, yeah, I know. I was saying we're kind of getting off in the weeds. I was just throwing a point out there. People look into it or don't.
That's why I kept saying the words, people can read it for themselves. Do your own research, right?
Yes, I always say that. I wasn't trying to post all those things, like trying to direct or
Diane, but you explained yourself, Sonny.
Okay, but it's really easy to say that, Gospel Bear. If you get to say the last comment saying that it's out of context, you make your argument, then say the conversation's over. That's why I kept
your argument that it was some type of Catholic conspiracy, which it obviously isn't if you know anything about history.
Oh, the Greek. Oh, yeah, you're right.
All right.
The Greek transcripts have nothing to do with Romans.
Can we go downstairs? Can we go downstairs?
No,
is this worth doing that?
No. But here, Elijah. Here's the point. We're on the live stream, okay? And Witsit is making a point that this is some type of peeing contest, okay, of somebody getting in the last word, okay? I am saying in response to the claim that it's a Catholic conspiracy, people can go read and do their own research. That's not some type of peeing contest response. It's not a gotcha. It's not anything special at all. People should go do their own research and not take those words for granted.
You said out of context.
Even though it is a Catholic conspiracy, but okay.
Actually, I'm not even making that claim, by the way. Just so everyone knows, so Gospel Bear doesn't get to make my claim for me. I'm not making the claim that it's a conspiracy. All I said is that it is interesting and that we have only Greek transcripts, and that's what the Romans spoke in, and the Romans changed every other part of it. So I'm not making any claims about it. If you want to look into it, you can.
Insinuating a Catholic conspiracy. People can do their own research. It's not the purpose of this voice channel.
I would like to say that I didn't like your example of specifically the Catholics propagating this idea that as a priest, you don't have to have a wife. You can't have a wife, and that makes you superior. It was kind of a spin. Because I could easily say, well, they're doing that because that was what was correct in the Old Testament. Like I could say that, but really we can't say either.
Actually, we can point to things like if a man is newly married, he must not be sent to war or pressed into any duty. For 1 year, he is free to stay at home and bring joy to the wife he has married.
Yeah, for 1 year.
We can point to these sorts of things.
1 year. 1 year.
Yeah, I just want to say real fast that it was the Catholic Church problem that after the man died, his wife would have to be taken care of by the church. And they didn't want to take care of all these women, so the rule came out that they weren't allowed to marry. That way the Catholic Church didn't have to take care of the widows. Thanks.
I'm not even making claims, by the way. I have no idea. Like, I think that anyone that thinks they know everything about the freaking transcripts is being dishonest. That's all.
Yep, that's an interesting straw man, I suppose.
Well,
No, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying
isn't that saying like that? So basically, I mean, because there are those that would make the argument that even though the words are translated, the words of the Holy Writ is true. You're basically saying when it was transcribed or translated from whatever language to specific versions, clearly there are things that could have been taken wrong, because when you read them in English, it's not that. And it's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
but isn't that like a little bit of a spectrum? Because it's like, on one hand, when they use words like expanse instead of firmament, right? Like that's like something. But when you take something that has context and it's supposed to be interpreted in like it's different than just a word. It's like it's a whole context there. If you're to say, well, the context is different because the words are different, that's like dangerous territory.
I was actually just trying to make a bigger point to younger men that we don't marry women because of lust, and you are supposed to have a wife, and you're supposed to make children. And anyone that tries to twist the scriptures to say you're not supposed to have a wife and have children, you should maybe not just listen to them, because the Creator tells in the first book to do that very thing. I was just making overall sentiment. I wasn't trying to argue about the Bible. I don't care. There's a Hebrew version of Matthew. If you want to think that there's not, and there's only Greek versions, and the Romans would never hide anything, that's definitely your own prerogative. I don't want to debate about it. I don't care.
Are you a Corinthian?
No.
Okay. Okay, cool. Not a Corinthian. That's good. I'm not understanding how it's applicable then. It's amazing when we can just throw context out the window.
Oh, so the commandment from the Creator in the first Bible, the first book of the Bible, doesn't apply to those who live in Corinth.
No,
that's the argument.
No, that's not the argument. That would be a form of a straw man, I suppose.
Well, not if it's a question.
Well, it insinuates one, I guess.
All right, we can move on, man. Agree to disagree, man. I don't even have a claim on this. I'm very open-ended. I have no idea. I just think it's kind of weird. I think that when I read the Hebrew Matthew, I studied it for 2 weeks, 12 hours a day. So when someone read it, I don't know.
I know. I also think it's kind of weird when talking points are directly anonymous with occult writings. I mean, I think that's kind of weird.
Hey, shut the fuck up about religion. Thanks.
Actually, I kind of want to keep listening, so can we go down to like one of the rooms below if you guys have any more to say? I'm going.
I think it's all good. We've covered it plenty enough. I don't even have a claim here, so I don't even want to debate it. I don't.
Yeah, we're only talking about what we think is weird. It's fine.
Yeah. I think some things are weird. Whatever, to each their own.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, the modern version is perfect. I mean, whatever. I prayed and fasted about this, was told the opposite. So I'm going to always stand on my convictions. So I don't, to each their own.
You don't. Well, I mean, that may be true as a standalone, but that has nothing to do with the conversation, right?
Well,
since you don't have a claim, you don't have an opposite in that context. Why say it?
Because I studied the Hebrew version of the Gospel of Matthew for 2 straight weeks, 12 hours a day, longer than that. Couldn't even stay awake. Every single word, every single possible translation of it. When people don't even know it exists and that it was found in the Vatican junk drawer and it actually corrects like 10 different contradictions in the current English version, and then they tell me they know that okay, it says. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this.
But let's just not say that you don't have a claim. Let's say that you have a bit of information and you're willing to share it. Like that's. And
well, yeah, I'm saying I don't have a claim specific to the Paul thing. I don't have any claim about that. I think people that bash Paul are super wrong. I think Paul is legit OG. So everyone wants to assume my position. My point is, I think that there are certain things that were meticulously changed, like when it says, "Don't listen to what they say." The Pharisees do as they do, or don't listen to what they say and don't do as they. Okay, it's actually what it says is, "Do as the Pharisees say." This is what it actually says. Oh. is going to trigger you, I bet. It says
No,
it
it's
says
just you continuing to do the thing that has expressly been forbidden.
because you said there's no contradictions. So it says, do as the Pharisees say, don't do as the Pharisees do. And then right below it says, don't do as the Pharisees say. So do as the Pharisees say, don't do as the Pharisees say. That's not a contradiction. Well, in Hebrew,
wait, what's a Pharisee?
It's the religious leaders of the Jews at the time, of the quote-unquote Jews, which is not even a word. It's only about Judah. My point is that in the Hebrew version that the Vatican Church had in their junk drawer, okay, it actually says he, not they, meaning Moses. Do as he says, the words of Moses, not as the Pharisees do. And then it says, do not listen to what the Pharisees say. That's one swoop of a Hebrew character changing he to they, changing the context, and it can be proven. This is the 1,000-year-old text in Hebrew. So whatever.
Hey, Witsit, like, there's some people in here that are, like, really bored by this conversation.
No, I'm not.
Are you sure we can't just go down to the one below?
What's the response?
I think it's interesting.
Refraction. Because there's definitely an R value, right? There's definitely an R value. So I should just say refraction, right? Because his claim is valid. His claim is valid. So,
well, I was asking for your response. I'm not liking this one.
Yeah,
because it's not helping me determine. Because I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to.
He never validated his claim in the first place. He never established that it was a globe in the first place. So his claim isn't even valid.
Okay, we can move on. Eli, I can send you the Hebrew version if you want to look at it.
So that's what I'm saying. What's the consent? Are you saying is that there's not a Hebrew? Like, what's? I don't get. I'm without information.
Okay,
I don't even know.
The dating of the Hebrew text is not validated. First and foremost. Second of all, you've got the quoting of, Jesus was quoting the Septuagint throughout. So you've got those points to point out. Okay, there's not a Greek conspiracy. You've got that to point out. And in regards to what the text says, people just need to go read it for themselves and make up their own mind.
Okay, I agree. Go read it.
I get it. You're saying, like we often say, the premises have to all be fleshed out before.
Yes, before there is even a need for a rebuttal. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't do. It says do as they say, not as they do, and then it says don't do as they say. That's objective. It doesn't matter what anyone has to say about it. Go read it yourself.
Yeah, go read it. Go find what he's talking about. Go find it. Look for it.
Find it. It's very easy. It's in Matthew. It's less than a couple verses separated.
Sounds like Matthew learns. Sometimes is, sometimes not.
And my point is, I prayed about this, and what the Creator wants us to do is to be honest and acknowledge that a lot of stuff's been messed with, and that although a lot of us may be further along than others, none of us know all the full answers. We live in an age of mass deception, and there's been many, many mistranslations and many things like this. And we need to just kind of not come across dogmatic to other people, because whenever you say, I know everything's perfect, I know every answer, then they're like, okay, I'm going to go now. And it's to each their own.
Yeah, who said those words? Who said, I know everything? Who said that?
No, I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying when people interpret other people like that, not even you, just in general. That's why I talk about this, because I found this out with diligent study. So, I mean, whatever, to each their own. You're saying that it's not actually a certain age. You're saying it doesn't say what it objectively says. You've never read the Matthew Gospel, but you know that it's wrong. And it's whatever, bro. It's to each their own. They can go look into it if they want
to.
It's
okay. I've only been studying, the Gospels for 20-something years. I understand. I don't know everything.
The Matthew version was found like 4 years ago, so that's impossible.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, the Hebrew version of Matthew was found like 4 to 6 years ago.
I know. I'm familiar. I'm also aware of the discrepancies regarding its aging.
Okay.
I agree on the last thing you said, with that whatever you have found out for yourself about the scriptures, the best way is actually by people who have no knowledge at all about anything regarding the scriptures, is staying to the simplicity of it, that the truth died for you on the cross,